Young Suzhou, a gifted gunsmith, chose to repeat grades for 5 years in order to fire 1 billion bullets. His decision is baffling and thought-provoking. At noon in Jiangchuan High School in the Tianlong Kingdom, an unusual conversation between a teacher and a student is taking place. Teacher Qin Kurson, a charming young woman with short hair, has cornered a tall male student. This student is none other than Suzhou, who has been repeating grades for 5 years. Class monitor, is there something you need? Suzhou asked with a helpless smile, his emotions mixed. Still calling me class monitor? Qin Kurson pointed at the nameplate on her chest with a slightly reproachful tone. Miss Qin, Suzhou replied softly, avoiding her gaze. 5 years. An entire 5 years. Qin Kurson exclaimed emotionally. Do you know what these 5 years have been like for me? My classmates have become my colleagues. Her words were filled with complex emotions. She was once Suzhou's classmate and has now become his teacher. This role reversal left her feeling helpless. But more than that, she was worried and regretful for Suzhou. When you awakened, you clearly tested as having the talent of a gunsmith. But why haven't you fully activated your profession yet? Qin Kurson couldn't help but vent her frustration, her tone full of disappointment. Suzhou remained silent for a moment, his eyes lowering as he drifted into his memories. He was a transmigrator who inexplicably arrived in this parallel world where a game had invaded reality 5 years ago. Here, every adult had a 30 chance of awakening a profession. After a successful awakening, one needed to complete an activation task to fully become a professional. Suzhou's awakened profession was that of a gunsmith, a relatively average profession. However, his activation task was unprecedented during the activation period. The number of bullets he fired would determine how strong he would become after activation. This task was unheard of in human history and could be considered god-level. Even Suzhou himself hadn't expected that his fear of insufficient firepower would lead him to set a seemingly insane goal: to fire 1 billion bullets. To achieve this, he spent all the wealth his parents had left him, turning from a wealthy young man into a pauper. Yet he persisted in his goal. This year, I'll definitely graduate, Suzhou vowed, holding up 3 fingers. Over the past 5 years, he had fired 999,999,900 bullets, just 100 short of his goal. Qin Kurson looked skeptical. You said the same thing 5 years ago, she said with a hint of helplessness and disappointment in her voice. At that moment, 2 newly professionalized students couldn't help but step forward and mock Suzhou. They ridiculed him as the school's mascot and a coward afraid to professionalize. Qin Kurson stepped in, sternly reprimanding the 2 students. Suzhou didn't say much. Before leaving, he patted his old classmate on the shoulder and headed towards the shooting range. Watching his departing figure, Qin Kurson murmured to herself, can he really make up his mind this time? It was the first time she had seen her old classmate with such a serious expression. At the shooting range, Suzhou carefully loaded bullets into 2 Desert Eagles. He took a deep breath, his expression resolute. The only valuable item he had left was the storage bracelet gifted by his parents. Whether he could activate his gunsmith profession to an unprecedented level depended on today. 10 high-speed moving targets suddenly flew out. Suzhou raised his guns, and a series of precise shots rang out. Bang! 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 The bullets shattered the targets with pinpoint accuracy, some even piercing through multiple targets. The system notification kept sounding, indicating Suzhou was getting closer to his goal. He then aimed at the bullseye and fired multiple perfect shots. Suddenly, he shot a single bullet that precisely hit a fly resting on the target. This astonishing marksmanship was a testament to the terrifying power of 5 years of persistence. Remembering that his classmates had become teachers, Suzhou grabbed a nearby machine gun and fired wildly at the shooting wall. Rat-a-tat-tat! Bullets poured out like rain, and the muzzle spewed endless fire. Astonishingly, the bullet holes on the wall formed a beautiful portrait of Qin Kurson. At that moment, the sound of bullet casings hitting the ground echoed, and Suzhou's attribute panel displayed an important message. Ding! Congratulations on completing your profession activation task. Calculating, you have fired 1 billion bullets during the activation period. You have achieved an unprecedented feat, increasing your profession's strength to the maximum. Your level is now 1, and you have reached the first profession transition. You have successfully activated the god-level profession, Celestial Gunsmith. Suzhou felt a wave of euphoria surge through him as the activation task was finally complete. The grueling effort of firing 1 billion bullets had finally elevated his gunsmith profession to its peak. Eagerly, he turned his attention to his attribute panel, scrutinizing each line of information. Personal information. Name, Suzhou. Profession, 9 Heavens Gunsmith First Transition. Level 1, Constitution, 10. Strength, 10. Spirit, 10. Agility, 10. The profession talent Mechanical Ascension was prominently listed, granting him access to the full skill tree of all firearms-related awakening skills. Even more astonishing was the fact that his information couldn't be forcibly viewed, and even his own skills couldn't harm him. The passive skill Armory of Nations filled Suzhou with joy. When his mental or physical energy was insufficient to support skill consumption, this skill would allow him to cast once without any cost, and it would automatically recharge every hour. The active skill Destruction Ray was even more formidable. 18 colossal energy beams, each with a diameter of 100 meters, would descend from the sky, forming a rotating pillar of energy that could attack and lock onto enemies at the user's will. So, this is what it feels like to cheat? Suzhou marveled inwardly. All his skills were incredibly rare awakening abilities. With the support of Armory of Nations, even at level 1, he possessed the power of a high-level elite. In a world where awakening skills were scarce, mastering just one could make someone a regional overlord. Suzhou's skills were overwhelmingly powerful. Thinking of his former classmates who had transitioned 5 years before him, a confident smile crept across Suzhou's face. He believed that in just a few days, he could surpass and far outstrip them. Curious about his newfound strength, Suzhou decided to head to the Secret Realm Hall in the city center immediately. There, every newly activated professional had to undergo an exam in the Secret Realm to receive a rating. Ratings ranged from E to SSS, akin to the final exams for transitioning students. Graduating from school required at least a C rating. Determined, Suzhou vowed to achieve an SSS rating in the Secret Realm, not only to put an end to his years of being held back, but also to give an answer to those old classmates who had always cared about him. Arriving at the Secret Realm Hall, the staff informed Suzhou that he would need to wait 5 minutes before the Secret Realm could be opened. He stepped into a large formation engraved with a 6-pointed star, surrounded by numerous Secret Realm space crystals. Around him, over 100 students from other schools who had successfully transitioned gathered. The air was thick with tension and excitement as the students discussed the upcoming challenges in small groups. Some worried about graduating successfully, while others confidently talked about team strategies. Rumors about the Goblin Kingdom's secret realm spread among the crowd, from the toughest thunder, flame, and frost goblins to the legendary Goblin King that could grant an S rating. Everyone had their expectations and concerns. Ping, a clear notification sounded. All personnel will be transported to the secret realm in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourselves within the teleportation array. As the countdown ended, a dazzling light flashed, and over 100 transitioners were randomly transported to the outskirts of the Goblin Kingdom. Opening his eyes, Suzhou found himself in a vast, boundless forest. In the distance, the occasional roar of beasts added a layer of danger to the seemingly peaceful forest. At the forest center, a towering castle loomed, the residence of the Goblin King and the stronghold of the elite Goblin army. Before he could carefully survey his surroundings, a few wandering green-skinned goblins caught the scent of a human. They brandished their spiked clubs and roared threateningly at Suzhou. Quickly, Suzhou pulled up the monster information. Name, Greenskin Goblin. Level 3. Attack, 155. Physical defense, 35. Magic defense, 25. Skills, consecutive slashes, heavy strike. Description: anyone who encounters it must greet it as Goblin. Just some practice dummies. Suzhou smirked, drawing his pistol and expertly aiming at the approaching goblins. Bang! 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 3 crisp gunshots rang out, and green blood splattered. The bullets, as if alive, spiraled through the air and precisely hit the goblins' throats. The creatures fell dead without even a grunt. Suzhou lightly blew the smoke from his gun barrel, a slight smile playing on his lips. Years of marksmanship training had finally paid off. Moreover, the monsters on the outskirts of the Goblin realm are hardly worth mentioning. The real threats lie deep within the forest. A female priest noticed Suzhou's precise marksmanship. Her eyes lit up as she approached him and suggested, "Hey, I want to team up to fight monsters? It'd be safer that way." Suzhou had just taken down a few goblins, showcasing his impressive shooting skills. Even though these creatures wore protective armor, he could accurately target their unprotected throats, achieving instant kills. However, the other male players quickly dissuaded the priestess. "Forget it, Ching Ching," one of them said. "A gunner's accuracy isn't that useful. Who still relies on bullets these days? It's all about skills now," another added. "Being able to hit every shot with basic attacks doesn't matter. The real challenge is inside the Goblin Kingdom, where bullets can't even pierce their skin. Plus, at this level, gunners don't have access to unlimited ammo weapons. Total dead weight," a third concluded. The priestess, however, wasn't ready to give up. She argued, "But he's so accurate and powerful, he could be a great asset." She clearly had a soft spot for the handsome newcomer. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Suzhou politely declined. "I don't want to be a bother," he explained, mentioning that it was his first time hunting monsters and he just wanted to get a feel for it. Seeing Su Zhou's refusal, the priestess reluctantly gave up. She and her teammates turned and headed deeper into the forest, ready to face tougher challenges. By now, many people in the forest were already hunting monsters. They were all striving to tackle the more difficult creatures, hoping to earn high scores by the end. Although goblins were weak, they were cunning and ruthless, adept at setting traps. The occasional cries of students indicated that some had fallen into the goblin snares. Su Zhou did not follow the main group. Instead, he moved to a high ridge on the forest's edge. Closing one eye, he measured the drop point for his awakening skill with his thumb. Finally, he locked onto his target, the heart of the goblin forest. Destruction Ray. With Su Zhou's brief command, a violent surge of energy particles erupted across the area. A singularity imbued with destructive energy plummeted from the sky, transforming into 18 colossal energy beams, each 100 meters in diameter, slamming into the goblin fortress within the forest. Boom! 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 The energy beams struck one after another, obliterating everything in their path. The 18 rays of destruction moved in a circular pattern, continuously expanding outward. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Someone shouted in terror. Energy beams? I thought this was core technology only the celestial realm had, another voice quivered. Run! Get out of here. The energy beams are spreading and will kill us all. It's too late. Exit the realm. Exit now to save ourselves. Panic-stricken students scattered in all directions, hastily choosing to exit the realm to save their lives. The apocalyptic scene created by the destruction ray resembled the end of the mechanical age. Any monster in the forest that came into contact with the edge of the energy beams was instantly annihilated. The entire goblin realm descended into chaos and fear. The annihilation ray spread out like a whirling flower of death, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. The entire goblin forest was scorched to ashes under the intense laser barrage. Su Zhou's awakening skill was astonishingly powerful, and in mere moments, the vast goblin army was reduced to blood-red vapor. System notifications flashed continuously. You have killed a green goblin, gaining 287 experience points. You have killed a flame goblin, gaining 1,011 experience points. You have killed an ice goblin, gaining 1087 experience points. You have killed the goblin king, gaining 100,380 experience points. As the experience points rapidly accumulated, Su Zhou's level soared. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunslinger profession. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunslinger profession. Congratulations, you have reached level 16. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunslinger profession. Congratulations, you have reached level 23. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunslinger profession. Even though the experience points gained had significantly decreased with higher levels, the massive goblin army still provided a tremendous boost. Finally, Su Zhou's personal information displayed. Name: Su Zhou. Profession: Nine Heavens Gunslinger. Level: 41. Constitution: 92. Strength: 113. Spirit: 94. Agility: 111. Excitement gleamed in Su Zhou's eyes. This leveling speed was unprecedented. Normally, it would take at least a month for a regular player to reach this level. At this rate, he would soon hit level 60, undergo a second job change, and gain additional attribute points. Scanning the ground, Su Zhou noticed the gear and items glowing with drop protection. Although the drop rate for equipment in this world was low, clearing the entire map meant even the lowest drop rate yielded an impressive number of items. Su Zhou raised his wrist, and the storage bracelet he wore emitted a vast beam of light, covering the entire battlefield. In just 2 breaths, over 80,000 pieces of equipment and items were stored in the bracelet. System notifications kept appearing. You have obtained a common item, Iron Spike Club. You have obtained a common item, Spirit Potion. You have obtained a rare item, Silver Scale Breastplate. You have obtained an epic item, Dark Necklace. You have obtained a legendary item, Goblin King's Staff. You have obtained a legendary item, Goblin King's Cloak. You have obtained an SS Steer Secret Realm Clearance Token. Satisfied, Su Zhou reviewed the haul in his storage bracelet, paying special attention to the clearance token for the secret realm. This token was primarily to fulfill a promise to an old classmate. The annihilation ray continued to spread towards the edge of the secret realm, causing the entire space to violently shake. Su Zhou realized his awakening skill was too powerful and had begun to disrupt the foundational rules of the secret realm. The ground beneath him cracked like it was hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake, spewing out streams of lava. Realizing the imminent collapse of the secret realm, Suzhou quickly chose to exit. A flash of light later, he was back in the hall of the secret realm temple. Around him, students were animatedly discussing the awakening skill they had just witnessed. Someone exclaimed, "That mysterious expert's awakening skill is insanely powerful. Their level must be at least 7 transformations, maybe even 8. No way, starting at 7 transformations?" Someone gasped. "Our school principal is in his 60s and only has 3 transformations." An excited student specializing in machine guns shouted, "Master, are you here to take a disciple? Please take me as your apprentice." Just then, the secret realm stone shattered, and the 6-pointed star formation used for teleporting job changers dimmed. The entire space of the secret realm temple began to shake violently. What's happening? Are the monsters from the secret realm breaking through into our world? All the job changers present turned pale with fear and dread. The monsters in the hidden realm still exist. They just live in a different dimension. A sudden tremor shook the entire city, as if something dreadful was about to break through. People speculated in fear whether a powerful monster had torn through the spatial barrier and was about to unleash chaos within the city. Fortunately, the disturbance soon subsided, but it had already caused quite a stir. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and beard hurried over. He was none other than Master Qi, a third-turn guardian of the Hidden Realm Hall. The crowd immediately recognized this supreme figure and made way for him. Everyone hoped that with Master Qi's presence, the issue would be resolved. A staff member rushed forward to report, "Master, the teleportation array of the Goblin Hidden Realm just failed." Master Qi nodded and said, "Let me check the teleportation array first." He placed his hand on a fractured teleportation stone, closed his eyes, and used his powerful mental abilities to inspect the state of the hidden realm. Moments later, Master Qi's eyes flew open, his pupils trembling with shock, his face filled with disbelief. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd gathered around, anxious to know if a powerful beast was about to break through the hidden realm. Master Qi's lips quivered as he struggled to reveal a shocking truth. It's not a monster breaking through. The entire Goblin Hidden Realm has been destroyed. The words hit the crowd like a thunderclap. Exclamations and discussions erupted. The hidden realm is gone? Just like that. I knew it. That expert's awakening skill is insanely powerful. Those energy pillars were like 18 colossal pillars crashing down. I wish I could have seen that awakening skill with my own eyes. Unfortunately, I was in another Goblin Hidden Realm. What a loss. That expert must be from another province. There's no one in Jiangchuan City with such a powerful awakening skill. Why would such a strong individual destroy the entire Goblin Hidden Realm? Do they have a grudge against goblins? Could they be a goblin slayer? That's possible. Goblins are disgusting creatures that enslave humans. I've heard many high-level professionals love to kill goblins to vent their anger. Who would have thought I'd witness the power of an awakening skill in my lifetime? You rarely see experts of this caliber in action. While the crowd continued their fervent discussions, Suzhou quietly left the Hidden Realm Hall. He now had a clear understanding of his awakening skill's power. Next, he would submit his completion proof and embark on his path of solo leveling without any worries. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office at Jiangchuan High School, several teachers were tallying the final grades of this year's graduates. The school had produced several promising students this year, with 4 of them earning a level completion token, a rare achievement in previous years. A teacher with a receding hairline asked with a smile, "Teacher Chin, how many students from your class passed this time?" His class had 1 student with an A-level rating, 2 with B-level, and the rest achieving C or D-level ratings. As Chin Kurson organized her files, she responded, knowing he was showing off. At that moment, a bespectacled male teacher interjected, "Teacher Chin, did Su Zhou graduate this year? If he doesn't graduate soon, it will damage the school's reputation." Other teachers agreed, suggesting they report Su Zhou's situation to the principal and consider expelling him. Chin Kurson immediately defended Su Zhou. "Why should we expel Su Zhou? According to federal regulations, awakened students fall under compulsory education, and Su Zhou has been diligently laying his foundation." The teacher with the receding hairline suddenly had an idea. "Right, we can't expel Su Zhou. We need to find a way to make him quit on his own." He completely ignored Chin Kurson's defense. The other teachers began sharing their experiences, believing that students like Su Zhou were just afraid of transitioning, worried about having to hunt beasts on the battlefield after activation. They lamented that today's students were much savvier than the brave professionals of their time. Just as Chin Kurson was about to continue defending Su Zhou, a voice from outside broke the office's atmosphere. All the teachers turned to see a handsome young man standing at the door. "Teacher Chin, I am applying for graduation." Su Zhou's voice was clear and firm, plunging the entire office into stunned silence. Professor Chin, I'm applying for graduation. Su Zhou's voice echoed from the office doorway, causing several teachers to look up. He strode towards Qin Kursen's desk, catching glimpses of disapproving looks from other teachers. Just in time, he thought. Qin Kursen's eyes lit up with surprise. You finished the secret realm? That's efficient. She quickly opened the student portal to update his information. The other teachers were also excited, thinking this eternal student had finally realized he'd overstayed his welcome. What rating did you get in the exam realm? I'll log it for you, Qin Kursen asked, anticipating that Su Zhou's long preparation would yield a good result. Not bad, Su Zhou replied nonchalantly, as a storage bracelet emitted a flash of light. Suddenly, a golden-orange token appeared on the desk, intricately engraved with dragon patterns and marked with SSS and Su Zhou's name. The dazzling top-tier clearance token immediately drew everyone's attention. The other teachers crowded around, incredulously verifying what they saw. They exchanged looks and gasped. They had expected Su Zhou to achieve a B rating at best, but he had secured the highest SSS rating. To take this long and only now get this rating, I've been slacking, Su Zhou sighed, causing further turmoil among the teachers. They realized that an SSS rating was more about talent than repeated attempts. Qin Kursen was genuinely happy for Su Zhou. I knew Su Zhou was laying a solid foundation, she said with a smile. This breaks our province's record for the past decade. The other teachers chuckled awkwardly, thinking that whatever Professor Qin said now was probably right. Su Zhou, you've graduated. You don't need to call me teacher anymore, Qin Kursen said after updating his information. Then I'll call you class rep, as I'm used to, Su Zhou responded with a smile. Qin Kursen enthusiastically mentioned a class reunion, while Su Zhou reminisced about classmates he hadn't seen in a long time. Nearby, a bespectacled teacher looked on with jealousy, feeling envious of the camaraderie between Qin Kursen and Su Zhou. Another teacher, with a receding hairline, secretly envied the generous year-end bonus Qin Kursen was about to receive. At that moment, two male students walked into the office, announcing they had passed the exam realm. Seeing Su Zhou, they were a bit surprised. When the balding teacher updated their information and heard they had achieved a B rating, he didn't praise them as he usually would. The two students felt something was off, not understanding why their good grades didn't receive the expected response. Little did they know, after witnessing an SSS rating, a B rating no longer impressed the teachers. Senior Su Zhou was standing on campus when a blonde-haired student approached with a mischievous grin. In a mocking tone, he asked, Senior Su, are you planning to graduate this year? He thought to himself, this guy probably doesn't have the guts to graduate because he's afraid of dying. Su Zhou responded expressionlessly. Yes, that's right. The blonde student continued. Senior Su, you must have an A grade for your graduation, right? I didn't do as well. I only got a B. He was deliberately flattering while secretly mocking him. A loser is always a loser, no matter how long he stays. In this era where talent and profession are everything, someone like Su Zhou has no future. Su Zhou nodded calmly and said, a B grade means you still need to work harder. The blonde student instantly bristled. I was just being modest, and you took it seriously? Just as he was about to ask about Su Zhou's actual grade, a sudden commotion came from the classroom. A buzz-cut student was staring at his computer screen in disbelief, exclaiming, this grade. Our school actually has a student who achieved an SSS grade in the secret realm. His voice was full of shock. The best grade any student from their academy had ever achieved was an S, and even an SS grade was top tier in the entire province. The blonde student immediately turned to the teacher, asking eagerly, Teacher, is it a student from the rocket class who got the SSS grade? To him, only the top students could achieve such a grade. The balding teacher sighed, too lazy to answer such an obvious question. Besides the three of them, who else could it be? At that moment, Su Zhou coughed lightly. The blonde student suddenly looked at him, as if realizing an unbelievable fact. It can't be Su Zhou, right? The blonde student blurted out. Su Zhou's calm demeanor seemed too suspicious. The balding teacher pointed out helplessly, of course it is. Su Zhou's clearance certificate is right there on Teacher Qin's desk. The two students finally noticed the orange-yellow token on the corner of the desk. They rushed over and saw Su Zhou's name and the large SSS grade inscribed on it, leaving them speechless in shock. Su, shrugged, the profession you activated is an ultra-rare gunslinger, right? Their tone instantly became more respectful, as if they finally understood what it meant to hide one's true abilities. They even started imagining that Su Zhou had intentionally repeated grades for 5 years just to see through people's hearts. Su Zhou calmly replied, it's relatively rare. Watching their sudden change in attitude, he silently sighed at the ways of the world. Teacher Qin Kursen said to Su Zhou, your graduation certificate will be sent to your home in a few days. You can start looking into your preferred military universities. With your grades, you can get into any university you want, She believed that with Su Zhou's grades, he was a shoo-in for the national top scorer this year. Got it, Su Zhou replied, though he had other plans. His current skills were all awakened abilities, and he didn't need to attend any university. It would be better to develop himself independently first. After saying goodbye to Qin Kurson, Su Zhou left the school. He stepped out of the school gates and began searching for a new leveling map. This time, his goal was to advance to the second tier. Su Zhou walked out of the school, determined to learn a new awakening skill. He opened his interface and clicked on the skill tree menu, revealing a magnificent scene before his eyes. In this era where everyone could change careers, the variety of professions was vast, each with its unique traits. At the base of the skill tree was the Universal Armory, with branches adorned with gleaming awakening skills, resembling a giant tree laden with golden fruits. Although Su Zhou had mentally prepared himself, he was still awestruck by the sight of the skill tree filled with awakening skills. He knew well that in this world, awakening skills were incredibly precious and unique to each individual. Most career changers had skill trees that topped out with a few powerful purple skills, and awakening skills were exceedingly rare. Even the lucky ones might only have 2 or 3 awakening skills on their entire skill tree, and those were typically learned much later. As a Nine Heavens gunslinger, Su Zhou's skill tree was particularly lush and expansive. He was delighted to find that even the skills of the Ranger Gun Saint were included. This profession, famed for its style and grandeur, had an awakening skill that turned out to be a passive one. Su Zhou carefully examined the description of the passive skill, Winged Slaughter. Armor penetration 100. All bullets become enchanted, and snapping fingers can trigger the enchantment to detonate the bullets. Each bullet's explosion power is tied to the strength stat, with every 100 points of strength generating the explosive power of 1 ton of TNT. This skill didn't even require mental energy, relying solely on basic attacks to cause immense destruction. Next, Su Zhou turned his attention to the movement speed skill, Quantum Moon Step. This awakening skill was equally astonishing. It created a crescent moonlight underfoot, allowing him to step on air and move quickly, potentially achieving instantaneous movement, and could even make his body quantumize for 10 seconds. This was not only a fantastic skill for chasing and traveling, but also provided invincible protection. Both awakening skills required 2 billion purple crystal coins. Without hesitation, Su Zhou listed over 80,000 pieces of equipment and items he had obtained from the Goblin Kingdom's secret realm on the trading market at a 10 discount for quick sale. Soon enough, his account was flooded with transaction success notifications. Eventually, Su Zhou's account balance reached 3.405 billion purple crystal coins. He effortlessly learned the 2 awakening skills, feeling a surge of joy. This amount of wealth might take an ordinary career changer decades to earn, but Su Zhou had easily obtained it with a single skill. Despite the power of the awakening skills, Su Zhou knew that without good equipment, he could still be at risk of being instantly killed. He reopened the trading market, intending to purchase suitable gunslinger gear for the upcoming level 60 map. In this world, equipment quality was categorized into common, rare, epic, legendary, and heroic levels, each significantly boosting one's strength. Pre-third job advancement gear is often considered peak equipment, especially at the legendary level. Su Zhou knew this well, so he didn't hesitate to spend 1.28 billion on the auction house to purchase a full set of legendary gear for himself. The first item he acquired was a level 40 gunslinger weapon Red Demon, Death's Eye. This weapon consists of 2 handheld submachine guns, entirely crimson with faint skull patterns on the barrels. It boasts an infinite ammo feature, increases all attributes by 180 points, and boosts firing speed by 80. Rumor has it that the design of this weapon was inspired by old-school shooting games, making it perfect for taking down zombies. Next, Su Zhou donned the Legacy Purple Moon Robe. This piece of armor shimmers with a mysterious purple glow under moonlight, feeling weightless yet impenetrable. It increases Su Zhou's constitution by 196 points and agility by 201 points, while also reducing all damage taken by 5. Legend has it that only under a purple moon can such an artifact be forged. To complete his look, Su Zhou put on the dark gray, Ellen Law's cowboy hat. Though seemingly ordinary, this hat boosts mental power recovery speed by 20. The most intriguing part is that when you tilt the brim slightly, you can almost hear a whisper, "I bet your gun's out of bullets." This is followed by a thunderous bang. Finally, Su Zhou fastened the Legacy Purple Moon Belt, perfecting his set. He recalled tirelessly grinding in dungeons to earn over 3 billion purple crystal coins to afford this gear. This level 40 Legacy Legendary set was even stronger than standard level 60 Legendary gear. Fully equipped, Su Zhou felt his mental power surge, making it easier to perform Quantum Moon Step. He admired his new look and satisfaction. The purple outfit accentuated his slender figure, with 2 red submachine guns at his waist and a dark gray cowboy hat on his head. His overall appearance was both cool and captivating, like a gunslinger from a magical Western setting. With his full gear boosting his stats to unprecedented levels, Suzhou's attributes were significantly enhanced. Personal information. Name, Suzhou. Class, Jiuxiao Gunslinger. Level, 41. Constitution, 1226. Strength, 2150. Spirit, 1329. Agility, 1106. Awakening skills, Destruction Ray, Winged Massacre, Quantum Moonstep. Now fully geared and with his power greatly increased, Suzhou decided to head to Blackrock Volcano. There, numerous bosses awaited his challenge, and it provided the perfect opportunity to quickly level up to 60 for his second job advancement. More importantly, he had the chance to obtain high-quality gear to further enhance his strength. Outside the city, a group of recent graduates was locked in a fierce battle with monsters of level 10 and above. The area had turned into a mini battlefield, thick with tension and excitement. The students swung their weapons with all their might, sweat dripping from their foreheads. With each strike, they gave it their all. However, as the monster levels increased, the difficulty of the battle grew, and these higher-level monsters were proving to be formidable opponents. Suddenly, several perfect crescent-shaped blue arcs cut through the sky. A slender figure zipped past at incredible speed Suzhou, on his way to Blackrock Volcano. He didn't opt for the teleportation array, but instead used quantum moonstep to travel, both to relish the thrill of flying and to master the skill. With each step Suzhou took, a blue crescent moon formed beneath his feet, sharp as a blade, spreading through the air. The monsters below were instantly obliterated upon even slight contact with these airwaves. This scene left all the students on the ground in shock, their jaws dropping as they watched this powerful figure effortlessly annihilate the elite monsters they had been struggling with for hours. Holy crap, what kind of godlike skill is that? I've been fighting that elite ogre for half an hour, and he just one-shot it while passing by? That gear is insane, all legendary and fully upgraded. The students chattered excitedly while picking up the loot left by the monsters Suzhou had casually eliminated. These items, trivial to a powerhouse like him, were treasures to them. Using Quantum Moonstep, Suzhou easily crossed 200 kilometers and reached Blackrock Volcano. The game's fusion with reality had expanded Blue Star's area 100-fold, with vast monster-filled regions separating cities. Standing amidst a mountain range of blackened rocks and scorched earth, Suzhou gazed at the towering black volcano in the distance. Nearby monsters quickly noticed this intruder and began to stir. Obsidian giants and gray rock fire lizards, all around level 60 with terrifying attack and defense capabilities, started to emerge. Without hesitation, the monsters launched their attacks. The obsidian giant's stone eyes emitted dazzling lasers, while other monsters unleashed their own special abilities. However, Suzhou's body suddenly became ethereal, like a ghost. All the attacks passed through him, striking the mountains behind with deafening roars. This eerie sight terrified the monsters, causing them to retreat in unison, eyes filled with fear. Suzhou, having experienced 10 seconds of bodily quantization, felt the immense power of this skill. Experiments over. Now you can die, Suzhou said coldly, drawing two intricately patterned crimson submachine guns from his waist. The monsters scattered in a panic, desperately fleeing. But Suzhou had no intention of letting them go. He raised his Death's Eye submachine guns and began to fire wildly. With infinite ammo and an 80 rate of fire boost, the weapons unleashed a storm of bullets. The dense barrage of bullets rained down like a violent storm, shell casings flying through the air as seen, both spectacular and deadly. The monsters had no time to react before being riddled with bullets and collapsing. Suzhou stood calmly, surveying the battlefield, as if it were just another routine task. You defeated the Obsidian Giant, earning 12,834 experience points. You defeated the Obsidian Giant, earning 13,043 experience points. You defeated the Limestone Fire Lizard, earning 12,981 experience points. You defeated the Cobble Fire Rabbit, earning 13,220 experience points. The continuous kill notifications rang in Suzhou's ears, accompanied by a surge in experience points. The system voice followed, "Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 42. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Gunslinger class." Then, another notification, "Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 43. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Gunslinger class." Suzhou gently blew the smoke from his gun barrel, frowning slightly. The experience points from ordinary monsters were just too low. Even with continuous kills, he could barely level up twice. His experience bar doubled with each level, making this gain far from sufficient. I need to find elite monsters and boss monsters, Suzhou thought to himself, scanning the fallen monster corpses around him. These ordinary monsters stood no chance against his top-tier equipment, not even giving him a chance to use his awakening skill, wing slaughter. The bullets meant to explode inside the monsters hadn't even had the chance to do their job before the monsters fell. Suzhou looked up at the towering black volcano in the distance. He had come to this map precisely because of its difficulty. It was said that there were 10 boss-level monsters inside the volcano, which was the real challenge. It's time to go straight into the Black Rock volcano and find the bosses, Suzhou murmured to himself, striding towards the volcano. The interior of the volcano was not the molten hell he had imagined, but a vast, empty plain. The monsters around had absorbed the lava here, granting them immense power. When Suzhou arrived, a massive team of over 100 people was already grinding monsters in the area. 10 imposing lava behemoth bosses stood tall, surrounded by countless amplifying magic auras. Around them swarmed tens of thousands of smaller lava beasts, launching fierce attacks on the humans. The entire interior of the volcano echoed with screams and wails. It's just like the news said, the boss monsters here have all become significantly stronger. A 60-level male team leader shouted in despair. Their 100-man team had been farming this map every 2 months, thinking their experience would suffice, but they had underestimated the monsters' increased strength. Captain, the Eastern team led by Sue can't hold out any longer. What should we do? A female fighter reported tearfully. Their captain's half-body has been shredded by the monsters. We can't hold them off either. These monsters' regeneration has increased tenfold. Other team members also reported urgently. The male team leader listened to the grim reports, feeling darkness envelop him. It was the first time he had faced such a life-and-death crisis in his career. Combatants, cover the support in the center. I'll clear the path at the front. Full retreat, the male team leader shouted, raising his broadsword. These monsters defied common sense. Now their only hope was to fight their way out of this hellish place. The order quickly spread through the team. Everyone, receiving the retreat command, immediately moved to cover their support and regroup. Roar! 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 The lava behemoth bosses, evidently intelligent, ordered the surrounding elite and smaller monsters to block the retreat. Endless flames and lava erupted from the monsters, with some even resorting to self-destructive attacks. Keep moving forward. The male team leader roared through gritted teeth, cutting down nearby, smaller monsters. The losses were inevitable. Survival was now the utmost priority. Boom! Boom! The lava behemoths gave no quarter to the struggling team. Their massive forms rampaged, trampling everything in their path, making the already dire situation even worse. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the volcano. Captain, reinforcements are here. We're saved, the female fighter shouted joyfully, looking towards the entrance. Everyone turned to the cave entrance. A tall young man wearing a dark gray cowboy hat walked in, elegantly twirling 2 red-patterned guns. He casually scanned the surrounding monsters as if counting them. There's no one else, say he's alone. The crowd had expected at least dozens of people behind the young man, but were dismayed to see he was alone. Hey buddy, don't come in. There's the boss's aura here, and you can't escape using normal methods. Go get help, someone quickly shouted to Suzhou. However, the young man ignored their warnings and stepped into the volcano. Everyone's hope plummeted. The cruelest thing was to give hope and then snatch it away. Their chance of outside help was gone, and now an innocent was about to perish. Suzhou glanced at the disheartened crowd from afar. In the next instant, he used Quantum Moon Step, dashing into the monster horde like lightning. Suzhou's dual submachine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, spraying in all directions. Casings rained down like they were worthless, and countless bullets, like streaks of light, tore into the surrounding beasts. Monster data flashed quickly through Suzhou's mind. Lava Behemoth Lord, level 60. Attack power 246,583. Physical defense 94,372. Magic defense 121,280. They possess formidable skills such as Earth Ripper, Explosive Lava, Group Resurrection, Lava Shield, and Heaven's Wrath. These creatures, reminiscent of ancient dinosaurs, feed on magma and, despite their lordly status, cannot fly. In comparison, the lesser lava beasts are also level 60 but have significantly lower stats. They are most obedient to the commands of the lava behemoth lords. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire echoed within the volcano, with shell casings falling like rain. Suzhou flipped and twisted in midair, firing his dual guns in a display of shooting artistry. With the support of his legendary gear, minor monsters were instantly shredded, while elite monsters dared not approach. Even the lava behemoth lords, riddled with thousands of bullets, could only roar angrily and retaliate with magma balls. Suzhou's figure traced a crescent arc in the air, effortlessly dodging all attacks. He teleported across various zones, launching continuous, fierce onslaughts. The entire interior of the volcano resonated with deafening gunfire and the crisp sound of spent shells hitting the ground. So powerful! The onlookers were dumbstruck, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. Suzhou's firepower was astounding, and his agility surpassed that of even six-time ascendants. Remarkably, he maintained perfect accuracy amidst the relentless barrage. Retreat now! The male team leader finally understood why Suzhou dared to challenge an area that typically required a 100-man team. This person alone was equivalent to an entire division. The crowd snapped out of their daze and quickly fled the dangerous zone. 10 lava behemoth lords roared simultaneously, their wounds healing instantly, and all the minor monsters around them revived. Their eyes filled with murderous intent, vowing to incinerate this human to ashes. "Brother, get up here!" The 100-man squad at the volcano's upper exit shouted. "These lava beasts have insane regeneration." Suzhou leaped onto a protruding rock on the volcano's midsection, holstering his submachine guns at his waist. He calmly said, "If you don't move farther away, are you here to witness my art?" The crowd looked bewildered, while the monsters below grew even more frenzied, preparing to attack. "Art is an explosion," Suzhou said softly, snapping his fingers. In an instant, all the monsters froze, feeling an unprecedented surge of energy from the bullets within them. The crowd above clearly heard the snap of his fingers. The monsters' bodies began to crack, emitting countless beams of light from the fissures. "Run! Run!" The male team leader sensed something was wrong and shouted. The team's mage quickly cast a spell, teleporting everyone 1,000 miles away. Suzhou's power had surpassed 2,000, and each bullet's explosion was equivalent to 20 tons of TNT. At this moment, the monsters' bodies and the volcanic walls were riddled with tens of thousands of bullets. Boom! 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 The earth-shaking explosions echoed to the heavens. The cumulative effect of each bullet's explosion created an epic-scale destruction from within. Black Rock Volcano, originally a dormant volcano, now erupted with the brightest light. In the explosion's instant, everyone's vision was swallowed by blinding radiance. The explosion's force was comparable to 10 nuclear bombs detonating simultaneously. A massive mushroom cloud erupted from the volcano's crater, causing the entire mountain to collapse in succession. Countless boulders melted by the high temperatures rained down like meteors. The area seemed to be ravaged by a meteor shower. Boom! 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 The entire Black Rock volcano region was leveled in successive explosions. Nearby monsters were instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Holy crap, did he just wipe out the entire boss area? The 100-man squad, now at a safe distance, watched the mushroom cloud rise skyward, their pupils contracting and bodies trembling. They finally realized that this was the awakening skill of the gun master. Suzhou continued to slay several high-level monsters, with experience points flooding in like a tide. The level 60 obsidian giant fell, contributing 10,234 experience points. Immediately after, 2 level 60 cobble fire rabbits were killed one after another, bringing in 11,021 and 12,019 experience points respectively. However, when he killed a level 10 amethyst leopard, the system notified him that the level was too low to gain any experience. As the experience points surged, Suzhou's level increased rapidly. He first reached level 43, then level 44, and finally shot up to level 50 in one go. Each time he leveled up, the system automatically allocated 10 attribute points according to his gunslinger profession. Despite the significant gains, Suzhou furrowed his brows in confusion. Why did only the monsters on the outskirts of Black Rock Volcano trigger notifications upon their deaths, while the numerous lords and monsters in the central volcano remained silent? This also explained why he couldn't directly level up to 60. At that moment, a male leader of a 100-member team approached with his squad, expressing their gratitude to Suzhou. "Sir, can I ask which guild you belong to? We really appreciate your help this time." The team leader was secretly planning to invite Suzhou to dinner as a token of thanks, hoping to meet this powerful figure again. The team members whispered among themselves, speculating about Suzhou's identity. This guy must be at least an elder of a major guild, or maybe even the guild leader himself. Could he be from the strongest guild in the capital, the Mechanical Alliance? I get it now. Gunslingers are the true marksmen. My archer can't compare to the firepower of a gunslinger. Many female team members looked at Suzhou, their hearts racing. From his heroic eyebrows and the aura he exuded, it was clear that he was an incredibly charismatic man. As everyone was talking, the space around them suddenly shook again. From the depths of the Black Rock volcano, which had already been blasted into a giant crater, endless black, demonic energy erupted. The 100-member team felt this demonic energy, and their hair stood on end. They remembered narrowly escaping total annihilation earlier, because the monsters in this area had become exceptionally powerful after being tainted by this energy. Suddenly, a massive skull, with a diameter of 100 meters, broke through the ground from 10,000 meters deep within the Black Rock volcano. Surrounding the skull were the souls of the recently deceased lava beasts. A glint of excitement flashed in Suzhou's eyes. Is this the unexpected reward? He drew his dual pistol's death's eye. Earlier, this very boss had hindered his experience gain, but now it seemed like a blessing in disguise. Defeating this monster would undoubtedly yield even more powerful items. Everyone looked up, almost falling to their knees in fear at the sight. Emerging from the depths of Black Rock Volcano was an unbelievably powerful undead monster. Monster information immediately appeared. Name, Death Knight Skull. Level, 366. Attack. Level difference too great, cannot view. Physical defense. Level difference too great, cannot view. Magic defense. Level difference too great, cannot view. Skills. Level difference too great, cannot view. Description. The ancient Lord Death Knight was decapitated, becoming the Headless Knight. This is the lost, crucial skull of the Death Knight. A level 300 boss lord, connected to the immensely powerful Death Knight. Everyone present looked up in despair, seeing a gigantic skull floating above, its hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie blue flames. The Death Knight was once a malevolent spirit wreaking havoc across the nation, its strength comparable to the disaster beasts that threatened the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. According to rumors, the top 10 guild elders had recently joined forces and, at the cost of losing 6 great sages, barely managed to defeat it. However, who could have imagined that the Death Knight's head would be hiding here, attempting to regenerate? This discovery explained why the lava beasts in this area had become so formidable. They had absorbed the malevolent aura of the Death Knight's skull, gaining terrifying power. Even ordinary monsters, tainted by just a hint of this evil spirit, could annihilate a 100-man squad. Suddenly, the ghostly flames in the skull's eye sockets flared up intensely, and it let out an enraged roar. Are you ready to face death? The deafening shout made everyone present turn pale as a sheet. It was no longer a matter of effort. Their levels were worlds apart from this Death Knight's skull, not even a fraction of its level. Great dark sky. The skull opened its gaping jaw and spewed out overwhelming darkness. This terrifying skill covered thousands of miles, leaving no creature able to escape. The darkness spread rapidly, turning broad daylight into pitch-black night. 1,000 miles away in Black Rock City, residents witnessed the sudden darkening of the sky and fell into panic. What's going on? It was just bright daylight, and now it's night in the blink of an eye. Could it be the end of the world? A fierce beast? There must be a fierce beast near our city. If a transcender were causing this, would have been warned. Could it really be a beast attacking the city? Everyone, stay calm. We have the city lord. Nothing will happen. Don't panic. Why am I just an ordinary person and not a transcender? Every time something terrifying happens, I feel as helpless as an insect. Where's the city lord? Someone, go ask the city lord what's going on. Black Rock City, the nearest city, was entirely shrouded in darkness. The native residents were terrified, fearing that a monstrous creature was about to descend. In this world where games and reality merged, every country harbored threats like undead, evil spirits, and disaster beasts. These terrifying beings could appear at any moment, and as unarmed, ordinary people, they had no means of escape. Meanwhile, on the city walls of Black Rock City, a burly man with a thick beard was gazing into the distance, his brow furrowed. He was the current city lord, filled with unease. Is this the Death Knight's skill? Wasn't that undead defeated? He pondered, knowing that if the Death Knight truly revived, his current strength might not be enough to deal with it. Interesting, the remnant of an undead creature has found its way near our city. An elderly man in martial attire, with white hair and beard, appeared on the city wall, hands clasped behind his back, muttering to himself. He was the former city lord of Black Rock City. The current city lord, hearing the voice, quickly greeted the elder respectfully. Former city lord, weren't you preparing to break through the 6th transformation? Why are you here? The former city lord squinted his eyes slightly, stroking his goatee. An undead creature has appeared. How can I sit idly by? He paused for a moment. To be safe, contact the transcenders from other cities for support. Back at the Black Rock volcano area, a blood-red moon hung high in the sky, adding an eerie touch to the darkness-covered land. The Death Knight's skull opened its bony jaws once more, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Rise, my monsters! As soon as the words fell, the previously dead lava beasts and other monsters revived in ghostly forms. Boom! 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 The resurrected lava beasts, now enshrouded in ghostly blue flames, had fully transformed into terrifying undead. The ground erupted with ghostly purple flames reaching the sky, making the scene look like hell on Earth. The system immediately updated the monster information. Ghostly Lava Beast Lord. Level 60. Attack 286,583. Physical defense 104372. Magic defense 141280. Skills: Evil Hell Tear, Yellow Spring Burst, Ninefold Ghost Fire. Description: a lord monster revived by the Death Knight's skull, vowing to burn the world to ashes. Evil Ghost Fire Scale Lizard. Level 60. Attack 6011. Physical defense 3851. Magic defense 4899. Skills: Nether Ghost Fire, Cursed Blood, Ghost Fire Rebirth. Description: a lord monster revived by the Death Knight's skull, vowing to burn the world to ashes. Seeing the new monster information, the 100-man squad fell into utter despair. They had already struggled against the lava beasts, and now these monsters had doubled in strength and gained more terrifying skills. Roar! The beasts roared furiously, a giant foot stomping the ground. The land within a 10-kilometer radius cracked instantly, and countless pillars of ghost fire erupted from the fissures. The people at the back were thrown into the air by the powerful shockwave, their screams echoing through the air. They hadn't recovered from the previous battle and were in no condition to face these resurrected lord monsters heathen. At that moment, the gigantic skeletal head stirred up another storm. It began absorbing the souls of the weaker monsters around, merging them into one. With the fusion of countless minor spirits, this already undead skull summoned an even more powerful elite evil spirit. One crisis after another, everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. A girl in a black Lolita dress, holding a red parasol, gently descended to the ground. Her crimson eyes gleamed brightly, and the way she licked the corner of her lips was both enchanting and filled with murderous intent. A system notification echoed in everyone's mind. Monster information. Name: Elite Parasol Lolita. Level 60. Attack 299,999. Physical defense 199999. Magic defense 199999. Skills: Nether Sky Ripper, Spirit Shift of the Parasol, Parasol Wing Slash, Ghost Eye Death Flame. Description: she is a gothic Lolita vampire formed from the resentment of all the minor monsters' souls combined. Is this seriously an elite monster? The team members almost swore out loud upon seeing this. The monster stats were even more formidable than a boss monster. Where's the gun expert? The female fighter in the team anxiously searched for the gun expert in purple. In this chaotic situation, their only hope for survival lay with him. At this moment, Suzhou elegantly and deftly spun his dual guns. He was secretly pleased, waiting for the undead skeleton to summon more monsters. All of these would become his future equipment and items. The elite Parasol Lolita gazed at Suzhou with interest and said, "Human, if you beg me, I might consider making you my slave." She was intrigued by this human who exuded a strong aura of fate. Slave? Suzhou chuckled to himself upon hearing this. This ghostly Lolita sure knew how to pick her targets. She continued, "You just need to catch some humans for me to eat every day and lick my feet clean." As she spoke, she slightly raised her pristine, white foot. Several male characters in the area couldn't help but think, what kind of reward is this? Despite the terrifying power of this elite monster, they had never seen such a beautiful creature. Suzhou glanced at her, utterly uninterested, and replied, "I'm not interested in your filthy feet." He had no intention of becoming a necromancer like Ning Kaichin. "You dare defy me?" The elite Parasol Lolita's black hair stood on end in fury. Just as she prepared to unleash her parasol's deadly strike, a barrage of bullets shot out. Bang, bang, bang. Crack. The arm holding her weapon was severed, and crimson blood spurted wildly. She let out a piercing, horrific scream. Suzhou, with his mastery over billions of bullets, possessed pinpoint accuracy. If he wished, his enemy wouldn't even have a chance to lift a weapon. How much practice does it take to achieve this kind of accuracy? The other characters were stunned. Normal gun users might practice their aim occasionally, but their damage mainly relied on skills. However, this expert's 100% accuracy rendered the enemy utterly defenseless. Suddenly, a giant undead skull began to gather a radiant sphere like a small sun in its mouth. "Everyone here will die." It intended to annihilate everyone and turn them into its undead minions. Suzhou extended his thumb, using it to gauge the distance. After calculating, he decided to strike first with his awakened skill. Destruction Ray! As soon as he spoke, 18 colossal pillars of destructive energy descended from the sky. The giant undead skull was effortlessly pierced by the beams, like paper. A system notification sounded again. You have slain the undead Knight's Skull, earning 10,980,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 60. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunner profession. You have reached level 60. You must complete a class advancement to continue gaining experience and leveling up. You have met the requirements for a class advancement. Please proceed to the class hall for your second class advancement as soon as possible. The oppressive darkness of the night swiftly faded, and the first light of dawn began to illuminate the ravaged land. Two lords of Blackrock City, one old and one young, hurried toward the heart of the disturbance. They exchanged glances, reading the shock in each other's eyes. The lifting of the great dark sky suggested that the monster responsible for the dark domain had likely been vanquished. Yet, apart from the two of them, who else in this region could defeat such a formidable undead? In the distant sky, a devastating beam of light cut through the air, reducing a colossal skeletal figure to ashes. Those who witnessed this scene were stunned, unable to believe the outcome before their eyes. A level 300 undead lord, defeated in a single strike by this skill. This was an overwhelming display of power, far beyond what any combat technique could achieve. Su Zhou, expressionless, raised his wrist, and a flash of storage light ensued, causing the equipment on the ground to vanish instantly. System notifications sounded one after another. You have obtained a legendary item, obsolescence. Using it permanently increases mental strength by 5. You have obtained a heroic equipment, Undead Greaves. You have obtained a heroic item, Undead Skull. You have obtained a legendary equipment, Lava Armor. Su Zhou was secretly delighted. The haul this time was considerable, especially those heroic level items, which would fetch a good price in the future. With a light tap of his toes, he activated Quantum Step. The air rippled, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The old lord widened his cloudy eyes, barely catching a glimpse of the disappearing shadow. With years of experience, he vaguely recognized the figure as a class changer wearing a gunner's mask. From the exposed eyebrows, it was clear that this purple-clad gunner was still very young. To possess such incredible speed at such a young age was beyond the old lord's comprehension. Is something wrong, Elder? The middle-aged man asked in confusion, having only seen a blurred shadow pass by. Nothing. Let's see what's happened up ahead. The old lord shook his head. The priority was to confirm whether the evil spirits outside the city had been completely eradicated. A few breaths later, the two arrived at their destination. They saw a 100-man squad still standing in place, seemingly yet to recover from the earth-shattering strike they had just witnessed. What happened here? Why are there undead? The middle-aged lord landed on the ground and inquired of the squad leader. Lord, that undead was a remnant organ of an undead knight. But luckily, a powerful gunner in purple easily eliminated the evil spirit, the squad leader reported, as if waking from a dream. He looked around and realized that the mysterious gunner had already disappeared. The middle-aged lord frowned, unable to spot the so-called powerful gunner. Only the old lord suddenly realized something, gasping sharply. Such a powerful class changer had appeared within their domain. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Jianchuan High School, a portly middle-aged man was about to review the graduation results of this year's students. He took a deep breath, feeling the immense pressure on his shoulders. Jianchuan City had more than just their school, and this time of year was always the most competitive among the major schools. Whether they could secure more educational resources for the school this year depended on the performance of this cohort of students. Wait, am I seeing this right? The principal's face twitched. He refreshed the webpage, confirming it wasn't a system error, and felt as if he were on pins and needles. On the student performance rankings for their school, Su Zhou was at the top with an SS grade score. This level of achievement was rare, not just in the city but across the entire province. The principal hurried to the adjacent teacher's office to inquire. As he entered, he overheard several teachers engaged in a lively discussion. This year, with Su Zhou scoring the highest, our school is bound to become the most famous in the city. We might even attract foreign students. Who would have thought that Su Zhou staying back was the right move? His awakened profession must be a ranger gunner, the one that requires the most shooting skills. I always said Su Zhou wasn't slacking off, but you all didn't believe me. It's a good thing we didn't expel him. Not only did he graduate, but he also scored the highest. Principal. The bespectacled teacher jumped in surprise upon seeing the figure at the door. They had been slacking off a bit, not expecting to be caught so soon. Teacher Chen's class has a student with an SS grade evaluation. Our school is going to be famous this year. The teacher with a receding hairline quickly stepped forward to change the topic. With such good news, their little lapse just now would surely be overlooked. I know, it's Su Zhou from Teacher Chen's class, right? The principal said slowly. I heard you mention expelling Su Zhou just now. The principal stood in the middle of the office, hands behind his back, with a stern expression. Under his severe gaze, several teachers looked visibly uncomfortable, realizing that their previous decision to expel Su Zhou might have angered him. Just as the tension reached its peak, Qin Kurson stepped in to mediate. Although she didn't agree with her colleagues' earlier remarks, she didn't want to see them embarrassed. The principal's expression softened slightly when he saw Qin Kurson speak up. He remembered that Qin Kurson was not only Su Zhou's homeroom teacher, but had also been his classmate, sharing a close relationship. The teachers cast grateful looks at Qin Kurson, knowing that without her intervention, they would have faced a stern reprimand from the principal. Surveying the room, the principal spoke in a low, serious tone. Let me be clear. Even if Su Zhou didn't achieve an SSS rating this year, his fate is not for you to decide. He paused for a moment before adding meaningfully. If you knew the amount of Zijing coins Su Zhou's parents have donated to the school, you wouldn't be gossiping about him. His words hit the teachers like a bucket of cold water, snapping them out of their daze. No wonder the principal had always turned a blind eye to Su Zhou's unique situation. There was more to the story. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qin Kurson asked, "Principal, what do Su Zhou's parents do?" She recalled her high school days with Su Zhou. Back then, his family lived in a modest 200-square-meter apartment, appearing to be a middle-class family with no notable background. After his parents went abroad, a plump but modestly dressed aunt took care of the house. These memories starkly contrasted with the principal's hint, leaving Qin Kurson puzzled. The principal gave Qin Kurson a meaningful look before revealing a staggering figure. You should know, Su Zhou's parents once donated 10 billion Zijing coins to the school. He paused and added, moreover, the mayor of Jiangchuan City shows great respect to Su Zhou's parents. Su Zhou's background is far from simple. These words left everyone in the room utterly shocked. They finally understood why the principal, who was usually so focused on school rankings, had remained silent about Su Zhou's special circumstances. There was a significant reason behind it all. Qin Kurson fell into deep thought. She recalled her interactions with Su Zhou during high school and what she had seen at his home. The seemingly ordinary family and the modest aunt now appeared shrouded in mystery. She couldn't help but wonder if she had ever truly known her classmate, who had been with her from elementary school through high school. The Hall of Transition, a sacred place where all job changers undergo their transformations. Within the towering white buildings, the presence of high-level experts can be sensed. Su Zhou stepped into the grand hall, his eyes glancing over the busy staff and the anxious job changers waiting their turn. He approached the service desk and handed his ID card to a girl with twin tails. "Hello, I'd like to take on the second job change task," Su Zhou said calmly. The twin-tailed girl took the card and skillfully inserted it into the identification device. At the same time, an invisible scanning light swept over Su Zhou, confirming his identity. This was one of the methods the state used to maintain order. Those who had committed serious crimes would be marked and unable to enhance their abilities here. "Please wait a moment," the girl said with a smile, her eyes inadvertently noticing the orange glow flowing from Su Zhou's attire. Although she couldn't determine his exact level, her knowledge from school told her that his strength was extraordinary. "Thank you," Su Zhou replied softly, his attitude gentle. This made the twin-tailed girl warm up to him, comparing him favorably to the other arrogant job changers. The two of them walked to a massive purple rectangular monument. Su Zhou placed his palm on it and immediately received a system prompt. Your level has been detected at 60, qualifying you for the second job change. Do you confirm to take on the job change task in your current state? Without hesitation, Su Zhou chose confirm. The job change tasks appeared. 1. Achieve an SSS rating in the level 60 dungeon Witch's Forest. 2. Win 100 consecutive matches in the ladder arena, with losses resetting the count. These requirements would be nearly impossible for the average job changer. But Su Zhou only smiled lightly, as if it were a piece of cake. "I look forward to seeing you complete your job change soon," the twin-tailed girl said sincerely, thinking that it would likely be many months before she saw this extraordinary young man again. "Thanks, my job change task is pretty simple. It won't take long," Su Zhou replied casually, his tone filled with confidence. The twin-tailed girl took his words as a joke and didn't take them seriously. She watched Su Zhou leave the Hall of Transition, secretly looking forward to the future of this unique job changer. With a light step, Su Zhou headed towards the Witch's Forest. His heart was filled with anticipation, as if he were about to embark on an exciting adventure. Baishiu Tiancheng, a small border town on the western edge of Dragon Country, is renowned for its unique geographical location and mysterious dungeons. Despite its modest size, the town hosts a significant number of borderland career soldiers, adding a military flair to the city. More notably, it is home to one of the toughest level 60 dungeons, the Witch's Forest. Dungeons are extra-dimensional spaces within the universe, inhabited by creatures yet to descend upon Earth. Once a blue planet, Earth has now become a gathering point for monsters from the entire cosmos. Periodically, new terrifying game monsters emerge from these dungeons into our world. Suzhou had just arrived in by Xiao Tiancheng when a flurry of notifications from the trading house popped up. Your listed equipment has been sold, earning you 2,179,808 purple crystal coins. Your listed equipment has been sold, earning you 3,943,622 purple crystal coins. Your listed item has been sold, earning you 15,904,332 purple crystal coins. These were spoils he had gained after defeating monsters in the Black Rock volcano. Suzhou had already chosen the gear he could use and put the rest up for sale in the trading house. The returns were substantial, pushing his total purple crystal coins past the 1.1 billion mark, reaching 1.18452 billion. This figure made Suzhou nod in satisfaction, as money is the primary motivator for grinding monsters. Next, Suzhou used an item he had obtained from a necromancer's skull, the soul essence, permanently increasing his mental recovery rate by 5. This brought him one step closer to his goal of using 2 awakening skills consecutively. With ample funds, it was time to learn new skills. Suzhou opened his skill tree, his gaze settling on the exclusive awakening skill for the Mechanist class. Thousand Hand Cyber Guanyin. Description: the user summons a Cyber Guanyin mech crafted by celestial technology for combat. The mech comes with powerful skills. The user can detonate the Cyber Guanyin's energy core at any time after leaving the mech. Learning cost: 1 billion purple crystal coins. This is insane. Suzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. The thought of knocking on a cyber wooden fish and summoning a cyber guanyin brought a smile to his face. Without hesitation, he learned the new awakening skill. After mastering the new skill, Suzhou immediately headed for the Witch's Forest dungeon. This dungeon is located at the monster altar outside the city, where a portal more advanced than a teleportation array resides. Any career changer can enter, but they must also exit through the portal. Passing through the oval portal's light curtain, Suzhou felt as if he had stepped onto another planet. This was the Witch's Forest. The sky was an unusual pale pink, the ground was dotted with brightly colored blue poisonous mushrooms, and eerie faces grew on the withered trees. Suddenly, thousands of sonic bats emerged from the dead trees, emitting a piercing squeak to summon other monsters to besiege the intruder. Shortly after, a pack of Enzo werewolves appeared, raising a cloud of dust behind them and spitting out countless sharp-boned teeth at Suzhou. Facing the onslaught of monsters, Suzhou remained unfazed. He first activated the quantum state of his speed skill, Moonstep, standing still as if in another dimension, causing all attacks to miss. Then, he decisively initiated his newly learned awakening skill, Cyber Mech Mode. In an instant, large pieces of mech fragments appeared in the surrounding space, quickly assembling into a cockpit that enveloped Suzhou. The fragments continued to piece together, ultimately forming a towering mechanical thousand-hand guanyin. Seated at the control panel, Suzhou looked at the dozen or so skill buttons before him, filled with excitement. These powerful skills were now at his disposal. Although the surrounding monsters launched fierce attacks, they couldn't penetrate the Cyber Guanyin mech's defenses. "I'll show you 800 hands," Suzhou shouted, controlling the Cyber Guanyin to perform the simplest basic attack. The mech's hundreds of mechanical arms swung in unison, and with a series of thunderous booms, the surrounding sonic bats and trees were instantly pulverized. 2 massive mechanical palms swept down, crushing the werewolf monsters into a bloody pulp. The job transition mission was underway, and Suzhou's combat performance was nothing short of remarkable. He swept across the battlefield like a whirlwind, swiftly taking down 60 sonic bats and 120 Enzo werewolves. With each swing of his hand, hordes of monsters fell, and the damage number skyrocketed. As the kill count rose, so did his rating, eventually climbing to a C grade. The battle was over in the blink of an eye, as if it had only lasted for 2 breaths. Suzhou realized that after accepting the job transition mission, hunting monsters could improve his evaluation, and the damage dealt was key to increasing his score. He quickly figured out the rules. Merely eliminating small minions and elite monsters could only get him to an SS grade at best. To achieve an SSS grade, he would have to defeat the most powerful boss monster in the realm. Awesome! Suzhou couldn't help but shout in exhilaration. The incredible power he had just displayed was merely a standard attack. Without missing a beat, Suzhou activated his trump card, the Cyber Guanyin mech. This colossal mechanical creation moved forward slowly, aiming straight for the monster's main base. Wherever the Cyber Guanyin mech went, trees toppled in clusters, and the path was flattened. This behemoth advanced with an unstoppable force, moving unimpeded through the realm. The sudden appearance of the gigantic mech caused massive commotion in the Witch's Forest. The forest monsters scattered in fear, terrified of being crushed like ants by this unstoppable giant. Other job transitioners deep within the realm were stunned by the sudden spectacle. "What the heck is that thing? Everyone look over there," someone exclaimed, pointing at the towering thousand-hand Guanyin mech. This peculiar creation left everyone bewildered. What is this thing? A Guanyin mech? I've never heard of such a weird thing. Could it be an intruding boss monster from the outside? One job transitioner stammered. Another person chimed in. It's possible. Did you see the recent news before coming here? There were evil spirits hiding in a map near Blackrock City. This Iron Guanyin could be some kind of monster too. Don't scare me like that. If that's the case, we're all doomed today, someone said in horror. However, a sharp-eyed individual noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. The Iron Guanyin mech is heading towards the boss of the Witch's Forest. What's going on? Speculation began to spread. Either this monster wants to take over the boss's territory, or it wants to collaborate with the Witch's Forest boss. Panic quickly ensued, and someone shouted, "Notify the city's army! Quickly notify the city's army!" The job transitioners hurriedly took out their communication devices and urgently contacted the city's transitioner army. Meanwhile, in the border city's military camp, a communications officer rushed into the highest commander's tent. "Commander Shao," he reported breathlessly, "we just received a distress call from the job transitioners. A new type of boss monster has appeared in the Witch's Forest. Border town." A rapidly assembled elite force of transferred soldiers gathered swiftly. Even the weakest among them had undergone a second transfer, forming a temporary army of 10,000. The soldiers wore puzzled expressions, whispering about the sudden assembly order. "What's the big emergency? Isn't everything fine outside the city?" A soldier asked, frowning. "I heard a new type of lord has infiltrated." Another replied in a hushed tone. "Could it be one of those super high-level terrifying evil spirits or disaster beasts?" Amidst the murmurs, Xiao Qingdi ascended the platform, his voice booming as he issued orders. "A mysterious Buddha Lord monster has appeared in the Witch Forest outside the city. According to intelligence, this creature resembles a Mecha Guanyin and might be a new type of celestial being. We must investigate immediately." As soon as his words fell, the 10,000 soldiers, with solemn expressions, began to prepare for departure. Realizing the creature's Buddha-like appearance, they understood the gravity of the mission. In this game reality fusion world, the more bizarre and terrifying the monster, the stronger it likely was. Meanwhile, the Cyber Guanyin mech was rampaging through the Witch Forest unchecked. Thousands of mechanical arms flailed, and elite monsters in the secret realm were defeated within 3 seconds. Suzhou, controlling the mech, activated the Swastika Buddha Seal skill. Energy cores formed plasma swastika seals in the hands of the thousand-handed Guanyin, which were then launched in all directions. The ensuing explosions echoed around, making the cold mechanical face of the Cyber Guanyin appear especially menacing. Once a symbol of mercy and salvation, the thousand-handed Guanyin had now become a god of slaughter. Within a 10-mile radius, all monsters were annihilated. Who could possibly take down this boss? A transferee exclaimed, watching from afar. "Good thing we didn't try to test its strength. That would have been suicide." Suddenly, someone noticed a missing team. Didn't the Murong family say they were going to farm the Witch Forest Lord? Why haven't they come out yet? Could they be trapped inside? At this moment, the Murong family's 100-member team was hiding in a low cave within the forest. Their leader, Murong Ling, was on the verge of tears. "With this mysterious monster here, we're stuck." Someone in the team whispered, "This monster has some hidden passive ability. We can't even tell what it really is. Could it be a terrifying creature from the celestial realm?" Another speculated, "Look, even the elite monsters of the Witch Forest can't leave a scratch on it. Its defense is insane." Meanwhile, Suzhou continued to sweep through the secret realm with the Cyber Guanyin. System notifications kept popping up. "You have killed 60 withered tree ants, dealing massive damage." Score increased. "You have killed 60 black-robed witches, dealing massive damage." Score increased. "You have killed 60 white-robed witches, dealing massive damage." Rating upgraded to A. "Flesh is weak, but mechs are a man's romance," Suzhou muttered to himself, feeling as if he were playing a real-life game. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the forest center. The secret realm's ultimate boss, the corrupted dragon, appeared, spewing a large amount of venom. The surrounding plants withered instantly, and lesser monsters died from the poison. However, this had no effect on Suzhou's Cyber Guanyin, as its celestial metal was completely immune to such toxins. "Retreat! The two bosses are fighting." Murong Ling commanded decisively, leading her team to a swift escape. As they fled, they couldn't help but glance back, seeing the Cyber Guanyin mech effortlessly reduce the corrupted dragon to pulp, the disparity in their power as vast as heaven and earth. Though the corrupted dragon was smashed to pulp, it used black magic to revive itself. As long as it wasn't turned to ashes, it could keep resurrecting. "I wanted to let you die quickly and move on, but you're so stubborn," Suzhou sneered, smashing the dragon into pulp once more with 1,000 hands. He then stepped away from the control seat, preparing to activate the Cyber Guanyian's self-destruct mechanism, determined to obliterate the creature entirely. The Murong family's team finally returned. The job changers at the edge of the witch's forest waved and shouted excitedly. Seeing the last team to enter the forest return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Why did it take you so long to escape? Someone asked, their tone filled with concern. Murong Ling, with a bitter expression, explained, the Mecha Guanyin was right behind us. We noticed it too late and had to hide first. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. The Murong family had sent out a third-tier powerhouse this time, intending to take down the Lord of the Witch's forest in one fell swoop. However, they were so terrified by the sudden appearance of the mecha monster that they didn't dare to breathe. At that moment, deafening battle sounds came from afar. Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang! The Cyber Guanyin mecha grabbed the corrupted dragon's tail and swung it around, smashing it into the ground repeatedly. Despite the corrupted dragon's formidable vitality and constant regeneration, it struggled to withstand such ferocious attacks. Wow! The Mecha Guanyin's attacks are insane, someone exclaimed. Its punches are even stronger than a third-tier powerhouse's ultimate moves. Everyone started taking out their devices to record this rare monster battle scene. However, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed that the Mecha Guanyin's movements seemed to be getting stiff. Just then, a purple figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a young man dressed in a purple robe, wearing a cowboy hat and a face scarf, lounging casually by a large rock on the mountainside. Hey brother, why did you enter the witch's forest too? Someone shouted to the young man. Did you also encounter that Mecha Guanyin? The young man calmly replied, yeah, I saw it. Everyone invited him down to chat, but the young man shook his head and refused. When I escaped, I noticed that the mecha was about to explode. I'm fine staying here. This sudden news left the job changers bewildered. Just as they were about to ask more questions, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the distance. Boom! 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 A gigantic scarlet fire lotus bloomed in the sky, instantly enveloping a 1,000-mile radius in blazing light. The explosion was so powerful that it triggered a level 2 minor earthquake in the outside world, and the light pierced through the secret realm's entrance. Holy crap, it really exploded, everyone exclaimed. Use defensive skills to block it. Various magical barriers sprang up like mushrooms after rain, but were shredded like paper in the face of absolute power. Retreat from the secret realm, the team leader shouted. Everyone, disregarding everything else, fled desperately towards the exit. Meanwhile, Suzhou's panel popped up with a task completion notification. Congratulations on killing the corrupted dragon, the Lord of the Witch's Forest. You have received an SS grade clearance rating for the Witch's Forest. The first phase of your job transfer task is complete. Please proceed to the arena for 100 consecutive victories. Suzhou, still in quantum phasing mode, quietly admired the spectacular explosion, thinking to himself, the mecha explosion's power is just barely satisfactory. Although he wasn't harmed by his own skills, he still needed to avoid the onslaught of flying debris. Faced with the current predicament, he decided to give it his all. There's nothing an awakening skill can't solve. And if there is, then 2 will do the trick, he thought to himself, immediately unleashing 2 consecutive awakening skills without hesitation. Riot, sizzle, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds. An overwhelming burst of energy exploded within the secret realm. Just when everyone thought they'd be safe upon escaping, the shockwave's power exceeded expectations, tearing a massive gap in the realm's entrance. The explosion's force continued to spread, as if tens of thousands of nuclear bombs had detonated simultaneously. The job changers present desperately activated their defense skills, but their resolve was on the verge of collapse. They knew that if this continued, they couldn't possibly withstand the subsequent explosive impact. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed from behind, the golden wall of 10 miles. As soon as the words were spoken, a golden wall, 10 kilometers long and 30 meters high, materialized out of thin air before them. The wall shone brilliantly, blocking the explosion's aftermath with sheer force. Commander Xiao is here. We're saved. The job changers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiao Qingdi come to their aid. They were fortunate to have alerted their leader early. Otherwise, they might have been blown to the ends of the earth by the explosion. Xiao Qingdi surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Where is the monster? What caused this sudden explosion?" Thankfully, he had been cautious and arrived at the scene in advance. The job changers who narrowly escaped began to explain in a flurry. It blew up. The mecha monster just exploded. They detailed the events leading up to the explosion. By now, the 10,000-strong army had also arrived, listening in shock to the job changers' accounts. Xiao Qingdi nodded thoughtfully, making a mental note of the information. Let's go back into the secret realm to assess the situation, he said. As the explosion's aftereffects subsided, he retracted the golden wall. Though the job changers had just survived a terrifying explosion, their faces paled at the thought of returning to the secret realm. Nevertheless, they mustered their courage and followed Xiao Qingdi back into the Witch Forest's secret realm. What met their eyes was a harrowing sight. The entire area was scorched, with no vegetation in sight. Suddenly, Xiao Qingdi realized a crucial issue. Wait! His pupils contracted sharply. Where's the equipment dropped by the monster? The equipment should have an invincibility shield that lasts for a short while after being dropped. At his words, cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. The implications were terrifying. If the monster had indeed self-destructed, there should be equipment scattered everywhere. Yet, the ground before them was completely barren. In Jianchuan City, as the sun set and the sky darkened, Suzhou had just completed his quest in the Witch's Forest and returned to the city with a joyful heart. He glanced at his storage bracelet, which was brimming with newly acquired gear, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Among the items, two legendary pieces of equipment stood out. Heritage Dragonbone Belt. Armor, level 60, legendary quality. Effects, Spirit 244, Constitution 251. Basic attacks, inflict corruption poison. This belt, crafted from the spine of a corrupted dragon lord, is not only exceptionally sturdy, but also imbued with immense power. Heritage Dragon Scale Armor. Armor, level 60, legendary quality. Effects, Constitution 300, Strength 280, Magic Resistance 10. Made from the scales and leather of a corrupted dragon lord, this rare and precious armor is highly effective against magical attacks. In addition to these, his bracelet was filled with rare and epic gear. Suzhou had already updated his own equipment, but had no plans to sell the remaining items just yet. He needed to complete one more task to fully finish his second job change. Only after completing the quest would he consider selling the gear to switch to equipment suitable for a second-tier mechanic. Suzhou opened his quest panel, and the final task was prominently displayed. Achieve 100 consecutive wins in the ladder arena. Any loss would reset the count. This level of difficulty was nearly impossible for most people. After all, achieving 100 consecutive wins meant that losing even once would require starting over. The arena's matchmaking rules pit you against opponents of the same level, and even the strongest classes have weaknesses. For example, mages and archers are most vulnerable to assassins, while assassins struggle against warriors. However, these challenges were not an issue for Suzhou. He confidently thought that these opponents were just a few bullets away from defeat. Realizing he had never participated in the arena before, Suzhou went online to gather information about the world's arena. He quickly found out that he could join matches at the arena station in his city. The arena would teleport both contenders to a special space for the duel. To prevent cheating, participants' true identities would be hidden, and their appearances would be altered. What intrigued Suzhou even more was that the matchmaking pool included all job changers across the country. This vast matchmaking range, combined with the anonymity mechanism, made ladder matches the fairest and most popular competitions among spectators. As he continued browsing, Suzhou discovered that the arena also offered solo and team modes. One could challenge a team of up to 10 players, and winning would count as 10 consecutive victories. Moreover, the arena featured a point system and a win streak reward mechanism. The higher the points, the stronger the opponents. Reaching certain points could earn titles, items, and various rewards. Notably, arena points would only reset at the end of each year. Having gathered enough information, Suzhou pulled down the brim of his hat slightly and decided to head to the arena. He had no titles so far, so this was a good opportunity to earn one while completing his job change quest. On the outskirts of the city, the job changer arena station stood tall and imposing. Although it didn't occupy a large area, the building's exterior and interior exuded grandeur and boldness. The small footprint was because participants would be teleported to special spaces, such as the Sky Arena, which spanned thousands of acres. Suzhou approached the registration desk, where a friendly male staff member greeted him. "Hello, are you here to compete or to get a replacement arena badge?" the staff member asked. "To compete," Suzhou replied succinctly. "All right, is this your first time in the arena?" "Yes." "Here, please take this arena badge. The fee is 100,000 purple crystal coins," the staff member said, handing Suzhou a pendant made of rare black metal. Suzhou took the pendant and learned that only by wearing the arena badge could he participate in matches. Once purchased, this badge became a permanent personal item. Its most important function was to ensure that participants wouldn't actually die. In the arena, participants' bodies would be fully digitized, so even if they suffered fatal injuries, they would only experience 100 pain feedback without truly dying. After paying the fee, Suzhou headed straight for the teleportation area. There were different types of portals corresponding to 1v1, 1v2, 1v3, and so on. However, without hesitation, Suzhou chose the 1v10 portal. "Sir, that's the portal for soloing a 10-person team. You must have made a mistake, the staff member called out, noticing Su Zhou's choice. He assumed this first-time participant had surely gone to the wrong place. The staff member explained, the 1v10 portal is for challenging 10 full teams of the same level. Only a handful of geniuses in the country have managed to achieve that, and even they didn't dare to challenge a 10-person team on their first try. Besides, there are attribute requirements for fighting 10-man teams. If your gear is too poor and your total attributes don't reach 5,000, you can't enter this match type. Su Zhou calmly responded, I didn't make a mistake. I'm well aware of the arena rules. With that, he stepped into the portal, leaving the staff member in stunned silence. He really managed to get in. This guy must be quite skilled, the staff member thought, taking a sharp breath, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He guessed that this contestant was probably a wealthy young man, equipped well enough to take on 10 opponents at once. With a flash of light, Su Zhou was transported to a special waiting area. Under his feet was a hexagram magic circle, and around him was an endless white world. The system's prompt sounded, before the battle begins, please choose your arena nickname. Note, to ensure maximum fairness, your appearance will be altered once you enter the arena. Su Zhou thought wryly, they've really gone all out to make this fair. He pondered his arena nickname and finally decided, Zhou. The system immediately responded, ding, nickname is available. Name successfully chosen. Next, a screen with a timer appeared above, the numbers steadily increasing. Matching you with an equally skilled opponent, 1 second, 2 seconds. Soon the system announced, match found. Your opponents are level 60 mage, level 60 warrior, level 60 priest. In 600 seconds, both sides will be transported to Arena 4283. Please use this time to strategize. Su Zhou stretched lazily, thinking, as expected, it's a 10-man team. He had no intention of using the preparation time, as he only needed to defeat his opponents swiftly. Meanwhile, the 10-man team accepting the challenge was bewildered. Their interface showed that their opponent was just one person, which they found hard to believe. After all, they were a top 100 team in the level 60 ladder. In the live stream, viewers flocked in. Any 1v10 match always drew massive attention. Since that guy from Imperial University who transitioned to an angel graduated, I haven't seen a 1v10 match in months. The one challenging a 10-man team is called Zhou. Never heard of that nickname. Is he a newcomer? Damn, I thought it was one of those geniuses from Imperial or Magic Capital University. Damn, Zhou's opponents are Zhao Ritian and his team, all seasoned veterans. Yeah, it's Zhao Ritian's elite team. I remember they could have done a second job transition, but they stayed at level 60 to get the top arena title. So Zhou is doomed. Betting on Zhao Ritian's team is a sure win. Guys, there's something here. Why is this newcomer immediately matched against a top 100 team? Could he be super strong? So his first match is against top teams? Damn, that theory just gave me chills. It might actually be true. Man, with all your random analysis, I don't even know which team to bet on anymore. A gunsmith dared to challenge the Wolfpack team, which left their leader, Zhao Ritian, feeling quite annoyed. He bared his teeth and silently cursed the arena's matchmaking AI, wondering if it was underestimating them. A female fighter in the team crossed her arms and furrowed her brow, cautioning, while it's not unheard of for a genius to take on 10 opponents in the arena, those individuals usually have rare and powerful classes like the Holy Angel, King of Fengdu, or Undead Scourge. A gunsmith is only a mid-tier class at best. If they're making such a bold challenge, there might be something extraordinary about them. We should be careful. Zhao Ritian stretched his muscles and replied, don't worry, I'm not arrogant enough to underestimate anyone. I'm just curious what kind of gunsmith could be matched with a team of our level. They quickly discussed a strategy to counter the gunsmith by spreading out, then waited quietly for the countdown to start. As the countdown progressed, the crowd's excitement grew. Zhou versus Wolfpack. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, both sides were enveloped in a flash of light and transported to a large, floating square arena. Spread out. Zhao Ritian immediately ordered. His teammates quickly used their mobility skills to disperse, avoiding concentrated fire from the gunsmith. Within seconds, they were spread far apart. All eyes were on Su Zhou, anticipating whether he would unleash a powerful cannon attack. However, Su Zhou calmly drew a pair of red pistols and fired a volley of bullets. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. The bullets flew out in a fan-shaped pattern towards the team members. Starting with basic attacks? Are you kidding me? Zhao Ritian was stunned. This opponent seemed too weak to even use the standard heavy artillery skills of a gunsmith. The audience's expressions shifted from bewilderment to shock, then to disbelief, and finally to mocking laughter, as if thinking, is this guy here to make a joke? Time seemed to slow down infinitely, capturing every sneer on the faces of the spectators. The fan-shaped bullets spiraled towards each scattered enemy. Suddenly, a crisp snap of fingers shattered the frozen moment. Instantly, each bullet exploded like dozens of mini nukes. Suzhou turned his back on the wolf pack, like a true hero who never looks back at explosions. Boom, 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 boom. The sky was filled with fire, engulfing the 10-member team. Within moments, the arena declared the result. Wolfpack team eliminated. Zhou Shu wins this match, marking his 10th consecutive victory. The spectators were still processing what had just happened when the battle ended. Su Zhou twirled his guns and murmured to himself, "Another day of nuclear peace." He then holstered his guns. With a flash of light, he was transported back to the preparation area, waiting for the next match. It took a while for the viewers to snap out of their daze. The live chat exploded. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What was that? What kind of godly class is this? This is insane. This class is stronger than historical legends and geniuses like Einstein. It takes years to produce a Gauss, Newton, or Euler, but what kind of class is this? Is this guy a nuclear bomb expert or something? Is there really such an overpowered class as a nuclear bomb expert? I'm losing my mind. This is next level crazy. Even after the live stream ended, many viewers were still immersed in the invincible display they had just witnessed. Some quickly realized, this is a gold mine. Betting on this guy is a sure win. They rushed out of the stream to find Su Zhou's next match in the 1v10 arena channel. The power of this guy is off the charts. Not even level 100 players can withstand it. Soon, Zhou Shu's next match began, drawing an even larger crowd. Holy cow, isn't this one of the top 10 level 60 teams in the Far East? And their opponent is just a gunsmith? What a joke. What's going on? Why are there so many people in this stream? Ha ha ha, this is free money. No way a gunsmith can beat a top 10 team. I'm gonna make a fortune on this bet. New viewers were excited, thinking they were about to score big. However, when they tried to place bets on the Far East top 10 team, they were shocked to find the odds not in their favor. Currently, betting 100 purple crystals on the Far East team will net you 6,000 purple crystals if they win. The huge disparity in odds left new viewers bewildered, making them suspect something was amiss. Meanwhile, seasoned viewers began sending misleading comments. Everyone stay quiet. Even a little meat is still meat. Wow, the Far East team is unbeatable. They'll crush Zhou Shu. That gunsmith is a joke. Trust me, bet on the Far East team to get rich. My mom rewarded me with my favorite drink when she heard I bet on the Far East team. Betting 1,000 purple crystals on the Far East team will get you 600,000. Everyone bet on the Far East team to get rich. These comments were from viewers who had seen Su Zhou's previous match. They were speaking in reverse, hoping to lure more new viewers into betting on the Far East team, allowing themselves to earn more. Some new viewers bet 1,000,000 purple crystals on the Far East team, thinking the most they could lose was 1,000,000, but winning could earn them billions. Others, seeing the huge odds difference, hesitated and decided to watch and see what kind of powerhouse Zhou Shu was to attract so many bets. This led to a fluctuation in odds, but ultimately, the number of people betting on Su Zhou to win remained high. Are these people insane? Betting 100,000 purple crystals on Zhou Shu will only earn them 1,000 if he wins. New viewers were pulling their hair out. They had never heard of this strongman named Zhou Shu, but if he lost, they'd be out a lot of money. Unless they were 100 sure this Zhou Shu would win. Definitely. A terrifying thought crossed a new viewer's mind. The next moment, they heard the arena's AI announce the result. Far East team eliminated. Zhou Shu wins this match, marking his 20th consecutive victory. The live stream showed a terrifying nuclear-level explosion. Holy crap, did someone just drop a nuke? New viewers were slack-jawed. They finally understood why those betting on Zhou Shu were so confident. Truth exists only within the range of a nuclear bomb. Zhou Shu is the truth. On the live streaming platform for arena battles, Su Zhou's winning streak ignited a frenzy among viewers. The number of people tuning in surged like a tidal wave, constantly breaking records. 14 million, 17 million, 25 million. The chat was flooded with messages, so dense that it caused the screen to lag. The ultimate gunslinger has emerged. This news spread across the platform at lightning speed. Longtime viewers were frustrated to find that betting on Su Zhou's victory no longer yielded profits. Even wagering everything they had wouldn't earn them a few purple crystal coins. New viewers flocked to the stream, marveling at Su Zhou's prowess. The rise of the Dragon Nation. This gunslinger is stronger than the Angel and the Emperor of Fengdu. Even the young generals of the awakened dragon rulers can't compare to him. Players from various professions also praise Su Zhou. He's the pride of us gunslingers. As an archer, I'm almost in tears. I can't match his firing speed. This tech class is like a nuclear strike. One analyzed. While most tech classes are generally average in strength, they find guilds easily. This guy is likely to join the top-tier Mechanic City Guild. As the battles continued, Suzhou's record kept improving. The 8th strongest national team, Starfall Squad, was completely eliminated 40 consecutive wins. The 7th strongest national team, Langya Squad, was completely eliminated 50 consecutive wins. The 3rd strongest national team, Xinyuan Squad, was completely eliminated 80 consecutive wins. The 5th strongest world team, Skykiller Squad, was completely eliminated 90 consecutive wins. The 3rd strongest world team, All God Squad, was completely eliminated 100 consecutive wins. Viewers witnessed earth-shattering battles, each ending in mere seconds, with Mushroom Cloud's Razinga visual feast. As one of the world's top nations, the Dragon Nation's best result in world-class competitions was 3rd place. Yet now, the world's 3rd-ranked All Gods team was wiped out in just 3 seconds under Suzhou's onslaught. After the battles, Suzhou checked his arena points and found them skyrocketing. 10 consecutive wins increased his points by 3,543, earning the title Arena Champion with a 100 boost to all attributes. 20 consecutive wins increased his points by 6,832, earning the legendary item Heavenly Origin Fruit. 30 consecutive wins increased his points by 10,847, earning the title Arena Master with a 300 boost to all attributes. 100 consecutive wins increased his points by 500,000, bringing his total to 2.01 million, ranking 1st. He earned the title Arena King with a 1,000 boost to all attributes. Suzhou felt a surge of joy inside. Just changing a class, and I got 1st place? He realized the attribute boost from this title was equivalent to completing a 2nd job transition. Leaving the arena, Suzhou headed straight to the job transition hall in the city center. There, he encountered a familiar twin-tailed staff member. When Suzhou mentioned he was submitting a job transition task, the staff member asked in surprise, "You completed it so quickly?" Suzhou smiled and replied, "The task wasn't difficult, just needed one skill." Though his words sounded casual, they were not inaccurate. In front of the Transition Stone Monument, Suzhou faced 2 career choices. 1. Multiverse Gunslinger. Master combat technology in addition to offensive skills. 2. Godslayer Gunslinger. Learn more powerful offensive skills for a gunslinger. Without hesitation, Suzhou made his choice. He believed that compared to simply increasing offensive capabilities, the comprehensive development of the tech route was more advantageous. Congratulations on your advancement to the class, Grandmaster Gunslinger. As the system notification chimed, Suzhou felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment wash over him. 1,000 attribute points flowed into his body like a gentle stream, automatically distributed according to the characteristics of the Gunslinger class. The vague barriers he had felt at level 60 vanished instantly, replaced by the exhilarating surge of newfound power. Closing his eyes, Suzhou savored the changes within. His vision sharpened, allowing him to effortlessly track fast-moving targets. His neural response speed increased dramatically, making the world seem to slow down, and his body control became more precise, enabling him to execute even the smallest movements perfectly. These so-called hidden attributes wouldn't appear on his status panel, but they were the most direct indicators of his enhanced strength. Opening his eyes, Suzhou pulled up his personal information panel. Name, Suzhou. Class, Grandmaster Gunslinger. Level, 61. Constitution, 2,587. Strength, 4,832. Spirit, 2,983. Agility, 3,542. Title, Arena Champion. Awakening Skills, Destruction Ray, Wing Slaughter, Cyber Guanine Mecha, Quantum Moonwalk. Seeing his attack power at a staggering 4,800 points, Suzhou was taken aback. So, if I trigger the Wing Slaughter Awakening skill with a snap of my fingers, each bullet would have the force equivalent to 48 tons of TNT, he calculated. With every 100 points of attack power adding an extra ton of explosive force, at this rate, I'll be using nuclear bombs as basic attack soon. Just as Suzhou was reveling in his incredible attribute boost, a twin-tailed girl handed him a shiny badge. This is your 2nd advancement badge. Keep it safe. It's not only a symbol of your status, but also grants you special privileges in many situations. At that moment, a red-haired woman approached with a novice class changer. Xiaoyun, isn't this the guy you met this afternoon? She asked in surprise. How did he complete his 2nd advancement so quickly? The twin-tailed girl nodded and briefly explained the situation. Her words left the red-haired woman and the novice she was guiding utterly astonished. After all, any class advancement task was a challenge that pushed one beyond their limits. Completing a 2nd advancement in such a short time was unheard of. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Suzhou politely bid farewell to the twin-tailed girl and left the class change hall. Stepping out the door, he stretched and looked at the setting sun sinking below the horizon. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. How was he going to explain all this to his aunt when he got home? When Suzhou's parents went abroad, they were worried about leaving their son alone at home, so they arranged for his aunt from their hometown to take care of him. This was the first time Suzhou had heard that he had a hometown. He had never even visited these so-called relatives during the New Year holidays. Standing in the park, Suzhou stroked his chin, contemplating how to break the news of his awakening as a transcender to his aunt. He knew that his parents abroad didn't want him to take on dangerous responsibilities. They always emphasized that with great power comes great responsibility, but also said that the family wasn't short of money, so it was better to live a simple life. The second Transcender World Ice War left deep psychological scars on many older Transcenders. Who could guarantee that a third war wouldn't break out? As a Transcender, one must be on the front lines to protect ordinary citizens. The real threat wasn't the monsters but the conflicts between nations. This was one of the reasons Suzhou felt comfortable staying behind in school for 5 years. If his family pressured him about becoming a Transcender, he might not have held out so long before awakening. I'll just tell Annie that I've awakened and leave it at that for now, Suzhou decided in his mind. He had the mechanical ascension passive ability, so unless he actively showed it, others wouldn't know his specific situation. Before heading home, Suzhou planned to buy a clothing bracelet. He sat on a park bench, opened his attribute interface, and entered the marketplace. A Transcender couldn't always wear their gear while sleeping. This item allowed for quick switching between gear and regular clothing. You spent 2 million amethyst coins and successfully purchased the limited edition White Jade clothing bracelet. A notification popped up in his mail interface. Suzhou quickly retrieved the bracelet from his mail. The White Jade clothing bracelet was a non-level accessory that allowed switching between gear and regular clothes with just a thought. This limited edition included 20,000 pieces of high-end, top-brand clothing, ranging from underwear to outerwear, and even featured a magical self-cleaning inscription. When you have money, it's worth buying the limited edition, Suzhou thought contentedly as he put on the bracelet. This kind of auxiliary item could even be used by ordinary people, though the regular version cost only 100,000 amethyst coins. Spending more mainly provided a wider variety of clothing options. For Suzhou now, one skill could earn him a lot of amethyst coins, so he didn't mind this expense. He activated the bracelet, and numerous categories appeared before him. Formal suits, casual wear, home pajamas, hiking gear. Suzhou chose casual wear and picked an outfit he liked. Instantly, his gunslinger gear glowed and transformed into regular casual clothes. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. To his surprise, it was a message from an old classmate, Qin Kursin. Qin Kursin. Suzhou, you've been hiding well, haven't you? Suzhou. Suzhou thought to himself that no one should know about his awakening skill. As a gunslinger, his peers on the street all wore high-collar trench coats and cowboy hats, making them hard to distinguish. He wasn't deliberately hiding. He just wanted to develop slowly and protect himself. Although there were concept gods watching over him in the country, even high-level experts were hard for him to deal with at his current level. Qin Kursin. Did you know your family sponsored the school with a lot of money? I just heard it from the principal. Suzhou, I knew a bit. My parents mentioned they would help me out at school before they went abroad. I thought they just talked to the principal, but I didn't expect it to be a sponsorship. Do you know how much they donated? Qin Kursin. No idea, the principal didn't say. But judging by his expression, it must be a lot. Qin Kursin thought, maybe the rumors were true that rich people like to keep their wealth hidden from their children. Just like Wang Xizong from the Baida group, who only found out later that his family was very wealthy. Qin Kursin, you should ask your family. If you're really a rich second generation, don't forget to treat me to a big meal. Suzhou, don't worry. I'll treat you to a meal at the best Epine restaurant with a 5-star chef someday. After replying to the other party, Suzhou found himself with a lingering question. He had never inquired about his family's financial situation, but given the substantial funds his parents had left him when they went abroad, it seemed the family was quite well off. After all, they could easily afford the billion bullets required to activate his professional mission. Suzhou glanced at the family contact information, but ultimately decided against asking about their finances. He thought to himself, with every one of his skills now at the awakened level, would he still lack money? Perhaps in the future, he could even make his parents part of a new generation of wealthy elites. He imagined taking his parents shopping and introducing them flamboyantly. This is the patriarch. By then, even his aunt Jiang Xia would likely see him in a new light. Thinking of this, Suzhou couldn't help but smile to himself. Returning to Longxiong community, Suzhou stood at the door and heard the noise from the TV in the living room. He changed his shoes and softly said, Annie, I'm back. Walking into the living room, he indeed found his aunt lounging idly on the sofa, snacking while watching TV. Suzhou remembered asking his aunt why she didn't look for a job despite her age, and her response was that she preferred sponging off others and disliked working. Although she occasionally went back to their hometown, she never took Suzhou with her or told him what she was doing. Oh, by the way, Annie, I've completed my professional activation task this year. Suzhou took the opportunity to report. Over the years, he had always used the excuse of honing his shooting skills to explain why he hadn't completed the task sooner. Zhang Xie's expression froze momentarily before she said softly, "Well, it's good that you can activate your profession. In this world where games and reality are fused, ordinary people have a 30 chance of becoming job changers. However, if there are rare and powerful professions in the family, the descendants' chances of awakening rare professions greatly increase." "Annie, which city is our hometown exactly?" Su Zhou asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. His parents had never mentioned any details about their hometown. "Since you've activated your profession, you have to go back to our hometown. You'll understand in a couple of days," Jiang Xie said as she stuffed a strawberry into her mouth. She had originally planned to live a few more years of leisurely life. When Su Zhou's parents asked her to come, it was to take care of him. But in reality, it was Su Zhou who took care of her, cooking most of the meals at home. Jiang Xie looked at the grown-up Su Zhou, feeling a vague, indescribable sensation. She vaguely remembered encountering a very annoying man during her college years. That man was like a demon, always urging her to do this and that, bullying her as an inexperienced student. Strangely, she couldn't recall his exact appearance. Even more puzzling was that her grown-up nephew gave her a similar sense of déjà vu. "Darn it, I'll definitely get back at this lazy ant someday," Su Zhou silently vowed. "Don't wait for someday. Come at me if you get the chance. By the way, what's your activated profession called?" Jiang Xie asked as she started munching on sunflower seeds after finishing the strawberries. "Gunsmith. I'm planning to venture into the arms industry," Su Zhou replied after a moment's thought. He then turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Su Zhou didn't plan to tell his aunt about his decision not to go to college. Now that he was an adult, and his parents had always given him freedom, he decided to live as he pleased. Of course, in this era, going to college as a job changer still had its benefits. Not only could it help build connections for future endeavors, but colleges also offered various combat systems to help job changers adapt to fighting different professions. Graduation projects and theses for job changers were also quite different from those of ordinary students. For instance, a mage's thesis might be on the simplified use of spells, while a technologist's thesis could involve designing high-strength mechs. Although technologists gained the knowledge to build mechs when mastering their skills, advanced technological materials required the resources of a well-established college, and knowing how to build a mech didn't mean one could do it by hand. "Smart kid, hiding something from me, huh?" Jiang Xie could tell that Su Zhou was holding something back. The profession of gunsmith likely had a more specific title, but Su Zhou seemed intent on keeping it vague. Plus, starting dinner so early made it hard not to suspect he was trying to change the subject. Before long, the enticing aroma of garlic sizzling and hot oil wafted from the kitchen. Jiang Xie smiled, thinking, "Nephew, you're still too green to hide anything." She suddenly became interested in what Su Zhou was trying to conceal. Jiang Xie opened her eyes and used her information probing skill on Su Zhou, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, unaware of what was happening. If he saw her now, he would be shocked. It turned out his aunt was also a job changer, with a level exceeding 700. Her powers and skills like hyperspace interference, cosmic turbine, interstellar forge, and electromagnetic matrix were just shy of the top tier. "What's going on? I can't see any information on Su Zhou. How is this possible?" Jiang Xie's face was full of astonishment. She was certain that no job changer in Jiangchuan City could evade her information probing. Jiang Xie furrowed her brows and used her detection skill again. Every item in the room revealed detailed information to her, and even the passersby outside on the sidewalk were not hidden from her view. However, her nephew, Su Zhou, who had just awakened his profession, remained shrouded in mystery. "Could it be that I've been too idle for too long and can't even use my detection skill properly?" Jiang Xie showed a subtle, intriguing expression and decided to intensify her efforts. She closed her eyes slightly, and blue light flowed from her pupils. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a powerful advanced detection skill instantly severed all electromagnetic fields and signals within a 10-mile radius. Her deep gaze, carrying an aura of penetrating everything, once again locked onto Su Zhou, but still found nothing. In the kitchen, Su Zhou suddenly noticed that the range hood had stopped working. Residents and shopkeepers on the street also sensed a brief power outage, but it quickly returned to normal, and no one looked into it further. Jiang Xie retracted her detection skill, lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa with her fingers, her legs crossed. Her expression shifted from relaxed to serious as she pondered silently. Su Zhou might have transitioned into a special and powerful profession with innate information-hiding abilities. Or perhaps he has obtained some rare anti-detection artifact, strong enough that even I can't see through it. At dinner, Su Zhou served a sumptuous feast. Over the years, under his aunt's picky taste, his culinary skills had reached the level of a restaurant chef. Jiang Xie picked up a piece of braised pork and praised. Very good. I used to worry that you'd have trouble finding a job without a profession, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Su Zhou looked at his aunt helplessly. Don't think that just because you praised me, I won't tell my mom that you've never cooked. Jiang Xie laughed and picked up another piece of meat. Don't sweat the details. Isn't your cooking partly thanks to me? After dinner, Jiang Xie took a black card out of her bag and pushed it towards Su Zhou. This is a guild application card from a friend of mine. Consider it payment for the meal. Su Zhou took the card with some skepticism, and when he saw the information on it, he was stunned. Guild application card. Guild Mechanical Metropolis. Level 12. Highest reputation. World renowned. Guild funding. 10 trillion purple crystal coins a year. Guild strength. 100 members at level 700. Guild technology. Electromagnetic proton bomb. Heavy radium fission device. Stellar simulator reactor. Gravitational polarization beam. Effect. This application card issued by the Mechanical Metropolis Guild allows you to view the general information of the guild. With this card, you have the qualification to apply to the Mechanical Metropolis Guild. Top guild application card? Annie. Who is this friend of yours? Su Zhou looked at Jiang Xie with curiosity sparkling in his eyes. This seemingly ordinary little card was a rare and priceless item outside. Jiang Xie elegantly brushed her hair aside, looking quite smug. There are plenty of people chasing after your aunt. This is nothing. Su Zhou silently ignored his aunt's boasting. Although Jiang Xie was indeed attractive, perhaps due to their familial ties, he always felt that this lazy woman would have a hard time finding a good match. After dinner, Su Zhou returned to his room, turned on his computer, and began researching detailed information about the Mechanic City Guild. He knew that joining a top guild had many benefits, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. Now was the perfect opportunity to find out more. Su Zhou's impression of the guild mainly came from discussions in his class group chat. Those classmates who had already graduated were either busy job hunting or, if they were job changers, looking for a suitable guild. Some classmates managed to join a level 5 guild and were as excited as if they had passed a major exam in the old days. And now he had the chance to join a level 12 guild, which was exhilarating just to think about. After a thorough search, Su Zhou found basic information about the Mechanic City Guild online. The Mechanic City Guild, established at the dawn of the game reality fusion, is managed under the Tianlong Nation and is one of the top 3 guilds in the country. The guild boasts over 2,000 fifth transition experts and is involved in various industries. Guild members enjoy numerous benefits, including free access to all entertainment and dining facilities owned by the guild, free use of nationwide teleportation portals, and substantial year-end bonuses based on rank and status. Additionally, members receive a halo bonus from the top guild when hunting monsters. Most importantly, if a guild member is maliciously killed by an outsider, the entire Mechanic City Guild will seek revenge at all costs. No wonder job changers from all over are desperate to get in. Su Zhou couldn't help but marvel at the benefits listed. The public perks alone were staggering, let alone any confidential ones. Moreover, since the guild was part of the Tianlong Nation's enterprises, joining it was akin to securing a golden job. Most crucially, the safety of guild members was greatly assured. Su Zhou decided to apply for this top domestic guild the very next day. After all, he couldn't pass up the chance to benefit from the top guild's enhancements. As night deepened, the moon rose and fell, and the stars shifted. The next morning, as dawn broke, Su Zhou got up to make breakfast. Knowing that his aunt, the Lazybones, was still asleep, he started eating on his own as usual. While enjoying his breakfast and browsing the news, a headline on the screen caught his attention. The titles looked strangely familiar. Shocking. Goblin exam, secret realm collapses, due to awakening ultimate move. Editor lists the crimes of goblin monsters. Death Knight's head found in Blackrock volcano. Mysterious strongman's bullet compared to a nuke. 100 consecutive wins. I am the king. Netizens beg for Strongman Joe's contact information. Foreigners show you the world. Yesterday's big news from Tianlong Nation and how job changers abroad reacted. 100 Decay, Sky City. Cyber monster appears in Witch's Forest. Battle ends in self-destruction. These news stories dominated various platforms, with bloggers and marketing accounts all jumping on the bandwagon. My mecha video is on here? Su Zhou was shocked and quickly clicked on the high-traffic news. He realized that someone had filmed him piloting Cyber Guanyin. To his amusement, his battle mecha had been mistaken for a high-tech monster from the Celestial map. Great, now all this online buzz is about me, Su Zhou thought to himself, glancing at the comment section. Netizens were fervently discussing the mysterious sharpshooter from yesterday's news. This is epic. Finally, our gunner class has a top-tier player to look up to. 100 consecutive wins in the arena. What kind of monster took down our strongest first transition national team? The appearance of a formidable player at Blackrock Volcano and a champion with 100 consecutive wins in the arena has caused quite a stir. Many players are speculating that these two might be the same person. As a member of yesterday's 100-player squad at Blackrock Volcano, I witnessed this powerhouse's astonishing performance firsthand. His skills were not only formidable, but his marksmanship was also incredibly precise. An elite, umbrella lowly monster was utterly defenseless against his basic attacks and was instantly killed. This mysterious expert's gear and appearance quickly became a hot topic. His purple robe and unique outfit sparked a wave of imitation. The market's Purple Moon set was sold out, and prices skyrocketed. I deeply regret not stocking up earlier to make a fortune. Recalling the sensation caused by the Sanctuary Angel in Eagle Nation not long ago, it's surprising that we now have a potentially even stronger super player in our own country. Some speculate that this player, named Zhou Shu, might be comparable to the legendary talents in the Shadow Tower of the virtual divine realm. This has led many to believe that we might soon surpass Bear Nation and Eagle Nation in terms of strength. Zhou Shu's astounding performance yesterday quickly spread across the internet, sparking heated discussions. His gear combinations became the new trend overnight. Major guilds and organizations scrambled to recruit him, and public opinion both domestically and internationally was abuzz. As the person at the center of all this, Zhou Shu couldn't help but feel a bit proud, but he quickly regained his composure. He realized that such a commotion would inevitably attract attention from all sides. While domestic strong players might have good intentions, foreign forces could very well investigate him covertly. No country would remain indifferent to another nation producing a top-tier class player. Despite possessing an awakening skill, Zhou Shu didn't believe he could yet defeat the world's top experts. He estimated that his current awakening skill had power equivalent to an 8th or 9th transformation, which wasn't enough for him to protect himself at will. Even the Mechanized City Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in Tianlong Nation, had over 100 players above level 700. And Tianlong Nation's overall strength was only ranked 3rd in the world, with Bear Nation and Eagle Nation having far more class players. Zhou Shu resolved to quickly enhance his strength. Considering the guild's connection to his aunt's friend, joining it wouldn't put him at a disadvantage. Now that he had reached his 2nd transformation, it was a perfect time to learn more powerful skills. Before heading out, Zhou Shu remembered this crucial matter. With his 2nd transformation breakthrough, his skill tree had unlocked more powerful abilities. As a 1,000 gunslinger in his 2nd transformation, his skills would become more comprehensive. Zhou Shu slowly opened his skill tree, and a brand new awakening skill appeared before his eyes. The Machinarium Guild, a powerful organization with branches in all major provinces, had a presence even in Jiangchuan City. As Su Zhou arrived at the area where the branch was located, he was greeted by a grand sight of majestic, castle-like mechanical structure that stood tall, resembling the head of a giant ancient mechanical titan. 2 large chimneys at the top continuously puffed out white steam, adding an air of mystery to the steampunk-style building. Rumors circulated online that this mechanical castle could transform into a mechanical giant. Although the truth of this claim was uncertain, it undoubtedly added to the guild's mystique. At this moment, the guild's main gate had not yet opened, but a crowd had already gathered outside. These well-dressed individuals were obviously of high status, yet they waited patiently. Curious, Su Zhou inquired and learned that most of these people were wealthy elites from Jiang province, willing to spend a fortune to secure even a peripheral membership in the guild for their recently graduated children. This realization hit Su Zhou like a revelation. No wonder the Machinarium Guild's annual military expenditure exceeded $1 trillion. Countless wealthy individuals were eager to throw money at the guild every year. However, the guild's requirements were extremely stringent. Even with substantial donations, there was no guarantee their children would be accepted. Just then, a skinny, rod-like information broker approached, his eyes catching the limited edition wristband on Su Zhou's arm. "Hey there, young man. Are you also here to join the Machinarium?" the broker asked tentatively. Noticing the broker's gaze fixed on his wristband, Su Zhou remained cautious. "Yes, why? I have some insider information. If you're interested, we can talk more," the broker said in a low voice. Intrigued yet wary, Su Zhou asked, "What kind of insider information? Can you give me a preview to see if it's worth my time?" The broker leaned in closer and whispered, "I see you're quite dashing and affluent, probably a top university graduate looking to join the guild, right? Let me tell you, several descendants of the guild elders have just graduated from the Imperial Military University and are joining the guild this year. If you join now, you'll likely be colleagues with these influential 2nd-generation elites. You have money, they have power. Together, you'd be unstoppable. I have some insider tips on how to get selected. Just a small fee, and the information is yours." He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together meaningfully. Su Zhou understood immediately. Even the elders' descendants had to start from the bottom to avoid internal discord within the guild. Joining this year did indeed mean possibly encountering these so-called 2nd-generation elites. "Interesting information, but it's not worth my money," Suzhou declined politely, feeling relieved to have his application card. The broker, slightly annoyed, didn't dare cause a scene in front of the wealthy elite and left grudgingly. Soon, the grand gates of the mechanical castle slowly opened. Two guild members, clad in legendary gear, stepped out, their expressions haughty, paying no heed to the elite crowd. Those with an application card or a guild member's invitation can enter first, one of them announced. If you're looking to secure a spot through sponsorship, present your sponsorship plans later. I'll handle the initial review. Immediately, most people took out their prepared sponsorship plans, hoping to gain the guild's favor. A few with invitations entered the castle directly. At this moment, the skinny broker approached a well-dressed, middle-aged man, pulling him aside to whisper, "Sir, I have insider information on the most needed sponsorship projects for the Machinarium Guild right now. Buy this intel from me, and you're guaranteed to succeed. If it doesn't work, I'll refund you." The middle-aged man scrutinized him. "I just want to know if it works. The amount you're asking for is not an issue. This info is 100 legit," the broker assured confidently. "All right, I'll buy it," the man decided after a moment's thought. "Smart choice, sir. Some young folks don't understand how hard it is to get into a top guild like this. Just wait and see. Those who didn't buy my info won't get in," the broker boasted, handing over the intel. "Is that young man one of them?" the middle-aged man asked, pointing at Suzhou, who was heading towards the guild gate. "Yes, that's him. He has no idea how tough it is to get into a top guild," the broker confirmed. As the two watched, Suzhou reached the gate and took out a black card from his storage bracelet. The guild member's haughty expressions changed to respectful ones instantly upon seeing the card. Suzhou entered the Machinarium Guild effortlessly. "What was that card? You said he wouldn't get in," the middle-aged man questioned, puzzled. The broker was stunned, his hand trembling as he dropped the intel packet. "A black gold application card. What the heck, who is this guy?" He was flabbergasted. As an industry insider, he knew that the Machinarium Guild issued application cards in different colors annually, with black representing the highest level. Anyone holding such a card had close ties with the guild's top echelons. "What's the matter?" the middle-aged man asked, bringing him back to reality. Nothing," the broker stammered, picking up the packet and handing it over before making a hasty exit. He mistakenly assumed Suzhou was one of the guild elders' descendants, thinking he was lucky not to have angered someone so influential. Inside the mechanical castle, Suzhou was surprised to find that the robots granted him unusually high access privileges. Others who entered with invitations did not receive such treatment. Suzhou took out the black card, puzzled. The application card his aunt had given him felt more like an SVIP pass. At the recruitment site of the Mechanical City Guild, a massive electronic holographic wall flickered with countless mission orders. The guild's recruitment officer stood before the crowd, announcing loudly, "The tasks displayed on this screen are your entry tests. You can choose missions based on your abilities. Completing any one of them will grant you entry into our guild. The higher the difficulty, the more guild points you will earn." The 30 or so young men and women present held their breath. Although they had gained entry through invitation letters and application cards, the real challenge was just beginning. The Mechanical City Guild was known for its strict standards, never tolerating incompetence. The crowd scrutinized the task list carefully. Each mission order had a skull icon in the lower right corner, ranging from 1 to 10 skulls, indicating increasing levels of difficulty. Someone exclaimed, "Hunting the Golden Griffin Lord in the Northwest alone? That's way too dangerous." Another person added, "Look at this one, there's a task to resist evil spirits. Those powerful entities could easily cost you your life." The air was thick with tension and excitement. Someone muttered, "It feels like the tasks here are either hard or extremely hard. Probably only geniuses from top military academies could complete them." However, many were psyching themselves up, saying, "No matter what, we have to try. This is a top-tier guild. We can't miss this opportunity." As the crowd hesitated, a 10-skull difficulty task was suddenly taken. All eyes were on the holographic screen. Mission: head to the northeastern border and team up with guild members there to fend off an invasion of evil spirits. Coordinates: 21542, 8750. Difficulty: Skull 10. The task was accepted by a young man named Suzhou. He calmly walked up to the recruitment officer to confirm the mission. The officer, with a tone of admiration, said, "Excellent. Here is your temporary guild ID. You can use the teleportation array shortly to head to the northeastern border. The local branch will brief you on your next steps." Suzhou nodded and asked before leaving, "Since there's a guild branch over there, can I submit the completed mission directly to them?" "Of course, as long as the branch staff is available," the officer affirmed. After leaving the mechanical fortress, Suzhou found a secluded corner and opened his information panel to study new awakening skills. As a second-tier profession, the multi-layer gunner, he had gained several auxiliary skills compared to his first tier. The Eye of Apocalypse caught his attention. Your eyeball will be transformed into the Eye of Apocalypse, allowing for long-distance observation, ignoring levels and information concealment to view target details. Cost 5 billion purple crystal coins to learn. Awesome, another passive skill that doesn't consume mental energy. Su Zhou thought, delighted by the convenience of the mechanic's modifications. He continued browsing and soon found another useful skill, bullet time. All objects will appear slowed in your vision. By choosing how much mental energy to consume per second, you can control the slowdown rate. Cost 5 billion purple crystal coins to learn. Su Zhou was very pleased with this skill, which could be used both defensively and offensively. Although the cost of skills had increased after his second-tier upgrade, he currently had 13 billion purple crystal coins, enough to learn both skills. He nodded to himself, readying for the upcoming mission. The concept of bullet time is as magical as the slow-motion bullet effect seen in the movie The Matrix. Su Zhou felt his mental energy regenerating at a rate of 100 points per second. Realizing this meant he could perceive the world around him at a 100 times slower pace without any expenditure. He couldn't help but imagine the scene. Actions that were usually as quick as lightning would appear slow and graceful to him. Even the speed of light would seem like a snail's crawl. Is this the charm of the multi-layer gunner? Su Zhou's heart raced with excitement. He looked forward to the interesting professions he might encounter after his third transformation and the subsequent massive boost in attributes. Thinking about how his starting line had already surpassed others' finish lines, Su Zhou couldn't help but dream about the future. Just how powerful would he become when he reached the final level? Arriving at the outskirts of the city, Su Zhou saw a dark, eerie wormhole in the void one of the city's teleportation array areas. A crowd had gathered around, waiting for the next wave of teleportation to begin. Where would you like to be teleported? We charge according to the distance, a staff member asked. Su Zhou noticed the emblem of the Mechanical Maze Guild nearby and had an idea. He took out his temporary ID card and asked, "Can I get a free pass with this?" Although he hadn't officially joined the guild yet, he wanted to test the online claims about the guild member benefits. The staff member carefully inspected the card and then smiled warmly. "Let me check. The teleportation array will activate in 5 minutes. Please wait a moment." This scene drew envious glances from those around, highlighting the prestige of being a member of the Mechanical Maze Guild. Using the waiting time, Su Zhou started researching the monsters at the northeastern border. It was the front line in the battle against evil spirits, where the monsters' level started at 100, but the experience points were astonishingly high. Su Zhou made a mental plan. After completing the guild tasks, he would also level up to his third transformation. Maching, a border city with over 2 million permanent residents, is surrounded by a massive blue barrier. Occasionally, monsters attack the barrier, causing ripples, but they are firmly repelled. At this moment, the entire area is under fierce attack from evil spirits and numerous monsters, with battles raging outside the city. In a flash of light, Su Zhou appeared out of nowhere in this area. He quickly noticed a sign for the Mechanics Guild outpost nearby, where many young people had gathered. It was clear they had come from other provinces to take on tasks and hoped to join the Mechanics Guild. "Hey brother, did you also take the task to resist the evil spirit invasion? Come, sit here." A man in a blue mage robe waved at Su Zhou from inside the outpost. Others echoed the invitation, welcoming him to join their conversation. Su Zhou approached the group, looking around at the 20 or so young men and women sitting together. He asked, "Does anyone know the specifics of our task later?" "We need to escort supplies to the main base at the front line in an hour," a young man replied. "You arrived just in time. If you had missed this, you'd have to wait until tonight for a new escort mission at the outpost. It's still safe in the city, but once we leave, there are monster attacks everywhere." "This wave of evil spirits and monsters in Maching is no small matter," another person added. "That's nothing. The real powerful monsters are on the front lines. If it weren't for them, this protective barrier wouldn't hold up," others chimed in. Hearing this, Su Zhou asked, "Why don't the transfer storage bracelets of the frontline combatants have enough supplies, requiring us to escort them?" The answer was that the space within a 100-mile radius outside the city was directly affected by the aura of the Lord Monster. Under such conditions, storage bracelets, trading interfaces, and even teleportation devices were all locked and unusable. Unless the Lord was killed, the only way to transport supplies was by the most primitive means. A sharp-looking man turned to Su Zhou and asked, "By the way, what's your name? Which combat academy or family are you from?" "My name is Su Zhou. I'm just self-taught. Nothing worth mentioning," Su Zhou replied nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the attitude of those around him noticeably cooled. The once warm atmosphere instantly dissipated, and no one took the initiative to talk to him anymore. Clearly, in the eyes of these prestigious combat academy graduates or noble descendants, someone like Su Zhou was not worth befriending. Su Zhou didn't mind. He quietly found a spacious corner to sit down. He knew that relationships based on status and connections were inherently unstable. While everyone was still discussing the upcoming escort mission, a tall, frosty-faced female paladin appeared, causing a stir. She was Jiang Linglong, a graduate of the Imperial Military Academy, and evidently very famous. Su Zhou's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her because Jiang Linglong's appearance was strikingly similar to his aunt's, except she lacked the lazy cheerfulness, replaced by a sharp coldness. Jiang Linglong's jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and a captivating tear mole adorned the corner of her peach blossom eyes. Her delicate features exuded a heroic aura that commanded respect. Linglong, I'm from the school next to yours. I lost to you in 3 moves at the inter-school combatant tournament. Do you remember me? A young man approached her with a flattering tone. Others quickly followed suit, trying to get close to her. I don't remember, Jiang Linglong replied indifferently, saying no more. However, the crowd did not give up despite her coldness. After all, she was the granddaughter of a high-ranking elder in the Mechanics Guild, a rare sight. Hey, why are you staring at me? Jiang Linglong suddenly glanced at Su Zhou, her tone displeased. This startled everyone present, and they all looked at Su Zhou. Ahem, it's mainly because Linglong is just too beautiful. A square-faced man quickly intervened, fearing Su Zhou might offend Jiang Linglong and lose his chance to join the Mechanics Guild. You look a lot like someone I know, Su Zhou replied bluntly. This statement made everyone gasp, thinking his approach was too bold. Jiang Linglong just gave Su Zhou a sidelong glance and didn't pursue it further. Realizing she couldn't be his aunt, Su Zhou stopped looking. But Jiang Linglong's resemblance to his aunt left him with lingering doubts, which he temporarily set aside. The atmosphere quickly returned to normal, and Su Zhou thanked the square-faced man for his help. The man quietly advised him, that was nothing, but Jiang Linglong is proud and doesn't like interacting with unfamiliar men. You should be careful in the future. Su Zhou nodded silently and prepared to rest his eyes. The young men and women around him resumed their lively conversation, shifting from post-graduation plans to recent big news. By the way, have you heard about the mysterious gunslinger that appeared in the country recently? Someone suddenly brought up. Are you talking about the gunsmith from Blackrock Volcano? A young man spoke excitedly, catching the attention of those around him. I still can't believe Itone, awakened skill, wiped out the entire Blackrock Volcano. Even the elders in my uncle's guild don't have such powerful awakened skills. The crowd nodded in agreement, their discussions growing louder. Someone mentioned the sanctified angel from the Eagle Nation, often boasted about by their foreign classmates. However, everyone present agreed that the mysterious gunsmith's prowess far surpassed that of the sanctified angel. Even top-tier classes like angels can't match the power of that skill we saw in the news, another student remarked in awe. As the conversation continued, the topic shifted to guild choices after graduation. I was torn about which guild to join, but after seeing that mysterious gunsmith, I decided on the Mech City Guild, one person said looking around. Technology, magic, and physical prowess, the 3 top guilds each represent a pinnacle. I bet our tech faction will dominate in the future. Seizing the moment, a young man turned to Jiang Linglong with a question. Senior Linglong, do you have any information about that gunsmith? I saw a lot of discussions this morning suggesting they might be connected to Mech City. Jiang Linglong crossed her arms, her expression calm. I don't know if this person is related to Mech City Guild, she replied, pausing briefly before adding. But the guild is very interested in this emerging gunsmith. And so am I. Her words drew curious glances from those around her. Some quickly realized that Mech City Guild had already started searching for this powerful individual. The other 2 top guilds were likely doing the same. At that moment, a guild member at the door reminded everyone, all prospective members, prepare yourselves. We depart in 5 minutes. Once we leave the city, you'll experience the suppression effect of the external lord's might. Get ready now. Hearing this, everyone stood up to make their final preparations. Jiang Linglong raised her wrist, and her storage bracelet emitted a faint glow. In an instant, she was clad in a custom set of dual attribute gear, drawing gasps of admiration from those around her. Senior Linglong, have you reached the 4th advancement? Someone asked, noticing the faint golden-red glow of her equipment, especially the 4th advancement accessory around her neck. Jiang Linglong responded calmly, it's no big deal. She briefly explained that her family held high positions in Mech City, making a 4-year advancement a given for her. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel at her rapid progression. For most, reaching the 2nd advancement by graduation was impressive, but Jiang Linglong had already achieved the 4th advancement at such a young age. Among the crowd, Su Zhou observed quietly, internally remarking, I'm glad I didn't go to a combat university. 4 advancements in 4 years? If I were there, who knows how many advancements I'd have made in that time. He discreetly activated the Eye of Revelation to check Jiang Linglong's detailed stats. The information revealed that Jiang Linglong was not only at the peak of the 4th advancement as a Sage Angel, but also equipped with an array of powerful gear and skills. Suzhou was deeply impressed and resolved. Once we leave the city, I need to hunt more beasts to level up. Since the world's top geniuses reach the peak of their fourth job advancement at this age, Suzhou, possessing a divine-level profession, naturally cannot fall behind. The fourth job advancement is a significant hurdle, even for experts who may find themselves stuck at this stage. Each job advancement is far more challenging than the previous level, requiring the job changer to exhibit prowess far beyond their current level. Not everyone is like Suzhou, who can effortlessly tackle the highly difficult job advancement tasks. In his final moments of preparation, Suzhou spent 50 million purple crystal coins to purchase a new Weaponal Legacy Diamond Revolver. This level 60 weapon boasts unlimited ammunition, 310 to all attributes, and a 110 increase in firing speed. The gun's body is crafted with an intricate design of 8 hearts, 8 arrows, and 8 diamonds, exuding ultimate luxury and dazzling brilliance. Suzhou holstered the diamond revolver at his waist, thinking to himself, as a firearms expert, my shooting capabilities far surpass those of archers. The best part of this profession is that once you choose a fast-firing gun, all you need to do is pull the trigger. Suddenly, the call of a guild member summoning the newcomers rang out. Gather up, everyone gather up. The next task was to safely escort supplies to the forward base with the help of these new recruits. Suzhou followed the crowd to the station's entrance, where 20 mountain camel beasts were lined up neatly, each the size of a truck and resembling giant tortoises. Their shells could open to store and protect the supplies. Suzhou and his group spread out, taking on the responsibility of protecting the mountain camel beasts and the supplies. Many were secretly pleased, knowing that the inclusion of the genius Zhang Linglong greatly increased their safety. The guild leader led the group to the city gate, where the gatekeeper shouted loudly from the gate tower, "Activate the light screen." Immediately, the massive rare metal gate slowly opened, and part of the light screen at the gate's entrance disappeared. The scene that unfolded before them was one of devastation. Ruins and monster carcasses scattered everywhere. The leader, seeing this, promptly ordered, "Exit the city quickly." The area outside the city was littered with the carcasses of ferocious beasts. These monstrous bodies were strewn haphazardly beyond the city walls, creating a gruesome spectacle. This was the work of the border soldiers who had cleared the area, while Suzhou and his companions waited inside the city. The guild members responsible for transporting supplies were visibly tense, urging their camel beasts to swiftly leave the city. They were acutely aware of the urgency. If they didn't exit the city quickly, the beasts could return, making it impossible to leave. To their surprise, the process of leaving the city went smoothly, and they felt a sense of relief. Once they had traveled 2 miles beyond Mo City, they began to relax slightly. Their initial worry that a monster attack would damage the supplies had not materialized. If the supplies were damaged, it would not only mean the failure of this guild mission, but also end their chances of joining the Mechanical Maze Guild. A guild member leading the way reminded everyone to stay vigilant, as there were many challenges ahead. Previous supply missions had failed multiple times due to monster attacks en route. This time, the guild elder's granddaughter, Jiang Linglong, was personally overseeing the mission, partly because this route had seen repeated failures and needed the support of a powerful professional. As the team entered a dense forest of giant trees, danger struck suddenly. Hiding in the underbrush and thick branches, wild beasts launched a ferocious attack. The air filled with roars as hundreds of beasts charged at the supply convoy. The team guarding the camel beasts was prepared, quickly using their skills to fend off the attackers. A square-faced man and Suzhou were tasked with protecting the rear of the convoy. During the chaotic battle, the square-faced man was astonished to find that Suzhou's abilities far exceeded everyone's expectations. "Brother Su, your marksmanship is impressive," the square-faced man genuinely praised. As a top student from Tiandu University, he had struggled to kill the monsters, while Suzhou effortlessly dispatched them with a few shots from his diamond revolver. "My skills are nothing special, so I focus more on basic attacks," Suzhou replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. In truth, these minor monsters were no challenge for him. In this world, armor-piercing weapons were extremely rare, but his wing slaughter effect granted his bullets 100 armor-piercing capability, making each basic attack deal true damage, far surpassing the power of top-tier professions. "We're fortunate to have Sister Linglong with us. That monster wolf king that charged at us just now was instantly taken down." One of the members at the front couldn't help but praise Jiang Linglong. Already esteemed and powerful, Jiang Linglong's prowess seemed even more formidable in their eyes. Suddenly, the jingling of bells was heard, as the bells on the camel beasts' necks began to shake uneasily. The convoy had reached a fork in the road, with 2 paths leading to the front lines. One was a shortcut, faster but potentially more dangerous. The other was a main road, slower but safer. The camel beasts abruptly stopped, snorting hot air from their nostrils. These domesticated beasts were known for their ability to sense danger. The team quickly realized that a powerful monster was likely ahead, but its exact location was unknown, leaving them to rely on their experience. This is bad luck having to make a choice so soon, the guild leader muttered, frowning. The road to the front lines had many forks, and choosing the right one was a matter of life and death. Previous supply missions often failed due to wrong decisions at the last few forks. They hadn't expected to face such a choice so soon. Why don't we take the main road? It might be slower, but we can't afford to lose any supplies. How do you know the main road is safe? It just has a lower chance of encountering monsters. We should take the shortcut. Speed is crucial to prevent any further complications. We only know there's a powerful monster ahead, not its exact location. Everyone voiced their opinions, engaging in a heated debate. Su Zhou thought to himself, this is a simple matter. He quietly activated his Eye of Revelation, an auxiliary awakening skill that allowed him to see all information and observe over long distances. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate space, uncovering everything. Su Zhou carefully observed the paths ahead. He found that the shortcut was clear of beasts, while the main road had monsters lying in wait to ambush passing professionals. In fact, another guild supply convoy had already met with disaster on the main road. Brother Su, what are you doing? The square-faced man asked, noticing Su Zhou standing still. His impression of Su Zhou had greatly improved, seeing him as a mysterious expert. He wanted to ask for Su Zhou's opinion, but noticed he seemed to be in a strange state. Just as Su Zhou was about to come up with an excuse, he had a sudden inspiration. He took a deep breath and said, I was just smelling the air. There's a scent of blood coming from the main road. It doesn't feel right. Holy crap, bro. You have this kind of talent? The man with the square face exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Su Zhou had just mentioned that he smelled the scent of blood in the air, shocking everyone present. Some immediately drew a connection to the legendary Tanjiro from a neighboring island nation, who was known for his incredibly sharp sense of smell that allowed him to make astounding judgments. Su Zhou's ability seemed even more impressive. Facing everyone's astonishment, Su Zhou humbly shook his head. I can't be sure. I can only make an educated guess. His tone carried a hint of hesitation, which was uncharacteristic of him. The reason for Su Zhou's caution was that he had noticed a girl in the team who resembled his aunt and was associated with the Mechanical Guild. This made him particularly keen to join the Mechanic City Guild smoothly and avoid any mishaps on this mission. The man with the square face stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Your guess is better than random speculation. It's worth a try if there's some basis to it. With that, he quickly reported the situation to the team leader. The news spread quickly through the team, and everyone started discussing Su Zhou's unique ability. Some well-informed individuals mentioned encountering similarly gifted people in other countries, while others were skeptical of this mystical sense of smell. Are you kidding me? I can't smell anything. Exactly, if you could transform into an animal with a keen sense of smell, that would make more sense. But if you're wrong, this isn't a joke. I support Su Zhou. Don't underestimate someone with a gift. I had a senior at Battle University whose hearing was so sharp he could detect monsters moving 3 miles away by placing his ear to the ground. The arguments continued, with some worried that Su Zhou's judgment might lead to a loss of supplies, while others believed it was worth a try since there was some basis for it. The guide from the guild was getting increasingly frustrated, knowing that if the judgment was wrong, they would bear the greater responsibility as the person in charge. In the midst of this chaos, all eyes naturally turned to Jiang Linglong, the daughter of a high-ranking elder in the guild. Everyone hoped she would make the final decision. Enough! Jiang Linglong's soft but firm command instantly quieted the noisy crowd. She looked at Su Zhou, noticing how he often stole glances at her. After a brief moment of thought, she made her decision. Let's go with Su Zhou's suggestion. We don't know what lies ahead anyway. Jiang Linglong's words were like a calming pill, easing the tension in everyone's hearts. With time running short, the team quickly drove the camel-like beasts and headed down the smaller path. After traversing the small path, they found that it indeed did not lead to any powerful beasts. Considering the previous unease of the camel-like beasts, the other route must have been fraught with danger. Only then did everyone realize they had chosen the right path, or rather, Su Zhou's judgment had been correct. Shortly after the group passed through the narrow path, they encountered another fork in the road. The Tuashan beast halted, showing signs of unease. With his keen sense of smell, Su Zhou once again accurately pointed out the safe path. His judgments had helped everyone successfully avoid danger 3 times in a row. The sound of bells jingled, and this time the Tuashan beast was not just uneasy but trembling with fear. 5 paths leading to the battlefield lay ahead. Instinctively, everyone turned to Su Zhou, as if it had become a conditioned reflex. The middle one, Su Zhou indicated with a slight nod. The others, hearing this, were overjoyed and set off eagerly. Haven't you doubted Su Zhou's judgment before? a man said smugly to his companion. Being one of the first to support Su Zhou, he felt particularly proud at this moment. I admit I was short-sighted before. This guy's nose is really something else. His companion replied with an embarrassed smile, acknowledging Su Zhou's repeated accurate judgments. Nonetheless, he was secretly relieved. After all, no one wants to encounter unexpected dangers. Zhang Linglong glanced at Su Zhou as they walked, recalling the young man who often watched her. She took a deep breath, trying to smell anything, but caught nothing. As a recognized genius at school, this was the first time she felt inferior to someone else. The guild's guide member wiped the sweat from his forehead, silently grateful for Su Zhou's help in avoiding danger. Otherwise, this batch of supplies would have been destroyed long ago. He couldn't help but wonder if a large number of beasts had broken through the blockade. The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. As a non-combatant with only a third-year level, if that were the case, it meant the frontline situation was dire. As the group approached the front line, the sounds of intense explosions grew clearer. The forward base had been reduced to ruins, with various creatures' limbs scattered everywhere. A horde of fish-like monsters wielding magical tridents launched relentless attacks in all directions. Bubbles filled the air, each one bursting into a massive explosion that sent frontline fighters flying. The monsters have breached our camp. Everyone move to support. The guild guide's pupils contracted as he shouted. Everyone immediately drew their weapons, ready for battle. Although Zhang Linglong hadn't inherited the technological prowess of the mech city lineage, she had perfectly integrated exoskeleton technology with her angelic profession, becoming a combat angel. She activated her mech armor, transforming into a golden lightning bolt as she charged into the camp. Drawing her golden broadsword, she unleashed dozens of blessing auras and buffs in an instant. Countless crescent-shaped golden sword auras whistled out, forcing the fish monsters to scatter in a desperate attempt to avoid the angel's judgment. Zhang Linglong unfolded her nano wings, raised her long sword, and drew a golden square in the area where the fish monsters fled. The field, covering the size of a football field, quickly shrank to less than 10 meters, trapping all the fish monsters like a net. They were then obliterated by a swarm of crescent-shaped golden sword auras. The onlookers couldn't help but cheer for Zhang Linglong. At full strength, she was like a majestic and formidable humanoid combat angel. It's not over yet, Zhang Linglong said, plunging her golden broadsword into the ground. A magical array depicting the sun, moon, and stars appeared around the sword. From the array, a colossal heaven fortress cannon, the size of a giant truck, slowly emerged. The perfect fusion of magic and technology made the cannon appear exceptionally majestic. White magical feathers floated down from the sky. Each time a feather touched the ground, a celestial melody played. Hallelujah! The ethereal song formed a grand choral symphony as the feathers continued to fall. Elegant, truly elegant, a male fighter exclaimed, deeply impressed by Zhang Linglong's presence. A woman who fights with her own background music is extraordinary. The Heaven Fortress cannon activated its auto-targeting function, continuously firing at the monster hordes. It absorbed light elements from the surroundings, converting them into magical shells, entering an infinite fire mode. Zhang Linglong continued to unleash dazzling golden sword auras, each strike easily cutting through a dozen fish monsters. She showed no mercy, even to the lowliest of fish monsters. Inspired, the others also charged forward to join the battle. The remaining fighters in the camp, seeing the reinforcements arrive, were moved to tears. Reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements have finally arrived. Just then, the distant sound of thunderous footsteps echoed. An army of 40,000 fish monsters was advancing once again. Their scouts had already detected the arrival of human reinforcements. Upon the report from the Murloc Lord, the other soldiers quickly assembled, determined to break through this front line. As elite leaders under the command of the great Kurg the Malevolent, they were now unstoppable, as if the roles of hunter and monster had been reversed. Charge! This time we will defeat them. A battle cry echoed across the battlefield, invigorating the frontline fighters who launched a fierce counterattack. A massive battle erupted once again within the camp, with smoke and the sounds of war filling the air. Without hesitation, Su Zhou drew his weapons and charged into the horde of monsters like a bolt of lightning. His dual pistols spat fire, and shell casings rained down like a storm. His impeccable aim combined with the armor-piercing power of his bullets turned him into a reaper, harvesting the lives of monsters. You have slain a level 150 blind Murloc, gaining 25,543 experience points. You have slain a level 150 Voodoo Murloc, gaining 24,635 experience points. You have slain a level 150 Tie Collar Murloc, gaining 24,390 experience points. System notifications rang out continuously, accompanied by the joyous news of leveling up. Congratulations, you have reached level 68. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunner class. Congratulations, you have reached level 69. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunner class. On the battlefield, Suzhou moved with unmatched agility and precision. His dual pistols were like Gatling guns, sweeping across the entire battlefield. With the coordinated efforts of the other fighters, the invading monsters were soon annihilated. As the battle subsided, guild members carrying supplies arrived and urgently inquired about the situation. What happened? The monsters reached the camp base. Where are the other high-ranking members? The high-ranking members are at the front lines, fighting Kurg. That's how the monsters broke through the blockade and got here, explained one of the guild members in the camp. During this brief exchange, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. A fishbone cannonball shot out with blinding speed, striking a guild member and obliterating half of their body. Everyone realized that the battle was far from over. Hidden in the shadows, terrifying sniper-like monsters were still lurking. More fishbone cannonballs followed, launching a fierce attack on the fighters. Dodging visible threats was one thing, but these hidden snipers were far more dangerous than the previous monsters. Ah! Screams echoed all around. Adding to their misfortune, a new wave of Murloc forces appeared on the horizon. These Murlocs were all enhanced by malevolent spirits, far stronger than ordinary monsters. The fighters rushed forward to repel the monsters, but the lightning-fast fishbone cannonballs from afar were nearly impossible to evade. Let me see what kind of monsters you are, Suzhou said, his eyes widening as he traced the trajectory of the shots. Activating his eye of revelation, he discovered dozens of mechanical pufferfish Murlocs perched on a distant mountain, 10 kilometers away. The monster information appeared. Name: Elite Mechanical Pufferfish Murloc. Level: 200. Attack: 28,432. Physical Defense: 5,371. Magic Defense: 6,288. Skills: Ultra Super Fishbone Cannon, Advanced Perception, Advanced Lock-On. Description: These Murlocs have been transformed from ordinary pufferfish into sniper specialists. Their lifelong talent is dedicated to the art of sniping, and their Ultra Super Fishbone Cannon is unrivaled. These pufferfish Murlocs, now the size of cars, continued to inflate as they sucked in more air. Then, with a sudden exhale, they launched a new wave of ferocious attacks. They identified a human woman in armor as the strongest presence on the battlefield. Following the principle of targeting the most prominent threat, most of the monsters locked onto Jiang Linglong. Whoosh! 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 Rows of ultra-fast fishbone bullets shot out at 10 times the speed of sound. Jiang Linglong, having been the most outstanding combatant earlier, became the primary target of the fishbone cannons. Sensing the danger, she quickly raised her golden broadsword to block the attack. Clang! 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 The fishbone cannonballs struck her sword, producing sharp, resounding clangs. The immense power was unimaginable, making her arms tremble. Jiang Linglong thought to herself that her university education had taught her that elite Murlocs could receive skill boosts from their lord at any time. The already formidable fishbone cannon, enhanced by the lord's power, was now as powerful as a king's strike. Whoosh! 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 Another wave of fishbone cannonballs was incoming. Damn! Jiang Linglong's heart sank as she realized she couldn't withstand such a ferocious assault. The speed and power of this attack were enough to kill her on the spot. At the critical moment, Suzhou shouted, "Bullet time!" He activated his awakening support skill to assist the woman who might be related to his aunt. In an instant, Suzhou's perception was heightened 1,000-fold. Everything around him seemed to move in slow motion. Even the lightning-fast fishbone cannonballs appeared to crawl like snails. Bam! 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 Suzhou fired at the incoming fishbone cannonballs. The bullets from his diamond revolvers were as brilliant and hard as diamonds, colliding heat with the fishbone cannonballs and unleashing a burst of energy. How is this possible? Jiang Linglong's pupils contracted in disbelief as she looked at Suzhou. To intercept such monstrous bullets with such precision was nothing short of divine marksmanship. Suzhou glanced at her and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Jiang Linglong was stunned. Wasn't this the same thing she had said to Suzhou when they first met? She had just been saved by him, and now her own words were being thrown back at her. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Suzhou deftly dodged the attacks of the pufferfish men, skillfully deflecting each bullet. Then he raised his hand and fired 10 shots in rapid succession towards the distant pufferfish men, the gunfire echoing through the air. Jiang Linglong frowned at Suzhou's actions and warned, "Those creatures are too far away. Your bullets won't reach them. We don't even know where they are." Suzhou smirked and replied softly, "Let the bullets fly for a while." "What?" Zhang Linglong didn't catch what he said. "Nothing," Suzhou explained. "I'm just trying to scare the monsters away, so I can slip out and find their source of attack." Zhang Linglong, puzzled, asked, "Why would you go after those monsters? They're not targeting you." What she didn't know was that Suzhou wasn't planning to hunt down the pufferfish man. Instead, he intended to head straight to the front lines to find their leader. He believed that only by doing so could he stop the endless waves of monsters. Suzhou planned to use his awakening skill to annihilate the enemy in one go. Suzhou twirled his revolver and holstered it, speaking gently, "They may not be after me, but I don't want them to hurt you." This perfect excuse for leaving instantly came to Suzhou's mind. After all, Zhang Linglong was like an aunt to him. Amidst the chaos of battle, his heartfelt words left Zhang Linglong speechless, unable to voice her thoughts. Without paying attention to her complex emotions, Suzhou swiftly left the area. As he departed, he recalled the first time he met Zhang Linglong and how he had looked at her twice, never expecting it would become his excuse for leaving now. Once away from the battlefield, Suzhou prepared to summon the cyber Guanyin mech again and detonate it, intending to deliver an electronic purification to the area. "I almost forgot." Suzhou snapped his fingers. Boom, 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 boom. 10 kilometers away, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, with a force equivalent to nearly 500 tons of TNT. System notifications flashed continuously. "You have killed a level 200 mechanical pufferfish man, gaining 44,368 experience points. You have killed a level 200 mechanical pufferfish man, gaining 45,096 experience points. You have killed a level 200 mechanical pufferfish man, gaining 45,104 experience points." Meanwhile, on the front lines, an even more intense battle was unfolding. A mechanical octopus the size of a skyscraper was wildly swinging its mechanical tentacles, each strike causing massive destruction. Thousands of laser beams crisscrossed the air, dazzlingly bright. The powerful job changers around were sweating profusely, constantly being pushed back by this formidable monster. Due to the rampage of the Lord-level monster, all the strong fighters had rushed to stop it, causing the defensive line to be breached by other monsters. The situation was dire. If they couldn't quickly eliminate this Lord-level monster, things would only get worse. However, the mechanical octopus Lord seemed to be in a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks that no one could get close to. Monster info. Name: Cursed Reformed Mechanical Kraken. Level: 400. Attack: 1,638,392. Physical defense: 847,285. Magic defense: 883,700. Skills: Frenzied Mountains, Frenzied Tentacles, 1,000 Lasers, Heavenly Might. Description: The moment I emerged from the deep sea, it marked the end of all things. ZZZ. ZZZ. The mechanical kraken's numerous tentacles lifted high, with each sucker gathering energy. Suddenly, thousands of laser beams shot out from the suckers. Unified quantum reflector. A dozen high-level mechanists simultaneously slapped the ground. A massive reflector appeared out of thin air, reflecting all the laser beams back at the mechanical kraken. Continuous explosions erupted around the monster. "How do you like the taste of your own lasers?" The mechanists who summoned the space reflector shouted excitedly. However, their triumph was short-lived. The enormous mechanical tentacles swiftly lashed out, shattering the space reflector. The shattering sound of the glass mirror was piercingly loud, and a dozen high-level mechanists spat blood as they were flung away by the tentacles. "Cut off all the mechanical tentacles of this monster, or we won't stand a chance," someone shouted. 60 high-level job changers unleashed their most powerful skills. A kaleidoscope of various professional skills flew towards the mechanical octopus, no longer targeting its body, but focusing their firepower on severing its tentacles. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, 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 bang. Under the combined assault of the crowd, numerous mechanical tentacles were severed and thoroughly destroyed. Just as they thought they had achieved a phase victory, an even more despairing scene unfolded. The entire body of the mechanical kraken suddenly crackled with electricity. The shattered mech fragments rapidly fused, regrowing mechanical tentacles. These newly grown tentacles, carrying even more terrifying wind pressure, lashed out at the surrounding job changers. The immense force even distorted the space, sending many job changers flying and inflicting severe damage. "Damn it, this mechanical octopus can regenerate its tentacles." The job changers on the scene felt a deep sense of despair. The monster's tentacles were not only numerous, but also exceptionally powerful, making it impossible to deal with quickly. Even more terrifying was that it possessed both a steel-like body and the regenerative abilities of its original biological form. Everyone, keep your distance from the monster and avoid reckless approaches, the leading high-level job changer shouted. If this continued, they might be wiped out before they could kill the Lord. No, this mechanical monster is heading for Mo City, a job changer exclaimed, pointing to the Kraken's direction. They had just retreated a short distance, but the mechanical octopus's target was clearly the human city. Even more troubling, their current forces weren't enough to stop this creature. Everyone clear a path for me. I refuse to believe I can't take down this mechanical kraken with a mutual destruction strategy. The frontline elder clenched his fists, ready to sacrifice himself. No, someone immediately objected. There will be even stronger monsters in the future. We need strong fighters like you. If we resort to self-destruction every time we face a tough monster, it will only lead to greater sacrifices. At that moment, a member of the cadre noticed something unusual. Look up, everyone, look up! All eyes turned skyward, where they saw a colossal cyber, thousand-armed guanine descending rapidly from the sky, poised to deliver a mighty palm strike. Thump, thump, thump. Thump Suzhou used his quantum moonstep to ascend higher into the sky. From his vantage point, he surveyed the battlefield below with sharp eyes, observing the fierce clashes between the job changers and the various monsters. At the edge of the battlefield, a group of smaller creatures broke through the barricade and sprinted towards the nearby Mo City. Suzhou's gaze locked onto the center of the battlefield, where a massive mechanical octopus was wreaking havoc. Its tentacles whipped around like lashes, striking the job changers with overwhelming force. To make matters worse, whenever a tentacle was severed, it would quickly regenerate. So, this is what an eldritch creature on the battlefield looks like? No wonder it's so difficult to deal with, Suzhou thought to himself. Seeing his guild members struggle to suppress the eldritch creature, Suzhou knew it was time to end the battle. Standing at the highest point, he clenched his fist and softly commanded, "Summon the cyber, guanine mech armor on." As soon as he spoke, countless metallic components appeared in the air. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of mechanical assembly filled the air as the parts swiftly combined into a towering, 100-meter steel guanine statue. The cold metallic surface gleamed under the sunlight, reflecting a sharp, chilling light. Buzz! The cyber guanine's mechanical eyes lit up with a brilliant red glow, locking onto its target below the mechanical kraken. Suzhou quickly issued the command to initiate automatic combat mode. Like an immovable fortress, the giant mech plummeted from the sky at high speed. On the ground, the job changers continued their desperate battle against the mechanical octopus. One guild officer, gasping for breath, clenched his fists and cursed. This monster definitely came from the Cold Nation. Those smaller countries, backed by the Eagle Nation and the Western Alliance, are still trying to mess with us using these eldritch creatures. As the third largest nation in the world, Tianlong country had long, vulnerable borders constantly harassed by neighboring smaller nations. Not only were the land borders under threat, but even the coastal areas faced provocations from the Sakura nation. With more terrifying eldritch creatures and disaster beasts rampaging in other regions, high-level warriors couldn't cover everything, leaving this battlefield to be defended by mid to low-level job changers. Damn it, if I ever reach the 6th job change, I'll make sure to wipe out these sneaky little countries. One job changer gritted his teeth and said. Don't count on it. The Eagle Nation has stationed plenty of powerful troops there, which is why these small countries dare to act so brazenly, another replied helplessly. Just then, the mechanical kraken began pushing forward again. Quick, hold it back, they shouted. At the outskirts of the battlefield, an elder with a bomber profession proposed a desperate, self-sacrificial plan. However, others immediately stopped him. Elder, you can't go down with this monster. That would be playing right into their hands. They didn't want to lose such a respected elder, nor did they want to weaken their guild's strength. Suddenly, a guild officer noticed something unusual in the sky. Look up there, everyone, he shouted. All eyes turned upward to see a small black dot rapidly growing larger. It was a colossal mechanical guanine, plummeting from the sky at breakneck speed. Retreat immediately, they cried, activating their fastest movement skills and quickly distancing themselves from the battlefield. The mechanical kraken also sensed the anomaly and looked up. In the next second, it saw the mechanical guanine forming a hand seal, descending like a mountain ready to crush it. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield. The violent shockwave snapped nearby trees in half, and dust rose kilometers into the sky. The explosion radiated outward from the mechanical kraken's position. As the dust settled, the job changers saw the mechanical kraken's massive body shattered to pieces, while the cyber guanine stood unscathed, majestically in the center of the battlefield. Where did this mechanical guanine come from? Wait, isn't this the cyber guanine from the news video this morning? You saw that big news too? Didn't this mechanical guanine self-destruct in the Witch Forest? The mechanical kraken is destroyed. Mo City is saved. The job changers recognized the guanine and began excitedly discussing their victory. However, just as they thought the battle was over, one Sharpie job changer suddenly shouted, "Wait, it's not over yet." From the shattered remains of the mechanical kraken, a small blue glowing eldritch figure emerged from its brain. This figure was the mastermind controlling the kraken all along. The eldritch figure let out an eerie laugh, drawing a circle in the air to cast a spell. In an instant, the scattered mechanical parts began to wriggle and reassemble. Swish, swish, swish. The octopus's mechanical tentacles flailed wildly, and the kraken reappeared on the battlefield, emitting a deafening mechanical roar. It lashed out with its tentacles, whipping them fiercely at the cyber guanine. However, a golden quantum shield instantly materialized around the cyber guanine. Clang, clang, clang. The tentacles struck the shield, producing clear metallic clashing sounds. The protective skill resembled a steampunk version of the Golden Light mantra, both wondrous and powerful. Suddenly, the mechanical guanine's electronic eyes flared with an angry red light, as if mocking the mechanical octopus that dared to challenge it. In an instant, it unfurled thousands of metallic arms, launching a fierce attack on the Krang octopus. The crowd who had retreated to the rear gasped, the scene before them reminiscent of monster battles they had seen in the news. The elder of the mechanical city pondered deeply before making a startling judgment. This cyber guanine is here to help us. From its sudden appearance to assisting in defeating Krang, it must have a purpose. I have reason to believe that there is a top-tier powerhouse behind this cyber guanine. His shocking statement reshaped everyone's understanding. The mechanical guanine made its move. The other job changers felt a surge of excitement, holding their breath to witness this epic showdown. Puff, 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 puff. The cyber guanine's 1,000 arms launched a relentless assault on the mechanical octopus. Although Krang's tentacles were shattered, they quickly regenerated. However, the evil octopus, known for its multi-tentacle attacks, was utterly outmatched in terms of arm numbers this time. An 8-armed octopus is nothing. Cyber guanine with 1,000 arms can handle you with 900 to spare, one of the job changers shouted excitedly. This all-out monster-crushing battle was truly exhilarating. Boom! Boom! The 1,000 arms of the mechanical guanine glowed brilliantly, as if filled with molten lava. It completely dissolved the mechanical octopus's body, preventing it from regenerating. By the end of the battle, the once massive Krang had been significantly reduced in size. The evil spirit showed a look of terror, and, driven by a strong will to survive, quickly fled the battlefield. The cyber guanine's electronic eyes emitted a deathly red light, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing foe. High above, Su Zhou watched the mechanical octopus retreat towards the cold nation, a sly smile forming on his lips. He explained, "The reason I didn't let the mechanical guanine self-destruct immediately was to avoid affecting Dragon Nation's MO City. But now that the evil spirit is retreating towards Shiba Cold Nation, it's necessary to maintain peace with a cyber-style explosion." A gleam flashed in Su Zhou's eyes as he whispered, "It's time." Below, the mechanical Krang had already reached the border of the Cold Nation, with the cyber guanine closely following. It extended all its arms, tightly locking onto Krang. Su Zhou snapped his fingers lightly, issuing the self-destruct command to the cyber guanine. "For world peace," he murmured, his eyes shining with determination. In the Cold Nation, within the tactical command building, a counselor sat in the shadows, fingers interlaced on the polished desk. He asked coldly, "What's the status of the major evil spirits? Have they destroyed the border cities of Tianlong country?" A subordinate bowed respectfully and reported, "The military and the 3 major guilds of Tianlong country have dispatched people to exterminate the evil spirits. The border cities are still holding firm." The counselor slammed the desk in anger, his fury evident. "Curry country and the southeastern nations assured us they would lure the evil creatures to Tianlong's borders today. How is Tianlong still standing? Is the foundation of the world's 3rd strongest country truly this deep?" His anxiety grew. Failure to complete the mission would mean facing severe consequences from Eagle Country. The subordinate quickly tried to soothe him. "Counselor, there's no need to be angry. MO City and Tianlong will fall sooner or later. They no longer have the manpower to deal with this particular evil spirit." The counselor's expression eased slightly, and he pressed on. "With such a long border, it's impossible for Tianlong to have powerful defenders everywhere. If MO City falls, the impact will be significant. Who is Tianlong sending to that area?" The subordinate provided details. "It's an outer elder from the Mechanical Maze Guild, a bomb specialist. His strength isn't enough to enter the Inner Council, and he's no match for the mechanical evil spirit Kernj. Unless he uses his self-destructibility, he can't hold off Kernj. But they don't know that as long as Kernj isn't completely destroyed, it can regenerate. This means not only will Tianlong's top guild lose an elder, but the city will also fall." Hearing this, the counselor made an explosive gesture, excitement filling his voice. Excellent. This is a double win. I can't wait to see the fireworks at Tianlong's border. The subordinate chuckled along. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering explosions echoed through the sky. The entire building shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The counselor and his subordinates' faces changed drastically. The counselor concluded, "This must be the sound of that bomb specialist elder from Tianlong attempting to perish together with mechanical courage. Let's go witness this historic moment." Just as they were about to use their speed skills to leave, the counselor realized something was off. Wait, isn't this explosion a bit too loud? Why can we hear it from Tianlong's border? A sense of foreboding surged within him, and he rushed out of the building at top speed, with his subordinate following closely, sweat already beading on his forehead. They soared into the air, and the sight before them was shocking. Along the border of the cold nation, a massive doomsday fire lotus was blooming, its terrifying powers spreading outward. The nearest city hastily raised a protective shield, which shattered like fragile glass. The border soldiers struggled to maintain the defense barrier, but it was no match for the overwhelming force. Amidst the dense explosions, the compressed air formed high-density shockwaves. The protective shield of the border city shattered, towering walls collapsed like paper, and surrounding buildings were uprooted. The counselor was dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. How can this be? Why is it exploding here? The subordinate stared in horror at the apocalyptic scene, realizing that the disaster meant for Tianlong had befallen them instead. Meanwhile, at the center of the explosion, Suzhou felt experience points flooding in like a tidal wave, with system notifications coming in rapid succession. You have killed level 400 mechanical courage, gaining 14,904,627 experience points. You have killed level 240 frogman jumper, gaining 40,422 experience points. You have killed level 240 frogman knight, gaining 40,543 experience points. Then came a series of level up notifications. Congratulations, you have reached level 97. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunner profession. Congratulations, you have reached level 98. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunner profession. Congratulations, you have reached level 130. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunner profession. You have met the requirements for the third job change. Please proceed to the job change hall as soon as possible. Suzhou felt an immense sense of satisfaction. While others had to grind through dozens of maps to level up, he had taken down the map's boss with a single skill. As the dust from the explosion settled, Suzhou activated his body's quantum state and began collecting all the equipment on the battlefield with his storage bracelet. Suzhou felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his body, and his backpack now contained several rare items. The heroic-grade sky-breaking ring, the twin void flame dragons, the legendary Fishman Ancestor Trident, and the heroic-grade Kern Gear's mechanical core. The spoils from defeating the mechanical Kern Gear left him exhilarated, with a treasure trove of heroic-grade equipment and items. Swiftly wrapping up the remaining tasks, Suzhou headed towards the border camp. By the time he arrived, the battlefield had fallen silent. The creatures that once threatened Mo City had been eradicated, and the formidable mechanical octopus was no more. The other guild members had effortlessly dealt with the remaining smaller monsters, as if it were a routine training exercise. The guild leader surveyed the surroundings and announced, "The border conflict is over. I hereby declare that you have all passed the guild entry assessment." The news sparked jubilation among the crowd. They had finally achieved their dream of joining this top-tier guild in the country. A burly man with a square face enthusiastically patted Su Zhou on the shoulder and said with concern, "Brother Su, you're finally back. We were all so worried about you." They had heard of Su Zhou's brave pursuit of the enemy to protect Jiang Linglong. Su Zhou smiled and nodded, responding simply, "Everything's fine, and the monsters have been dealt with. That's what matters." The young people around erupted in cheers. Hooray! Long live the Mecha Metropolis Guild. They couldn't believe they were now part of this elite guild. Some shouted thanks to the Cyber Guanine deity, praising the power of machinery, as they had heard that a mysterious Mecha Guanine had appeared on the battlefield and easily defeated the powerful mechanical octopus. Others looked at Su Zhou with admiration. One exclaimed, "Su Zhou, you're incredible. Senior Linglong was really worried about you earlier." Another teased, "Risking your life to impress a girl, man. I totally underestimated you before. You're the real deal, bro." At that moment, Jiang Linglong approached, biting her lip with a complex expression. She said to Su Zhou, "Come with me for a moment." She felt it was necessary to talk to him alone, especially after the things he had said that had left her feeling unsettled. "Su Zhou, come with me," Jiang Linglong said softly, her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. She turned and walked towards a secluded corner of the camp, with Su Zhou following closely behind. Inside the tent, the other young men and women erupted into excited chatter. Many had heard Su Zhou's battlefield confession earlier, and seeing Jiang Linglong seek him out now stirred up a storm of speculation. Could there really be something between them? They crowded around the tent entrance, trying to catch a glimpse. Jiang Linglong led Su Zhou to a quiet spot. A gentle breeze rustled her long, waterfall-like hair, accentuating her cold yet stunning beauty. Crossing her arms, she spoke seriously. I advise you not to waste your time on me. You have great combat talent, and if you squander it on romantic entanglements, your future will be ruined. Understand? Her words immediately caused a stir inside the tent. People whispered among themselves, guessing that Jiang Linglong had indeed decided to reject him. Su Zhou looked bewildered. What are you talking about? He was about to explain that he had been too focused on leveling up to think about romance, but then he realized she might have misunderstood his earlier words. Seeing his confusion, Jiang Linglong frowned slightly. Are you playing dumb so you can keep pursuing me? No, you've got it all wrong, Su Zhou quickly explained. I respect you like I respect my aunt. Jiang Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. You like your aunt? Su Zhou was both amused and exasperated. This girl's understanding was way off. He patiently clarified, I mean, you remind me of someone I know, me aunt. That's why I protected you earlier. You look a lot like her. As he spoke, he started to take out his phone to show her a photo. Jiang Linglong's face flushed a deep red. Mortified, she knocked his phone away before he could show her. I'm sorry. I was too full of myself. My mistake, please don't rub it in, she exclaimed, before turning and leaving in a hurry, leaving Su Zhou standing there, feeling helpless. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the sudden turn of events. They approached Su Zhou, teasing, Man, you're as straightforward as a ruler and as tough as steel. Su Zhou, exasperated, pulled out his phone to show them a picture of his aunt. The crowd gasped. Jiang Linglong did indeed bear a striking resemblance to the woman in the photo. Later, Su Zhou and his companions were awarded their official guild identity badges. The guild leader announced that the points for this mission would be distributed by the end of the day. Su Zhou checked his attribute panel and found that he had gained a significant number of benefits. He felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the advantages of his elevated status were just beginning. Had heard that guild points could be exchanged for rare items in the guild shop, providing yet another way to boost his strength. After completing the initiation task, Su Zhou immediately headed to the job advancement hall to start his next advancement. Observing Jiang Linglong and other top students, he learned that most of his peers had already reached the 4th advancement stage. To keep up, he decided to first reach the same starting level as them. Standing before the advancement monument, Su Zhou began his 3rd advancement task. He knew that in this world, the real challenge lay not in leveling up, but in completing his advancement tasks. You've reached level 130 and now qualify for a 3rd class advancement. A familiar interface pops up, asking Su Zhou if he wants to take on the advancement quest solo. He takes a deep breath, his finger hovering over the confirm button. This choice is crucial, as giving up now would make any future attempt significantly harder. Su Zhou decisively clicks confirm. The interface immediately switches, displaying detailed quest requirements. Quest 1, National Fortune Boost. Requirements: clear the Calamity Tower and defeat the beast at the top. Su Zhou furrows his brow, thinking to himself, is the 3rd class advancement already tied to National Fortune? He recalls information about the Calamity Beasts. These terrifying creatures are on par with evil spirits, causing floods, droughts, plagues, and other disasters. Eliminating them can bring a year of good weather and boost National Fortune. The Calamity Tower is a fixed spawn point for Calamity Beasts, but they also wreak havoc in the real world. Each country often has its own unique disaster beasts. For instance, during the new year, Tianlong country sees an influx of beasts called Nian. The Calamity beasts in the tower adjust dynamically based on the challenger's level, making them formidable opponents. However, defeating these powerful monsters could yield legendary or upgradable equipment. Quest 2, Guide a Newbie. Requirements: in a team, help a player of a lower level gain at least 1 level. Seeing the second quest, Su Zhou couldn't help but laugh. This kind of newbie helping task is common in games, but for someone used to soloing like him, it's a bit of a challenge. Who should I help level up, he pondered. If worst comes to worst, I'll just find someone random to get it done. After leaving the advancement hall, Su Zhou first took inventory of the equipment he got from defeating the mechanical Kernch. Among the loot were legendary and even hero-grade items usable by gunners, though the latter required a 3rd class advancement. He listed the useless equipment for sale in the marketplace and equipped the legendary gear he could use. Legacy Hellfire Shotgun. Category: Weapon. Level: 130. Quality: Legendary. Effect: Unlimited ammo. All attributes 650. Fire rate 120. Damage 20. Description: a pair of jet black shotguns, said to be handcrafted by a blacksmith from hell. Super Nano Knight Cloak. Category: Armor. Level: 130. Quality: Legendary. Effect: Constitution 700, Mental Power 700, Mental Recovery Speed 10. Can activate a 10-second stealth mode. Description: Even in the most technologically advanced realms of the universe, this cloak is renowned. This saves me the trouble of buying new gear, Suzhou thought happily as he donned the new equipment. These items were worth a fortune in the market and were the dream gear for many gunners stuck at the third-class advancement bottleneck. For Suzhou, they were perfect for tackling the upcoming quests. As notifications of completed transactions popped up, Suzhou's account balance quickly grew. Your listed item has been sold, earning you 9,485,290 amethyst coins. Your listed item has been sold, earning you 13,892,316 amethyst coins. Your listed item has been sold, earning you 12,321,313 amethyst coins. Current balance, 1.8 billion. Suzhou calculated, if I sell the hero-grade equipment in my bracelet, I could accumulate around 3 billion. With ample funds, Suzhou opened his skill tree. He had already spent 1 billion amethyst coins on 2 support awakening skills, and now was the perfect time to learn second-class awakening skills in preparation for the third-class advancement. Supernova Explosion. Passive, unlimited grenades. You can create various celestial tech grenades, including electromagnetic, fire, and frost grenades, with power increasing with your level. Active. When activating the awakening skill, throw a supernova explosion grenade, causing a cataclysmic explosion. Description: Though it can't reach the true power of a planetary explosion, it's enough to surpass the Tunguska event. That's awesome. Suzhou's eyes lit up, impressed by the skill's power. The passive effect alone was incredibly overpowered, giving him an endless supply of grenades that would dominate any battlefield, far outstripping a mage's minor spells. The active effect was even more terrifying, capable of unleashing a cataclysmic explosion surpassing Tunguska. Skills with built-in passives are the best. Suzhou nodded in satisfaction, fully prepared for the challenges ahead. Suzhou couldn't help but marvel at himself. He was essentially a walking arsenal. His gear included grenades with various attributes, each having a unique effect. While he lacked the passive skills of the Universal Armory, his limitless grenades and bullet-enchanted TNT alone gave him destructive power far beyond that of an ordinary lord. After his third transformation, Suzhou donned hero-level equipment and felt a surge of spiritual energy within him. He realized he now had the capability to unleash an awakening skill. This understanding made him even more confident that he was on the path to becoming invincible. Suzhou believed that the upcoming Beasts of Calamity challenge would be swiftly dealt with. He opened his terminal to search for the locations of Calamity Towers within the country, paying special attention to the areas most affected annually. Soon, he pinpointed his target Zitiandu. Zitiandu was a disaster-prone area, suffering severe floods and locust plagues every rainy season. Despite the help of job changers, the natural disasters here were far more terrifying than before the planet merged with the game. The flood's destructive power was dozens of times stronger, and the locust swarms were composed of demonic insects that could even devour humans, covering the sky as they came. Determined, Suzhou immediately headed to the city's teleportation array, ready to be transported to Zitiandu. Meanwhile, in Longqiang community, Jiangxia lazily lounged on the sofa, browsing yesterday's headlines with interest. The news titles caught her attention. Head of the Death Knight found at Black Rock Volcano, mysterious strongman's bullet likened to a nuclear blast. King of 100 consecutive wins. Entire internet begs for Daytree strongman's contact for a Uniantan match. Powerful profession rivaling the Tianjiao Battle Tower emerges. Another historical job changer is about to be born. Daytree, Jiangxia murmured. Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't it the nickname my nephew loves to use in games? Who else would use such a tacky name? Despite this, the news didn't stir much emotion in her heart. Jiangxia thought her nephew's grandfathers had impressive strength, so he shouldn't turn out too badly. His maternal grandfather, Zhang Wanyao, was a level 950 cyber ancestor, capable of creating mechanical Death Stars in outer space. Her sister and brother-in-law, being the eldest in their families, had arranged marriages since childhood. Logically, as long as his luck wasn't too terrible, Suzhou's profession shouldn't be too bad. Of course, there was always the chance of him being a dragon and phoenix among men, yet a second-rate talent. Normally, the two elders should have checked on Suzhou by now. But in this era where strong individuals were everywhere, top-tier warriors had to guard important cities. Leaving might cause a power imbalance, risking an immediate attack. Even in a major nation like the Dragon Kingdom, which had mastered court confinement defense technology, the strength of world-class powerhouses couldn't be blocked by mere court units. Jiang Xie continued musing, recalling the core confinement technology shrinking the entire nation to quark size for absolute defense. However, activating it required resources exceeding 1 trillion purple crystal coins, so it wouldn't be used lightly unless a new world war of job changers broke out. In this world, any human job changer reaching level 900 would undergo a qualitative change, becoming a conceptual god. Monsters were different. Their timing to become rule beings depended mainly on their species. Nations didn't view monsters as the main threat, but rather saw each other as the biggest danger. Human experts were incredibly powerful overall, and if an unprecedented level 1000 job changer appeared, their strength would be unimaginable. Currently, only one person had ever reached level 999 thankfully. He was eventually eliminated by top-tier job changers working together. The world's relative chaos was mainly due to the annoyance of billions of continually respawning monsters. Great nations' experts stayed in cities to deter sudden attacks from rivals, leading to top-tier warriors being more stationary. In this dark forest-like world, hunters didn't worry about being scratched by thorns but were always alert to when the other might shoot. This meant that when hundreds-level monsters attacked human cities, unless they threatened the entire nation or Tier 0 important cities, middle-level job changers provided more support than top-tier ones. Jiang Xie initially thought Su Zhou might not awaken a profession. Unexpectedly, not only did he awaken one, but its strength far exceeded expectations, even surpassing ancient and modern standards. She couldn't help but wonder, seriously, did you need to take so long to activate a profession quest? Ding! The crisp notification sound echoed from Jiang Xie's communicator. She quickly opened the device, and a beam of light projected forth, displaying the image of the vice president of the Mechanical Maze Guild. Xie, have you seen the latest news? Someone with the mechanical ascension has finally appeared, the vice president said, his steady tone betraying a hint of excitement. Jiang Xie's heart skipped a beat as she thought about the Mechanical Maze membership card she had just applied for on behalf of Su Zhou. After all, it was Zhang Wanyao and Su Gongjin who had co-founded the Mechanical Maze, making this application particularly significant. The topic of game merging with reality had been a global point of intense debate. No one had been able to explain exactly how a game and Earth had fused, and this unknown had sparked continuous investigations worldwide. People's curiosity about this enigma was on par with their fascination with the reasons behind the extinction of dinosaurs or the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Through the relentless efforts of various factions, fragments of historical records from the game world had been discovered. Although these pieces were insufficient to fully reveal the nature of the game's integration, they provided several key insights. In this world where everyone could change professions, there existed divine-level professions. Each era would witness the emergence of one divine-level profession, namely, Heavenly Saint Revival, Universal Forbidden Curse, and Mechanical Ascension. Before Earth was a normal planet, this game had already experienced the Heavenly Saint Revival and Universal Forbidden Curse versions on other planets. After the game fused with Earth, it transitioned into the Mechanical Ascension version. Each era's divine-level profession represented the pinnacle of power in the current version. And as the name suggests, Mechanical Ascension was closely related to mechanical or firearm-based professions. Finding the person with the Mechanical Ascension is now our top priority, the vice president continued. We don't even have enough manpower to support the border conflict in Mo City today. Don't worry, I'll handle the investigation, Jiang Xie replied calmly, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. The vice president suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, how is Su Zhou doing? Has he changed professions yet? Jiang Xie's heart tightened. Su Zhou's parents were both veterans of the Mechanical Maze Guild, one skilled in firearms and the other in mechanics. During the Ice War, Su Zhou's mother, Jiang Yuexin, was injured and left with a chronic ailment, prompting the couple to resign from the guild and travel the world seeking a special profession healer for her. Young Su Zhou was taken care of by Jiang Xie. According to research, a child's profession was likely to be related to their parents, making Su Zhou's potential to awaken mechanical ascension quite high. Su Zhou has already changed professions, Jiang Xie answered cautiously. I'll give you the full details once I've confirmed everything. With that, she playfully ended the call. Jiang Xie was almost certain that Su Zhou possessed the mechanical ascension, needing only final confirmation. She took out an identity badge made of rare metal, emblazoned with the insignia of a high-ranking official in the Mechanical Maze Guild, a position even higher than an elder. The tablet on her desk automatically played the latest news. Mo City's border had once again encountered the cyber Guanyin mech that had previously self-destructed in the Witch Forest. The mechanical Koenig had been driven to the Cold Nation's border, triggering a new round of self-destruction events. Citizens at the Cold Nation's border were taking refuge underground, and the city had suffered significant damage. The news footage switched to an international press conference with the foreign ministers of the two nations. The Cold Nation's representative angrily accused this of being a conspiracy by the Tianlong Nation, while the Tianlong Nation's representative countered, stating that the evil spirits had initially appeared on Cold Nation's territory and were being driven towards Tianlong Nation's border by them. Jiang Xie browsed through the comments from netizens. Most ridiculed the Cold Nation's accusations, believing they were reaping what they had sown. Some joked about making figurines of the cyber Guanyin mech, while others humorously suggested worshipping the cyber Guanyin mech with electronic wooden fish. On international websites, citizens of the Sakura Nation were gloating over the Cold Nation's plight, with netizens from both countries attacking each other. Meanwhile, Tianlong Nation citizens watched the drama unfold, commenting on the Little Sakura and Little Cold Nation's online battles. Jiang Xie pondered whether this monster could have been summoned by her nephew. She decided to go to the Mechanical Maze Guild's branch office personally to use her authority to check if her nephew had been to Mo City, aiming to uncover the truth. The distribution of world-class powerhouses also came to her mind. Curry Nation had half, while the rest were in the Federation of 5 nations. These powerhouses were like the nuclear weapons of the old era, key forces that could determine the global landscape. Outside the Purple Sky capital, the Tower of Calamity stood tall and imposing. This ancient tower was located at the heart of a long-ruined city, rising straight and high like a colossal pillar piercing the clouds. The tower's body was pitch black, with its top swallowed by thick clouds. The Tower of Calamity reached a height of 1,000 meters and had 99 floors, each a separate mysterious realm filled with various dangerous monsters. Adventurers could only enter the tower during the daytime. If they remained inside after nightfall, they would be expelled by a mysterious force. Each day, different kinds of monster lords would respawn within the tower. The Calamity Beast at the very top would grow stronger based on the number and level of challengers. Suzhou held a pamphlet containing information about the Tower of Calamity, feeling grateful for the conveniences his guild membership provided. Not only could he use the teleportation array for free, but he also received detailed maps and strategies. He thought to himself that with his awakened skills, he could easily sweep through everything. Using his moonstep technique, Suzhou quickly arrived at the tower's entrance. An oval-shaped light gate flickered before him. Stepping through the gate, a vast, desert-like area unfolded before his eyes, teeming with countless monsters. No wonder it's called the Tower of Calamity. The respawn rate must be a wave every half-minute, Suzhou muttered to himself. There's no end to this. I might get stuck on the first floor. Around him, numerous adventurers were fiercely battling, their skills flashing and explosions echoing. But for Suzhou, these level 60 monsters were too weak to even bother with. Bullet time! Suzhou's eyes closed and then opened, and the world seemed to slow down 100-fold. With his hands in his pockets, he leaped high using his moon step, weaving through the crowd of monsters and skills like flowing water. The surrounding adventurers watched in astonishment. They saw a shadow moving effortlessly through the dense barrage of arrows and spells, and scathed with a calm expression. Holy crap, what kind of dodging is this? Is he even human? He dodged my rain of arrows completely. If this were a battlefield, he could take down the enemy commander directly. Yasuo would be thrilled. This is seamless ill-level dodging. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Suzhou rocketed up the tower. Floor after floor, he swiftly ascended to the 49th level. The teams who had been grinding since morning were dumbfounded. This black-clad gunman made it look as easy as eating and drinking. Upon reaching the 50th floor, the environment changed abruptly. The dense hordes of ordinary monsters vanished, replaced by fewer but much stronger elite monsters. Just as Suzhou was about to continue his ascent, a desperate shout rang out. I just want to farm some experience on the 55th floor. I don't want to climb the tower. Please let me go. Following the voice, he saw a thief being chased by a dragon knight. The dragon under the knight's command breathed icy wind, freezing the thief's ankles. Being noticed by our Quanji guild is your luck, the dragon knight sneered. In the Tower of Calamity, you'll cooperate whether you want to or not. Why should second-job adventurers like us be used as cannon fodder? The thief retorted angrily. Suzhou was about to move on when the dragon knight called out to him. Hey Gunner, you're here to climb the tower too, right? How about joining forces with our Quanji guild? What's the deal? Suzhou casually twirled his Hellfire shotgun. Since you're also here to climb the tower, join us along with this thief, the dragon knight said arrogantly. By the way, you don't have a choice. As soon as he finished speaking, for more Quanji guild members descended from the upper floors. Seeing that the dragon knight had secured cannon fodder, they looked pleased. You too, come with us, the dragon knight said confidently, seeing his comrades had arrived. So you have more people, Suzhou smiled. Let's go then. The Quanji guild members laughed in satisfaction at Suzhou's compliance. The group cleared monsters along the way, heading towards the 55th floor. During the journey, the thief looked worried, while Suzhou remained calm, which irritated the thief. Bro, we're about to be used as cannon fodder, and you're still so calm? The the thief whispered. Su Zhou responded with a knowing smile. Who's going to eat who is still up in the air? On the 55th floor of the Calamity Tower, the air was thick with tension. Nearly 100 members of the Frenzied Guild had been waiting there for quite some time, their eyes fixed on the horizon, eagerly anticipating the return of their comrades. Suddenly, a dragon's roar pierced the sky, and a dragon knight riding a two-winged green dragon swiftly descended before them. Well done, Long Xiao. The burly leader with a scorpion tattoo laughed heartily. Now we can charge the tower with confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, confident smiles spread across the faces of the guild members. Even if they didn't manage to slay the beast and obtain rare equipment this time, they were certain they could push the Calamity Tower to unprecedented heights. Su Zhou, brought to the gathering place of the guild members, frowned slightly at the scene before him. In addition to the frenzied guild members, there were a dozen or so reluctant job changers being forcibly used as cannon fodder. These captured job changers were mostly at the second or third class advancement, a stark contrast to the high-level strength of the frenzied guild members. The Eye of Revelation quietly activated as Su Zhou's gaze swept over the frenzied guild members, instantly obtaining detailed information about them. Bai Jian, level 280, Constitution 17432, Strength 22347, Spirit 9090, Agility 10432. Skills: Shield Bash, Fearless Charge, Taunt. Feng Huangyu, level 288, Constitution 23658, Strength 14347, Spirit 24390, Agility 16432. Skills: Falling Fireflies, Dragon's Roar, Ripple Wave. Xia, level 301, Constitution 24346, Strength 25309, Spirit 12984, Agility 19786. Skills: Demon Crushing Cross Slash, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Divine Blade Radiance. A glint flashed in Su Zhou's eyes as he thought to himself, quite a few fifth-class job changers here. These people intended to use them as cannon fodder to deplete the monster's strength, but Su Zhou decided to show them the cost of such a strategy. Line up and get ready to move in. The frenzied guild members roughly herded the captured job changers, forcing them to the front line. The dozen or so men and women wore expressions of reluctance, but had no choice but to move forward under the pressure. I shouldn't have come to the tower today, sob sob. I barely made it to the 50-plus floors today, thinking I could break my record, but now it's my death day. I haven't even fought the monsters on the 55th floor yet, it's over. These job changers, forced to the front, felt as if they were cannon fodder on a battlefield, pushed into the most dangerous position despite the frenzied guild having enough strength to handle the monsters themselves. Suddenly, a commotion arose within the tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Roar, roar, roar. Numerous elite monsters, sensing the presence of intruders, turned their gaze towards them. Frontliners, get ready and charge, the guild leader roared. All the loot is ours. Anyone who tries to flee will be executed on the spot. Under this threat, the unwilling job changers slowly moved forward to face the monsters. At that moment, a dark figure shot out from the front line like an arrow. Su Zhou, seemingly unimpeded, wielded a pair of Hellfire shotguns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire on the surrounding monsters. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the shotguns filled the battlefield, and the passive 100 armor penetration effect of his winged slaughter skill reduced the monster's physical defense to 0, causing them to fall one after another under the high damage output. There's such a strong job changer among the cannon fodder? The frenzied guild members were both surprised and delighted, never expecting such a high-quality, natural labor force. However, the other job changers used as cannon fodder were even more disheartened. Why fight so hard? The loot will just go to others, they muttered to themselves, knowing that the faster the monsters were killed, the tougher the next wave would be. Suddenly, the faces of the frenzied guild members changed. Wait, the guy took all the loot and didn't leave us a thing. They realized that this black-clad gunman had no intention of following their orders. After quickly clearing out the monsters, Su Zhou prepared to head to the next floor. Before leaving, he taunted, "Don't even think about the loot, just follow me and eat my dust." With that, he dashed towards the next floor without looking back. Damn it, tear him to pieces. The frenzied guild members fumed with rage and immediately issued a kill order. They charged after Su Zhou, not caring about the captured cannon fodder, their minds fixated on tearing the gunmen apart. The job changers, now given a moment to breathe, quickly seized the opportunity to run. Run, we need to get out of here. They knew the frenzied guild's vengeful nature and feared that if the black-clad gunman was caught, they would still end up as cannon fodder. As they ran, they loudly warned the job changers on the lower floors to leave quickly. Soon, the job changers on the 50 floors below also fled the scene upon hearing the news. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. On the 60th floor of the Calamity Tower, the battle horn sounded once again. Members of the Frenzy Guild who were in pursuit found themselves under attack from a barrage of fiery grenades. The intense heat instantly consumed the weaker members, their agonized screams echoing through the air, sending chills down the spines of the others. The tattooed leader gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Where did this kid get grenades like these? How can they produce such terrifying heat? The Dragon Knight man recalled the full set of legendary gear on the opponent and began to calculate silently. Although this gunner only had second-tier equipment and wasn't highly leveled, he clearly had deep pockets, likely having purchased some powerful item grenades. Initially, he had planned to use the gunner before robbing him, but now he just wanted to send this guy to his grave as quickly as possible. The tattooed man spat on the ground and barked, "Keep chasing. There's bound to be a lot of good stuff in his storage bracelet." With that, he led the group in relentless pursuit of Suzhou. Meanwhile, the floors of the Calamity Tower began to climb rapidly. 91, 92, 93. In the blink of an eye, it had surged to 97, 98. The pursuers grew increasingly anxious, far beyond their expectations. "Are we seriously about to reach the top floor where the Calamity Beast is?" someone exclaimed. 98 floors, is that gonna really just a second tier? Although they hadn't used appraisal spells to check thoroughly before, everyone clearly remembered that the black-clad gunner's gear was indeed second tier. What baffled them even more was that they hadn't encountered any monsters along the way. This meant the opponent had been killing elite monsters in mere seconds. Someone muttered, "Since when did the monsters in the Calamity Tower become so easy for a second-tier gunner to handle?" Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the 99th floor. Roar! 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 The beast's fury echoed through the entire space. The Frenzy Guild members exchanged incredulous glances. That kid dares to challenge the Calamity Beast alone? As they reached the entrance to the 99th floor, they were met with the sight of a colossal Neo-Calamity Beast, towering over 100 meters tall. The group quickly cast appraisal spells and were shocked to discover that the beast was level 130. This confirmed their earlier assessment the black-clad gunner was indeed just a second-tier combatant. At that moment, Suzhou's voice rang out, "I've been waiting for you." They saw him activate his quantum form, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. All eyes focused on Suzhou's hand, where a heart-like, intensely hot object was slowly forming. This heart was like a miniature sun, so dazzling that it was impossible to look at directly, radiating an energy that seemed to be undergoing nuclear fusion. Everyone's pupils constricted in fear as they realized that this solar heart might be unstoppable even for a ninth-tier powerhouse. In that critical moment, Suzhou softly said, "Perish, supernova explosion." He then tossed the blazing solar heart. In an instant, the entire tower was engulfed in a blinding light. The nearly 1,000-meter-tall Calamity Tower shattered entirely, erupting in a burst of radiance, as if a real supernova had detonated at that very moment. Outside the Tower of Calamity, numerous high-level adventurers had gathered. They were the relatives and guild elders summoned by the survivors who had managed to escape the tower. These survivors knew that without the help of a mysterious gunman in black, they might have perished silently within the small world of the tower. A young warrior, having just escaped, urgently warned, "Uncle, don't go against the gunman in black. That guy saved my life." As soon as he finished speaking, his strongest uncle hurriedly arrived. Inside the crowd, a rogue shouted, "Is everyone here? We need to go rescue that gunman." Everyone present knew it was Suzhou's assistance that had allowed them to escape the Tower of Calamity. They were worried he had fallen into the hands of the Frenzy Guild and felt obligated to rescue their benefactor. A holy priestess clasped her hands in prayer. "Please, let that young man be safe." At that moment, they finally understood that Suzhou had fought the monsters to divert the bandits' attention, giving them a chance to escape. Among the crowd, a plump girl, both 160 centimeters tall and weighing 160 pounds, muttered to herself, "As long as the gunman in black gets out safely, I'll marry him." She recalled being deeply attracted to Suzhou's looks and demeanor when she first saw him in the tower. The Tower of Calamity stood amid the ruins of an ancient city. More and more adventurers were flocking to the site, surrounding the tower and vowing to prevent anyone inside from escaping. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed adventurer exclaimed, "The Tower of Calamity. Why is it glowing?" Just as the crowd was discussing forming a strong team to storm the tower, a sudden change occurred. The pitch-black, 1,000-meter-high tower turned bright red, like a heated iron. The ancient tower's walls began to crack, and dazzling light burst forth. The tower is going to explode, retreat. The slower-reacting adventurers also realized the danger. All high-level adventurers quickly evacuated with their juniors. The light from the Tower of Calamity intensified to the extreme, and then a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, echoing for miles around. The powerful shockwave uprooted the ancient city's ruins, and the surrounding flora and monsters were almost instantly vaporized. How is this possible? Even top-tier adventurers couldn't shake the Tower of Calamity. And now, it's exploded. Wasn't there a small world inside the tower? Did those worlds get blown apart too? Fortunately, the small worlds absorbed most of the explosion's power, or we'd all be dead by now. What on earth happened? The disaster beasts couldn't be this powerful. The adventurers fell into extreme confusion. If not for the small worlds inside the tower absorbing most of the energy, they might have perished. No, my gunman in black. The plump girl let out a heart-wrenching cry. Her love story had ended before it began. The explosion from the Tower of Calamity stirred up a massive cloud of dust, affecting an area of several miles. The dust even rose to the height of the clouds. Meanwhile, Suzhou had quietly left the tower, deactivating his quantum state. He felt a surge of excitement and thought to himself, non-level equipment. Killing the disaster beast really did drop such gear. He quickly stored the non-level gear dropped by the Kuei Neo disaster beast into his storage bracelet. This is what I call a real win. Suddenly, despite the clear sky, a light rain began to fall, washing away the dust and revealing a bright blue sky. Several rainbows, symbols of good fortune, appeared in succession. The adventurers realized that such a violent explosion must have thoroughly eradicated the disaster beast. From now on, Zetian City would no longer suffer from floods or locust plagues. The crowd cheered, celebrating their liberation from these pests. Many also paid their sincerest respects to the gunman in black, who was presumed to have perished in the explosion. Achoo! Suzhou, who was preparing to return to Jianchuan City, suddenly sneezed. This can't be right. With my current physique, I shouldn't catch a cold. He was unaware that other adventurers had already regarded him as a hero who had sacrificed himself in the mysterious explosion, with some even starting to recite prayers for him. Never mind, I should first equip the non-level gear I got. Suzhou took out a jade-green ring from his storage bracelet. The ring's gemstone was carved with the image of a one-legged disaster beast. Disaster beast ring. Kuei Neo. Category: accessory. Level: non-level. Quality: calamity. Effect: mental recovery 100. Description: legend has it that the appearance of Kuei Neo is accompanied by storms. It shines with the light of the sun and moon, and its roar is as thunderous as a storm. 100 mental recovery speed. Suzhou immediately equipped the non-level ring after seeing its effect. He thought to himself that once he underwent his third job change, even without the National Army's treasury, the doubled mental recovery speed from this ring would allow him to use his awakening skill independently. Suzhou estimated that after a few more level-ups, his mental energy recovery rate would become self-sustaining. He gently caressed the ring in his hand, feeling the continuous influx of mental energy, and couldn't help but feel delighted. This ring, known as Calamity, exceeded the scope of ordinary equipment. Glancing at his personal information panel, Suzhou noticed that he could currently only wear legendary-grade equipment. He envisioned a future blueprint in his mind. After his third level up, more powerful gear would become available to him. Legendary, heroic, extraordinary, peerless, sacred, each tier held immense potential. The unique nature of this Calamity Beast ring might have originated from the unusual Calamity Beasts within the Tower of Calamities. Just then, a system notification chimed. Your guild points have been calculated. You have earned 120,000 guild points. This substantial amount was the reward for Suzhou's high-difficulty missions, escorting supplies, and protecting his faction. He was slightly surprised at how quickly the points were tallied. Suzhou had long heard that the guild shop contained rare and valuable items that could only be exchanged with guild points. He felt a surge of excitement, thinking that 120,000 points should be enough to get quite a few good things. Just as he was about to check the shop, his phone rang. Hello, Suzhou. Are you free this afternoon? The voice of his class monitor, Qin Kursin, came through the receiver. I haven't made any plans yet. What's up? Suzhou asked casually. Remember I mentioned the class reunion at school? You didn't forget, did you? Qin Kursin's tone carried a hint of reproach. Suzhou suddenly remembered. It's today, isn't it? I knew you hadn't checked the class group chat. We're meeting at 4 p.m. at Starshine Hotel. Everyone will be there, so don't be late. All right, see you then? Suzhou replied with a smile, feeling a twinge of anticipation. It had been years since he'd seen his old classmates and friends. He wondered how they were doing now. With 2 hours left until the reunion, Suzhou decided to take a look at the guild shop. As the interface slowly unfolded, one item immediately caught his attention. Ring of Azure Radiance. Category: accessory. Level: no level requirement. Quality: sacred. Effect: doubles mental recovery speed. Suzhou's eyes lit up instantly. This ring was exactly the treasure he had been longing for. In the underground dark city of South Mountain in the Tianlong Kingdom, a place where the lines between game and reality blur, monster invasions in human cities have become commonplace. To protect innocent civilians from the collateral damage of battles between job changers and monsters, underground cities have emerged. The prosperity of the underground world rivals that of the surface, even surpassing it in some aspects. The cost of purchasing underground properties in purple crystal coins often exceeds that of the surface, leading to online jokes about the noble lower city. On the top floor of a commercial skyscraper in the underground dark city, a secret meeting is underway. 30 foreign individuals from the Western Alliance are seated around a large oval conference table. These people have been long-term infiltrators in the Tianlong Kingdom under the guise of doing business. Has everyone seen the recent big news? A young man with golden hair, hands clasped together, began in a somber tone. A super strong job changer has emerged in the Tianlong Kingdom, and there's a high chance this is the person we're looking for. Since the fusion of the game and reality, countries have been trying to uncover the mysteries within, discovering fragments of game history. These fragments mention a god-level class, known as the Mechanical Ascendant, said to possess immense power. To prevent enemy nations from acquiring this class, countries have dispatched numerous undercover job changers to foreign lands. But we still don't know who this person is or in which city they're located. One attendee voiced the collective concern, frowning. After all, yesterday's big news in the Tianlong Kingdom was widespread, making any investigation akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The golden-haired man gestured to his assistant in a black suit beside him. This assistant's job class was detective, and he had already devised a method to locate the target. In this world, job classes are divided into combat and life categories, with detectives belonging to the latter possessing extraordinary judgment skills. The assistant adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and took out an electronic pen capable of projecting a virtual screen. With the press of a button, the wall displayed a series of data images. Yesterday, there were over 200 major incidents in the Tianlong Kingdom, with 32 related to firearms and machinery, the assistant began. After filtering, I have compiled the key events as follows. The screen switched to show the Black Rock Volcano incident, the Arena incident, and the Witch Forest incident. The assistant continued. Mysterious powerhouses capable of annihilating entire monster zones have appeared in major cities. Based on news descriptions and footage, both the Black Rock Volcano and Arena incidents are linked to a masked gunman in purple. He pointed to a corner of the Witch Forest incident footage with a laser pointer. Although the video was unclear, everyone present recognized the same figure. This realization made them uneasy. Someone who could easily summon a cybernetic entity comparable to a Lord-level monster was unimaginably powerful. News from this morning shows that the Cyber Guanyin appeared again on the border of Mo City. The assistant projected the latest information. The attendees immediately understood Mo City is primarily guarded by the Mechanical Maze Guild of the Tianlong Kingdom. And someone summoning mechs, there is likely a guild member. The golden-haired youth took over. I've already sent people to investigate this information. Now, I need you to gather all the hidden strong job changers from your countries in the Tianlong Kingdom. Once we have results, proceed with the assassination immediately. Time was of the essence, as the Mechanical Ascendant's leveling speed was astonishingly fast, and any delay could lead to disaster. A bearded man reminded. The Shadow Tower in the virtual divine realm records the shadows of all the top talents throughout history. Ordinary top job changers can fight several transitions ahead in the early stages. Facing a god-level class like the Mechanical Ascendant, we must go all out. Everyone present realized the gravity of the situation and committed to doing their utmost to prepare for the upcoming operation. The gap between a genius and an ordinary person can be staggering. This concept is vividly illustrated by a shocking historical fact. A mathematical problem that had puzzled mathematicians worldwide for 2,000 years was solved by the mathematical genius Gauss in just one night. Even more astonishing, Gauss humbly remarked afterwards, "Sorry, teacher, it took me so long." This feat not only showcases the remarkable abilities of a genius, but also highlights the unbridgeable chasm between them and ordinary people. Even those who are top students at the provincial or national level can only look up to true mathematical prodigies. A genius like Gauss, even while still a student, possesses abilities equivalent to the collective efforts of ordinary people over 2,000 years. In this fantastical world, such extraordinary talent is referred to as a god-level profession, whose power is so immense that it could be described as beyond everyone's wildest dreams. However, these top-tier figures face a harsh reality. They cannot freely enter a special region known as the Dragon Kingdom, and even if they do, they are under strict surveillance. Despite this, these powerful individuals have enough capability to strive for a higher state known as mechanical ascension. During a secret meeting, representatives from various Western Alliance countries gathered to reveal their hidden strengths. The representative from the Furnace country proudly announced, "We have 28 6-turn powerhouses and 9 7-turn powerhouses infiltrated in the Dragon Kingdom." The Han's country representative added, We have 13 7-turn powerhouses and 2 8-turn powerhouses. Not to be outdone, the Windmill Country representative stated, we have 12 6-turn powerhouses planted within the Dragon Kingdom. The blonde youth, representing the Empire of the Sun, unveiled their strength last. We can deploy 2 8-turn powerhouses and 15 7-turn powerhouses. As each country's capabilities were revealed, the overall strength of the Western Alliance became clear. 4 8-turn powerhouses and over 100 7-turn and lower powerhouses. Through video analysis, they assessed that their target, the gunsmith, was within their killable range. The Western Alliance's confidence soared, believing that their top-tier powerhouses outnumbered the opponents by 4 times, giving them a guaranteed victory. The blonde youth quickly devised a meticulous plan. We need to carefully coordinate our timing to ensure everything goes flawlessly. The 8-turn powerhouses must strike first, aiming for a one-hit kill. If anything goes wrong, the 7-turn and 6-turn powerhouses will follow up in sequence. Everyone nodded in agreement and began discussing specific personnel arrangements. Someone added, among the 4 8-turn powerhouses, one is an assassin. Let him initiate the surprise attack, as his success rate is very high. The other 3 are 2 mages and 1 priest, forming a perfect tactical combination. In the meeting room, the representatives of the Western Alliance fervently discussed various possibilities. If the battle erupts within the city and the 8-turn assassin fails to secure a one-hit kill, the 2 8-turn mages can immediately cast forbidden spells to continue the attack. The 8-turn priest and other 7-turn personnel will handle the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom. As the plan became more refined, everyone in the room was filled with confidence. They believed that the mechanical ascendant had no escape, and not even the gods could save him. The representatives of the Western Alliance had victory gleaming in their eyes, as if they could already see the glorious outcomes that awaited them. In the guild shop, the information about the Azure Ring caught Suzhou's eye. It was categorized as an accessory, had no level requirement, was of holy artifact quality, and doubled the rate of mental recovery. Its price was an astounding 1 billion guild points. Suzhou's eyes lit up at first, but then dimmed. He calculated silently. He only had 120,000 points, far short of the billion needed. Although this equipment could make him invincible in the future, the price was simply too steep. He decided to check out other guild equipment to find something more suitable. Keeping the holy artifact in mind, Suzhou turned his attention to other items. The quality of the equipment in the guild shop was generally superior to that on the market, and as long as one had enough points, they could redeem items without the common issue of unavailability that plagued the marketplace. The only barrier was the need for sufficient contribution points. Soon, another piece of equipment caught Suzhou's attention. The Eternal Blue Necklace, categorized as an accessory, level 130, legendary quality. Its effects included 200 to all attributes and 60 mental recovery speed. The description indicated that it was crafted by the dwarf master craftsman Tongshu, who added 6 spirit stones to the legendary necklace Eternal Jilan. The price was 5 million guild points. Suzhou's heart raced. With this equipment, not only could he slow down objects while using bullet time, but he could also significantly boost his own attributes. He began to ponder how to quickly earn guild points. After browsing various methods to earn points, Suzhou concluded that participating in the guild's team battles was the most efficient option. He checked the detailed information about the guild team battles. Participants would be transported to the battlefield of myriad races, where they could establish mines to obtain amethyst stones, crucial materials for forging amethyst coins. The mines could be attacked by monsters or members of other guilds, and defeating monsters or driving away hostile members would earn varying amounts of guild points. Importantly, there would be no real death on the battlefield of myriad races, but those who suffered fatal injuries would be transported out and unable to re-enter for 7 days. This suited Suzhou perfectly. With his extraordinary speed, earning a few million points should be no problem. Just as Suzhou was about to enter the battlefield of myriad races, the system suddenly alerted. Mechanized City Camp Number 7 is under attack by another guild and urgently needs support. Before he could react, a strange light enveloped him, instantly transporting him to the battlefield. The scene before him was shocking. Flames and explosions were everywhere, and the sounds of battle and roaring were incessant. Suzhou quickly scanned the battlefield and noticed that the attackers' badges indicated they were from the Forbidden Magic Guild. It turned out that there were 3 top guilds in Tianlong Nation: Mechanized City, Martial Void Alliance, and Forbidden Magic Guild, representing technology, physical cultivation, and magical cultivation, respectively. There existed a complex chain of disdain among them. Technology looked down on magic, magic looked down on physical cultivation, and physical cultivation looked down on technology. While they usually maintained a facade of harmony, on the battlefield of myriad races, where true death was not a concern, the members of the 3 guilds fought like rabid dogs. 5 mages noticed the newly teleported Suzhou and immediately waved their staffs, firing magical projectiles. The projectile sped towards him, but in Su Zhou's eyes, everything seemed to slow down. Bullet time? Su Zhou whispered, a gleam flashing through his eyes. He easily tilted his head and shifted his body, dodging all the attacks effortlessly. Too slow. Su Zhou adjusted his cowboy hat, his tone calm. The five mages were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how their prideful magical projectiles were so easily evaded. This was the fastest ballistic magic attack they had mastered. With a command, the battle erupted instantly. Su Zhou's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly drew his dual hellshot shotguns. With a light step, he moved gracefully using moonwalk, appearing in the midst of several mages in an instant. Like a spinning top, Su Zhou whirled around, his shotgun spitting fire. The continuous sound of gunfire echoed as shells rained down like a torrential storm. In just the span of a breath, the bodies of five mages shattered like broken mirrors, disintegrating into countless light fragments. They were collectively wiped out and teleported out of the battlefield of the races. The system notifications followed. You have eliminated a novice member of the Forbidden Magic Society, earning 2,000 points. You have eliminated an intermediate member of the Forbidden Magic Society, earning 8,000 points. You have eliminated an intermediate member of the Forbidden Magic Society, earning 8,000 points. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a dozen mages gathered, their feet glowing with overlapping hexagram magic circles. One of them shouted, "You think you can look down on us mages? Taste the power of Comet Flame Burst." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen fiery meteors appeared in the sky, crashing down with a deafening roar. Continuous explosions reverberated through the field, flames soaring high, and smoke thick in the air. Members of the Mechanical Guild, unwilling to be outdone, immediately summoned their mechanical army for a counterattack. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke, and the sounds of battle were relentless. A member of the Mechanical City Guild shouted, "Don't fall for those mages' tricks. Focus on protecting the mine until our senior members arrive for support." It turned out that their higher-ups were attacking the Martial Alliance's body cultivation camp today, and somehow, word had leaked, giving the mages a chance to exploit their weakened defenses. At that moment, Zhang Linglong stepped forward. "You all protect the mine. I'll deal with the mages casting Comet Flame Burst." Having fought on the battlefield for a long time, she took a deep breath and quickly cast 30 blessings on herself. Gripping her golden greatsword, Zhang Linglong unleashed a radiant cross slash, aiming to wipe out the mage group in one strike. However, the mages were prepared. They huddled together, chanting spells rapidly, and a hemispherical sacred barrier instantly formed around them, reflecting the radiant cross slash back. With a tremendous boom, Zhang Linglong had to raise her sword to block the reflected attack, her grip bleeding slightly from the impact. The mages, seeing this, prepared to cast Comet Flame Burst again to finish off the female paladin. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared high above. The rapid gunfire rang out, and hundreds of shells rained down like raindrops. The mage's proud sacred barrier was no match for the enchanted armor-piercing rounds and was penetrated instantly. Before the mages could react, they were completely overwhelmed by the sudden hellshot shotgun attack and were teleported out of the battlefield. The battle concluded, but the smoke of war continued to spread. After Su Zhou took down the enemy mage, the pressure on the Mechanics Guild's camp was significantly reduced. The members of the Mechanics Guild present were all in awe of Su Zhou's strength, speculating that his marksmanship must have reached the level of a small national standard. "Can you move somewhere else? I can't fight properly with you here," Zhang Linglong said, rubbing her forehead, feeling embarrassed by the past misunderstanding. Every time she saw Su Zhou, she couldn't help but recall her own awkward moments. "Really?" Su Zhou started to reply, but paused, putting himself in her shoes. If he mistakenly thought a girl was confessing to him, he would feel awkward just standing next to her, let alone fighting. At that moment, the members of the Forbidden Books Guild who had come to support were dumbfounded. "Even if the battlefield of 10,000 races isn't fatal, you guys are just chatting here? Is Mechanics Guild so arrogant? Treating us like air? Are you serious? Using such a great ambush opportunity to complain?" Su Zhou retorted indignantly. Puffed. Zhang Linglong couldn't help but chuckle at this, thinking that the other side's thought process was quite interesting, always ready with a comeback. "No, I was kindly reminding you. And I was kindly reminding you about ambushing me." "What? Are you stupid? Say that again if you dare. Are you crazy? Great, say it 1,000 times more. Screw you. Playing me for a fool." The flame mage from the Forbidden Books Guild was furious and began chanting a spell to eliminate Su Zhou. However, before he could finish, Su Zhou unhesitatingly shot him. The flame mage didn't even have a chance to react and was teleported out of the battlefield. The other members of the Forbidden Books Guild, including Zhang Linglong, stared at Su Zhou in shock. Even if the battlefield of 10,000 races isn't fatal, why are you guys chatting with me so eagerly? Is Forbidden Books Guild too arrogant, treating us like air? Suzhou deliberately included Zhang Linglong, trying to divert the attention. The members of the Forbidden Books Guild were thoroughly enraged. Everything you're saying is our line. They felt this guy was too good at messing with people's minds. Sister Jiang, since you feel awkward with me around, I won't bother you anymore. Suzhou waved at Zhang Linglong and quickly activated his quantum moonwalk to retreat. His departing figure seemed to say, "Don't worry, girl, I've got their aggro for you." Boom, boom, boom. Various magical elements bombarded the area, clearly targeting Zhang Linglong as a vent for their frustration. "You jerk! Stay here!" Zhang Linglong summoned her heavenly fortress cannon to fend off the attacks while chasing after Suzhou. She finally grabbed his hand. "Didn't you say you treated me like your aunt? Is this how you treat your aunt?" "Yeah, my actual aunt often messes with me like this too. Seeing you reminds me of her," Suzhou replied earnestly. "So, your family tradition is to backstab each other?" Zhang Linglong was rendered speechless by this explanation. Suddenly, several magical projectiles flew towards them. Suzhou reacted quickly, shooting them to create a mutual cancellation effect. "You two adulterers don't think you can escape," shouted several mages who had caught up, their expressions fluctuating. If mages had an ultimate move, their rage would be enough to unleash it. Whoosh! A beam of magical light shot into the sky, the unique signal of the Forbidden Books Guild. Clearly, they had recognized Suzhou's skill and were calling for reinforcements. "You realize you've just increased the difficulty in this area, right?" Zhang Linglong couldn't help but lecture him. "More and more mages will be coming this way. Isn't increased difficulty a good thing?" Suzhou twirled his handgun nonchalantly. "I've been holding back for 5 years. Holding back for 5 years? What the heck does that mean?" Zhang Linglong gave him a strange look. The mages began casting elemental magic for summoning. Ice and fire giants. 10 water elementals and 10 fire elementals crashed down, plunging the battlefield into chaos once again. Bang! 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 Gunfire raged across the battlefield. Suzhou's quantum moonwalk was pushed to its limits, teleporting him across the battlefield like a god of war, wreaking havoc. Bullet casings rained down as elementals and mages fell one after another. Bang! Bang! Suzhou appeared beside Zhang Linglong, easily taking down 2 enormous elemental giants with his double-barreled shotguns. So strong! Zhang Linglong marveled at how effortlessly he dealt with the giants, realizing his strength was unfathomable. Suddenly, like a spring breeze overnight, thousands of pear trees bloom. A nature mage spread his arms, casting his ultimate spell. He condensed the complex incantation into a simple ancient dragon kingdom poem. Whoosh! 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 Towering ancient trees burst from the ground. In less than 2 breaths, the battlefield transformed into a forest barrier, with white pear flowers blooming everywhere, seemingly preparing for the upcoming storm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mechanics Guild members quickly pulled out large flamethrowers. 30-meter-long fire serpents roared like dragons, consuming the ancient trees. Others continuously summoned small, self-destructing robots to destroy all the trees. Although they didn't understand what the Forbidden Books Guild was up to, they couldn't let them succeed. Make magic great again! A wind mage ascended into the air, inhaling the surrounding air like a whale swallowing the sea. With a powerful exhale, a cold wind began to form, threatening to turn into a tornado. The flamethrowers were frozen by the icy wind. The white pear flowers covered in frost seemed to transform into icy blossoms, spinning and dancing in the wind like a tango. Mechanics Guild members touched by the strange pear petals began to freeze. If not for their latest armor, their muscles would have frozen instantly. The extreme cold emitted by the frosty pear flowers grew stronger over time. The nature mage personally controlled tens of thousands of frosty pear flowers to launch an attack. Clang! 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 The Mechanics Guild refused to be suppressed by these mages. They unleashed their full mental power, activating their technological ultimates. Hundreds of tech towers rose from the ground, prism towers, Tesla coils, laser towers, and more. Leaders summoned fleets of military aircraft. The planes dropped supplies, including tanks with parachutes. These divine tanks, equipped with automated battle systems, descended while firing at the mages below. Boom! 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 Zhang Linglong seamlessly combined angelic and technological elements in battle. Her elegance and grace, when activating her mechanical armor, were breathtaking. Suzhou, meanwhile, took potshots from behind, studying the resistance of magic against machinery. Scorched earth and golden sands, the battlefield turned into utter chaos. Whoosh! Boom! Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky. This was the Mechanics Guild's Southern District sending a distress signal. Brilliant fireworks lit up the sky as a distress signal from the Southern District of the Machinarium Guild burst into the night. Zhang Linglong looked up at the dazzling display, feeling a weight settle in her heart. In that brief moment of distraction, a mage seized the opportunity to prepare a prismatic spell aimed at piercing her body. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot tore through the night. Su Zhou, once again silently, took down the mage with precision. Zhang Linglong realized that Su Zhou had been watching over her all along. She couldn't help but marvel. It's always you, showing up when least expected. I need to go support the other battlefronts. You stay here and hold the line, Zhang Linglong said, summoning her majestic mount, a golden lion. The imposing steed not only looked magnificent, but also provided additional benefits to her angelic class. Su Zhou gently blew the smoke from his gun barrel, replying nonchalantly, "We'll be leaving soon too." He had stayed mainly for the experience and learning. Now that the novelty had worn off, it was time to move on. All right then, Zhang Linglong assumed he was withdrawing from the multiracial battlefield. You've helped me twice here, so I owe you 2 favors. With that, she rode off on her golden lion. You owe me? You're not even that big of a deal, Su Zhou muttered under his breath. He called out, Sister Zhang, even though he knew he was older than her. Still, he had to admit, that golden lion was quite impressive. As a gunner, he started to ponder. Perhaps having a biological mount wasn't such a bad idea? Meanwhile, the Magic Prohibition Society's ambitions toward the northern mines remained unabated. High-level mages were gathering in the area. Guild members summoned their mechanical pets to the front lines, determined to keep the enemy at bay. Boss, where's the Magic Prohibition Society's base? They keep coming so fast and frequently, Su Zhou asked the command officer. He had already made up his mind to strike at the source. The command officer replied gravely, their Camp 10 is 50 kilometers southwest. It seems they were prepared. Our side has less pressure now, but I'm not sure if the southern camp can hold out. Before the command officer could assign Su Zhou to the front lines, he realized Su Zhou had already left. Armed with the location of the enemy's main base, Su Zhou set off immediately. He planned to unleash his awakened skill right in the enemy camp, having learned a new skill specifically for dealing with these mages. Have you learned the new awakened skill, Mecha Buddha? Confirmed. You have successfully mastered the new awakened skill for 500 million purple crystals. Mecha Buddha. The user can summon a giant Mecha Buddha at any location. You can control the Mecha Buddha to use its sealing skills. You can expand the Mecha Buddha's size up to 10 times. The user can detonate the ultimate energy relic inside the Mecha Buddha at any time. Awesome, Mecha Buddha is even stronger than Cyber Guanyin. Su Zhou was thrilled with the new skill. Summoning anywhere, built-in sealing skills, size expansion, ultimate energy relic. This was no Pure Land Buddha, but rather an Overlord Buddha. He silently chanted, knock the electronic wooden fish, pray to Cyber Guanyin. See the Mecha Buddha, accumulate quantum merit, practice the Metaverse Sutra. Ferocious beasts roared below, primal monsters of this battlefield. However, to top guild members, these creatures were insignificant. Su Zhou ignored the weak beasts, focusing on his goal. Using quantum moon steps to their fullest, he quickly approached the enemy camp. Eye of Revelation, activate. Su Zhou used his Eye of Revelation to remotely observe the enemy camp. The Magic Prohibition Society's Camp 10 spanned over 500 hectares, renowned for its supreme defenses. 77 layers of multicolored protective barriers surrounded it, while inside, they continuously refined purple crystals mined from the area. The mages within were formidable. Su Zhou quickly scanned the key figures. Zhugehui. Level 283, Constitution 16601, Strength 8079, Spirit 23613, Agility 11184. Skills. Wood Domain, Green Steel Heavenly Gate, Forest Growth. Nye Chen. Level 345, Constitution 24658, Strength 12987, Spirit 31402, Agility 17488. Skills. Mana Link, Life Barrier, Falling Stars of Fireflies. Ming Huanwen. Level 410, Constitution 30346, Strength 10984, Spirit 40009, Agility 23786. Skills. Magma World, Great Fire Dragon Dance, Fire God's Breath. Every member of the Magic Prohibition Society was a prodigy, their attributes far surpassing those of their peers. Su Zhou knew the upcoming battle would be a tough one. The combined strength of second-tier guilds back home couldn't match even a single camp of the Forbidden Magic Guild. After reviewing the information about the experts in this camp, Su Zhou's lips curled into a relaxed smile. He thought, this time I won't need to pilot the Mecha Relay. I'll just send you the grandest welcome gift. Inside Camp Number 10 of the Forbidden Magic Guild, several mages were gathered. quietly discussing the frontline situation. A young mage, looking worried, asked, "Deacon, what's the latest report on our brothers attacking the Mecha City Guild's camp? Should I go and support them?" An inexplicable unease gnawed at his heart. They had dispatched groups to attack camps number 7, 8, and 9 of the Mecha City Guild. Camp number 7, being the smallest and least defended, should have been captured quickly, but no news had come back yet. The deacon, a burly middle-aged man, crossed his arms and replied confidently, "We only need to guard the main camp. The Mecha City Guild sent core members to attack the Wuji Skybreaker Alliance, giving us this opportunity. We can't make the same mistake. Besides, we've already brought in enough experts from other places." He calculated silently. With their thorough preparation, they could at least seize 2 mines. This would provide the Forbidden Magic Guild with ample funds to research new forbidden spells. Suddenly, a lookout shouted in terror, "Look! In the sky! What's that?" Everyone looked up simultaneously to see a massive Buddha statue descending from the heavens. "Am I seeing things? Is that the Buddha of ultimate bliss?" a mage exclaimed. "Holy crap, this Mecha Buddha is getting bigger," another stammered. "It's not the Buddha getting bigger. It's the statue falling on us." Someone finally realized the danger. All the defenders turned as pale as ashes, their legs weak, as they watched the colossal Buddha statue plummet like a mountain. There was no escape, and a boundless despair filled their hearts. Dong! 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 The Mecha Buddha emitted a resonant hum like an ancient bell, casting a vast shadow over the entire Forbidden Magic Guild camp. Boom! From 500 meters above the camp, the Mecha Relay crashed heavily onto the 14 layers of magical barriers. In an instant, the Mecha's body erupted with a blinding light akin to a star exploding, as if the entire world had dimmed. The ultimate energy relic shattered, transforming into a phantom Buddha, while the surrounding space echoed with the solemn chants of divine beings. The layers of light barriers, as fragile as crystal glass, shattered instantly. The world-shaking explosion swept through everything in its path. System notifications rang out one after another. You have eliminated a mid-level member of the Forbidden Magic Guild, earning 8,000 points. You have eliminated a mid-level member of the Forbidden Magic Guild, earning 8,000 points. You have eliminated a high-ranking deacon of the Forbidden Magic Guild, earning 100,000 points. You have eliminated an arcane elder of the Forbidden Magic Guild, earning 500,000 points. You have eliminated an elemental elder of the Forbidden Magic Guild, earning 800,000 points. On the southern battlefield of the Mechanic City Guild, explosions echoed continuously, and flames soared into the sky. Members of 2 top-tier guilds were engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a man in a magic robe raised his hand and unleashed his ultimate move, falling stars of fireflies. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of green fireflies streaked across the sky, followed by meteors the size of millstones crashing down. Over 20 members of the Mechanic Guild, guarding the Amethyst mine, were instantly blown away, writhing in pain on the ground. Members of the Forbidden Magic Guild couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "Ha! You think a few stewards can stop us? Is this the so-called technological power of the Mechanic City Guild? Pathetic! Call us master mages, and maybe we'll leave you some amethyst or haha." Lying on the ground, a member of the Mechanic Guild retorted defiantly. "If it weren't for you raiding our tech arsenal and stealing from us, your magic would be worthless. If one of our mechanics reaches the world's only max level, they could control a gamma ray burst. Just a beam of gamma rays is equivalent to the total energy of 1,000,000,000,000 years of sunlight. The allure of technology is something you arcane-only mages will never understand." The mages burst into laughter, mercilessly mocking back. "If you're so tough, why don't you raid us? But with your pathetic skills, you couldn't even break our magical barriers." They reveled in their victory, completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a deafening explosion roared through the sky. Boom! 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 Everyone turned in shock. The source of the explosion was none other than the Forbidden Magic Guild stronghold. The distant sky was ablaze, forming the image of a great sun Buddha seated on a lotus throne. The fiery clouds seemed to transform into cybernetic bodhisattvas and robotic arhats. The crowd could faintly hear the chanting of cybernetic deities from afar. At that moment, the mages received an urgent message about an unprecedented explosion, instructing them to retreat immediately. The members of the Forbidden Magic Guild were dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief, "I just turn around, and our base is gone?" Subsequently, 3 major announcements echoed across the battlefield. Warning: Forbidden Magic Guild's Camp 10 has been destroyed. Punishment catastrophe imminent. Members must seek shelter immediately. Warning: Forbidden Magic Guild's Camp 10 has been destroyed. Punishment catastrophe imminent. Members must seek shelter immediately. Warning: Forbidden Magic Guild's Camp 10 has been destroyed. Punishment catastrophe imminent. Members must seek shelter immediately. The members of the Mechanic City Guild were even more bewildered than their enemies, wondering aloud, which big shot pulled off this art is an explosion stunt? On the other side, Su Zhou squinted his eyes, admiring the spectacular energy relic explosion. He thought to himself, indeed, mechs are a man's romance. He exhaled slowly, preparing to teleport away from the battlefield. The explosion had earned him a massive amount of points, enough to exchange for a legendary item. With a flash of light, Su Zhou left the battlefield and returned to the real world. He headed to a park in the city to rest and check his spoils. Looking at the 17.63 million guild points displayed on his panel, Su Zhou felt a surge of satisfaction. One skill, and I gained millions of points. A few more times and I'll hit my goals. Without hesitation, he exchanged his points for a legendary necklace. The system prompt sounded. Ding. You have spent 5 million guild points and obtained the Eternal Blue Necklace. The Eternal Blue Necklace had the following effects. All attributes 260 mental recovery speed. This recovery effect was significantly stronger than ordinary second-tier legendary equipment. Su Zhou immediately put on the new necklace, feeling elated. He knew that other job changers would need at least a decade to accumulate 5 million guild points. The effects of this top-tier legendary equipment were comparable to third-tier gear, making it a coveted item for those stuck at the peak of second tier. However, obtaining such an item required membership in a top guild. Just then, a crisp phone ring interrupted Su Zhou's thoughts. He looked at his phone and saw that it was a call from Qin Kursin. Glancing at the time, he realized it was 3:50 p.m., just 10 minutes before the class reunion at Starshine Hotel. Su Zhou answered the call and said smoothly, "Hello, class monitor, I'm on my way." On the other end, Qin Kursin's slightly reproachful voice came through. "Su Zhou, where have you been? I tried calling you, but you were out of service. Everyone's almost here, so hurry up." "Don't worry, I'll be there soon," Su Zhou replied, then hung up the phone. As he was about to leave, he suddenly thought that flying directly to meet his classmates might be too shabby. Su Zhou realized that since becoming a job changer, he still didn't have a mount. A mount was not only a status symbol for a job changer, but also an important means of transportation. He thought to himself that after buying a house in the future, a mount could also guard the home. It was something every job changer needed to buy eventually. Zhang Linglong's golden lion mount was quite impressive. Su Zhou couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he recalled the majestic beast he had seen on the battlefield. With a sense of anticipation, he opened the guild shop and began browsing the mount contract options. A long list of dazzling creatures immediately appeared before his eyes. Colorful Phoenix Butterfly, Thunderbolt Rock, 5-color Divine Deer. Each name was more enchanting than the last. Su Zhou's eyes quickly scanned the price column. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million guild points, until he found the Golden Lion he had long coveted 10 million guild points. Right next to it was the equally priced Silver Moonbone Leopard. 10 million guild points for a mount is astronomical, Su Zhou thought to himself. On the trading market, it could easily fetch over 10 billion purple crystal coins. As he pondered, a system notification chimed. You have selected the Golden Lion mount for purchase. Please confirm the gender of the mount. Male, female. Male, Su Zhou answered without hesitation. The idea of a man riding a female lion just felt awkward to him. Ding, gender confirmed. You have spent 10 million guild points and successfully purchased the Golden Lion contract scroll. For Su Zhou, shopping was always about getting the most expensive item, not necessarily the best. After all, he could earn back the points with a single skill, so why be frugal? His choice of the Golden Lion was largely influenced by his trust in Jiang Linglong's judgment. Since he knew little about mounts, following an expert seemed like the safest bet. With the system prompt, Su Zhou immediately used the scroll. In an instant, a new skill appeared on his skill panel. Mount Summon. Big Yellow. Come out and let me have a look, Su Zhou said casually, giving the Golden Lion a name that sounded more like a dog's. With a thunderous roar, a 6-pointed star formation materialized in midair. From the formation emerged a massive, golden lion, standing 5 meters tall and looking as if it were sculpted from pure gold. Its majestic appearance left parkgoers in awe. Roar! The golden lion let out a low growl, its eyes flashing with displeasure. As a proud member of the Golden Beast lineage, it couldn't tolerate being called Big Yellow, a name more suited for a dog. However, as it turned to reprimand its new owner, it was immediately subdued by the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Zhou. Even more frightening, through their contract link, the lion sensed the suffocating, world-ending energy within its master. Whimper! The golden lion instantly cowered, lying on the ground with its belly exposed, as if to say, Master, I was wrong, you're always right. Su Zhou keenly noticed the lion's unusual behavior and asked with a smile, Big Yellow, were you unhappy with the name I gave you? The golden lion shuddered and shook its head vigorously. At this moment, it thought its master's taste was impeccable. I actually liked your defiant attitude earlier. Go back to that, Suzhou said, stroking the lion's fluffy mane. In a flash, the golden lion straightened up, assuming a regal and imposing posture. Well done, Suzhou nodded approvingly and leaped onto the lion's back. Giddy up, he shouted, mimicking a scene from a TV show. The golden lion was internally exasperated. Others might be beasts of burden, but was it a dog of burden now? Nevertheless, to please its master, it let out a bizarre, braying sound. Hee-haw. Under Su Zhou's guidance, the golden lion took to the air, speeding towards the Starlight Hotel. A graceful arc traced across the sky as the golden lion shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Su Zhou, riding this majestic beast, became the most eye-catching figure on the aerial highway. Below, the citizens looked up with envy-filled eyes. One exclaimed, "Wow, someone in our city actually owns a top-tier mount like a golden lion." Another sighed, "That's one of the purest-blooded beasts around. Absolutely stunning." Someone else joked, "I wonder when I'll save enough to buy such a mount. Riding that to pick up girls would be a guaranteed success." In midair, other adventurers rode their mounts, making their way. Their beasts, like the azure ox and the yellow crane, instinctively chose to avoid the golden lion, highlighting the natural bloodline dominance among these creatures. Suddenly, an adventurer on a flaming horse approached from the front. The golden lion merely glanced at it, and the flaming horse instinctively moved aside. The lion snorted 2 jets of air from its nostrils, as if saying, "Wise move." This scene left many adventurers feeling disgruntled. Someone muttered bitterly, "This is just bullying. I'm a tier 3 warrior, and I still have to make way for this rich kid." The golden lion had an unobstructed path and soon arrived at its destination, the Starshine Hotel. It leaped gracefully from midair, landing steadily at the hotel entrance. 2 hostesses were startled by the sudden appearance, but soon had a sparkle in their eyes. The lobby manager, quick on his feet, promptly came forward. After giving the golden lion a once-over and then looking at the handsome young Suzhou, he respectfully asked, "Hello, are you here to meet someone or to make a reservation?" Suzhou dismissed the golden lion into his contract space and casually replied, "Reunion with old classmates, VIP Suite 666. The lobby manager, Sharpied, noticed the guild emblem on Suzhou's chest and asked in surprise, "You're a member of the Mechanical Maze Guild?" Suzhou nodded in confirmation and then curiously asked, "Is this place also owned by the Mechanical Maze?" "We're owned by the Star Hunters Guild, but we collaborate with the Mechanical Maze," the lobby manager explained enthusiastically. "I can upgrade you to VIP Suite 999 with the lowest discount on all dishes." Suzhou politely declined the offer and used his attire bracelet to change into a casual outfit. He couldn't help but marvel at the omnipresent benefits of being part of the Mechanical Maze Guild. The lobby manager, sensing Suzhou's mood, didn't press further and led him to VIP Suite 666. Inside, his classmates were chatting animatedly. As soon as they saw Suzhou, they greeted him warmly. "Hey, our junior is here. Come sit next to me. Suzhou, I've missed you. Come over here. It's been years since we last met. We were just talking about when you'd arrive. And here you are." Suzhou smiled and said, "With all of you saying that, I guess I have to sit next to Teacher Qin first." With that, he took a seat beside Qin Kurson. Everyone knew that Suzhou, having repeated a grade for 5 years, now had class monitor Qin Kurson as his teacher. Many female classmates giggled. Qin Kurson blushed slightly and playfully punched Suzhou's arm, chiding, "Oh, you've gotten cheekier with your jokes." At that moment, a strikingly beautiful long-haired girl coldly remarked, "Umph, repeating grades for so long, and you still have the mood to joke around." Her words instantly created a tense atmosphere. The speaker was Zhuang Qing, Suzhou's ex-girlfriend. Show-off scenes, don't like it, don't read it. One chapter ends, it's free anyway, so no loss in reading it. At the high school reunion dinner table, the chatter was non-stop. Someone brought up the past between Suzhou and Zhuang Qing, occasionally glancing at the two sitting opposite each other. "I remember Zhuang Qing broke up with Suzhou after less than 2 years at the Transcendent University," one classmate whispered. "She even brought her boyfriend today, probably to show her ex how well she's doing now." Another classmate scrutinized the man next to Zhuang Qing and murmured, "Zhuang Qing's boyfriend looks like he's at the second awakening. I'll probably never reach that level in my life." Suzhou remained calm, as if he hadn't heard the surrounding gossip. After graduating high school, he didn't attend university due to repeating a year, while Zhuang Qing, who had awakened an ice mage talent, had entered the combat university early. Perhaps it was there that she met many wealthy and influential seniors, and by her sophomore year, she quickly broke up with Suzhou. Zhuang Qing crossed her arms and spoke with a hint of displeasure. "Suzhou, did you graduate this year?" Over the years, whenever someone asked about her ex-boyfriend, she would recall Suzhou's cowardly, 5-year repeat self, feeling that he was a blemish on her otherwise illustrious career. Yes, I graduated, Suzhou replied indifferently. Although they didn't end up together, he still felt a bit smug for having been her first. The surrounding classmates immediately perked up. Suzhou graduated? Nice. Why not consider coming to our university? You be my junior then. I remember Suzhou awakened as a gunner back then. What's the full title now? Congrats on graduating, Suzhou. What rank did you get? If it's above rank, we have to drink to that. Just as Qin Kurson was about to say something, the young man in a pure white mage robe beside Zhuang Qing stood up. He smiled, but there was a hint of disdain in his tone. You must be Suzhou? I'm Zhuang Qing's boyfriend, Qian Zihao. She mentioned you before. Congratulations on finally graduating and being able to attend combat university. Suzhou glanced at Qian Zihao's outfit and remarked sarcastically, it's no big deal that I graduated. But isn't it troublesome to wear all that gear to a meal? Qian Zihao's smile froze for a moment, and Zhuang Qing immediately retorted, Suzhou, you just graduated. What do you know? Mage gear isn't as heavy as warrior armor. It doesn't affect eating. Although the other classmates didn't say anything, they all understood that Zhuang Qing was flaunting her strong boyfriend. Most people had a good relationship with Suzhou and tended to side with him. Qian Zihao quickly regained his smile and acted magnanimous. It's fine, it's normal for a recent graduate not to know. By the way, which university are you planning to attend? I know many professors at second-tier combat universities. If your grades aren't good enough and you have trouble getting in, I can help. Just then, Qin Kurson's surrounding classmates suddenly erupted in exclamations. Suzhou got an SSS rating in the exam dungeon. They had just checked the news released by the Education Bureau yesterday and found that Suzhou had broken the province's highest record in recent years. Zhuang Qing couldn't believe it and leaned over to check the news on her classmate's phone. When she saw Suzhou's name listed, her heart sank. How could a 5-year repeat student activate a powerful profession and achieve a top-tier rating? Facing the crowd's questions, Suzhou's tone remained calm. I just wanted to build a stronger foundation by staying in school longer, so my grades turned out better. This left everyone present stunned. Someone couldn't help but tease. Hey Qian Zihao, weren't you going to help Suzhou get into a university? Do you know any top-tier professors? How about you introduce some to Suzhou? They recalled how Qian Zihao had confidently told Suzhou that he could help him get into a second-tier university through the back door. It was amusing because as an SS-ranked career changer, Suzhou could easily get into a top-tier university. Clearly, Qian Zihao's connections were limited to these second-tier institutions. Everyone exchanged amused glances, while Qian Zihao forced a smile, feeling his face burn as if he had been slapped. At that moment, a waitress came over with a tray and politely said, "Excuse me, please." She skillfully set the table and brought out 2 bottles of red wine to decant. Zhuang Qing feigned congratulations. Even if you can get into a top-tier university, you're just a fresh graduate and have a lot to learn. Zihao has made it past the second career change. If you ever get stuck at your first change, you can ask Zihao for advice. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Zihao quickly added, I wouldn't dare to call myself an expert in the second change, but you can join our Star Hunters Guild after graduation. We have a collaboration with the Mechanical City Guild. In 4 years, I should be able to become a steward, and I'd welcome you to join us then. He tugged at his collar, regaining some of his lost pride. After all, the Star Hunters Guild was considered upper middle among the second-tier guilds. Without him, ordinary career changers wouldn't even have access to this private room. Suzhou replied nonchalantly, We'll see. Other classmates chimed in, Su, you should consider this guild. Even if you might join a better one in the future, the Star Hunters Guild might become more powerful. Just look at how they've thrived under the Mechanical City Guild support. They're one of the fastest-growing guilds in recent years. I submitted my application to the Sea City Guild, but I haven't heard back yet. It's tough without connections or money, even for a top-tier university graduate. The group continued to discuss the dangers of not joining a good guild after graduation, including the risk of dying outside the city without anyone to care. In contrast, joining a good guild provided protection, benefits, and various perks. Suddenly, a classmate took a sip of the newly served wine and exclaimed, Whoa, this wine boosts mental recovery by 10 for 3 hours after drinking it. White Jade Tequila, made from fruits harvested in the territory of the level 300 Lord in Thunder Valley. Another classmate added, feeling utterly refreshed. Zhuang Qing looked at Qian Zihao in surprise. Zihao, did you order this? Qian Zihao noticed the high-end wine on the table and quickly explained that it was exclusive to the guild's top VIP 999 rooms, which he couldn't order. He hurriedly called the waitress. Excuse me, was this wine delivered to the wrong table? The waitress replied honestly, no mistake. The boss asked me to bring it. Relieved, Qian Zihao said, Oh, the steward sent it? Please thank him for his kindness. The classmates inhaled sharply, amazed by Qian Zihao's importance within the guild. Seizing the moment, Zhuang Qing said, Suzhou, You should join the Star Hunters Guild after graduation. There aren't many good guilds in the country. Leaning back in his chair, Su Zhou replied indifferently. No need. I've already joined a guild. This statement left his classmates puzzled. How could he have joined a guild so quickly after just graduating? The waitress couldn't hold back and explained. Actually, the boss sent the wine for a VIP from the Mechanical City Guild. Mechanical City. The name hit the group like a bolt of lightning. The influence of the Mechanical City Guild was immense. Could it be that someone among them was a member? Su Zhou waved his hand and said to the waitress, "Bring out everything good you have." The waitress confirmed, "Sure. Shall we serve it according to the VIP 999 specifications?" The hotel manager had previously invited Su Zhou to use the top-tier room, but he had declined, thinking it was too much trouble. Now, it seemed they could still receive the highest level of service. This is a tremendous honor for their hotel. As soon as the waitress saw Su Zhou nod slightly, she quickly turned and rushed to the kitchen to make the switch. This brief interaction spoke volumes, and the entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, a wave of chatter erupted like a tidal wave. Classmates exclaimed, "No way, Su Zhou! You joined Mechanical City? A top-tier player right next to me? Su, do you have relatives in the Mechanical City Guild? My cousin graduated from a top combat university and couldn't even find a way in. That's incredible," someone praised. No wonder Su got an SSS rating. Su, is your family full of powerful job changers? Many classmates were stunned to the core by this news. They knew full well that being a member of a top guild meant that even a recent graduate like Su Zhou would be mentored by elite players. Given Su Zhou's own strength to achieve an SSS rating, his future accomplishments would be unimaginable. Zhuangqing looked on in disbelief, realizing how foolish her earlier words had been. What she regretted even more was breaking up with Su Zhou. She had pursued him because he was exceptional, convinced that he would awaken a powerful profession. Little did she expect to miss out on the best partner, just because he had repeated a year. Sitting beside her, Qian Ziheo's face turned as white as a sheet, filled with anxiety. With Su Zhou's current status, a mere displeasure could easily get him expelled from the guild. He knew that the Star Hunter Guild, for the sake of appearances, claimed to collaborate with the top-tier Mechanical City Guild. In reality, they had to pay a hefty sum every year, begging for a chance to bask in the top guild's glory. For ordinary people, a top guild in the world's third strongest nation was an unattainable existence. Compared to its members, he was less than a sewer rat. Qian Ziheo hurriedly stood up to pour Su Zhou a drink, forcing a smile. "Su, don't take my earlier words to heart." At that moment, he wished he could slap himself, hoping Su Zhou would forget his annoying face. Su Zhou responded calmly, "It's nothing. We're all here to catch up and enjoy ourselves." He didn't give a second thought to such a minor character. The other classmates watched Qian Ziheo's sycophantic behavior and glanced at Zhuang Qing's bewildered expression, secretly thinking the two of them were more clownish than clowns. After a hearty meal, the reunion quickly came to an end. Everyone filed out of the hotel. Those who hadn't become job changers opted for taxis, while those who had either used speed skills or summoned their mounts. Su Zhou walked over to Qin Kursin and said, "Let me take you home." Despite this old classmate now being his teacher who constantly complained about not awakening, Su Zhou could tell she always had his best interests at heart. It seemed like a good idea to give the class monitor a ride. Qin Kursin asked in surprise, "Did you buy a car? Or did you get a mount?" She was already convinced that Su Zhou was a rich second generation. No wonder the principal's tone changed when mentioning him. "I bought a mount," Su Zhou replied, summoning a golden lion. The majestic, awe-inspiring beast appeared, once again shocking his classmates. They finally understood why the hotel owner gave Su Zhou such special treatment. Anyone who could afford such a mount was undoubtedly wealthy or powerful. Some whispered that only Zhang Linglong, the granddaughter of a Mechanical City Guild elder, had such a golden mount. Qin Kursin looked at the golden lion, unable to help but marvel. "Su Zhou, just how rich is your family?" She hadn't seen this coming at all. Once they were seated, the golden lion surged forward, racing through the air. The magnificent mount soared high, drawing the attention of many passersby. On the way, Su Zhou suddenly remembered something important. His final task for his third job change was to help a job changer of a lower level than himself gain at least one level. Instead of helping a stranger, it made sense to help Qin Kursin, which would also complete his task. "Su Zhou, I haven't flown in ages. Can you slow your mount down?" Qin Kursin, sitting behind, felt her heart pounding. Her level was even lower than Su Zhou's level 100 mount, the Golden Lion, and she wasn't used to such high-speed flight. From the back of the mount, Su Zhou suddenly said, "Class monitor, how about I help you level up?" "What? It's too windy," Qin Kursin shouted over the rushing wind. After the class reunion ended, night quietly fell. A large, full moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the entire city and enveloping it in gentle moonlight. In this world, the moon was unusually large, allowing people to see distant sights even at night by its light. Su Zhou, riding his golden lion, was escorting Qin Kursen home. Along the way, he contemplated his remaining class advancement task, helping another class advancer level up at least once. He suddenly realized that he could use this opportunity to complete his third advancement task while also assisting Qin Kursen in leveling up. Did I hear you right? You want to help me level up? Qin Kursen asked in astonishment, her pretty almond-shaped eyes wide open. What level are you? I've already reached my second advancement, Su Zhou replied calmly. No way, I'm still stuck at the peak of my first advancement, and you've already reached the second? Qin Kursen's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she processed the information. Did the experts from your guild help you level up? Su Zhou didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to gaze at Qin Kursen with his dark eyes. He had spent 5 years practicing marksmanship at the shooting range, and such a solid combat foundation was enough for him to complete his advancement tasks on his own, even if he had been brought to the peak of his first advancement by others. Let's go, Su Zhou said succinctly, then steered the golden lion towards the advancement hall. Inside the hall, the two formed a party. Qin Kursen clutched her chest nervously with her delicate hands. She knew that having a high-level member join would significantly increase the task's difficulty. But Su Zhou gestured for her to accept the new advancement task with confidence. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Kursen agreed. She thought to herself that she might as well give it a try, as she would never complete the advancement task on her own. However, when she saw the new task requirements, she was so shocked that she stepped back repeatedly. They had to kill 10 level 300 lords in the Wind and Thunder Canyon, including high-level lords like the Thunder Ape King Kong, Phantom Ghostbat, and Filthy Heart Dragon. Such a difficult task was challenging even for 5th advancement class advancers. Let's go, Su Zhou said softly after reading the task. Qin Kursen looked at him in shock, a seemingly impossible realization dawning on her. Could Su Zhou's strength be so formidable that it elevated her advancement task to the highest difficulty? Meanwhile, in the underground Dark City, a group of foreign spies was gathering. They had learned from the Mechanical City that among the new guild members heading to Mo City today, only a gunner named Su Zhou matched their target. A diviner pinpointed Su Zhou's location and found that he had already left Jiangchuan City. The blonde leader gave the order, and over 106th to 8th advancement experts immediately mobilized. They wore loose robes enchanted with advanced concealment, invisibility, and agility spells, reducing their presence to the minimum and rendering them completely invisible. Over 100 high-level class advancers flew from the underground city to the surface. In their invisible state, the moonlight created a strange distortion effect on their bodies, forming a unique and irregular aesthetic. At the same time, at the Mechanical City headquarters, Zhang Xie was at the highest point of the hall, playing with a pink storage bracelet in her hand. After sensing the changes in Su Zhou, she had returned to headquarters to confirm that Su Zhou had awakened the mechanical ascension. Zhang Xie didn't rush to find Su Zhou. Instead, she planned to use this opportunity to eliminate hidden hostile forces. She speculated that these forces had likely not collected many fragments of the game's historical tomes, because once mechanical ascension was successfully activated, only those close to the laws could hope to win in the early stages. With this in mind, Zhang Xie smiled knowingly. She thought of those who had endured countless hardships to cultivate for 1,000 years, only to ascend and become one of the 100,000 celestial soldiers of Flower Fruit Mountain, hinting at the immense power of the god-tier profession, mechanical ascension. In the hall, a dozen elders slowly rose. Although they didn't know how much stronger the mechanical ascension would make Su Zhou compared to world-class experts in the future, his presence would undoubtedly become a major pillar of strength for the guild. It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back, an elder said, opening his cloudy eyes and sighing in relief. At that moment, other guild members had already gathered at the armory entrance, ready to receive their equipment. The massive vibranium gate slowly opened, revealing rows of awe-inspiring mechas. These towering machines, standing 10 meters tall, gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, each one a masterpiece of engineering. Members of the Mechanical City Guild moved swiftly, finding their respective mechas. As the hatches opened, they skillfully entered the cockpits. The metal eyes of the giant mechas lit up one by one, glowing a vibrant blue, as if awakening. Meanwhile, the elder figures stood aside, their power having reached a level where they no longer needed the aid of mechas. Zhang Xie gently raised her arm and summoned her Mount Silver Moon Bone Leopard. She stood still, listening as the diviner reported the target's location, her eyes sharp and penetrating the distance. With a command, all the mechas took to the sky, surging forward like a torrent of steel. The deafening roar of the mecha formation filled the air, creating a spectacular scene. The scene shifted to Thunderstorm Canyon. Here, fierce winds howled and lightning fell like rain, with the roars of various fierce beasts echoing through the canyon, shattering the clouds. Due to its extreme environment and the presence of the 10 beast lords, this place was considered forbidden territory. Sheen Curson stood at the canyon's edge, her expression anxious. Her eyes constantly scanned the canyon entrance, worried about Su Zhou, who had ventured in alone. Is he really going to be okay in there by himself? She muttered to herself. Just then, a series of deafening gunshots rang out from within the canyon, accompanied by the angry roars of beasts. In the sky, the Lord of the Murky Dragons circled and roared, spewing scorching dragon breath. If not for the chains binding them within the canyon, these beasts would have wreaked havoc long ago. The gunfire continued, finally ending with a massive explosion. Sheen Curson grew even more restless, glancing repeatedly at the golden lion beside her, seeking some comfort. The golden lion, however, merely lay on the ground, its eyes gleaming with reverence. Suddenly, the desperate howls of beasts echoed from within the canyon. To her astonishment, Sheen Curson saw Su Zhou emerge unscathed, casually twirling his dual pistols. All done. We can head back now, Su Zhou said with a smile, as if he had just completed a trivial task. Sheen Curson, full of confusion, was about to ask for details when Su Zhou gestured for her to stay calm. They mounted the golden lion and quickly left the troubled area. Not long after their departure, a sharp snap of fingers resounded in the air. Instantly, the entire canyon erupted with an earth-shattering explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud rose from the canyon center, as 10,000 tons of TNT detonated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire canyon was leveled, and all the fierce beasts were reduced to ashes. Sheen Curson stood in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Finally, her voice trembling, she asked, Su Zhou, if you're this powerful, why did you only activate your profession this year? Before he could answer, the golden lion suddenly halted, its fur standing on end as it warily looked into the distance. It sensed a terrifying presence, approaching hundreds of powerful high-ranking professionals were closing in. The golden lion suddenly halted, its fur standing on end as it vigilantly scanned the distance. It sensed an unprecedentedly powerful enemy approaching in large numbers. Su Zhou immediately noticed the danger signal from his mount, his eyes flashing a brilliant blue as he activated the Eye of Revelation. Under the awakened pupil technique, everything around him came into sharp focus. Multiple character information boxes appeared in his vision. Christine Johnson, level 379, Constitution 25142, Strength 10008, Mental 30546, Agility 19488. Skills: Heavenly Fire Descent, Absolute Water Domain, Sand Burial. Rosario, level 401, Constitution 27658, Strength 34987, Mental 16038, Agility 20488. Skills: Dragon Roar Dance, Blood Fury Starblade. Michelle Skeggs, level 449, Constitution 20551, Strength 38082, Mental 38009, Agility 18786. Skills: Starfire Rune Blade, Judgment Heaven's Gate. A group of foreign class changers was rapidly approaching. Su Zhou smiled faintly, guessing that the enemy nation had detected something unusual about him. However, he felt no fear, having long anticipated this day. If he truly wanted to remain hidden, he had the ability to ensure no one would find him, but he chose not to. After numerous trials, Su Zhou had gained full confidence in his abilities. These high-level foreign class changers were not enough to threaten him. Under the silver moonlight, the invisibility spell wore off. Over 100 high-level class changers hovered in the air, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Su Zhou's mount has sensed our presence, a diviner from the Western Alliance exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, that golden beast can't pinpoint our exact location, a level 8 mage responded confidently. The blonde man asked the diviner, how far are we from the target? 200 kilometers, the diviner replied, his eyes glowing with a brilliant gold as he gazed into the distance. The blonde youth immediately issued orders. Formation mages, start inscribing the teleportation array now, just in case. Priests and clerics, maximize all defensive barriers and healing spells. He then turned to the only level 8 assassin present. Darkstar, you initiate the attack with your ultimate skill. Understood. Darkstar exhaled deeply, his body transforming into a sharp, purple blade aimed straight at Su Zhou's heart, shooting forward at breakneck speed. On the other side, Sheen Curson muttered softly, if you're so powerful, why did you only activate your class this year? She recalled news reports mentioning top-tier classes like Holy Wing Angel, Necromancer, and Dragon Tamer. Although she didn't know their exact capabilities, she felt that Su Zhou might be even stronger than these top-tier classes. A sense of melancholy washed over her as she realized she might never have truly understood Suzhou. Make sure to hold on to my neck, Suzhou said, retracting his mount into the contract's teleportation array and locking his gaze on the distance. Huh. Qin Kursin was momentarily taken aback. Though she had once had a crush on Suzhou in high school, that was in the past. Besides, she had been his teacher, and being together would surely cause a scandal. As Qin Kursin's thoughts raced, the air suddenly vibrated with the hum of a sword. A brilliant purple light shot from afar. Suzhou, prepared, activated bullet time and grabbed Qin Kursin, dodging swiftly. The purple divine sword streaked past them, piercing the trees behind and leaving a massive hole. The trees instantly withered, drained of life. My attack was dodged by a gunner, Darkstar said, reverting to his human form with eyes wide in disbelief. The blonde youth, upon receiving the news, immediately ordered. Darkstar's assassination attempt failed. Activate the teleportation. The formation mages activated the hastily inscribed teleportation array, and over 100 class changers traversed the void. Above Suzhou's location, a massive hexagram array appeared in the sky. High-level class changers descended from the array like falling leaves, releasing a long-suppressed, chilling killing intent. Suzhou suddenly lifted Qin Kursin with one arm. One of them lost their balance and quickly grabbed the other's neck. At that moment, Qin Kursin finally understood the deeper meaning behind Suzhou's earlier words. With his other hand, Suzhou held the Hellfire shotgun firmly, ready to fire at any moment. Suddenly, a blonde youth shouted, "Everyone attack Suzhou! Don't let that woman escape either!" As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his judgment sword and unleashed several fierce sword strikes. In an instant, the scene turned chaotic. The other reawakened fighters activated their ultimate skills simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of diverse abilities that rained down on Suzhou and Qin Kursin like a torrential downpour. Facing this dire situation, Suzhou, for the first time since his awakening, pushed his quantum moon step to its limits. Holding Qin Kursin tightly with one arm, he moved like lightning, teleporting across the battlefield to dodge the overwhelming attacks. Bang! 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 The Hellfire shotgun roared incessantly, its bullets flying out like a storm. Spent shells traced elegant arcs through the air, each shot hitting an enemy's vital point with precision. Thanks to his rapid mental recovery rate, Suzhou freely unleashed a variety of awakened divine skills. The Eye of Revelation detected all potential threats, while bullet time allowed him to dodge accurately and counterattack in sync with Quantum Moon Step. This was his first time going all out in battle, showcasing his astonishing prowess. Suzhou's movements were as elusive as a ghost's, darting back and forth across the arena. Whenever he teleported behind an enemy, they were met with the deadly muzzle of his shotgun. Qin Kursin clung tightly to Suzhou's neck, her eyes shut firmly. She occasionally felt warm liquid splashing onto her. It was the blood of their enemies. Peeking through her eyelids, she saw Suzhou's handsome profile, now marked by an uncommon look of concentration. At that moment, she finally grasped the meaning of his earlier words. The battlefield echoed with the wails of their foes. Armor piercing? His attacks deal pure damage. Our shields are useless, someone cried out in terror. He's too fast. That teleportation must be an awakened skill. How can he use it so frequently? My slow ray can't lock onto him, another shouted in despair. Damn it, he dodged my magic sniper bullet. His reaction speed is unbelievable. His marksmanship is demonic. How can a shotgun be this precise? Quantum phasing? He can use high-level phasing skills. Our attacks are all missing. What kind of insane princess carry is this? All the high-level reawakened fighters cried out in desperation. Despite their high health and resilience, they were no match for Suzhou's pure damage attacks. Worse yet, his quantum state rendered their tracking skills completely ineffective. Seeing the dire situation, the blonde youth urgently shouted, "Darkstar, use the Void Cleaver artifact we brought. Fight phasing with phasing." He was in a panic, realizing that the Suzhou in the video hadn't shown his full power. Now, without even summoning the Cyber Guanyin, Suzhou had already shattered their formation. "Everyone, spread out. I'll break his quantum state," responded the Darkstar assassin, drawing a pair of void blades. He never expected that this sacred artifact would be needed now. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "He's stopping." All eyes turned to the sky, where Suzhou hovered, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Countless fragments of celestial mechs appeared around Suzhou, rapidly assembling into a colossal metallic Buddha. The pressure emanating from this mech Buddha felt as overwhelming as a mountain, tightening the hearts of everyone present. Wasn't it supposed to be Cyber Guanyin? How did it evolve into the Buddha? One reawakened fighter broke down completely. They were already struggling against Cyber Guanine, and now, who could stand against this mech Buddha? Meanwhile, members of the approaching Mecha City Guild also halted in their tracks. The sight of the mech Buddha plummeting from the sky left them speechless with shock. This is the endgame, the ultimate salvation and annihilation, someone murmured, voicing the fear that gripped everyone's hearts. Boom! The giant mechanical Buddha's massive hand slammed down, raising a storm of dust. A dozen assassins were instantly crushed, their bodies bursting into a spray of blood and flesh. The wind elementalist quickly cast a spell to disperse the blinding dust, while the others spread out to barely avoid the deadly blow. As the dust settled, moonlight bathed the blood-stained metallic face of the mech Buddha. Everyone present shivered. This Buddha was mercilessly slaughtering all in its path. The A-tier mage wasted no time in wielding his staff, unleashing the deadly spell Dragon Dance of 1,000 Flames. A colossal fire dragon, as vast as the Great Wall, materialized in the sky. The other job changers coordinated, casting immobilizing spells, slowing techniques, and earth-binding skills to restrict its movement. The fire dragon roared towards the mech Buddha, the air around it warping from the intense heat. At the critical moment, the mech Buddha's electronic eyes glowed with brilliant golden light, instantly forming a mechanical version of the Buddhist golden bell around itself. The fire dragon collided with the golden bell, engulfing the entire mech in flames. The nearby forest ignited, transforming the battlefield into a sea of fire. The power of this forbidden spell was astonishing, with temperatures surpassing those of the sun's surface. Su Zhou silently thanked the mage. The fire dragon, enhanced by the flame orb, had doubled in power, making it difficult even for the mech Buddha to withstand. The observing job changers cheered excitedly. Burn it down. Today we slay gods and Buddhas. However, a blonde youth cautioned against complacency. He launched dozens of golden energy balls, and the other job changers followed suit, firing a barrage of dazzling skills at the Buddha engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a job changer shouted, "The mech's golden bell is still up." Before the words finished, a massive iron fist burst through the flames, distorting space with its brute force. With a loud bang, the job changer at the front was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. The mech Buddha had survived. With a hum, the burning flames and the golden bell barrier were simultaneously dispelled. The mech Buddha charged into the crowd, its arms drawn back like a fully loaded bow, unleashing cyber mech technique. 100 fists in a second. The job changers watched in stunned horror as the mech Buddha's iron fists rained down like a storm, moving so fast they left after images. Each punch claimed a life in an instant. Someone screamed in despair. Are we assassins or are we fighting a boss? On the outskirts of the battlefield, members of the Mechanical City Guild watched the battle in shock, repeatedly asking Jiang Xie when she would intervene. Jiang Xie calmly replied, "No rush. I'll step in when necessary. These job changers aren't much of a threat. Jumping in now would only add to the chaos." At the battlefield's center, other job changers continuously sought weak points in the mech's armor to attack. Suddenly, the assassin Anqing shouted, "Clear the way!" With his twin blades enchanted with 1,000 layers of buffs, he spiraled towards the mech Buddha, carving deep gashes into its metallic arm. The mech Buddha reactivated its golden bell barrier, blocking the full-force attack. Immediately after, brilliant red light erupted from its eyes, sweeping powerful lasers across the battlefield. As the job changers dodged the lasers, the mech Buddha inexplicably clenched its massive metallic hand. Like Thanos with a metal infinity gauntlet, the mech Buddha snapped its fingers. With a sharp crack, the bodies of job changers who had died or had enchanted bullets lodged in them exploded in a blinding flash of white light. Dozens of job changers perished instantly, the explosive power of the bullets far beyond anyone's expectations. Seeing the mech Buddha's body beginning to break down, the blonde youth swung his great sword and yelled, "Don't give the mech Buddha a chance to breathe." They absolutely cannot allow a powerful figure to emerge in Tianlong Kingdom. The history of invasion from centuries ago remains vivid, and the Western Alliance's atrocities of burning, killing, and looting the indigenous people of Long Kingdom are still a deep, unhealed scar. The precious antiques that were plundered are still displayed in their museums, silently accusing this dark history. If Tianlong Kingdom were to rise again, revenge would be inevitable. On the battlefield, amidst the explosions and thick smoke, Su Zhou decisively activated the 10-second invisibility effect of his night cloak. Silently, he led Qin Kursin out of the Mecha Buddha. His mind made Upto detonate the energy relic within the Mecha Buddha and bury all enemies in the apocalyptic Fire Lotus. In automatic attack mode, the Mecha Buddha tirelessly launched fierce assaults on the foreign job changers around it. However, The diviners on the battlefield soon sensed something amiss. Their crystal balls caught the trace of Su Zhou's escape. Despite their thorough preparations, Su Zhou's actions still caught them off guard. Just as Su Zhou was about to completely exit the battlefield, he unhesitatingly issued the self-destruct command. In an instant, the energy relic within the Mecha Buddha erupted with a blinding golden light, illuminating the entire battleground. This mecha is going to self-destruct. Everyone retreat, the blonde youth shouted in terror. The other job changers hurriedly used their speed skills, trying to flee from the Suntobe hellish battlefield. At that moment, Jiang Xie seized the opportunity and decisively unleashed her ultimate move, Dimensional Domain Confinement. A massive transparent cube suddenly materialized on the battlefield, trapping all the enemies and the Sunto Explode Mecha Buddha within. The fleeing job changers were bounced back by the barrier, their eyes filled with deep fear of the impending death. Seal! Jiang Xie clasped her delicate hand, and the cubic barrier began to contract violently. Simultaneously, the energy relic completely detonated, and the deafening explosion resounded through the skies. Within the confined space, the apocalyptic fire lotus unfurled slowly, its scorching heat instantly reducing all enemies to ashes. Even the powerful dimensional confinement cube struggled to contain such cataclysmic force, soon showing cracks. To ensure no loose ends, Jiang Xie summoned a colossal mechanical hand from thin air, which slammed heavily onto the already crumbling cube. With this final blow, the dimensional confinement cube shattered completely, and the enemies within had long turned to dust. When Su Zhou saw Jiang Yaoyue arriving with a group of people, he seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but silently gripe. No wonder he couldn't resist messing with Jiang Linglong. It was mainly because his aunt was so tricky. Every time he saw his aunt, he subconsciously wanted to repay in kind. Jiang Xie used the excuse of discussing things further to take Su Zhou back home. She had already instructed other members of the guild to escort Qin Kursen home. Considering the importance of the mechanical ascension, they decided to perform a Men in Black style memory wipe on Qin Kursen. The red light from the memory eraser could isolate neural brainwaves, especially memory neurons. Although it's impossible to completely erase memories due to the unique physiology of the job changers, making Qin Kursen forget today's events wasn't too difficult. Once they got home, Su Zhou had just opened the door when Jiang Xie eagerly threw herself onto the sofa, stretching her limbs with a big yawn. Ah, today was exhausting, she said lazily, her voice tinged with exaggerated fatigue. Su Zhou rolled his eyes, clearly not buying her story. No way just using a skill could tire you out that much, he thought. Jiang Xie suddenly remembered something, her tone taking on a mock grievance. Hey, you didn't even tell me you switched to such a powerful profession, she sighed dramatically. I didn't even have time to watch TV today, because of you. You're not much better yourself, you know, Su Zhou retorted, having only found out today that his aunt was a job changer. Jiang Xie immediately sat up straight, her expression turning serious. Do you realize how dangerous it was for you today? The success rate was only 98, which is practically a death sentence. Luckily, I arrived in time to make up that remaining 0.2, she said passionately, her eyes glowing with excitement. It was an exhilarating battle. She suddenly changed the topic, asking curiously, by the way, is your profession mechanical ascension? Su Zhou hesitated slightly. I'm not sure, but the profession talent does mention it. Then that's it, Jiang Xie said, relieved, and began explaining the origins of mechanical ascension to Su Zhou. This information was pieced together from fragments of game history. She detailed how the world had changed after the game merged with reality. Blue Star's defenses and size increased 100-fold, various creatures mutated, and additional monsters and secret dungeons appeared. Humans also had a chance to activate professions and gain extraordinary abilities. Jiang Xie emphasized that although the game had merged with reality, it did not completely replace it. The world didn't operate like an online game with specific damage numbers. She illustrated how game mechanics and reality blended, including how skill casting primarily relied on mental power. She continued to explain that after understanding the game mechanics, humans began to explore the essence of the game's fusion with Blue Star. Though there had been no substantial progress, the latest research confirmed the top-tier profession of this version, the technologically attributed mechanical ascension. I see, Su Zhou said thoughtfully. No wonder I could activate the profession difficulty. But if I hadn't maxed out the 10 billion shots, it might have been a different profession. Jiang Xie couldn't help but praise him. Your profession is the only tier 0, even stronger than tier 0. Her tone carried a hint of envy. Su Zhou asked the question that had been on his mind. What's the deal with Mechanical City? Jiang Xie then remembered she hadn't mentioned this crucial detail. She briefly introduced Su Zhou's family background. His grandfather Su Gongjin and his maternal grandfather Jiang Wanyao were originally comrades, each with their own guild. After a series of events, the two guilds merged into Mechanical City. Su Zhou's parents Su Shaoqing and Jiang Yueximit and fell in love because of this, eventually getting married and having children. Jiang Xie deliberately skipped over some details. She didn't mention that Jiang Yuexin almost died in a war while pregnant or that Su Zhou's birth was practically a miracle. She also didn't explain why Su Zhou was left in Jiangchuan City, vaguely hinting it might be related to the Third War. After hearing all this, Su Zhou suddenly understood. No wonder. You're practically royalty in the guild now. Realizing something, he exclaimed, wait, in the big shot? Seriously? Jiang Xie playfully chimed in. The heir of the Forbidden Magic Guild is called FAZ. The heir of the Martial Extreme Alliance is called Shengzi. So the heir of Mechanical City should be called GZ. From now on, you're GZ. Su Zhou sighed helplessly. If you keep this up, I'm going to send a lawyer's letter. This storage bracelet is for you. It has a storage space of over 10,000 cubic meters, much larger than the one you're using now, Jiang Xie said, as she tossed a pink bracelet to the other person. Su Zhou caught the bracelet, frowning slightly. Why is it pink? That's way too flashy, he complained, but despite his words, he quickly put the bracelet on his wrist. A storage bracelet with over 10,000 cubic meters of space had become almost a collector's item. It used to belong to your mom, Jiang Xie said calmly. That explains the taste. Su Zhou quickly changed his tone, chuckling awkwardly. He thought to himself that both he and his father had once aspired to be the head of the household, but ended up being the ones who did the cooking. Jiang Xie rubbed her aching forehead. I have a meeting to handle some matters tomorrow, so I'll take you back to the old home the day after. She knew that now Su Zhou had become a transferee. She couldn't afford to be complacent anymore. The Mech City Guild, under the jurisdiction of Long Country, always had an endless list of tasks, leaving everyone exhausted. Knowing that the headquarters was in the imperial capital, Su Zhou prepared to go back to his room to rest. Although his current mental strength meant he could go without sleep indefinitely, who would pass up the chance to lie comfortably in their own bed, he now somewhat understood why his aunt liked to live off her parents. After all, his parents had worked hard for most of their lives. Surely he deserved to enjoy some comfort, he thought. I noticed your gear. You're only at the second transition, right? Be extra careful until you level up more. Jiang Xie reminded her nephew as she watched him head to his room. While his profession was the strongest version, his level was still too low. For instance, the mechanical Buddha he summoned tonight was not invincible against high-level transferees. Got it. Su Zhou nodded and went back to his room, ready to transfer items from his old storage bracelet to the new one. As he began the transfer, he was surprised to find that the pink bracelet his mother left behind still contained quite a few items. Besides valuable health and mana recovery items, there were two sealed objects. Although originally unrestricted by profession, Su Zhou's mother had placed restrictions on them for safety reasons. The first was a legendary dwarf craftsman summoning token, which could only be used after reaching the fourth transition. Su Zhou's eyes lit up. The dwarven race was known across the universe as the best craftsmen, and this token could even summon the strongest dwarven blacksmith to forge equipment for him. The second item was an Abyss Party invitation, which made Su Zhou's heart race. Both items were ultra-rare and highly valuable, especially the latter. The invitation could only be used after the fifth transition. Su Zhou carefully read the description and took a deep breath. Having lived in this world for a while, he had heard of the high-dimensional regions of the celestial and demon realms. Few transferees ever received invitations to these realms. While the monsters there were incredibly strong, the regions were also filled with top-tier items, materials, and equipment. Su Zhou pondered the reasons for these restrictions. The creatures in the demon realm were immensely powerful, requiring strong capabilities to venture there. The legendary dwarf craftsman was restricted to the fourth transition, while the invitation required the fifth. This seemed to suggest that he should first forge strong equipment before attempting the Abyss Party. After examining the two items, Su Zhou stretched. He decided to sell off a lot of unnecessary gear and items from his old storage bracelet at a slight discount. Soon, transaction notifications popped up. Your listed equipment has been sold, earning 183 million purple crystals. Your listed equipment has been sold, earning 302 million purple crystals. Your listed items have been sold, earning 871 million purple crystals. Su Zhou let out a sigh of relief as he saw his purple crystal balance break records once again. Even though unlocking an awakening skill cost 5 billion purple crystals, he was earning enough. He reopened the market to browse rows of third transition hero-grade equipment. He had already obtained a hero-grade weapon and ring from defeating Mech Kern. Now it was time to get the rest of the hero-grade equipment. You spent 625 million purple crystals to purchase hero-grade equipment, Hero's Imperial Armor. You spent 357 million purple crystals to purchase hero-grade equipment, Hero's Imperial Boots. You spent 326 million purple crystals to purchase hero-grade equipment, Hero's Imperial Belt. Meanwhile, Jiang Xie dozed off in her room. She dreamed of her university days as a transferee when the guild was still developing. A world-class expert had joined the guild, showing great interest in Su Xiaoqing and Jiang Yuexin's marriage. However, this expert mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace. Even his name and appearance were unknown, as if the world had erased his existence. In her dream, the expert asked, "Xia, I heard my elder brother and your sister had an arranged marriage, right?" "Yes, they did, but now it's more like a blind date," Jiang Xie replied. "No wonder they don't seem very affectionate." "That's not good. Why do you care more about them than I do?" Jiang Xie said, a bit exasperated. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, filling the room with a warm glow. Su Zhou opened his eyes, excitement welling up inside him. Today, he would head to the job advancement hall to submit his mission and complete his second job advancement. Successfully doing so would grant him an additional 2,000 attribute points and unlock the ultimate skill of his third job class. Meanwhile, a blind date was taking place at the Yun and I restaurant in the imperial capital. The pink and purple decor created a cozy atmosphere, with elegant chandeliers casting a soft light. In a private booth, a man and a woman sat facing each other. "Ling Long, order whatever you like," the short-haired man said affectionately, secretly thrilled to be dining with his goddess. Jiang Ling Long rubbed her forehead, looking troubled. "You order. I don't have an appetite right now. I don't want to waste your money." Ever since graduating, her family had been setting her up on blind dates, but she was determined to become a job master, believing that love would only slow her down. The short-haired man was nearly moved to tears. "Ling Long, you care about me so much." He mistakenly thought Jiang Ling Long was being frugal for his sake. Exasperated, Jiang Ling Long called out, "Waiter, bring us the most expensive dishes you have." She couldn't fathom how he could interpret her words as concern. "Wow, even the way you order food is so commanding," the short-haired man said, his eyes full of admiration. He even wondered if Jiang Ling Long had already fallen for him. Jiang Ling Long clenched her fists, feeling like she was punching a pillow. Despite her fiery temper, getting angry at this man would only make him more excited. She recalled the time she mistakenly thought Su Zhou was confessing his love to her, and now wanted to snuff out any signs of romance. Su Zhou had long been crossed off her list. When the food arrived, the short-haired man tried to keep the conversation going, but Jiang Ling Long only responded perfunctorily. He began to wonder if she was toying with his feelings. To confirm his suspicion, he took a deep breath and asked directly, "Ling Long, do you like me?" "No," Jiang Ling Long replied bluntly. "Ah, what a coincidence. I don't like you either. I prefer Zhuangzi. Laozi, Zhuangzi Mozi. All the philosophers, I don't like any of them. And that includes you." Jiang Ling Long laid it out plainly, feeling cornered. Her words struck the short-haired man like an arrow, leaving him paralyzed in his seat. Jiang Ling Long got up to pay the bill, thinking that at least this meal would make him give up. She checked her phone and saw her family group chat asking about the date. Helplessly, she lied. "It went okay. We talked about everything from ancient philosophers to the Monkey King's birth." She sighed deeply, finally understanding the struggles of modern single women. Although job changers had long lifespans, the outside world was fraught with dangers. Major factions were increasingly at odds, and a world war could break out at any moment. Stuck at the peak of her fourth job, unable to complete her advancement mission, her family was pressuring her to settle down. "Damn it, if only I had the power. If only I had the power." Jiang Linglong pounded the table with her fist. She had to find someone to help her break through the peak of her fourth job. Meanwhile, in the job advancement hall in Jiangchuan City, Su Zhou stood in the central hall, ready to submit his job advancement mission. The system prompt sounded. "Congratulations on completing the job advancement mission. You have 2 career paths to choose from. Option 1, Apocalypse Gunner. Description: your future career development will involve mastering advanced multidimensional gun technology to launch supreme attacks. Option 2, Executioner Gunner. Description: your future career development will focus on supreme, single-target gun skills." Without hesitation, Su Zhou chose Apocalypse Gunner. The system prompt continued. Choice confirmed. "Congratulations on advancing to Apocalypse Gunner. You have gained 2,000 attribute points, automatically allocated according to your gunner class." As the job advancement completed, Su Zhou felt a surge of energy within him. His level instantly rose from 130 to 131, breaking through the second job bottleneck. Glimmers of light appeared around him, like bright stars. Su Zhou had successfully advanced from his second to third job class, enveloped in a warm, rejuvenating energy. "Finally, I can try out my hero-grade equipment." Su Zhou eagerly changed into his new gear. He equipped the Twin Void Dragon, a level 131 hero-grade weapon with unlimited bullets. It added 1478 to all attributes, 1888 to strength, 200 to attack speed, and had a 20 chance of dealing double damage with normal attacks. The dragon-shaped engravings on the gun were said to protect the wielder from evil influences. Next was the heroic Imperial Battle Armor, a level 131 hero-grade piece of armor. It added 1078 to all attributes, 1500 to Constitution, 30 to mental recovery, and doubled the defense at the heart area. This armor was from the lost ruins of the Goya Empire and was said to be the standard royal attire for the kingdom's gun saints. Lastly, he donned the heroic Imperial Battle Boots, also level 131 hero-grade armor. They added 1950 to agility, 950 to mental power, 950 to strength, and increased aerial maneuverability by 30. Suzhou's new gunner outfit was primarily white, with royal yellow patterns adorning the edges. The twin void dragon at his waist gleamed with a purple light flowing through the engravings. He checked his personal information. Name, Suzhou. Class, Apocalypse Gunner. Level, 131. Constitution, 10,324. Strength, 21,083. Mental power, 12355. Agility, 14,736. Title, Arena Champion. Awakening skills, Destruction Ray, Winged Slaughter, Cybernetic, Guanine Mech. Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, Suzhou looked forward to what the future held. The warrior-grade gear instantly elevated Suzhou's attire to a new level. He glanced down at his white Imperial battle robe, looking every bit like a commander leading a legion of Imperial marksmen. Licking his dry lips in excitement, Suzhou eagerly opened his skill tree panel. Before him was an immense, majestic awakening skill tree. After his third class change, new awakening skills glimmered on the higher branches. Among the myriad of skills, one named Nuclear Rift Cannon stood out. This skill allowed the user to summon a nuclear rift device in the sky above any visible location, launching a nuclear cannon at a designated point. The ability to summon a nuclear strike at what was undoubtedly the epitome of modern male fantasy. Suzhou loved this skill to the core, truly embracing the allure of being an Armageddon gunner. After spending 10 billion amethyst coins, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have learned a new awakening skill, Nuclear Rift Cannon. Suzhou looked at the newly added skill in his skill bar and felt it was all worth it. The sheer power gained far outweighed the cost. Even better, the Nuclear Rift Cannon perfectly complemented his Eye of Apocalypse. With it, Suzhou could unleash nuclear strikes on any corner of the world. His abundant mental energy after the third class change even allowed him to cast this world-ending skill twice consecutively. With his class change complete, Suzhou turned to leave the class change hall to find a new leveling spot. Just then, a booming voice called out, "Hey, you from the Mechanical City Guild? Are you here for the meeting too?" Suzhou paused, glancing at the guild emblem on his chest, realizing the voice was addressing him. He turned to see three burly men wearing the War Extremity Guild emblems. The leader was a tall, muscular man clad in a black martial arts uniform, his muscles rippling like forged steel, etched with hard lines. Beside him stood two similarly muscular partners in white martial arts uniforms. War Extremity Guild was one of the top 3 guilds in the Dragon Nation, known for their pursuit of physical prowess, earning the nickname Barehanded Gundam Dismantlers. This focus on body cultivation created a cycle of disdain. Body cultivators looked down on technology users scoffed at magic users, and magic users disdained body cultivators. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter upon seeing this scene. Whoa! What are members of the War Extremity Guild doing in our city? What are they here for? You just noticed? I've been keeping an eye on these body cultivation experts for a while now. These two guilds have a long-standing grudge. I heard last time the Mechanical City Guild ambushed War Extremity's camp on the multiracial battlefield, leaving their Camp 7 vulnerable, which got raided by the Magic Forbidden Arts Society. If it weren't for the Magic Forbidden Arts Society's camp inexplicably exploding, Mechanical City would have suffered huge losses on the battlefield. Are these three from War Extremity here to retaliate for the ambush on the battlefield? I doubt it. Both top guilds are part of the Dragon Nation. Despite their mutual dislike, members of the 3 major guilds often team up for missions, so it shouldn't affect individuals. Hard to say. Those War Extremity guys train their muscles daily, and their thought processes. Many people even considered leaving quickly, fearing a conflict between the body cultivators and others might drag them into trouble. Suzhou glanced at the 3 men and said calmly, "What do you want?" It was his first time encountering members of a top domestic body cultivation guild. Rumor had it that due to their pursuit of ultimate physical strength, female members were extremely rare, and those who did join were as robust as Amazons. The man in the black martial arts uniform spoke amicably. "We consulted a diviner who told us there's a treasure chest monster somewhere in this city. If you're interested, we could team up to find it." He glanced at the surrounding crowd, clearly aware of the whispers. Although he did dislike those who relied on technology, Capturing a treasure chest monster, a special creature known for its swift escape, required more than just brute strength. Technology users had more methods to trap such creatures. Upon hearing the words treasure chest monster, the crowd's eyes lit up. Treasure chest monsters were rare creatures that contained valuable treasures. If a class changer could damage one, it would spew out various precious equipment and items. Killing one would yield even greater rewards. However, these monsters had numerous escape methods, and even injuring one was a significant feat for many class changers. Many cast envious glances at Suzhou, thinking that consulting a diviner to locate such a rare creature must have cost a fortune. Suzhou, a body cultivation practitioner, realized he lacked effective means to restrain enemies. This led him to consider collaborating with a gunsmith. However, when the invitation was extended, Suzhou politely declined. "Let's skip the collaboration for now. I have other matters to attend to," he said calmly, calculating that his awakening skills were far more powerful than dealing with treasure box monsters. Two burly men in Wuji guild uniforms standing nearby were displeased by his words. One of them couldn't help but sneer. "Are you saving the world or something? What could be more important than treasure box monsters?" Despite their unfriendly tone, they were wary of Suzhou because he was a member of the mechanical guild. Unfazed, Suzhou looked them in the eyes and asked, "If I join, how do you plan to split the rewards?" The faces of the Wuji guild members darkened, and one replied sullenly, "We'll pay you in purple crystals according to your level and performance, based on the current market rate." This remark immediately drew laughter from the onlookers. Everyone knew that a member of the prestigious mechanical guild wouldn't be swayed by mere purple crystals. It became clear that these men were looking for free labor under the guise of collaboration. Suzhou sneered, "You can't afford me. My time is far more valuable than yours." With that, he turned to leave. A burly man in a white martial arts uniform, embarrassed and angry, reached out to shove Suzhou. However, Suzhou, as if he had eyes on his back, sidestepped and grabbed the man's wrist, executing a skillful trip that easily brought his opponent, who was far weaker in strength, to the ground. With a dull thud, the man in white fell face first, causing a stir among the crowd. It seemed a fight was inevitable. Another man in white, enraged by his comrade's humiliation, was about to step forward. But their leader, a man in a black martial arts uniform, quickly intervened. A flicker of disbelief flashed in the leader's eyes as he pondered. How did this gunsmith react so quickly and execute such a seamless counterattack at such close range? Could there be more to his earlier claim that they couldn't afford him? Just as tensions were about to boil over, a clear female voice rang out. "Suzhou!" Zhang Linglong arrived on the scene, riding a majestic golden lion. She had intended to look after this newcomer more within the guild, but it seemed he was quite the troublemaker. She thought to herself, "It looks like I'll need to keep a closer eye on this guy in the future." Seeing Zhang Linglong's arrival, the man in black furrowed his thick brows tightly. He muttered under his breath, "Why is Zhang Linglong here?" Suzhou looked at Zhang Linglong with a puzzled expression, a thought flashing through his mind. "Don't tell me you're here for some meeting too." He recalled what the three members of the Wuji Alliance had said earlier, and his brows furrowed slightly. Zhang Linglong took a deep breath to calm herself, and said, "I don't have any meetings today. I'm here to find you." Her gaze swept over the man in the white martial arts uniform who had fallen to the ground, and then at the other two members of the Wuji Alliance inside the job change hall. Turning to the two physical cultivators, Zhang Linglong questioned them sternly. "What? Are you two here to cause trouble for our guild members?" Despite her inner tension, she knew how to prioritize in front of rival guild members. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the man in the black martial arts uniform quickly explained. "No, we were just negotiating a collaboration, but it didn't work out. Since you're not interested, we won't force it." He signaled to his companion to prepare to leave. This gunslinger seemed to have quite a background. Even the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Mechanical Guild came looking for him clearly, someone they couldn't afford to offend. His companion sighed silently, not daring to say more. After all, even their guild leader's son was pursuing Zhang Linglong. He certainly couldn't have any other ideas. At that moment, the burly man in the white martial arts uniform suddenly slapped the ground with his hands and got up. He walked up to Suzhou, the anger fading from his face, and said with respect, "You're really strong. I apologize for the offense." This unexpected turn of events stunned the onlookers who had expected a fight. The man in the white martial arts uniform then left the job change hall with his companion. The experience of being thrown by Suzhou had made him acutely aware of the gap in their abilities. As a physical cultivator, he understood that neither his stability nor his speed could be easily matched by an average gunslinger. Yet, the other had not only dodged effortlessly, but had also used the simplest technique to take him down. It was this power and reflex speed that truly earned his respect. Suzhou looked at Zhang Linglong and teased, "Don't tell me you came all the way here just to help me out of trouble." though he knew in his heart that he didn't really need her help given his own strength. Jiang Linglong lowered her head slightly, her cheeks turning red as she stammered. If there's anything you want to eat, drink, or play, I'll treat you. Su Zhou was baffled, a big question mark seemingly appearing over his head. At this moment, Jiang Linglong's mind was in turmoil. As a modern independent woman, she had always insisted on not teaming up with men. But Su Zhou was an exception. Although his level was low, his strength was extraordinary. He was the perfect partner for breaking through her bottleneck. If they could team up for the job change task, she might just succeed. But how could she say this out loud? It would be so embarrassing if word got out. So, Jiang Linglong came up with a clever plan. Treat Su Zhou to food, drinks, and fun, and then casually bring up the job change bottleneck in conversation. That way, Su Zhou would feel obliged to offer help after accepting her hospitality. This would give her some leverage. Pleased with her genius plan, Jiang Linglong felt she could turn the situation to her advantage. Seeing that Su Zhou hadn't responded, Jiang Linglong coughed twice in urgency and repeated, "If there's anything you want to eat, drink, or play, just tell me." Understanding dawned on Su Zhou suddenly. "I get it. You're trying to make up for the embarrassment I caused you last time by making me feel the same way now, right?" He speculated boldly, thinking that Jiang Linglong must hold grudges like a Scorpio. Otherwise, there was no reason for her sudden kindness. Jiang Linglong was taken aback by Su Zhou's misunderstanding. After some inner conflict, she decided to test his strength first. "Su Zhou, how strong are you?" Jiang Linglong asked cautiously. "Very strong," Su Zhou replied succinctly. "What do you mean by very strong?" "How strong exactly?" Jiang Linglong pressed on. Su Zhou answered slowly. "Beyond what you can imagine." Hearing this, Jiang Linglong felt somewhat reassured. But another complex emotion arose. She realized her vow to never team up with men might soon be broken. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going," Su Zhou said, turning to leave. "Wait," Jiang Linglong bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Always proud and independent, she never thought she'd need someone else's help. Gathering her courage, she whispered, "Can you team up with me? I have a job change task to complete." She knew she couldn't finish the task on her own. Realizing the situation, Su Zhou chuckled. "You want me to help you with your job change?" No wonder she had been so hesitant. It all made sense now. Thinking her request might be too much, Jiang Linglong quickly added, "I won't ask you to do it for free. If you help me complete the task, I'll give you 8 million guild points as a reward." She knew the value of her offer. 8 million guild points. Su Zhou took a deep breath. He had earned just over 10 million points on the battlefield of the myriad races. No wonder Jiang Linglong was so well off. "All right, I agree," Su Zhou said decisively. He did owe her for the previous embarrassment. Besides, she was probably his half-sister from another father and mother. Jiang Linglong sent a team invitation to Su Zhou. Once they formed a team, they headed towards the job change hall. Standing before the job change monument, Jiang Linglong took a deep breath and resolutely abandoned her original task of achieving 33 consecutive wins in the arena. She knew that maintaining a high win rate was not difficult with her skills, but achieving such a long winning streak was a stretch. The monument glowed, and a new job change task appeared. The team must clear the 100th floor of the Tianjiao Shadow Tower. Jiang Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. The difficulty of this task was worlds apart from her previous one, skyrocketing from 0.0001 to 100. The Tianjiao Shadow Tower housed the battle shadows of top-tier talents from past generations. Each one was a rare, brilliant star. Although the shadows would adjust to the challenger's level, their innate talents and techniques remained terrifyingly formidable. Clearing the 100th floor meant defeating all these super geniuses. Jiang Linglong felt her legs go weak and slowly crouched to the ground. Her current predicament was akin to an excellent martial arts graduate facing legends like Bai Qi, Xiangyu, Hui Tsubing, and Lu Bu. It felt like an impossible mission. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Su Zhou lightly patted Jiang Linglong's shoulder, his tone calm. Jiang Linglong looked up dazedly, incredulous at Su Zhou. He had already located the Tianjiao Shadow Tower and was pulling her by the hand to leave. "Do you really have the confidence to clear the Tianjiao Shadow Tower?" Jiang Linglong followed behind, her voice filled with confusion and uncertainty. Su Zhou slightly tipped his gunslinger cowboy hat, a hint of confidence in his tone. "I told you, as long as I make a move, it's already the limit of this rank. I told you, even with just a slight effort, I've already reached the limit of this tier," Su Zhou said, slightly lowering the gunslinger cowboy hat he was wearing, his tone indifferent. His words were incredibly arrogant, yet they left Jiang Linglong deeply shaken, drawn to his overwhelming confidence. She had to admit, Su Zhou was indeed extraordinarily cool at this moment. The two left the job change hall, heading towards the jar merchant to purchase tickets to the virtual divine realm. In this world where reality and games are intertwined, The virtual divine realm is more like the game itself descending upon reality, with a mysterious connection to the arena's otherworldly space. This might explain why Jiang Linglong's new task, after abandoning the arena's job change mission, was related to the arena's Tower of Heroes. The Tower of Heroic Shadows is located in the virtual divine realm and has the astonishing ability to retain the battle shadows of past genius job changers who climbed the tower. These shadows can even perfectly replicate the strength of those job changers from back then. At the entrance of the hall, they each summoned their mounts. Zhang Linglong was surprised to find that Su Zhou's mount was also a golden lion. "I've always liked lions," Su Zhou said, rubbing his nose a bit awkwardly. "They roar through the forest." Zhang Linglong was momentarily speechless, and Su Zhou quickly changed the subject. "Don't mind those details. Let's get going." He didn't want to admit to Zhang Linglong that he chose the golden lion mainly because he thought she looked cool riding one on the battlefield of 10,000 races, and since he didn't know much about mounts, he figured following her lead couldn't go wrong. Riding their golden lions through the city sky, they were like two limited edition supercars, drawing exclamations from the people below. "Wow, I can't believe I saw two golden beasts today. That's so cool." Anyone riding those must either be rich kids or descendants of big shots. "Did you see that golden male lion? It looks way more majestic than the female one beside it. If I ever get rich, I'm definitely getting a golden male lion. It's so impressive." Su Zhou's golden male lion was particularly excited today, constantly showing off its muscular body with a majestic expression. Zhang Linglong's golden female lion occasionally glanced at the male, seemingly attracted by its display. "Big Yellow, you're acting a bit strange today," Su Zhou murmured as he gently patted the lion's head, realizing that the lion was showing off to attract Zhang Linglong's female lion. The golden male lion let out a soft whimper, as if begging its master not to expose its intentions. Su Zhou chuckled to himself, thinking that if his mount could mate and produce a litter of little golden beasts, he would truly hit the jackpot. Soon, they arrived at the jar merchant near the city center. The jar merchant was a shadowy creature hiding inside a large jar, specializing in selling tickets to the virtual divine realm. "Looking to buy tickets to the virtual divine realm?" 2 million purple crystal coins each. A raspy voice emerged from the slightly lifted lid of a deep crimson jar. "2 tickets, please," Zhang Linglong said decisively, paying 4 million purple crystal coins. Since she was asking Su Zhou for help with the job change, it was only right that she cover the ticket cost. "Thank you for your patronage," a slender shadowy hand extended from the jar, handing them the tickets to the virtual divine realm. Zhang Linglong explained, "Once we use these, we can go directly to the virtual divine realm, to the location of the Tower of Heroic Shadows." She handed one ticket to Su Zhou, who nodded in understanding. They moved to a corner and used the tickets. In a flash of light, they were transported to the location of the Tower of Heroic Shadows in the virtual divine realm. It was Su Zhou's first time in this unique world, and he was stunned by the sight before him. They stood on a desolate ancient tower plateau, with a dazzling pink sky overhead. In the distance were vast stretches of exposed brown rock mountains and golden forests, creating a striking visual contrast. Around the Tower of Heroic Shadows, thousands of young men and women had gathered, packed tightly together. Upon closer inspection, most of them were either nationally or somewhat renowned geniuses. "This is incredible. The Forbidden Magic Society's Faji has reached 90 progress on the first level of the Tianjiao Tower." Within the tower, the battle phantoms left by geniuses of past generations shine like stars, each one a former prodigy. Faji is just 10 away from breaking through, making him a strong contender to become the first to conquer the first level this year. Meanwhile, Qin Shao from the Wujipo Alliance has also entered the tower, engaging in fierce combat with the genius phantoms. Although his progress lags behind Faji, he too demonstrates extraordinary skill. Outside the tower, numerous job changers either linger after failing or accompany challengers to join the excitement. All eyes fixed on this ancient tower that holds the dreams of countless prodigies. Suddenly, the first level of the tower lights up with a dazzling glow. A handsome young man in a mage's robe is teleported outside its Faji, who is just shy of breaking through. He gazes at his record, which gradually fades away, replaced by Qin Shao's 75 progress. "I was just 10 short," Faji murmurs, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Shortly after, another flash of light occurs. This time, it's Qin Shao who is ejected from the tower, his face filled with frustration. The difficulty of the first level of the Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower is absurdly high. People of our era stand no chance of earning rewards from the Genius Job Change Tower. The onlookers comfort Qin Shao, with some mentioning that the Genius Puppet Master Battle Shadow on the first level was left by Yuan Lin, a super genius from 30 years ago. Reaching 75 is already an impressive feat. Discussions about the tower's difficulty and the exceptional talents of the past ensue. Then, The Tianjiao Job Change Tower continuously emits flashes of light as more challengers are eliminated. Some, unwilling to accept defeat, charge back into the tower only to be quickly expelled again. The scene becomes chaotic, filled with frustration and unwillingness to give up. Zhang Linglong stands among the crowd, watching these events unfold, his lips turning pale. He knows that to clear this 100-level tower, each step will be an arduous journey. While others aim to clear just one level to claim victory, the team of Su Zhou and Zhang Linglong was determined to conquer the entire Tianjiao Advancement Tower. Although Zhang Linglong considered herself a genius, she still felt inferior when compared to the super geniuses of past generations. "Let's go," Su Zhou said, wasting no time as he climbed onto Zhang Linglong's shoulder, ready to enter. Zhang Linglong looked at Su Zhou with a mix of nervousness and uncertainty, clearly not mentally prepared for what lay ahead. Among the many career changers attempting the tower, Su Zhou and Zhang Linglong entered unobtrusively. In an instant, the scene before them transformed dramatically. A desolate desert battlefield appeared, with howling winds pressing the resilient grass growing in the cracks of the stones, almost flat against the ground. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of crack sounds, two semi-transparent figures materialized on the battlefield. These two youths, modified into half-puppets, were the guardians of the first level of the Tianjiao Advancement Tower Yuanlin. Due to Su Zhou and Zhang Linglong teaming up, the system generated two guardians, each matching the highest level in the challenger team. Peak fourth transition. The two Yuanlins swiftly pressed their hands down, seemingly connecting countless nearly invisible threads to the sky. Immediately, thousands of black raven puppets descended from above, falling like raindrops. "Cover me from these puppets. I'll take out one of the guardians first," Zhang Linglong said, activating the mechanical shield on her equipment and drawing her golden greatsword, ready to charge. "No need for that much trouble," Su Zhou replied, his expression stern. Before he finished speaking, he had already drawn two Dragonfire submachine guns from his waist and used Quantum Moonstep to close in on the guardians rapidly. Gunfire erupted, and purple sparks burst from the gun barrels. Su Zhou flipped upside down, continuously firing bullets at the two puppet masters. Shells flew, and the fierce barrage of bullets riddled the puppet masters with holes almost instantly. Zhang Linglong was stunned by Su Zhou's lightning-fast speed technique. However, just as she thought victory was within reach, the bodies of the puppet masters suddenly emitted a strong black light and were restored in an instant. Then, the two puppets that had descended from the sky exploded. Su Zhou and Zhang Linglong realized that this was a damage transfer skill. The puppet masters could transfer the damage they received to nearby puppets, which would bear the brunt of the attacks. No wonder they're the battle shadows left by past prodigies, Su Zhou thought, his eyes shimmering with understanding. Many career changers had failed the first level because the puppet master's profession strength was far beyond what ordinary geniuses could achieve. 40,000 puppets descended to the ground, launching a fierce attack on the two challengers like a tidal wave. Zhang Linglong swung her great sword, fighting the puppets with all her might, trying to carve a path to survival. Su Zhou continued to mow down the approaching puppets while persistently shooting at the puppet masters. The surrounding puppets kept exploding as the Yuanlins used damage transfer again to pass on the gunshot wounds to nearby puppets. Recognizing Su Zhou's strength, the two Yuanlins decisively changed tactics, aiming to eliminate the weaker Zhang Linglong first. They crossed their hands and flung out strong, transparent threads, trying to entangle Zhang Linglong. Zhang Linglong struggled to cut the threads with her sword, but several puppets rushed forward, tightly grabbing her legs and immobilizing her. The transparent thread struck again, successfully binding her this time. If she were facing only one genius puppet master, Zhang Linglong was confident she wouldn't be in such a passive position. But the seamless cooperation of the two Yuanlins left her almost defenseless. The Yuanlin shot dense black arrows from their puppet arms towards Zhang Linglong. Su Zhou, his dual guns spinning rapidly, was about to rush to her rescue, but then stopped abruptly, as if recalling something. The black arrows hit the immobilized Zhang Linglong accurately. Her body glowed momentarily before she was swiftly eliminated from the game. The puppet masters reloaded their mechanical arrows and turned to Su Zhou, their eyes filled with provocation and defiance. However, to their surprise, Su Zhou's face showed no fear. Instead, he looked relaxed. Without the dead weight, Su Zhou glanced indifferently at the two puppet masters ahead. He slowly rotated the guns in his hands and said in a calm tone, "Now's my turn." Zhang Linglong transformed into a ball of light and was transported outside the tower. The Heavenly Genius Trial Tower flickered with irregular lights, constantly ejecting failed challengers. Outside, the crowd was dense, filled with sighs and unwillingness from the defeated. At the Battle Academy, "We're revered as geniuses," a young man who had just been transported out said through gritted teeth. "But here, were as insignificant as fireflies. Indeed, compared to the shadows of the super geniuses inside the tower, these so-called geniuses outside were like the difference between the moon and a firefly. It had nothing to do with levels. It was all about individual potential. Even a level 900 powerhouse would struggle to pass the Heavenly Genius Battle Shadow Tower, as the Shadow's levels would synchronize with the challengers, making the disparity in strength even more evident. Is there anyone who can clear the Heavenly Genius Battle Shadow Tower nowadays? Someone couldn't help but ask. The puppeteer on the first floor couldn't beat me even if there were 100 of me, a burly man said self-deprecatingly. Anyone who can clear the Heavenly Genius Tower now is truly the cream of the crop. Back 100 years ago, even if we couldn't clear all 100 floors of the Heavenly Genius Tower, we could at least manage a dozen and get some precious rewards, an elderly man with white hair reminisced. But now, the Heavenly Genius Tower has become an unattainable myth. Damn it, my determination to level up and get stronger has been shattered. A young man angrily kicked a stone at his feet. I'm never coming to this virtual realm again. Every year, graduating geniuses try to prove their unparalleled skill by challenging the tower, only to get beaten so badly they can't find their way home. Ha, someone nearby laughed gleefully. Puppeteers, who rely on combat puppets, have no clear strategy to fight through. It's really tough. A frail young man shook his head and sighed. The conversations among the crowd were endless. Many knew the difficulty of the Heavenly Genius Tower, but believed they might be different and have a chance at success. Most contemporary geniuses sought fame, hoping to leave their mark in the tower for future generations to admire. The progress display on the first floor of the Heavenly Genius Battle Shadow Tower showed a fluctuating number, 67. This meant the genius shadow inside had only 33 of its health remaining. Can anyone defeat the puppeteer Yuan Lin? A transfer professional with a bitter face asked. Their profession is unbeatable. There's no way to strategize against it. Zhang Linglong stood in the crowd, devastated and full of self-blame. It's over. Now only Su Zhou is left, and I've been eliminated. The biggest challenge in Team Tower raids was when teammates got eliminated. The remaining person would still face the team difficulty level. In a team state, Su Zhou would always face genius shadows at the peak of the 4th transfer level. Even if he barely cleared one floor, he would still encounter 2 more genius shadows copied from the previous one. It's all because I'm too weak. Zhang Linglong's sharp nails dug into her joints, causing a piercing pain. She might have had a chance against one puppeteer, but under the siege of 2 genius puppeteers, she was as fragile as a candle in the wind. Elsewhere in the Heavenly Genius Battle Shadow Tower, a blonde middle-aged man from Eagle Nation laughed loudly. You Dragon Nation youths are getting worse with each generation. You can't even clear the first floor of the tower. You foreigners don't understand anything, a transfer professional retorted. Our first floor is harder than the 10th floor in your country. It just shows that your country's previous geniuses were all trash. Why don't you try the tower yourself instead of making snide remarks? The blonde man sneered. I'm not interested in your country's tower. Besides, if I actually cleared it and my ID appeared in your Dragon Nation's virtual realm, how would you save face? Ha ha ha. Just because we failed doesn't mean others in Dragon Nation can't succeed, another transfer professional countered. There are still many geniuses in our country who haven't challenged the Heavenly Genius Tower. Really? Who in Dragon Nation can clear the Heavenly Genius Tower? The blonde man smirked. Yuan Shu from Lingnan, a talisman master who can inscribe 100 talismans with a wave of his hand. Can he not succeed? A young man argued. Limited power, all show and no substance. The talisman profession is outdated, the blonde man said disdainfully. Zhang Linglong from Mechanized City, with the Holy Knight's radiance and 100 augmentation auras. Can she not succeed? Another person retorted. She didn't even inherit the mechanist profession from her family. Just a woman with an empty reputation. The blonde man continued to mock. Lin Lang from the Northern Magic Forbidden Technique Society, known for his ability to summon divine flames with ease, failed to conquer the tower? Despite his powerful offensive skills, his lack of a defensive shield and the immense mental strain of sustaining the divine fire make him a short-lived threat. These cutting remarks from a middle-aged blonde man sparked outrage among the many talented job changers present. If it weren't for his 6 transition gear, someone would have already stepped up to teach this critical guy a lesson. Nobody's perfect, just like gold isn't pure. One job changer couldn't help but retort. You only focus on the shortcomings and weaknesses of a profession. If you judge by weaknesses alone, then every profession in the world would be trash. Another defiant job changer chimed in. Even the great Zhou, who has 100 consecutive wins in the arena, can surely conquer the Tianjiao Tower. Although online discussions about Zhou were fading, their nation indeed boasted top-tier professionals. The middle-aged blonde man frowned at this. Zhou? Which guild in Longwood does he belong to? Never heard of him. At that moment, a thunderous roar and violent tremors shook the ground. The Tianjiao Tower swayed intensely, and the surrounding ground shook as if hit by a magnitude 3 earthquake. Everyone was stunned, unable to understand how an earthquake could occur in the virtual divine realm. Suddenly, the first floor of Tianjiao Tower emitted a 7-colored glow. The progress screen instantly projected the results. Tianjiao Shadow Tower, first floor, Zhou Tree in team state. Progress 100-inch. Puppet Master Yuan Lin Shadow. Unable to descend to the next floor as the Guardian. Yuan Lin Shadow has disappeared. First floor Guardian of Tianjiao Shadow Tower, Zhou Tree. Everything happened so quickly. As soon as everyone saw the Guardian's name, they recalled the terrifying event in the arena that day. The entire Tianjiao Shadow Tower continued to surge, radiating 7-colored light. Zhou Tree's name rocketed upwards. Second floor Guardian of Tianjiao Shadow Tower, Zhou Tree. Third floor Guardian of Tianjiao Shadow Tower, Zhou Tree. Fourth floor Guardian of Tianjiao Shadow Tower, Zhou Tree. Seventh floor Guardian of Tianjiao Shadow Tower, Zhou Tree. Eighth floor Guardian of Tianjiao Shadow Tower, Zhou Tree. Ninth floor Guardian of Tianjiao Shadow Tower, Zhou Tree. Zhou Tree's ranking soared, pushing the names of past Tianjiao Shadows down the list. Everyone present was utterly shocked by this unprecedented speed. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, is this guy even human?" Inside the Heavenly Pride Tower, 2 genius shadow warriors transformed into dragons, giving birth to a 9-colored dragon that soared through the sky. Dark clouds gathered in the heavens, and apocalyptic lightning rained down, targeting the challengers below. Suzhou spun in midair, each hand gripping a blazing dragon assault rifle, spewing fire. Bullets shot out like beams of light, and shell casings poured down like a torrential downpour. The 2 colossal dragons, riddled with bullet holes, roared in fury and swung their claws, tearing through the heavens. Su Zhou dodged like a phantom, leveraging the passive ability of a supernova explosion, and hurled a dozen celestial tech grenades. The explosions thundered louder than the lightning, severely wounding the dragons and causing them to crash to the ground. Unwilling to accept defeat, the 9-colored dragon charged at the challengers once more, its pupils suddenly contracting. Su Zhou snapped his fingers lightly, triggering the enchanted bullets, and light erupted from within the dragon. With a deafening roar, the 2 dragons were engulfed in a towering blaze and utterly obliterated. As the dark clouds parted, an entrance to the upper levels appeared. Su Zhou used the blast wave to propel himself upward, initiating a new round of sweeping domination. With the power of enchanted bullets and infinite grenades, he had become the god of unlimited firepower. Outside the Heavenly Pride Tower, the audience was stunned by the sheer speed and violence. "He did it again!" 37th floor, someone exclaimed. The crowd was in awe of Su Zhou's teamwork and his ability to defeat multiple genius shadow warriors on each floor. Jiang Linglong's emotions surged within her. She realized that Zhou Shu was Su Zhou, the legend of 100 consecutive victories in the arena. She recalled the mysterious events she had encountered before, like the mechanical guanyin and the explosions from the Magic Forbidden Book Society, all possibly orchestrated by Su Zhou. The Heavenly Pride Tower continuously updated the rankings of the Tower Guardians. From the 40th floor to the 90th, all were marked with the name Zhou Shu. The crowd's eyes were fixed on the top of the tower, their hearts in their throats, watching Su Zhou's relentless ascent. 91, 92, 93, 97, 98, 99. The final level, the 100th floor. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes glued to the top of the tower, awaiting the final outcome. They held their breath, eyes fixed on the final floor of the Tianjiao Tower. The 100th floor. This was the domain of the legendary Su Xinghe, the most powerful mythic card master. Su Xinghe's card abilities were extraordinary. A single card could summon all the mythical beasts of the world, and these beast strengths would scale with his level. In the past, beast tamers witnessed Su Xinghe summoning formidable pets and were devastated, realizing their profession could never reach the heights of a card summoner. With this astonishing ability, Su Xinghe secured his place on the 100th floor of the Tianjiao Tower, a position unchallenged throughout history. He was like the brightest morning star, ultimately perishing alongside the first demon god to descend when the game merged with reality. A century has passed, and no one has managed to reach the pinnacle of the Tianjiao Tower to witness Su Xinghe's battle shadow. At this moment, everyone watched with bated breath, hoping to see Zhou Shu break this historic record. Inside the 100th floor of the Tianjiao Tower, an endless prehistoric land spread out a vast, supreme battleground. Zhou Shu gripped his spear tightly as he stepped into the final floor. His eyes immediately locked onto 2 young men, dressed in immaculate white robes with star-like eyes. These 2 genius battle shadows were flinging cards into the air, each transforming into a powerful, terrifying mythical beast. On one side were the fearsome beasts from Dragon Country mythology, Ho, Jiuying, and the sky-splitting rhino. On the other side were terrifying entities from foreign myths, Jormungandr, the world serpent, and Nidhogg, the black dragon king. In the distance, colossal monsters occupied the skies and mountains, with legendary mythical beasts descending one after another. Facing these ferocious creatures, Zhou Shu remained undaunted. He clapped his hands, activating two awakening skills simultaneously. Ferocious beasts suffer and weaken. Mechanical ascendancy. In an instant, two giant combat mechs descended from the sky, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Cyber Guanyin, Mecha, Tathagata. These two behemoths stood on either side of Zhou Shu, entering automatic combat mode. Hovering in midair, Zhou Shu calmly observed the mythical beasts stirring in the distance. Suddenly, all the beasts roared thunderously, charging at the challenger like a tidal wave. Zhou Shu's movements were swift and precise. With a simple hand-chop gesture, the electronic eyes of the two giant mechs glowed with deadly red light as they charged towards the mythical beasts. Cybermech Technique. Plasma Swastika Seal. Cybermech Technique. 100 punches in 1 second. Two earth-shattering attacks roared out, sweeping towards the mythical beasts. Thus began an epic battle of unprecedented scale. Cybermech Technique. Plasma Swastika Seal. Cybermech Technique. 100 punches per second. The words had barely left his mouth when the battlefield's dynamics shifted instantly. The colossal mechanical body of Cyber Guanyin unfurled its 1,000 metallic arms simultaneously, resembling a blooming steel lotus. Each palm center radiated with plasma energy, coalescing into innumerable swastika seals. These seals rained down on the airborne beasts like a meteor shower, leaving dazzling streaks of light in their wake. At the same time, a high-tech halo appeared behind Mecha Rulai, glowing with a brilliant blue light. It charged toward the oncoming horde of monsters like a moving metal mountain. Its fists transformed into a dense storm of metal, each punch landing with pinpoint accuracy on the beast's vital points. Boom! 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 The continuous clash of metal echoed across the battlefield. Blood and flesh of the beast splattered everywhere under the relentless bombardment of metal fists, turning the entire battleground into a hellish scene. As the last beast's body exploded, a bizarre blood rain suddenly descended from the sky, dyeing the battlefield a dark red. Amidst the blood and chaos, the electronic eyes of the Mecha Buddha glowed even brighter, and white steam spewed from its mouth, resembling a true Vajra descending from the heavens. This astonishing scene caused the two genius war shadows to take a step back, clearly shaken by the terrifying Buddha figure before them. However, they quickly regained their composure and swiftly issued new commands to their summoned creatures. On the left, Su Xing had decisively played a fusion break card, coordinating with the Ho Beast. The ancient Ho Beast, one of the 10 most fearsome creatures, erupted with dazzling purple-black light, its massive body rapidly splitting apart. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures emerged from the lighting go. Ho Qing, Hamba, and Jiangshi, the 4 zombie progenitors, all appeared simultaneously. Their arrival seemed to change the very fabric of the world. The ground began to sprout white skeletons continuously, transforming the prehistoric land into a sea of bones. The air echoed with eerie wails, like the cries of the underworld, sending chills down one's spine. On the right, Su Xingha activated a Dragon Vein Awakening card, then leaped into the body of the Black Dragon King Nidhogg. Under his control, Nidhogg's body began to swell rapidly, growing to the size of a small mountain in an instant. Its entire form was covered with lava-like fire patterns, and its wings, when spread, seemed to cover half the sky. Nidhogg soared into the air, reaching the highest point before diving down. Its wings sliced through the air, trailing immense flames as if intent on burning the entire world to ashes. Facing this overwhelming assault, Su Zhou remained unflustered, issuing new commands to the 2 giant battle mechs. For the first time, he allowed the mechs to unleash their full power. Cybermech Technique. World-destroying 1,000 eyes. Cybermech Technique. Titanium 5 Prison's Mountain. Cyber Guanyin's 1,000 arms fully extended, forming a massive metal barrier. Each palm suddenly split open, revealing countless closed metal eyes. When these eyes opened simultaneously, powerful red laser beams erupted forth, far surpassing the Kyber crystal lasers of Star Wars. Thousands of laser beams shot towards the diving Nidhogg like a meteor shower. Even the thick dragon scales of the Black Dragon King were no match for this level of laser attack. In an instant, Nidhogg's massive body was riddled with holes, its scales shattered, and its flesh torn apart. Simultaneously, Mecha Rulai strode toward the 4 zombie progenitors. As they unleashed their death rays, a golden electronic barrier materialized around Mecha Rulai, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attacks. The four zombie progenitors were visibly stunned by this formidable defense, but before they could react, Mecha had already clasped them in its hands. Despite their relentless struggle and attacks, they couldn't break free from the metallic prison. Then Mecha did something unexpected. It detached its own arms. Like the mechanical Kern before, it quickly used a regeneration skill to grow a new pair of mechanical arms. The detached arms underwent a startling transformation, as if infused with some magical memory metal, rapidly morphing into a massive black titanium mountain. This sudden, five prisons mountain securely trapped the four zombie kings, cutting off any chance of escape. Faced with such an incredible situation, the pupils of the two genius war shadows contracted sharply. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously drew a radiant red card from their pockets. The cost of this card was immense. Their life points instantly dropped to a critical one. Clearly, this was the ultimate trump card Su Xinghe had gained by sacrificing 99 of his life force. The two red cards fused in midair, emitting a blinding light. When the light faded, an indescribable crimson demon god appeared in the sky, exuding an aura of world-ending terror. Double world-destroying lotus. Even in the face of this final attack, Su Zhou remained calm. With a wave of his hand, the two mech deities leaped to the highest point, assuming a seated meditative posture. The mechanical bodies of Cyber, Guanyin, and Mecha began to shed, leaving only two radiant energy relics emitting brilliant Buddhist light. These relics seemed to be drawn by some mysterious quantum force, rotating in the air, almost touching but never quite. Suddenly, the energy relic shattered, and a blinding white light engulfed the world. Su Zhou pressed down on his white cowboy hat, slightly lowering his head, and softly uttered two words. Annihilation. Boom! Boom! Two colossal world-destroying fire lotuses bloomed in the sky, overlapping and releasing apocalyptic energy. Everything around them, whether mountains or landscapes, was reduced to dust in the terrifying shockwave. When everything settled, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations on defeating the 100th Tower Guardian. Title, Unparalleled earned. Title, Unparalleled grants 11,111 attributes. Congratulations on defeating the 100th Tower Guardian. You have obtained the infinite sacred fruit. Congratulations on defeating the 100th Tower Guardian. You have obtained the shadow chest. Outside the tower, just moments ago, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the War Shadow Tower. The 100th Tower Guardian was Su Xinghe, a top-tier professional whose edge had never been dulled. Now it seemed this impossible task had been accomplished. Since Su Xinghe became the guardian of the 100th floor, the Celestial War Shadow Tower has turned into an impregnable fortress. Over time, even catching a glimpse of Su Xinghe has become a legend, underscoring his immense power. Zhou Shu, who had always breezed through levels with ease, finally met his match against the mythical cardmaster. The rarity of this profession is astounding, and it might be centuries or even millennia before another appears. Suddenly, Zhou Shu's progress skyrocketed, leaping from 1 to 99 in an instant. Everyone present held their breath, hearts racing, eyes fixed on that final one. This one seemed to be the chasm between legend and reality. Like the other spectators, Jiang Linglong's breath quickened, her eyes glued to the tower's summit. She felt torn, admiring Zhou Shu online while also revering Su Xinghe, the greatest prodigy in the history of Longhua. At this moment, she cast aside her complex feelings, pouring all her energy into cheering for Zhou Shu, hoping her faith could penetrate the tower's barriers and reach him at the top. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the Celestial War Shadow Tower erupted in a dazzling display of seven-colored light. As the light screen projected outward, a wave of cheers engulfed the plaza. Everyone realized they were witnessing a historic moment. Then, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the virtual divine realm. Attention all! A new guardian of the 100th floor has emerged in the Celestial War Shadow Tower of Longhua, Zhou Shu. This announcement repeated 10 times, shaking every corner of the realm. Elsewhere, transferees cast incredulous glances toward the distant Celestial War Shadow Tower. They could hardly believe that someone in this era had managed to defeat all the stellar geniuses. At that moment, Jiang Linglong's interface popped up with a notification. Your teammate Zhou Shu has left the virtual divine realm. Do you wish to disband the team? She chose no, but her heart skipped a beat. Zhou Shu had triumphed over all the prodigies and returned victorious. Yet, Jiang Linglong found herself deeply perplexed. How should she face someone who had achieved such a miracle? Jiangchuan City, near the jar merchant. Su Zhou gazed at the storage bracelet on his wrist, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had just swapped to a new title, Unrivaled, which instantly boosted his attributes by 11,111 points. The system notification sounded in his ear, informing him that these bonus attributes had been automatically distributed according to his class characteristics. He quickly pulled up his personal information panel to carefully review the data. Name, Suzhou. Class, Apocalypse Gunslinger. Level, 131. Constitution, 12,324. Strength, 24,083. Spirit, 14,355. Agility, 17,736. Title, Unrivaled Attributes, 11,111. Awakening skills listed: Destruction Ray, Winged Slaughter, Cyber Guanine Mech, Quantum Moonwalk, and the newly acquired Fission Orbital Cannon. A glint of calculation flashed in Suzhou's eyes. The previous title, Champion of the Arena, had added 1,000 points to all attributes, totaling 4,000 points, but compared to Unrivaled, it was insignificant. Although the new title didn't boost all attributes, it provided a whopping 7,111 more points than the Champion of the Arena. He waited quietly for Jiang Linglong to return from the virtual divine realm while equipping the new title. This was equivalent to a direct boost of over 700 levels. Suzhou couldn't help but marvel at how insanely powerful this title was. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Suzhou checked other items in his storage bracelet. The sacred fruits obtained from clearing the heroic tower caught his attention. Xuanwu's Sacred Fruit instantly restores 10 stamina and spirit. Azure Dragon's Sacred Fruit instantly restores 20 stamina and spirit. Infinity Sacred Fruit instantly restores all stamina and spirit. Suzhou's gaze lingered on the Infinity Sacred Fruit for a long time, a gleam flashing in his eyes. This was the ultimate reward for clearing the 100th floor, far superior to the other sacred fruits. He calculated silently. With this, wouldn't it be equivalent to having an extra chance to use an awakening skill? Suzhou decided to keep it as a trump card. Finally, his attention turned to another special item, the Shadow Chest. This mysterious chest was currently sealed and required the defeat of 100 evil spirits to unlock. Suzhou stroked his chin and thought. While defeating evil spirits wasn't difficult, this chest, which could randomly produce items he needed, was indeed unique. Considering it was also a reward from the 100th floor, it must be a rare treasure. As Suzhou was lost in appreciating the rich rewards from the heroic battle tower, he suddenly realized that Jiang Linglong had yet to return from the virtual divine realm. Why isn't she hurrying to complete her class transfer quest? Suzhou wondered. Soon, a rift opened in the void, and Jiang Linglong gently descended. However, her demeanor was completely different from before. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes flickering, and she exuded an unnatural nervousness. She slightly turned sideways, her slender fingers absent-mindedly brushing her bangs, as if preparing for an important occasion. Suzhou keenly noticed Jiang Linglong's unusual behavior. The once valiant Sister Jiang was now replaced by a shy, bashful girl. He called out softly, and Jiang Linglong trembled, slowly turning around with her gaze still lowered. Is your arena ID Zhou Shu? Jiang Linglong took a deep breath, mustering the courage to ask. Her voice carried a slight tremble, as if she was anticipating an important answer. Yes, why? Suzhou nodded, though his heart was in turmoil. I knew it. You really are that legend. Jiang Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heartbeat quickening. Although she had suspected, hearing it confirmed left her visibly thrilled. Suzhou was surprised, scrutinizing the transformed Jiang Linglong in front of him. She nervously twisted her fingers, hesitant to speak, a stark contrast to her previous heroic demeanor. Could she have turned into my little fangirl? The thought caught Suzhou off guard, causing him to cough violently. Are you okay? Jiang Linglong asked with concern. Probably just pushed too hard in the tower, feeling a bit thirsty. Suzhou rubbed his throat, signaling that he was fine. I'll get you some water. Jiang Linglong volunteered immediately, running towards a nearby shop before Suzhou could respond. Watching Jiang Linglong's retreating figure, Suzhou's mind was awhirl. I still prefer your rebellious, unyielding side, he murmured to himself, yet secretly delighted by the role reversal. Before long, Jiang Linglong returned with quick steps, elegantly tucking her hair behind her ear as she handed him a water bottle. I got you some water, she said, her actions reflecting her admiration for the legend. Thank you. Suzhou took the bottle, but didn't open it immediately. Why aren't you drinking? Don't you like this brand? Jiang Linglong asked cautiously. No, it's just that I overexerted myself earlier and feel a bit weak. Could you help me open it? Suzhou smiled as he handed the bottle back, secretly testing his theory. Sorry, I forgot. Jiang Linglong quickly took the bottle and expertly twisted the cap open. Her eyes were filled with joy at being able to help her idol. Suzhou took the bottle back, sipping a few times. He glanced at Jiang Linglong, who was watching him nervously, afraid he might choke. This feeling of being cherished made Suzhou marvel. So, this is what it feels like to have a female fan? It's amazing. On the street, the chatter of several job changers caught the attention of passersby. I wouldn't have known about the big event in the virtual divine realm if I hadn't checked the guild messages, an excited job changer said. The 100th floor guardian of the Tianjiao Tower has been replaced, and it's that guy Zhou Shu from the internet. Let's get our tickets to the virtual divine realm and check out the Tianjiao Tower, another person suggested eagerly. If it weren't for the meeting here in Jiangchuan City today, I might have taken the time to challenge the Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower again. Then I might have witnessed this historic moment firsthand, a third person lamented. All because of what Sakura Nation did today. Otherwise, we might have witnessed it ourselves, someone complained. Even the mythical card master was defeated. It's terrifying. Not far away, a group of job changers dressed in the exclusive martial arts attire of the Wuji sect was preparing to head to the jar merchant. They had just received the latest news from their guild members and decided to join the excitement in the virtual divine realm. By this time, many job changers had already gathered there, eager to see the new guardian. Suddenly, someone noticed two familiar figures in the distance. Isn't there a high-level executive from the Mechanical Guild hosting a meeting in Jiangchuan City? Why is Zhang Linglong here too? A member of the Wuji sect wondered. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Many guild members focused their attention on a tall, burly man with a chiseled face in the crowd. This man, named Wu Yuankui, was the son of the Wuji sect's leader. Although the three top guilds in the country didn't get along, they were all from the same nation. However, Wu Yuankui had once pursued Zhang Linglong and failed, making the situation even more delicate. Zhang Linglong noticed the Wuji sect members not far away and frowned. When she saw Wu Yuankui among them, her expression turned even more impatient. Wu Yuankui broke into a cold sweat, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Wow, Brother Wu didn't manage to win Zhang Linglong's heart, and now she's with another guy, a Wuji sect member whispered. I heard Brother Wu confess to her when he graduated from university and got beaten up by Zhang Linglong, another added. Come on, Brother Wu would never bully a woman. He was just practicing his iron shirt technique. Someone quickly defended Wu Yuankui. Brother Wu must be really angry now. He looks so grim, even if he's not pursuing her anymore. Seeing the girl he chased for so long with someone else must sting. I think I saw Zhang Linglong blush. Wow, is this fierce woman actually like this in front of her boyfriend? Brother Wu, you should go over and have a chat with him. Yeah, we martial artists should engage in some friendly physical philosophy with other men. The guild members buzzed with conversation, all eyes on Wu Yuankui. His face darkened, and to avoid losing face in front of his comrades, he quickly walked up to Su Zhou, exuding a commanding aura. Hey brother, I need to have a word with you in private. Zhang Linglong crossed her arms, her face icy, as if contemplating whether the man in front of her still hadn't learned his lesson. Wu Yuankui's forehead beaded with sweat as he glanced at Su Zhou, his eyes pleading. Sure, let's talk, Su Zhou replied with a smile, sensing something unusual in Wu Yuankui's gaze. With that, Wu Yuankui draped his arm over Su Zhou's shoulder and led him to a secluded corner. The other Wuji sect members were instantly excited by the scene. Wow, I didn't think Brother Wu would actually go. I was just joking earlier. Will they fight? Will they fight? They probably won't, but it might be like those dramas where they have a secret showdown, like a really intense handshake. This is intense. Is this what youth is all about? Just as the Wuji sect members were getting excited, Zhang Linglong shot them a withering glare, making many of them quickly quiet down. After all, Zhang Linglong's strength was legendary, and no one wanted to provoke her. In a secluded corner of the street, Wu Yuankui's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. My name is Wu Yuankui. What's yours, brother? He asked warmly. Just call me Su Zhou, Su Zhou replied calmly. Brother Su, I hope that fierce woman hasn't hurt you, Wu Yuankui said with concern, as if finding a kindred spirit. He explained that he had put on a fierce demeanor earlier to avoid losing face in front of his guildmates. Are you talking about Zhang Linglong? Su Zhou chuckled. He thought to himself, even if she could hit me, my quantum form wouldn't be harmed by a four-turn job changer. You've pursued Zhang Linglong, so you've probably been beaten by her too, Wu Yuankui said, taking out a box of premium ointment from a storage ring. Keep this black jade ointment. It's a gift from me. Take my advice. Don't let her looks fool you. She's too fierce for any man to handle. You should give up early. Wu Yuankui recalled his time at Imperial University. Zhang Linglong was the most beautiful girl on campus. When he found out she was single, he impulsively staged a grand and embarrassing confession, which enraged her. The result was a brutal beating that left him almost unrecognizable. During the beating, Wu Yuankui realized that her overwhelming combat ability meant he'd be at risk of domestic violence if he ever got together with her. Seeing Su Zhou now, he felt he had found a fellow sufferer. I'm not in that kind of relationship with her, Su Zhou said, accepting the ointment. He loved getting things for free. Well, you still might get beaten, Wu Yuankui said awkwardly, scratching his head. Don't laugh at me, brother, but I still get scared when I see Linglong. I think Zhang Linglong is quite ladylike. not as fierce as you say, Suzhou said, recalling something with a smile. She's actually very nice in her gentle mode. You don't believe me? Wu Yuanke said, flustered. You've got it wrong. Zhang Linglong is actually very gentle. Suzhou thought for a moment and decided to clear his fan's name. He waved, Linglong, come over here. Why did you call that tigress over? Wu Yuankuei's face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back. He was shocked to see Suzhou call Zhang Linglong so affectionately, while he still had to add Sister Linglong. Is there something you need? Zhang Linglong asked, puzzled, as she approached Suzhou. Smiling, Suzhou handed her a water bottle. Yes, could you hold this for me, or just throw it away, he said. He thought to himself, this might help dispel her reputation as a violent woman. Zhang Linglong took the bottle and nodded subtly. Sure, if you need a new one, just let me know. With that, she obediently tossed the bottle into a nearby trash can. This scene left the members of the Wuji guild stunned. They whispered among themselves, what the heck? Has Zhang Linglong lost her mind? How could she listen to a man like that? Is this really her? My God, it must be her. The glare she gave us earlier was definitely real. But her attitude towards this guy is completely different from how she treats us, others chimed in, eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Yuanka rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Brother Su actually got Zhang Linglong to willingly throw away his trash? And from her words, it seems like he bought that water himself. Suzhou smiled and said, I told you Linglong is actually a nice girl. Wu Yuanka didn't think Zhang Linglong had truly become gentle. To him, it was all about Suzhou's skillful guidance. Gripping Suzhou's hands excitedly, he said, from now on, you're my brother. Please teach me your ways. Neptune? No, you're Poseidon? Suzhou shared a bit of his wisdom. For example, money isn't for spending on girls, it's for showing them. And when a girl says she's sick, don't just tell her to drink hot water. Be more considerate. Tell her to drink magma, and she'll stay warm all day long. The scene shifted to the job change hall. Zhang Linglong submitted her quest and leveled up, officially becoming a 5th-rank job holder, bathed in radiant light. The breakthrough added 4,000 attribute points to her stats, making her aura even more ethereal. After the job change, Zhang Linglong and Suzhou exchanged contact information as promised. She summoned her golden lion, preparing to leave. I won't disturb you any longer. Feel free to visit my place if you have time, she said, eager to share the good news with her family. Suzhou nodded. All right, you head back first. He opened his panel, satisfied with the guild points he had earned. The rewards from the Tianjiao Tower had far exceeded the guild points alone. Returning to the job change hall had provided a dual benefit. Suddenly, Suzhou remembered something important. Wait, my aunt's photo. Before Zhang Linglong left, she had invited him to her place. He decided to give her a heads up. Thankfully, they had exchanged contact information, so Suzhou sent her his aunt's photo via his phone. Next, Suzhou focused on leveling up. He checked the shadow chest in his storage bracelet, which was still sealed and required the defeat of 100 evil spirits to unlock. My awakened skill, the nuclear railgun, can kill evil spirits from a long distance. But if I do that, I won't be able to collect their dropped equipment and items, he pondered. Reflecting on his journey from class awakening to his 3rd job change, Suzhou realized that the cost of learning awakening skills was skyrocketing from 1 billion to 5 billion, and now 10 billion. He decided to only learn those with special effects to avoid wasting money. For now, Suzhou set aside the idea of nuking everything from a distance. If the shadow chest was close to being unsealed, he wouldn't mind missing out on some gear. But with so much progress still needed, he decided to personally hunt the evil spirits for their drops. He browsed the internet for news on domestic evil spirit sightings. Numerous reports highlighted the changes since the game world merged with reality. The planet's surface area had increased 100-fold, altering many cosmic laws. While each country's territory had expanded, so had the borders they needed to defend. As Suzhou skimmed through the news, he found numerous reports of international disputes. This reminded him of a famous saying. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, human conflicts never cease. The United States, as the world's leading power, feared monster outbreaks the least, but didn't want other nations to thrive either. Setting aside these macro issues, Suzhou refocused on the evil spirit news. Urgent reports caught his eye. Level 600 evil spirit. Black and white twins born on Mount Everest. Northwest border crisis. Evil spirit queen, B. Hatchling army. Evil spirit knight regrows head in southern wasteland gorge. Lingtian city emergency. Potential full evacuation in 2 weeks. Reading these headlines ignited a fire within Suzhou. He lowered his hat brim slightly, deciding on his next destination. Maybe my role is to wipe out all these monsters, leaving none behind. He knew he needed to level up faster and unlock more awakening skills. Even if each skill could only clear one area at a time, persistence would eventually eliminate all threatening monster zones. Facing these powerful evil spirits, Suzhou remained resolute. No matter what, I will act. The western border city of Xiayan was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. The city's protective barrier was under intense attack from distant monsters, with fiery meteors relentlessly bombarding it, causing its glow to gradually weaken. The residents within the city were anxious, frequently casting worried glances at the faltering shield. At the teleportation center, a long line of people stretched out like a dragon. The elderly, women, and children huddled together, urgently urging those ahead to move faster. Complaints occasionally arose from the crowd, blaming the frontline warriors for their incompetence in allowing the monsters to advance 50 miles in just one night. Panic spread among the people, with many having only one thought in mind: to escape this doomed city as quickly as possible. In stark contrast to the crowded teleportation center was the Tavern of Xiayan. Here, many middle-aged men had gathered. Their wives and children were outside waiting to evacuate, while they had lost their chance to leave. In the center of the tavern, a large screen broadcasted live reports from a war correspondent. The reporter continuously delivered positive news. The frontline warriors had begun their counterattack, and 200 guild leaders had arrived as reinforcements, improving the situation significantly. However, the atmosphere in the tavern remained somber. The patrons knew all too well that if the battle were truly turning in their favor, the front line wouldn't have been pushed back 20 miles. These optimistic reports were merely to soothe the public and prevent further panic. In a corner of the tavern, Suzhou was intently browsing his skill tree. Among the brilliant golden awakening skills, one particular skill caught his attention: Nano Body K-1000 model. This skill required 1 billion purple crystals to learn. Once mastered, it allowed the user to transform their body into nanoparticles at will and reshape into any form imaginable. What excited him even more was the fact that this skill could be upgraded, each upgrade also costing 1 billion purple crystals. Suzhou's heart raced as he recalled the powerful nanotechnology featured in the sci-fi movies he had watched. 1 nanometer is equivalent to just 0.0000001 millimeters, meaning he could easily penetrate any physical defense and transform into any object he could imagine, from airplanes to tanks. This could very well be his first step towards mechanical ascension. Without hesitation, Suzhou spent 2 billion purple crystals to learn and upgrade the skill. The nanobody evolved from the K-1000 model to the K-3000 model, gaining a more powerful nanoswarm devouring effect. This meant that he could not only transform but also decompose and absorb surrounding materials, integrating them into himself. This capability was even more terrifying than the nanoswarms in the movies, rendering him virtually unstoppable. At that moment, the elderly tavern owner approached with a glass of gin. Suzhou took a sip and asked why the owner had not left yet. The owner sighed, explaining that the tavern was a family legacy, and he did not want to compete with the young for a chance to escape. He hoped for the reinforcements to arrive, but if not, he would perish with his tavern. Suzhou complimented the owner on the quality of the gin, but mentioned that he had no time to savor it. He had learned from the news about the approximate location of the evil spirit lord, and was ready to move out immediately. Before leaving, he left a stack of purple crystals on the table, despite the owner's insistence on not charging for drinks that day. Stepping out of the tavern, Suzhou took a deep breath of the outside air. A thought flashed through his mind. Flesh is weak. Mechanical ascension is the way. With this belief, he embarked on his unknown journey. Now, having mastered his nanite body, he finally shed his mortal flesh. Suzhou's actions caught the attention of the other patrons in the tavern. With eyes wide open, they stared at the young man standing at the doorway. Some admired his principle of paying his bill even in such a moment, while others couldn't understand why he cared about such trivialities when the city was on the brink of destruction. Standing at the tavern entrance, Suzhou squinted at the blazing sun in the sky. He slowly raised his hand, letting the sunlight stream through his fingers. The mechanical ascension is about to begin. As soon as he spoke, a gentle breeze swept by, and his body began to disintegrate as if made of fine sand. His fingers turned into a substance resembling black graphite powder, dispersing into the air. The tavern erupted into chaos. "A ghost!" someone screamed. "Holy crap, I just saw a ghost in broad daylight," another person stammered. "He turned into powder." "How did this young man suddenly turn into powder?" Yet another guessed. "Is he a transcender? But I've never seen a skill like this before." All the patrons jumped up in fear, their eyes wide as they watched Suzhou's entire body transform into a cloud of black particles that drifted upward. The bizarre and terrifying sight was unlike any power they had ever witnessed. Meanwhile, on the front lines outside the city, a swarm of mutant hornet soldiers was locked in fierce combat with transcenders. Suddenly, a strong wind howled, and a large mass of black particles descended from the sky. These particles formed an invisible giant maw that surged toward the monsters. Any creature that came into contact with the nanites was instantly devoured, its flesh and blood converted into more black particles. Even the nearby grass and trees were not spared, consumed entirely by the mysterious particles. The transcenders on the battlefield were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. "What the hell is that?" someone exclaimed. A black cloud-like mass of graphite powder just dissolved all the monsters. Another person sighed in relief. "The black particles didn't attack us. We've survived." Yet someone else noted the more alarming reality. The number of black particles has doubled. They converted as many monsters as they devoured. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the cloud of black particles, initially the size of a person, rapidly expanded as it devoured everything around it. In no time, it had grown to the size of a villa, and the nanites continued their relentless consumption and replication. Name: Evil Spirit Zeo, Elite Venomous Bee. Level: 350. Attack: 410,854. Physical defense: 289,730. Magic defense: 245,600. Skills: Deadly Poison Sting, Wing Attack, Lethal Thrust, Rain of Needles. Description: An elite venomous bee born from the queen bee, responsible for commanding worker bees to collect blood and store it as blood honey. Name: Demonic Undead Worker Bee. Level: 201. Attack: 20,854. Physical defense: 8,692. Magic defense: 10,647. Skills: Corrosive Poison Sting, 100 slashes per second, Blood Siphon. Description: Refuses overtime, refuses to gather honey, and rejects the 996 work schedule. On the battlefield, undead worker bees swarmed like lightning, rapidly advancing the front line. Behind them, the much larger Evil Spirit Zeo Elite Venomous Bee led this terrifying aerial force. Suddenly, a deadly rain began to fall from the sky. Countless tiny poisonous needles poured down like a shower of petals, showcasing the true Rain of Needles attack. A new wave of evil spirit bees is coming. Fall back. Wait until they finish firing their needles before reclaiming the ground. A sharp shout pierced the air. The adventurers quickly retreated, not out of cowardice, but because they had experienced the agony of resisting the poisonous needles before. The poison was a major problem for many of the adventurers. Even a single prick from a needle could lead to severe poisoning. "Have those in mech suits cover the priests as they retreat," the leader commanded loudly. These new mech suits, developed by the Mechanical Guild, were among the few pieces of equipment capable of withstanding the threat of the needles. Unfortunately, these highly valuable external suits were rare and expensive, otherwise they wouldn't be continually pushed back by these evil spirit creatures. As everyone retreated, someone exclaimed, "What is that?" A cloud of black mist appeared, followed by a swarm of black nanobots that engulfed the area. Wherever they went, the surrounding vegetation withered and was devoured entirely. Another mysterious creature, from the rear. An adventurer realized the immense danger, his face turning pale. If they were caught by this wave of black particles, they would be completely consumed without a trace. "We're doomed," attacked from both sides. A voice of despair echoed through the crowd. This swarm of black particles was 100 times more terrifying than the evil spirit creatures. With a whooshing sound, the swarm of black nanobots swept past the hundreds of adventurers. Everyone shut their eyes in fear, trembling. When the wind died down, they opened their eyes, astonished to find themselves unharmed. "We survived?" "No, the black particles didn't attack us." An adventurer standing still looked at his hands and his companions in disbelief. Suddenly, someone noticed an amazing sight. Those creatures are being absorbed and devoured by the black particles. The swarm of black particles clung to the monsters, beginning to consume them. "These black particles are eating the monsters." A female priestess was stunned. The silent devouring left a deep impression. A mechanic stepped back, gasping. "Rather than devouring, it's more like these black particles are decomposing them into basic life units." Through his mechanical eye, he observed that the black particles were nanobots, smaller than bacteria, with the strength to consume elite evil spirits. With a sizzling sound, the nanobot army continuously expanded. The monsters on the battlefield were powerless against this incomprehensible existence. The evil spirit bees shot their needles in vain, unable to stop the nanobots' invasion. Buzzing, the nanobots enveloped the evil spirit bee, turning it into a black mass. Amidst violent struggles, the bee's body disintegrated, becoming part of the nanobot army. The corpses of the monsters turned into nanobot particles, joining the terrifying swarm. "A miracle! This is a miracle! This is a nightmare. I almost wet myself. What a terrifying thing. What is it? Even the forbidden spells I could learn as a mage aren't this eerie." A knowledgeable mechanic explained. Nanobots. These are nanobots decomposing the monsters into nanoscopic units. A powerful mage can blast a monster into pieces, but nanos are even smaller than those pieces, stripping the monsters down to their basic building blocks. Everyone stared in awe at the swarming black nanobots, afraid to go forward, fearing they might get devoured. The leader snapped out of it and decisively ordered, "Report this to headquarters immediately. We need to go support the other front lines." Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly dispersed. You defeated a level 201 corrupted Deathly Worker bee and earned 69,372 experience points. You defeated a level 350 Evil Spirit Purple Venom bee and earned 1,052,871 experience points. Suzhou felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his body, raising his level by 2, reaching level 163. A system notification sounded, informing him that 20 attribute points had been automatically assigned based on his gunner class. The smoke of battle had yet to dissipate. Standing amidst a vast swarm of black nanobots, Suzhou quickly accessed his storage bracelet, collecting the gear dropped by the monsters. His gaze was resolute as he directed the swarm of nanobots toward the monster's lair. With Suzhou's command, the nanobot swarm emitted a piercing buzzing sound, a continuous zzz filling the air. These tiny mechanical life forms were constantly devouring, converting, and degrading the surrounding materials, their numbers growing exponentially. What started as a small cluster of nanobots had now expanded into a massive army covering a portion of the sky, creating a spectacular scene. Ahead of the nanobot swarm, a gigantic beehive gradually came into view, its scale comparable to a skyscraper. All the monsters originated from this hive, where the evil spirit queen bee tirelessly produced a loyal swarm. Suddenly, the countless black nanobots converged, reshaping into Suzhou's form. He stood amidst the vast nanobot army, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The worker bees guarding the colossal hive sensed the intruder and immediately sounded an ear-piercing alarm. In an instant, tens of thousands of bee-shaped monsters surged from the hive, forming a formidable defense force. Suzhou calmly surveyed the battlefield, calculating in his mind. As expected, it's only with the queen bee-type evil spirits that you encounter so many evil spirits. He quickly estimated that there were over 200 elite-level evil spirits, a force not to be underestimated. The swarm of bees launched a barrage of venomous stingers at Suzhou, as dense as rain. These stingers were as fine as hair, relentless and lethal enough to kill any creature instantly. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Suzhou's swarm of black nanobots formed an impenetrable shield, erasing all incoming stingers. Seeing their attack so effortlessly neutralized, the monsters guarding the hive displayed rare expressions of fear. Suzhou sneered. "Is this your limit?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, he leaped high into the air. With a thought, all the nanobots began to converge on Suzhou. The zzz sound intensified as the black nanobots whipped up a colossal storm in midair, merging and forming. With a thunderous roar, the nanobots completed their fusion, and a 100-meter black giant with eyes glowing with the light of death descended onto the battlefield. Retreat! The demonic venom wasps are retreating from the battlefields on Line 1, Line 2, and Line 3. The urgent broadcast echoed across all fronts, shocking every participant in the battle. In the sky, a massive swarm of venom wasps retreated like a black tide, their buzzing deafening. These corrupted worker wasps seemed to have received an irresistible call, frantically flying back towards their hive. Their retreat was so hasty that many combatants seized the opportunity to attack, killing numerous fleeing wasps. "Ha ha ha! These monsters finally realize how strong we are," someone shouted excitedly, but another quickly voiced out, "No, these monsters weren't driven away by us. They seem to be rushing back to the hive. Something must have happened at the hive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this frantic." This sudden turn of events sparked heated discussions among the fighters. Some speculated. Commander Chu led 1,000 elites but couldn't destroy the hive. Do we have anyone here capable of threatening it? Another voice chimed in. Could the queen bee be having trouble laying eggs? After all, so many monsters have been born recently. Can these demonic creatures even have trouble laying eggs? The question spread among the crowd, everyone's eyes glued to the retreating venom wasps. It was the first time they had seen these terrifying creatures so panic-stricken. On the battlefield of Line 6, fighters hurriedly reported the wasps' retreat to the command center. Commander Chu Nantian, clad in his battle robe, stood at the front line. He raised his hand and fired a scorching magma beam, piercing through a fleeing corrupted worker wasp with precision. Even severely injured, the wasp continued its desperate flight towards the hive, as if returning to the hive was its sole mission, more important than its own life. "Commander Chu, this might be related to the nanobots reported by the fighters," the adjutant said urgently. He had just received intel about nanobots, but hadn't had the chance to report to Chu Nantian before the mass retreat of the monsters. Nanobots? Chu Nantian frowned, recalling the terrifying creatures he had encountered in the heavens. The adjutant briefly explained the sightings of the nanobots. "We'll soon find out if there are nanobots in the hive," Chu Nantian said, summoning a magical crystal ball without needing to chant. The ball glowed with brilliant light, and a vertical eye appeared within, beginning to probe the situation ahead. The crystal ball projected a light screen, showing the main hive of the demonic queen bee. As the image appeared, everyone was stunned by the sight. A 100-meter black giant was rampaging through the hive, having already destroyed most of it. Surrounding venom wasps launched frenzied attacks on the giant, even forcing the queen bee to flee from the hive. "Could this monster be the nanobot aggregate that others mentioned?" someone exclaimed. "This giant is definitely a product of nanobots. When it hits those monsters, there's not even a corpse left. It's incredibly powerful. The nanobot giant's attacks are like an eraser, wiping out life entirely. After destroying the hive, will the black giant target us next?" The fighters felt a chill down their spines as they watched the seemingly invincible black nanobot giant. Each time the demonic guardian venom wasps managed to break off a piece of the giant's body, the shattered nanobots would envelop and devour the attacking wasps, then reassemble into the giant's form. The crystal ball displayed information about the main hive. Monster information. Level 388. Attack 907,623. Physical defense 524352. Magical defense 436893. Skills: Queen's Aura, Frenzied Birth, Accelerated Growth, Heavenly Might. Description: a non-combatant lord, but the various venom wasps it produces are far more troublesome than combat-oriented lords. Next, the information of 4 guardians appeared. Name: Demonic Guardian Elite Venom Wasp. Level 366. Attack 1170854. Physical defense 468392. Magical defense 503829. Skills: Thousandfold Stinger, Instantaneous Void Shift, Venomous Substitute. Description: one of the 4 guardians birthed by the queen bee, stronger than the lord itself, tasked with protecting the queen. Name: Demonic Guardian Elite Wasp Maiden. Level 366. Attack 1095037. Physical defense 509927. Magical defense 318349. Skills: Lethal Venom Stinger, Heartfelt Kiss, Void Phantom Slash. Description: one of the 4 guardians birthed by the queen bee, with the potential to become the next queen. Inside the hive, countless venom wasps swarmed out, their winged beats producing a deafening hum. These wasps relentlessly sought opportunities to launch fierce attacks on the nanobot giant. Venom wasps returning from various battlefields quickly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce struggle with the black giant. The 100-meter nanobot giant rampaged across the battlefield, its black fist smashing the enormous hive to pieces with each swing, systematically destroying the monster's stronghold. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 guardians of the queen bee grew wrist-thick long stingers from their hands, attacking the black nanobot giant at speeds too fast for the naked eye to follow. This earth-shaking battle would determine the outcome of the entire conflict. The black nanotech giant's body would heal at an astonishing speed every time it was wounded, almost as if it possessed infinite vitality. In the heat of battle, Su Zhou gradually mastered the techniques of utilizing his nanotech form. Although simply transforming into a humanoid shape did not fully unleash the potential of nanotechnology before complete activation, its power was still formidable. He could have easily eradicated these monsters, but Su Zhou had other plans. He decided to use these enemies to better understand and familiarize himself with the properties of the nanomaterials. The hive had been utterly destroyed by him, but in his humanoid form alone, it was difficult to completely eliminate all the evil spirit bees. If that's the case, then I might as well stop being human, Su Zhou thought to himself as his nanotech body collapsed. Billions of nanomaterials reassembled in the air, forming a massive creature resembling an octopus, the very same mechanical beast, the Kinda, he had recently annihilated in Mo City. The magical crystal ball projected the battlefield's dramatic transformation, causing the onlookers to gasp. Mechanical Kinda? The level 400 monster that appeared in Mo City last time? Someone shouted in horror. Is it possible that the Kinda has resurrected in a new form? Panic spread quickly. Is the Kinda planning to absorb other monsters and then attack us? Another voice trembled. If it really has resurrected, doesn't that mean there's an even more powerful monster capable of resurrection out there? The job changers present were drenched in cold sweat. The deputy continuously asked Chu Nantian if they should contact other high-level job changers for support. If the mechanical Kinda had indeed revived in a nanotech form, summoning high-level strongmen might still give them a fighting chance. A sharp glint flashed in Chu Nanshan's eyes. If the mechanical Kinda has truly revived, then we should be its nourishment. He analyzed calmly. Speaking of which, there was also a mechanical cyber guanine monster that appeared to assist in Mo City back then. This time, the resurrected mechanical Kinda seems to be on our side as well. On the battlefield, Su Zhou, now transformed into the Kinda octopus, swept through the enemy ranks. Dozens of black tendrils lashed out like steel whips, perfectly demonstrating the phrase, "Might conquers all." Numerous demonic bees were instantly turned into experience points, dissipating into nothingness. Cover the king's retreat. The Bee Queen's guards finally realized the terror of the creature before them. This monster, composed entirely of nanomaterials, had particles that were indestructible. To harm such a creature with their current skills, they would need to level up at least 200 more levels. A cold glint flashed in Su Zhou's eyes. Done playing with me? Since the monsters no longer wished to fight, he no longer needed to keep them around as practice targets. Nano Tornado Storm. Su Zhou showcased the results of his newfound control. If he could transform into a monster, he could also use the nanomaterials to create natural phenomena. The giant nanotech octopus body shattered, transforming into countless black particles. Billions of nanomaterials covered the entire battlefield, forming a massive tornado. The storm size rapidly expanded from 1 kilometer to 3 kilometers. The nanotech octopus turned into a tornado dragon. Someone shouted in terror. "Retreat quickly! I'm being pulled in!" Another voice cried in panic. The job changers on the battlefield frantically used their speed skills to swiftly escape the storm's range. A moment's hesitation could cost them their lives. The roaring wind swept everything in their path, sending sand and stones flying. Centuries-old trees were uprooted and pulled into the storm's center. The fierce metallic tornado seemed to bridge the gap between the earth and the sky. Citizens of Sandcloud City gazed at the sky in terror. For a moment, it seemed as if the world had turned upside down. Dense clouds were sucked into the hurricane, and the sky darkened, presenting a unique and eerie beauty of decay. The swirling clouds resembled massive oceanic whirlpools, creating an apocalyptic scene that sent chills down their spines. Amidst the hissing sounds, all creatures within the storm were utterly annihilated by the nanobots. System notifications flashed continuously. You have killed a level 350 evil spirit. Purple Venom Bee, gaining 1,052,871 experience points. You have killed a level 366 evil spirit. Guardian Venom Bee, gaining 4,479,832 experience points. You have killed a level 388 evil spirit. Queen Venom Bee, gaining 11,640,000 experience points. The consecutive kills rapidly boosted Su Zhou's level. Congratulations, you have reached level 218. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunner profession. Congratulations, you have reached level 219. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunner profession. The final notification appeared. You have reached level 219. To continue gaining experience and leveling up, you must complete the quest to break through from the 3rd-tier peak to the 4th-tier profession. As his level hit a bottleneck, the shadow chest was also unlocked. At the eye of the storm, Su Zhou collected the equipment and items emitting protective shields into his storage bracelet, waiting for the storm to subside. Notifications kept popping up frantically on his personal interface. Su Zhou glanced around. The corpses of the recently defeated giant wasps were scattered all over, and there was a faint metallic smell in the air. He quickly scanned the ground, spotting several rare, glowing weapons and items. Although the queen was not a mechanical monster, and thus didn't drop the gear he needed, he wasn't disappointed. Su Zhou thought to himself that selling the equipment dropped by these evil spirits to buy new gear was a good alternative. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Once he reached the 4th tier, he could use the Dwarf Master Summoning Token in his storage bracelet to have a dwarf craftsman make custom equipment for him. Su Zhou raised his arm slightly, and with a small movement of his fingertips, the nanostorm swirling around him dissipated like a retreating tide. He straightened his slightly messy clothes and prepared to take on the quest to advance from the 3rd to the 4th tier. This time, he was determined to complete the job change as quickly as possible. The job change hall in Jiangchuan City was solemn and majestic. Su Zhou walked resolutely to the job change stele. The surface of the stele glowed faintly, and 3 quest requirements appeared. The first quest, National Prosperity, required completing any deed beneficial to the Dragon Kingdom. Su Zhou chuckled softly. This was similar to previous tasks where he had helped others level up. Ensuring national security also counted, so it wasn't too difficult. The second quest, Collector's Obsession, required gathering 10 relic crystal fragments. Su Zhou frowned slightly and quickly pulled up information online. He discovered that these crystal fragments were not only excellent materials for forging equipment, but also very hard to obtain. They could only be acquired by defeating rare treasure chest monsters or bought at high prices in auctions. Su Zhou stroked his chin, contemplating the possibility of trading the rare equipment he had just acquired for the needed crystal fragments at the auction house. The final quest, Monster's Revenge, was quite interesting. Su Zhou's lips curled into a smile as he thought about encountering the monsters he had previously defeated in the Sinful Forest dungeon. The Goblin King, the heads of evil spirits, and even the elite Umbrella Lolita monster who once tried to enslave him would all reappear. Su Zhou let out a light chuckle. Although this job change quest was more challenging than those faced by most people, he was not afraid. On the contrary, these challenges only fueled his fighting spirit. He began to plan his next moves in his mind, preparing thoroughly for the adventure ahead. Something sensational happened at Jinghui Manor today. Jiang Linglong achieved her 5th rank breakthrough. The villa was bustling with excitement as numerous relatives gathered to celebrate the young prodigy. Jiang Linglong, at such a young age, had become a 5th-rank female paladin. Her rapid progress placed her in the top 30 of the family and among the top 3 female rankers in the entire nation. It wasn't easy, an elder remarked. I was almost 30 when I reached the 5th rank. Big sis, do you have to be this amazing? Jiang Ning couldn't help but tease. You're making your little brother, who's just graduated, look like a fool. Although Xie missed the good news due to a meeting in Jiangchuan City, everyone's expectations for Jiang Linglong remained high. Keep it up, and you might become a guild elder before 40, someone predicted. My niece is truly remarkable, another relative said proudly. Very few in the Wuji Guild and the Forbidden Magic Society reached the 5th rank at this age. Our mechanical guild has gained another pillar. The living room was packed with relatives of all kinds. Everyone knew that the earlier one succeeded in their rank breakthrough, the greater their chances of reaching higher ranks in the future. Jiang Linglong's achievement so soon after graduation was particularly commendable. A few younger cousins, acting like little fangirls, asked eagerly, Linglong sis, was your rank-up mission difficult? Jiang Linglong blushed slightly and replied softly, it was manageable. She thought to herself, with the Shun Zhoshu guiding me through the tower, even the Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower became a breeze. Linglong sis, you're so cool. Is this how strong people talk? The younger cousin's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was a 4th-rank mission, and many domestic geniuses can't even break through. I want to sleep with Linglong sis tonight to share some of her luck. Jiang Ning interjected. Big sis, you didn't have someone help you with the rank-up mission, did you? He felt a pang of jealousy, as his sister's aura seemed to overshadow his rank exam evaluation. The younger cousins immediately defended her. What are you talking about? Linglong sis isn't the type to team up with others. She's ranked among the top 3 female rankers nationwide. Who in the world could have the strength to carry her? Ah, I remember Jiang Ning saying he would surpass his cousin. Another cousin teased. Are you feeling sour because you think you'll never catch up now that she's reached the 5th rank so quickly? Jiang Linglong's face turned crimson. In truth, she had teamed up with Su Zhou for the 5th rank breakthrough. But given her previous image, her younger cousins had misunderstood. She was torn between explaining herself and worrying about disappointing them. Jiang Ning muttered under his breath. Maybe she teamed up with a male ranker. The comment felt like an invisible dagger to Jiang Linglong's heart. Jiang's father chuckled. Ning, you're mistaken. I once suggested that a few guild members help Linglong level up, but she's always been too stubborn to accept help. You underestimate your sister. Jiang Linglong felt as if her heart had been pierced multiple times. She internally screamed, Stop it! Stop it! This is getting too embarrassing. Other relatives chimed in. If Linglong did team up for the 5th rank, that would be fine. After all, some rank-up missions are best tackled in a team. I worry that her pride might make her future rank-ups difficult. Just as a few younger cousins were about to ask more, they noticed Jiang Linglong's flushed face and lowered head. Their usually composed cousin was terrible at hiding her emotions. Jiang Ning's jaw dropped in surprise. No way, my sister actually teamed up with someone? He found it hard to believe that his aloof sister had indeed formed a team. All eyes in the room turned to Jiang Linglong simultaneously. Her reaction made it clear as day what the answer was. Feeling a pang of guilt, she blushed and looked down, mumbling. This time, I completed the task with a friend. She regretted her earlier decision to establish herself as someone who dislikes teaming up. A cheerful relative spoke up. Teaming up to complete a transition task is no big deal. It's actually a significant improvement that you've learned to work in a team. The other relatives nodded in agreement. They had been worried that Jiang Linglong's aversion to teaming up might hinder her future progress. But it seemed that concern was now moot a positive development, indeed. Just then, the sharp ring of a phone shattered the room's atmosphere. Everyone looked around, trying to determine whose phone was ringing. Zhang Linglong realized it was hers. She rarely used her phone. She pulled it out and saw that the caller was Su Zhou. Hello, Zhang Linglong answered, her voice surprisingly gentle. She got up and walked to her bedroom to continue the call. The relatives didn't pay much attention to the sudden call, but her brother, Jiang Ning, was taken aback. He had never heard his sister speak so softly, not even to her closest friends. His eyes widened in realization. Could it be? He felt he had stumbled upon something significant, but didn't dare speak up, knowing his sister's temperament. In her bedroom, Zhang Linglong looked at the information on her computer screen and said, I found out that the Wuji Guild and the Mechanical Maze people are holding a major meeting in Jiangchuan City today. It's related to Sakura Country's plan to discharge toxic waste into the sea tonight. She realized why she had seen so many people from the Wuji Guild in Jiangchuan City. Today they were there for the meeting about Sakura Country. Su Zhou's voice came through the phone. Thanks, you really helped me out. Before Zhang Linglong could ask why he needed this information, Su Zhou hurriedly ended the call, as if he had something urgent to handle. Voices from the living room called Zhang Linglong back, urging her to continue the conversation. They mentioned that her aunt and cousin would finally be coming home tomorrow. Zhang Linglong returned to the living room and said, I have something to do tomorrow, so I might be late to see Auntie. She wasn't particularly interested in meeting the cousin she had never seen. Relatives tried to persuade her. Come on, your aunt hasn't been back in ages. You should at least go meet her. And you haven't even met your cousin yet. I've seen his picture, he looks great. Your aunt used to change your diapers, you know? You really do look a lot like her. There's truth to that old saying. Nephews resemble their uncles, nieces resemble their aunts. Several younger cousins were especially excited, clamoring, I want to see our cousin. They grabbed the phone from their parents. Wow, he doesn't even look bald but seems so strong, they exclaimed, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhang Linglong couldn't help but glance at the phone screen. When she saw the image, she instinctively grabbed the phone, her face full of disbelief. Who is this? She asked. Her mother smiled and replied, That's your cousin, of course. Cousin? Zhang Linglong's mind went blank. She couldn't process the idea that Su Zhou, the great figure she admired, was actually her relative. I need to get to the bottom of this. Zhang Linglong took out her phone, determined to ask Su Zhou directly. She saw two unread messages from him. In the chat, Su Zhou had sent a picture followed by a message. Didn't I tell you that you look a lot like my aunt? Zhang Linglong stared at her phone for a long moment, completely stunned. This revelation was like a critical hit, leaving her at a loss for words. Jiangchuan City, inside the top sky tower. The wind howled outside, and the sky was filled with dark clouds, occasionally lit up by flashes of lightning. News reports continuously warned of an impending super typhoon. In the highest floor conference room, members and executives from the country's two top guilds gathered, their faces etched with seriousness. According to the intel from our undercover agent in Sakura Island, they are indeed planning to discharge a massive amount of toxic waste into the ocean. One guild member spoke, his voice filled with anger. Do they really think the protests from various countries are just empty words? Sakura Island dares to do this only because they have the tacit approval of the Lighthouse Nation, another person sneered. The Western Alliance is also maintaining their silence on this matter. The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Someone voiced their concern, if they release toxic waste into the ocean, what will happen to the global fishermen and the public? Marine life could mutate from the radiation. Can Sakura Island really withstand the global outrage? This isn't just a global issue, a senior executive interrupted. Sakura Island and the Lighthouse Nation are teaming up against us. Just yesterday, the Lighthouse Nation's top-tier mage and a group of strong fighters secretly landed in Sakura Island. That mage is an expert in creating tsunamis. Toxic waste and a tsunami. Someone cursed. Damn it, Sakura Island is willing to be their pawn. They claim they can purify the toxic waste to drinking water standards. Why don't they keep it for themselves? Zhang Xia, the leader of the Mechanic City Guild, lightly tapped the table. Her gaze swept across everyone present before she finally spoke. The issue now is that Sakura Island is already making moves and hiding several trump cards. With so many high-level professionals sent by the Lighthouse Nation, how should we respond? The room fell into a brief silence. Although the Dragon Nation's strength was sufficient to deal with Sakura Island, this conflict clearly involved more than just two countries. First, release a statement saying we will seek negotiations, Jiang Xia said, rubbing her aching forehead and closing her eyes in thought. What if they refuse to negotiate? Someone asked the crucial question. Jiang Xia opened her eyes, a fierce glint flashing in them. If they don't want to negotiate, then we'll have to personally go to Sakura Island to find those two missing Dragon Nation citizens. Everyone present initially frowned, then suddenly understood. This was a strategy of using their own tactics against them. If the other side insisted on discharging the toxic waste, they would have to forcibly enter Sakura Island under the pretext of searching for missing citizens. Meanwhile, within the borders of Sakura Island, Millions of tons of toxic waste were stored in thousands of pools. Various formations surrounded them, ensuring the smooth discharge. A large number of professionals were on standby, waiting for the order to use their psychic powers to release the toxic waste into the ocean. A typhoon is coming tonight, right? One Sakura Island professional said, looking at the howling wind in the sky. It seems like a tsunami is inevitable. That's right, another person replied with a sinister smile, but it looks like the tsunami is heading towards the Dragon Nation. They are really unlucky. We say we will discharge toxic waste, and a tsunami just happens to head their way. What a coincidence. There's still over 30,000 tons left. Let's discharge 1,000,000 tons first, someone suggested. At that moment, an officer strode in. Enough talk. The Dragon Nation has already filed a negotiation request, which we have rejected. Once we get the signal, we must discharge the waste as quickly as possible. Latest update, a communications officer reported suddenly. Poseidon Mage will finish chanting the ancient forbidden spell in 5 minutes, creating a level 10 tsunami aimed at the Dragon Nation. We can use this opportunity to discharge 1,000,000 tons of toxic waste. Everyone's expressions tightened, ready for action. Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out in the distance. The professionals of Sakura Island were shocked, thinking the Dragon Nation had begun their attack. Stay calm, the officer shouted. The high-level professionals from the Lighthouse Nation are here, and all our defensive formations are in place. They won't get through. The explosions continued, each one shaking the earth. On the sea, waves rose higher and higher, forming a tsunami hundreds of meters tall. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak within the Dragon Nation, Su Zhou gazed into the distance. He had just received his first professional task and immediately called his aunt, Jiang Linglong, for specifics. Su Zhou's eyes glowed with a strange blue light. With the eye of revelation, he could clearly see the toxic waste base in Sakura Island. Keep that toxic waste for yourselves, Su Zhou said coldly. The Rift Core orbital cannon has global strike capability, perfect for dealing with Sakura Island. The wind howled and thunder roared. Waves climbed higher, forming a massive tsunami. The personnel at the toxic waste base began their countdown. 3 minutes 20 seconds. 3 minutes 19 seconds. 3 minutes 18 seconds. They eagerly awaited the moment when the toxic waste and tsunami would merge, striking the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, a strange humming sound came from above. A red beam of light covered the entire base, forming a large square marker at its center. What is that? Everyone looked up in unison. High in the sky, a massive rift and orbital device were ready. A nuclear bomb, the size of a skyscraper, was rapidly descending. A nuclear bomb? Impossible. No. The pupils of all the Sakura Island professionals contracted violently, as if reliving a searing memory. That day, their citizens silently endured the 6th ascending heat without uttering a single complaint. The global internet is in an uproar. Tonight, the impending discharge of toxic wastewater by the Sakura Nation has sparked worldwide outrage, with people from various countries flooding the internet with their opinions. On a forum, one user angrily wrote, "What the heck? Has the Sakura Nation overdosed on radiation and now wants to poison the world?" With reality merging with games, who knows what those toxic waters have mutated into? Another user responded, "Don't worry, our Western alliance has already taken the necessary actions to stop them and issued a strong condemnation." This comment was immediately met with sarcasm. Your Western alliance is all talk and no action. Why is it only our Dragon Nation that has lodged a protest? Where's that environmental girl who talks a lot? A user claiming to be from the Dragon Nation mockingly added, "Not speaking up? Let me do it for you." How dare you? Criticism continued to pour in. Your Western alliance is useless, probably just frantically calling the White House to ask if Big Daddy can take action. Ordinary citizens also expressed their concerns. What about regular people who aren't job changers? Are we supposed to just give up on living? In the face of overwhelming criticism, a user claiming to be from the Sakura Nation attempted to defend their country. "Our toxic wastewater has been purified, okay? Stop slandering us." This was quickly rebutted. "Then you drink it yourselves. Even your own minister didn't dare to drink it last time." The Sakura Nation user continued to defend their country. "Those toxic waters have turned our wildlands into radiation-mutated monster zones. What's wrong with sharing the burden?" An enraged user responded with a derogatory term in the Sakura language, "dog thing." The forum discussion grew more heated, with one user summarizing, "Netizens from all countries are exploding in discussion. They've realized that the Sakura Nation has no bottom line. If this water is released, we'll be dealing with radiation-mutated sea monsters." Amidst the heated online debate, a colossal battle was unfolding above the waters off the coast of the Sakura Nation. In midair, a fortress-like mechanical stronghold was relentlessly attacking a golden-winged angel higher up. Beams of laser, electromagnetic cannons, and high-power microwave rays formed a continuous barrage of devastating attacks. The golden-winged angel, surrounded by a halo of blessings, swung thousands of void sword strikes per second to counter the mechanical stronghold's assault. The sky echoed with thunderous clashes. This job changer, radiant in golden light with 12 wings and a halo, stood firmly in the void. The Judgment King's sword in his hand was wrapped in countless runes, activating all its effects. Atop the mechanical stronghold stood Jiang Xie, exuding confidence. The stronghold was bristling with high-tech weaponry, ready to unleash a torrent of firepower at any moment. The angel job changer sheathed his sword, crossing his arms with a hint of disdain in his voice. Is there any point in continuing this fight? We didn't settle the score during the national war, and you think you can now? Jiang Xie coldly responded, there's no need to continue. Why don't you move aside? She was secretly shocked that the Lighthouse Nation had sent an angel just to target the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, an eye appeared on the angel job changer's forehead, and his 12 wings sprouted countless golden eyes, creating a standoff with Jiang Xie's mechanical stronghold. Let's see if you can get past me first. Jiang Xie's eyes narrowed as she received news of her comrades' failed attacks. Both the Sakura Nation and the Lighthouse Nation had sent high-level job changers to block them. Fine, I'll show you how to break a tsunami. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Xie waved her hand. Instantly, the colossal stronghold split into 10 parts. She no longer cared about escalating the situation to its maximum. The angel job changer drew his sword, creating hundreds of angelic clones. Each clone fully extended their 6 pairs of wings covered in eyes. The tension was palpable, as if the air itself had frozen. In this critical moment, a terrified shout broke the tension. Unidentified object detected at the top of the sky. The dispatched Lighthouse Nation job changer cried out. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of all job changers on the battlefield. A massive orbital device, resembling a flower of death from the underworld, slowly began to unfold. At its core was a giant railgun etched with the image of the Grim Reaper. Under the moonlight, the railgun gleamed with a silver sheen. Its perfect curves and intricate metallic texture seemed to embody a lethal aesthetic. As this flower of death bloomed and the railgun descended, the faces of the job changers from the Sakura Nation and the Lighthouse Nation were filled with terror. Before they could utter a word, the world was consumed by a deafening roar. Boom! Blinding white light engulfed everything around it. This was a force more terrifying than a Tsar Bomba. In outer space, an astronaut turned to gaze at the beautiful blue planet, only to be horrified by the sight. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the surface, marking Earth with a terrifying scar. Turn around, and home is gone, an astronaut muttered, his voice filled with despair. On the ground, towering waves met an invisible barrier and instantly shattered. All energy formations crumbled like fragile glass. The job changers at the toxic wastewater base were vaporized in an instant. Heavenly Hymn, the Golden Angel's pupils contracted as he raised his hand to summon a golden barrier. Though it cracked, the barrier barely withstood the cataclysmic shockwave. High-level job changers in other areas were equally stunned, hastily deploying their strongest defensive skills to withstand the apocalyptic blast. An orbital railgun nuke? Someone exclaimed. How could such a weapon appear over the Sakura Nation? We were supposed to be fully prepared. Despite the heavily fortified defenses of Sakura Nation, which even a fly or bird couldn't penetrate, this weapon still managed to appear. The transferees were terrified, watching helplessly as the orbital cannon descended from the sky, obliterating everything in its path. Within 100 miles, not a blade of grass survived, and all life was devastated. Did the resurrection array work? Someone shouted anxiously. Quick, contact the transferees at the toxic waste base. See if anyone has been revived. Otherwise, we've endured the world's scorn for nothing. Transferees from both countries were driven to madness. They had sworn that their powerful defense array could prevent any intruders. Yet, the sudden appearance of the orbital cannon over Sakura Nation felt like a divine intervention. Before any resurrection arrays could take effect, the transferees in Sakura Nation were already reduced to ashes. At that moment, a startling message came in. Wait! The resurrection array for Sakura Nation's commander has worked, reported an excited transferee from Beacon Nation. This news was a glimmer of hope in the darkness, offering a chance for a turnaround. The resurrected commander of Sakura Nation immediately contacted the toxic waste base. Gritting his teeth, he said to Poseidon, this orbital cannon was definitely the work of Dragon Nation's transferees. Lord Poseidon, I have tens of thousands of tons of toxic waste hidden. You must avenge us. Poseidon, however, shook his head and sighed. It's not possible. My ancient forbidden spell requires chanting to trigger the world-ending tsunami. But my chanting was just interrupted. Unwilling to give up, the commander pressed. Then forget the world-ending tsunami. Use non-chanting magic to create a regular tsunami. Even if only 30% of the toxic waste hits Dragon Nation, it will be enough. Poseidon looked at him in shock, incredulous. We don't even know which mysterious transferee intervened, and you still want me to create a tsunami? Are you trying to get your country killed? The Archmage Poseidon was utterly bewildered. He thought, without the means to unleash the full force of the toxic waste against Dragon Nation, the strategic significance is minimal and would instead endanger the entire world. He even considered abandoning his return home. However, the commander of Sakura Nation remained stubborn, his reckless attitude causing Poseidon to wonder. Is this what they call a nuclear man? Such an extraordinary weapon. Dragon Nation can't possibly have a second one. The commander roared in fury, as if trying to mask his inner fear with his voice. Our nation's exclusive skill, gambling with our national fate. I bet that mysterious warrior from Dragon Nation can't produce a second world-ending orbital cannon. Absolutely impossible. Poseidon from Beacon Nation was stunned by these words. The arrogance and despair in that statement sounded eerily familiar. An ominous feeling flashed through his mind, as if history was repeating itself. A colossal mushroom cloud rose into the sky, transforming the landscape of Sakura Nation beyond anyone's wildest expectations. Jiang Xie stared intently at the distant cloud, a figure immediately coming to mind. Who else but her exceptionally talented nephew could cause such unprecedented destruction? Nearby, an angel transferee gazed at the mushroom cloud, his face ashen. Everything they had meticulously planned had been obliterated in an instant. He turned, his cold eyes locking onto Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie spoke first. The Western Alliance finally did something commendable. Since they couldn't tolerate it either and took action, we in the Dragon Nation will let this slide. When we return, we'll publicize the Western Alliance's righteous actions. As she spoke, she ordered all transferees to retreat. The Western Alliance? A series of question marks popped up above the Angel transferee's head. He knew this orbital cannon must be linked to the Dragon Nation, yet their ability to deflect credit to the Western Alliance was impressive. When the next national war begins, I'll take you on, he vowed silently. Jiang Xie grabbed a handrail on the mechanical fortress. In the next moment, 10 mechanical fortresses soared into the sky like meteors, streaking toward the Dragon Nation. The orbital cannon's cleansing had destroyed all of the enemy's toxic wastewater. Even if some remained, the amount was insignificant. Jiang Xie thought, let the whole world be polluted. Let's see how the Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Nation handle this. Meanwhile, Michelle, a transferee from the Lighthouse Nation, received the latest update. Sakura Nation still has over 30,000 tons of toxic wastewater. Poseidon is asking if we should continue. The good news was that over 30,000 tons of toxic wastewater remained in Sakura Nation. The bad news was that millions of tons had already been returned to nature. 30,000 tons weren't enough to pose a significant threat to the Dragon Nation, leaving Michelle in a dilemma. If we're going to be ruthless, let's go all the way. The Angel transferee's eyes burned with fury. They had invested so much effort into this top-tier defense system, and priests from both nations had even sacrificed half their lifespans to build a resurrection array. Even if they couldn't inflict fatal damage, they needed to slow the Dragon Nation's progress. The messenger transferee understood and swiftly left to relay the orders. Poseidon's tsunami spell was activated once more, causing waves to surge and the previously calm waters to rise again. Through the eye of apocalypse, Su Zhou detected Sakura Nation's desperate struggle. He pondered whether it was necessary to inform them that he could launch another strike. If they continued their defiance, the infinitely replenishable Holy Fruit would guarantee a third orbital cannon strike. In the toxic wastewater base, the commander of Sakura Nation, his eyes bloodshot, roared, "We must make the Dragon Nation suffer." He ordered all stored nuclear wastewater to be moved out. At that moment, a red targeting light beamed down onto the ground. Those few seconds left the Sakura Nation commander in a daze. It felt like only a blink since the last orbital cannon explosion. In the freezing sky, the orbital cannon glowed with a silver radiance. Its perfect curves and textured metallic surface once again demonstrated its power to the world. The Sakura Nation commander looked up, stupefied. On the coastal front line, transferees from both nations went completely mad. Another orbital cannon, this world-defying weapon, actually had a second one. Boom! Blinding white light flashed, and a second massive mushroom cloud ascended. The fiery explosion obliterated all the transferees' hopes. The Sakura Nation commander and the base were leveled to the ground. Su Zhou squinted slightly, watching the second explosion in Sakura Nation from across the sea. Today is yet another day of nuclear peace, he murmured. In Jiangchuan City, Longqiang District, Jiang Xie was scrolling through the news in her living room. The toxic wastewater incident had global ramifications, and only the Dragon Nation had taken action. The Western Alliance had verbally opposed the toxic wastewater, but had shown no real results. Now, With the orbital cannon explosion in Sakura Nation, the Dragon Nation's diplomats were quick to credit the Western Alliance. Western Alliance diplomats repeatedly denied involvement, claiming the situation was still unclear. When Dragon Nation diplomats questioned the Western Alliance's supposed opposition, the Western diplomats were left speechless. Citizens of the Western Alliance were outraged, accusing their government of inaction. If the toxic wastewater really entered the ocean, ordinary people's futures would be bleak. Realizing his statement had a flaw, the Western diplomat quickly amended it, suggesting it might have been the work of a super-strong individual within the alliance. This explanation quelled the anger of Western citizens, but incited the wrath of Sakura Nation's populace, who began to bombard the Western Alliance with criticism. Online discourse reached a boiling point, and Sakura Nation was verbally defeated, receiving harsh condemnation from netizens worldwide. Another explosion? Jiang Xie was engrossed in the news when she received another good update. The domestic satellite images showed a second mushroom cloud. Could it be her brilliant nephew at work again? This is getting exciting, she murmured excitedly. Click. Just then, Su Zhou pushed the door open. He has already completed the first requirement of his job transition task. Today, he was utterly exhausted, with fatigue washing over him like a tide. Su Zhou decided to leave the remaining 2 requirements for tomorrow, giving himself a chance to catch his breath. Good nephew, come over and sit down. Jiang Xie's eyes lit up as she eagerly waved him over. Su Zhou walked over slowly and sat next to his aunt. Although Jiang Xie hoped her nephew would develop quietly, she had to admit that sometimes you have to take action when a moment calls for it. Recalling the earlier scene where they were blocked by the angels from Lighthouse Country, she knew that without her nephew's timely help, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Jiang Xie picked up her phone, the screen displaying news of a second explosion in Sakura Country. She smiled slightly and asked, "Was this your doing?" Su Zhou nodded calmly. "Yes, I intervened when I saw you were being obstructed." He had many ways to complete the first requirement of his job transition task, but ultimately, he prioritized his aunt's situation. "You did well this time," Jiang Xie said with a stretch, her graceful figure subtly revealed. "I almost feel like cooking a meal to celebrate for you." Hearing this, Su Zhou's face fell. He knew that while his aunt was great at enjoying good food, her cooking skills were less than desirable. "I think I'd better cook myself," he quickly declined. Jiang Xie then shifted the conversation. "We're going back home tomorrow. You've endured a lot over the years, and you need to make up for it." She looked at her nephew with concern, thinking about the hardships he had faced over the years. Su Zhou, however, was indifferent. "I've been doing fine in Jiangchuan City, not really suffering. We've never had to worry about food or shelter, and we live in a school district house. There's no real hardship to speak of." Jiang Xie laughed. "That's because you haven't experienced a better life. Do you think having money makes you happy? You're wrong. The joy of the wealthy is beyond your imagination." Her eyes sparkled with a mysterious light, as if describing a world Su Zhou had yet to touch. "But that's okay," Jiang Xie continued. "Starting tomorrow, you'll begin to understand." "Wow!" Su Zhou took a deep breath, admitting to himself that his aunt's words had moved him. He thought to himself, "A happy home, here I come." Anticipation and curiosity intertwined within him as he looked forward to the new life ahead. The next day, in the imperial capital, the teleportation base of the Machinarium Guild abruptly shut down, arousing the curiosity of the citizens. A galaxy battleship, as massive as a mountain, slowly glided over the city, casting a colossal shadow over the ground. Following the battleship were various aircraft and mechs of different lengths, ranging from 5 to 10 meters dragonfly wing machines, disc hovercraft, mechanical giants forming an enormous aerial fleet. City residents gazed up at the spectacular sight in awe. "This is incredible. How did Machinarium manage to bring out such a gigantic battleship? No wonder it's Machinarium. This scale is something you'd only see in old Star Wars movies." Someone whispered, "I heard it's the first homecoming of a descendant of one of the guild's founding members. They say where he was before was too harsh, so today the teleportation base is open just for him." "The last time I was this shocked was when I read about a millionaire son getting adopted by a billionaire family," a resident half-joked. "I need to ask my family if there's any inheritance I haven't claimed." A crowd had gathered near the teleportation base. Some had monthly passes and were waiting for the closure to end so they could teleport. Others were there for the spectacle, and some were looking for gossip. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that Su Changming, the notorious playboy of the Machinarium Guild? He's here too. Wow, the other Su family heirs are here as well. What kind of wind brought them all together?" "A lot of young Su family members from the guild are here, but it seems the Zhang family sent mostly elders. This reception is quite grand." At the center of the teleportation base, Su Changming was conversing with his father, Su Jiangwo. "Su Zhou will be here soon," Su Jiangwo said sternly. "You need to introduce him to the guild's affairs." "His uncle's son named Su Zhou?" Su Changming asked curiously. "How strong is he? How many tiers has he advanced?" Su Jingwo frowned. His level might not be high, but his strength is unmatched among the younger generation in the country. Really? He got this strong without relying on the families? Su Changming was incredulous. I might even be understating it, Su Jingwo said seriously. In any case, you must show your cousin the utmost respect. Understand? Of course. How could I not respect my cousin? Su Changming nodded quickly. Soon, the teleportation gate shimmered, and Su Zhou and Jiang Xia appeared in everyone's view. Relatives eagerly went up to greet them, while Jiang Xia introduced the elders one by one. Let's head back. You'll get familiar with everyone soon enough, Su Jiangwo said with a smile. Everyone boarded the battleship, preparing to return to the Machinarium Guild headquarters. It was then that Su Zhou learned the guild had shut down the entire teleportation array just for him. The onlookers outside buzzed with conversation. That descendant of the founder is out, and he looks so young. TSK, poor kid. He'll never know the joy of hard work and struggle. The young Su family members are all so good-looking. Every one of them a handsome man or beautiful woman. Isn't that obvious? With wealth and power, their spouses can't be anything but stunning. Their kids are bound to be attractive. I finally understand what it means for some to be born in Rome while others are born as horses. Damn, Su Zhou thought to himself. Why does this feel like a scene from The Return of the King? It's like everyone's welcoming the return of a hero after a 5-year absence. The vibe is overwhelming. As he prepared to board the massive and impressive Galaxy battleship, watching the various high-tech aircraft escorting it, a sense of epic grandeur, something only experienced in sci-fi movies, welled up within him. This is amazing. Su Zhou couldn't help but marvel internally. The galactic warship glided slowly through the sky, its surface ventilation scales slightly opening to absorb the surrounding light energy. This massive behemoth, forged from black titanium, had a formidable cannon at its pinnacle, radiating an intimidating aura. Su Zhou gazed through the crystal glass, overlooking the magnificent scenery below. The warship had just passed the headquarters of the Wuji Breakthrough Alliance and was now flying over the territory of the arcane Forbidden Book Society. A relative took the opportunity to explain the layout of the imperial capital to Su Zhou. The headquarters of the 3 top guilds in the country are all located here. After all, any nation needs the strongest forces to protect its heart. The headquarters of the arcane Forbidden Book Society resembled a complex of ancient imperial palaces, covering an area estimated to be over 600,000 square meters. The sky above was filled with shimmering arcane symbols of various colors, and numerous magical pets roamed the air, their magical potions reflecting enchanting lights. Many young and beautiful witches, wearing black felt hats, flew around the palace on broomsticks. This place was undoubtedly a paradise for alchemists, witches, mages, shamans, and all other magic practitioners. Impressive and grand. No wonder it's one of the top guilds in the country, Su Zhou commented. Third granduncle walked over to Su Zhou, patted him on the shoulder and proudly said, "Our mechanical guild's buildings are not only more impressive, but also much stronger. Technology far surpasses magic. The entire planet is integrated with the game. And whether it's magic practitioners or physical cultivators, they all emerged based on game technology." Other cousins chimed in. That's right, our guild is much stronger than the arcane Forbidden Book Society. They have been raised to believe in the power of science. Su Zhou suddenly thought of a question. By the way, are there any relatives who didn't come? He noticed that most of the people who came were from his father's side, and the numbers were few. He hadn't seen any other relatives, which seemed unusual. Su Zhou was also eager to see Jiang Linglong and have her call him cousin. Jiang Xie smiled slightly and explained, other relatives had matters to attend to and couldn't make it. When your uncles and granduncles are less busy, they should come back. She was careful with her words, not lying but also not revealing the full truth. We're finally home, a young cousin exclaimed excitedly. Su Zhou looked in the direction of the voice and saw the headquarters of the Mechanical City Guild, resembling a technological version of the Potala Palace, majestically situated on a mountain. It was a complex of buildings constructed from various technological elements. Surrounding it were numerous branches, covering an even larger area. Uniquely designed warships and various technological aircraft circled the metallic buildings, providing escort. Occasionally, military factories would produce large batches of plasma equipment. Su Zhou recalled the rumors he had heard online. When foreign forces caused chaos at the borders and the nation was severely shorthanded, all the castle buildings of the Mechanical City Guild, including large military factories, transformed into giant mechs and flew to the front lines to fight. He couldn't help but look forward to witnessing such a spectacular scene one day. At the highest hall of the Mechanical City headquarters, the younger generation was no longer allowed to follow. The elders of the Mechanical Guild asked the younger ones to leave, stating that they had important matters to discuss with Su Zhou. Despite their reluctance, under their parents' insistence, They could only watch as Suzhou and a large group of relatives entered the highest hall. Left outside, the young ones began to whisper among themselves, speculating about Suzhou's special treatment. What's this all about? Even if it's his first time back, he shouldn't be able to go straight to the highest hall. Yeah, I've graduated from Battle University, and I still can't go to that place. My dad always said cousin Suzhou is really strong. Could it be related to that? My family also said cousin is amazing, but he's only a few years older than us. How strong can he be? Uncle Sue was originally supposed to be the new president, but he stepped down. Is the family planning to groom cousin as the new president? No way, cousin just got back, and they're already starting to groom him as president? I'm a bit jealous. They had heard from their elders that Suzhou was incredibly powerful, with a status comparable to a crown prince. However, seeing him receive such high treatment so soon after joining the guild, without even knowing everyone yet, inevitably stirred feelings of doubt and envy. The young generation present couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. The gap between people is just too vast. In the Grand Hall, members of the Su family and the Jiang family gathered together. Except for a few relatives who were absent due to important tasks, everyone else was present. Under his aunt's guidance, Suzhou was introduced to numerous relatives one by one. Only then did he realize, to his surprise, that these relatives, whom he rarely saw, had been waiting here for quite some time. Zhang Xie quietly explained to Suzhou, these relatives usually serve at the border performing guard duties. Their departure from the main battlefield this time could cause quite a stir if outsiders find out. She added, but don't worry, if there's an emergency on the battlefield, they will return immediately. Right now, assisting you, the one who has achieved mechanical ascension, is the top priority. Soon, the relatives took turns warmly greeting Suzhou. Finally, his grandfather, Su Gongjin, appeared. With a glint of approval in his eyes, he asked, Suzhou, were those 2 orbital cannons fired at Sakura Nation yesterday you're doing? Suzhou nodded in acknowledgement, and his affirmative answer elicited a round of cheers from the surrounding relatives. Although they hoped Suzhou would remain low-key, they genuinely admired his bold action against little Sakura. After the greetings, they got down to business. Su Gongjin squinted his eyes and posed the crucial question. Suzhou, have you tested your mechanical ascension? What's the highest level of opponents you can handle? Zhang Xie answered on behalf of her nephew. When that group of foreigners ambushed Suzhou, I observed carefully. He can handle an 8-turn expert with ease, but when it comes to defeating them, he might still be lacking a bit. This statement caused everyone present to gasp in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. They had already judged Suzhou's level based on his equipment, but his incredible cross-level combat ability left them both amazed and regretful that they couldn't witness it firsthand. Su Gongjin furrowed his brows in deep thought, the wrinkles on his face becoming even more pronounced. He slowly said, Suzhou, you need to have an accurate understanding of your own strength. Everyone present seemed to sense something significant was about to happen and held their breath. Suzhou, seeing the expressions on his relatives' faces, vaguely guessed that this had something to do with the highest hall of the headquarters. After a long pause, Su Gongjin finally said the words that left Suzhou stunned. My good grandson, do you want to spar with your uncles and aunts? Suzhou thought to himself. Wouldn't this be too filial? He couldn't help but fall into deep confusion. In the Grand Hall, core members of the Mechanical Maze Guild had gathered. Standing at the center of the crowd, Suzhou scanned the room with a discerning eye. Activating his eye of revelation, he assessed the levels of his relatives present ranging from over level 450 to beyond level 700, each with varying degrees of power. Suzhou's gaze landed on several relatives, with the eye of revelation automatically displaying their detailed information. Su Xiaomei, Phantom Gun Saint, level 469. Her attributes were vividly presented. Constitution 22,499, Strength 39,741, Spirit 19,001, Agility 37,032. Her skill list included Dual Gun Waltz, Bullet Finale, and Particle Tremor. Zhang Ding Mechanical Manipulator, level 589. Constitution 30,680, Strength 28,183, Spirit 45,297, Agility 31,937. He wielded powerful skills such as Ancient Mechanical Giant, Mechanical Detonation, and Airdrop Support. Su Kuang, Munitions Master, level 709. Constitution 40,335, Strength 52,192, Spirit 40,101, Agility 38,000. His skills included C4, Area Coverage, Plasma Divine Cannon, and Electromagnetic Explosion. Suzhou attempted to check the level of his grandfather, Su Gongjin, only to find the Eye of Revelation showing nothing but chaos. As the guild leader of the Mechanical Maze, Su Gongjin had long transcended into the realm of causality, far beyond what the eye could perceive. Suzhou estimated that his grandfather's strength was likely above level 800, possibly even 900. This time, I've summoned you to the Grand Hall to test your current limits, Su Gongjin announced, waving his hand. A mystical portal appeared within the hall, a special realm known only to the guild's upper echelon. After some discussion, it was decided that Su Xiaomei and Su Zhou would enter the realm for a duel. Though Su Xiaomei was Su Zhou's aunt, her strength as an 8th turn pinnacle warrior was comparable to that of a 9th turn. We won't get hurt in there, right? Su Zhou asked cautiously, aware that his skills were all awakening abilities, difficult to restrain. His relatives laughed, explaining that the realm had special mechanisms to transport anyone in mortal danger back to reality instantly. Su Zhou nodded in understanding, but remained worried that his aunt might get injured. His concern surprised everyone. How could a 3rd turn warrior worry about a powerhouse akin to a 9th turn? With a smile on her lips and a sense of pride swelling in her heart, Su Xiaomei resolved to teach her confident nephew a lesson. Following Su Gongjin's instructions, Su Zhou and Su Xiaomei stepped through the portal, entering the realm. They found themselves in a vast trial ground, filled with randomly generated rocky mountains. Su Xiaomei stood gracefully atop a towering stone pillar, her heroic dual pistols spinning continuously, with infinite bullets flowing through the barrels. As the wind blew, her figure appeared sharp and formidable under the sunlight. The battle was about to begin. The tumbleweed on the ground slowly rolled, setting the stage. Su Zhou stood a kilometer away, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Su Xiaomei chuckled softly. If I make the first move, don't say I didn't warn you. She suddenly flung out 2 pistols, which twirled in the air and miraculously fired on their own. Her storage bracelet flashed continuously, producing new pairs of pistols in her hands, which she threw into the air one after another. In no time, over 30 pistols were spinning and rotating like perpetual boomerangs. Bang! 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 Bullets scattered like a torrential downpour, their glowing trajectories unstoppable. As the spiraling bullets were about to hit Su Zhou, he slightly shifted his body and dodged them effortlessly. More bullets followed, but Su Zhou evaded them like a phantom. The highest hall erupted in noise. No way, Xiaomei's 30-odd flying pistols, and he dodged all of them? Someone exclaimed. Even with my peak 10-turn mental strength, I can't track the bullet trajectories of Xiaomei's hero-level weapons. Did Su Zhou's mechanical ascension alter his eye structure? Look at Su Zhou's position. He hasn't even moved from his spot. People began to grasp what it meant to be truly awe-inspiring. They had heard from Jiang Xie that Su Zhou could summon cybernetic beings like the Cyber Guanyin and Mecha Buddha. But this level of evasion, dodging every attack with perfect precision, was unheard of. In the secret realm, the 30-plus pistols continued their endless rotations, spewing bullets. Yet Su Zhou seemed to predict every shooting point, dodging them with ease. Equipped with a levelless disaster beast ring and various mental recovery gear, he could slow time down by at least 1,500 times. Are you underestimating your aunt? Su Xiaomei pulled out new pistols and activated the skill Bullet Finale. The pistols erupted with flames, spraying a cone-shaped barrage of bullets and shooting out thousands in an instant. Su Zhou drew the Void Flame Dragon, using quantum moon steps to leap into the air. His form became a whirlwind, unleashing a torrent of bullets back at his aunt. Let's see whose shooting skills are better. Su Xiaomei activated her energy shield and performed the dual gun waltz. She spun and leaped like a top, continuously firing a barrage of bullets. The entire area was filled with the sound of gunfire. When they both ceased firing, they found themselves standing in each other's original positions. The dense bullets had pulverized the surrounding rocks into dust. As the dust settled, Su Zhou and Su Xiaomei stood back to back. A keen observer gasped, noticing numerous wounds on Su Xiaomei. In contrast, Su Zhou's clothes remained unscathed by his aunt's bullets. Xiaomei is at a disadvantage, Jiang Xie remarked, arms crossed. Everyone's expressions grew serious. Su Zhou raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, every spot that had been hit by a bullet erupted in a massive explosion. Su Xiaomei's abnormal status was cleared, and she was instantly transported back to reality. Before the spectators could recover, Su Gongjin shouted, "Next, let me see how strong my nephew really is." Jiang Ding, Su Zhou's uncle and a peak-level mechanical controller, leaped into the secret realm without a word. As Jiang Ding entered, he tossed Su Zhou an all-purpose recovery potion. Use this. It will restore your stamina and mental strength within half an hour. Then we can have a proper match. Knowing Su Zhou had just fought a tough battle, Jiang Ding didn't want to take unfair advantage of his nephew. "Thank you, uncle, but I didn't use any mental energy for my last skill," Su Zhou replied with a smile, pocketing the potion. This statement hit everyone like a thunderbolt. Su Zhou's incredible skills required no energy. Mechanical Ascension shouldn't just be called version T0. According to historical game fragments, this era should be named Mechanical Ascension, a relative remarked bitterly, watching the two in the secret realm. Will today's family reunion turn into a one-sided display of Su Zhou thrashing us elders? The thought crossed everyone's mind. In the hidden realm, a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene gradually unfolded. 300 ancient mechanical giants, each 50 meters tall, stood in neat rows, their electronic eyes flashing blue as they awaited the summoner's command. Their massive metallic bodies gleamed coldly under the sunlight, creating an unparalleled sense of awe. Jiang Ding, with his full beard, stood aside and laughed heartily. Nephew, I've heard you can summon cybermecha versions of thousand-armed Guanyin and Virokana. Do it for your uncle. Give it your all. He recalled the battle between Su Zhou and Su Xiaomei, silently vowing not to be outdone by his younger kin. Su Zhou's expression turned serious as he responded solemnly, "Uncle, I won't let you down." Before his words had fully settled, he clapped his hands together, activating two powerful awakening skills simultaneously. In an instant, two black dots fell rapidly from the sky, growing larger by the second. Boom! Boom! With deafening roars, dust and debris flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, two towering black metal mechas stood before everyone, their size dwarfing the ancient mechanical giants and exuding an intimidating aura. A buzzing sound filled the air as the cyber Guanyin and Mecha Virokana's eyes emitted a deadly red glow, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Jiang Ding looked up at the two mountain-like mechas, deeply shaken. These were top-tier mechas, possible only through awakening skills, embodying the ultimate dream of every mecha engineer. Steel Legion. Jiang Ding waved his hand, ordering the ancient mechanical giants to attack. With a loud clanking, the giants transformed into a torrent of steel, charging collectively at the two mecha Buddhas. The sight of 300 mechanical giants charging was nothing short of an epic disaster scene. Su Zhou remained calm and decisively commanded, "Clear the obstacles." The two giant mechas sprang into action, causing the ground to tremble. They unleashed their most powerful skills simultaneously. Cyber Mecha Skill. World-destroying Thousand Eyes. Cyber Mecha Skill. Titanium 5 Hell Mountains. From the thousand hands of the Mecha Guanyin, metallic eyes emerged and suddenly opened, unleashing a barrage of intense lasers. The lasers swept through, and the charging mechanical giants fell one after another. The onlookers were astounded. Didn't the news say he could only use one awakening skill? Now Su Zhou can use two at once? That's insane. One person at level 3, another at level 9. There's a gap of over 300 levels between them. Our mecha guild couldn't produce such precise cyber mecha Guanyin and Buddha even with all our resources. This is the allure of the mechanical ascension inheritor. The laser from the cyber mecha Guanyin could easily penetrate 10,000 meters underground. Will anyone else be able to challenge Su Zhou? Just how much potential does my nephew have? Jiang Ding's robots are falling. Could he really lose? However, Su Zhou's second uncle, Su Zhengwo, crossed his arms and calmly reminded, "You're underestimating Jiang Ding. He's not just all talk." Sure enough, a strange scene unfolded in the hidden realm. The mechanical giants pierced by lasers didn't completely collapse, but quickly split into countless smaller mechanical giants. These smaller giants deftly dodged, minimizing the damage from the world-destroying Thousand Eyes. On the other side, although the Titanium 5 Hell Mountains had trapped 10 large mechanical giants, countless smaller giants began to gather projectiles in their mouths, launching a fierce attack on the two mecha Buddhas. Boom! 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 Armor-piercing rounds rained down, exploding with intense fire in the air and striking the two mecha Buddhas relentlessly. Clang! Clang! Both the Cyber Guanyin and Mecha Virokana activated their electromagnetic energy shields, forming golden shields around them. The armor-piercing rounds struck the shields, creating a deafening hum. Seeing this, Jiang Ding quickly adjusted his tactics. All mechanical giants switched to electromagnetic pulse rounds. As an experienced mecha engineer, he knew how to counteract mechanical foes. While electromagnetic pulses wouldn't damage buildings, they could devastate electronic components, including chips, making even the two awakened mechas vulnerable. Swish! 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 The mechanical giants unleashed electromagnetic pulse rounds, a terrifying attack for any machine, gradually weakening the mecha's final defenses. Jiang Ding, his spirits high, clasped his hands behind his back and said smugly, "Well, nephew, it seems your strength stops at the peak of level 9. Today, he had managed to uphold his dignity as an elder. However, Su Zhou flashed a cunning smile. "Uncle, do you know what the greatest use of a mecha is?" He decided to stop holding back. "A mecha is most beautiful at the moment of its explosion." Jiang Ding repeated, "The greatest use of a mecha. suddenly realizing something was wrong. But it was too late. With a wave of his hand, Suzhou gave the self-destruct command. The energy cores inside the two mecha Buddhas surged with immense power. The virtual images of cyber gods and Buddhas filled the sky, and two apocalyptic lotuses expanded within the small world, annihilating everything. Boom! Boom! The highest hall shook violently, and the entire small world teetered on the brink of collapse. The relatives were all in shock. They never expected things to turn out this way. Suzhou's skill is going to blow up the hidden realm? Boom! The headquarters of the Machinarium Guild suddenly shook, as if a sleeping giant had been awakened. Guild members exchanged bewildered glances, stunned by the unexpected tremor. Instruments indicated everything was normal, no natural disaster, no enemy invasion. The truth remained a mystery, filling everyone's hearts with confusion. Outside the Grand Hall, family members felt the violent shaking of the ground beneath their feet, their faces etched with fear. They quickly realized the epicenter was within the Grand Hall itself. "What are Mom and Dad doing in there to cause such a commotion?" a young man asked anxiously. "No idea. The family didn't tell us anything," another replied, frustration evident in their voice. "Maybe it's because we're too low-level," a third person speculated. "The Grand Hall has never had issues like this before. Did it only start after Cousin went in? That can't be right. How could Cousin cause such an impact?" someone questioned, though their tone betrayed a hint of doubt. The gathered siblings looked towards the Grand Hall, a sense of dread rising within them. Their loved ones were inside, yet such a violent tremor had occurred. Could even the high-ranking members of the Machinarium Guild be unable to control the situation? Inside the Grand Hall, a blinding light flashed. Zhang Ding's uncle was the first to be expelled from the secret realm. As soon as he emerged, he turned to see Su Zhou pass through the light screen like a ghost, his body gradually becoming solid again. Although Su Zhou wouldn't be harmed by his own skills, the chain reactions, flying rocks and metal shards were beyond his control. Hence, he initiated quantum moon steps, allowing him to return unscathed. Boom! The secret realm collapsed, and the tremors throughout the Machinarium Guild intensified. Suddenly, the metal object in Su Gongjin's hand transformed into a metal staff. He struck the ground with it, sending out a wave of blue light that left intricate circuitry patterns in its wake. The waves converged at the secret realm's entrance on the wall, erasing the realm instantly. As the realm vanished, the earthquakes within the Machinarium Guild gradually subsided. The entire secret realm was destroyed. "Is mechanical ascension really this terrifying?" someone exclaimed. "I studied the history of game worlds, and even professions from the Celestial Revival and Forbidden Magic versions weren't this extreme. What do we do now?" "We wanted to assess Su Zhou's strength to find him a bodyguard, but now the secret realm is gone," another relative said, exasperated. "Do high-level foreign job changers even get into our dragon country? Does our nephew really need a bodyguard?" someone questioned. "I used to think I was unbeatable when I challenged levels above mine, but our nephew here is challenging several tiers above," an elder remarked with amazement. The guild relatives looked on in disbelief. Some praised Su Zhou's skill power, while others couldn't help but complain. "Is this even humanly possible? We intended to test Su Zhou's limits, but instead, we tested the limits of the secret realm," someone summarized helplessly. Hearing this, Su Zhou calmly said, "No need to test my limits now. I'm almost done with my third job change quest. Even if you get results today, I'll be at my fourth job change in a couple of days, and my strength will change again." The relatives took a deep breath. As high-ranking members of the Machinarium Guild, they had been stuck at their job change bottlenecks for a long time. Yet Su Zhou seemed to break through a job change in a day, making them feel a bit ashamed. Zhang Cs spoke steadily. "Let's wait until the secret realm is rebuilt. Until then, any discussion is pointless." The relatives nodded in agreement. The most senior, Su Gongjin, suggested, "If anyone wants to schedule a match with Su Zhou, just say so. Once the secret realm is rebuilt, it should only take about 10 days." As soon as he finished speaking, the relatives exchanged looks, as if under a spell of silence. They thought, Su Zhou can already destroy the secret realm in a short time. Who knows how fast he'll be in the future? Building the realm takes at least half a month. By the time it's done, Su Zhou's level might be close to theirs. Competing then, they might end up just like the secret realm, reduced to rubble. But as elders, they couldn't show fear towards a junior. "I think old 8 would be perfect. He's a peak level 10th job mechanic," someone suggested. "My mechanical neck's been acting up. Let old 6 handle it. He's definitely up for it," another elder deflected. "How about Uncle Su Zhou? His strength should definitely measure the limits of a mechanical ascender," another proposed. "Let's not. I don't want to harm my relationship with my grandnephew," the uncle quickly declined. The elders hemmed and hawed, perfectly illustrating the saying, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Those above the 10th job level were confident they could currently beat Su Zhou, but in half a month, They weren't sure if their old bones could survive the encounter. Su Zhou thought, they're practically forcing me to be filial. He wanted to say, we're all family. There's no need for all this trouble. In a few days, I'll level up and take you all on at once. If you're afraid of mechanical ascension, why not consider teaming up? Jiang Xie seemed to sense something and spoke softly. She was curious about the ultimate limits of a divine-level profession. Su Zhou cleared his throat twice, feeling slightly embarrassed by his aunt's accurate observation, but he didn't want to hurt everyone's pride. His mechanical ascension was indeed formidable, but challenging a group of relatives within half a month seemed a bit arrogant. Although Aunt Xie's strength ranked in the top 5 of the guild, she could only handle a dozen people. The relatives present reminded him that the most important thing for a professional was to remain humble and composed, as excessive praise could easily make one lose their cool. While they were somewhat concerned about Su Zhou's capabilities in half a month, their confidence was bolstered by the 80-to-1 advantage. Aunt Su Xiaomei observed the group with a faint smile. Having sparred with Su Zhou, she asserted that in a short time, Su Zhou's mechanical ascension would easily handle all of them. The relatives turned their attention to Su Zhou, asking if he truly had such confidence. Su Zhou shook his head modestly and said, it's just average. This response only left everyone more astonished. Su Gongjin signaled for everyone to quiet down, suggesting that any doubts be settled when the time came. He had a preliminary judgment about mechanical ascension, believing that Su Zhou's current ability to protect himself was sufficient. Su Zhou, come here. I have something for you. Su Gongjin's words drew the attention of the relatives, who speculated that it might be time for red envelopes. The original text then detailed the professional information of Su Zhou's grandfather and maternal grandfather, including levels, attributes, titles, and skills, which serve as a reference standard for top-tier experts. While these details are important background settings, they are not the main plot and will not be elaborated here. Su Gongjing waved at Su Zhou, signaling for him to come forward. The relatives present held their breath, their eyes gleaming with envy. They all knew that Su Zhou was bound to receive substantial benefits this time. After all, Su Zhou's father held a prominent and highly respected position within the guild. You will serve as the honorary elder of the guild for now, Su Gongjing said with a touch of authority in his voice. Although the power isn't quite the same as a full elder, the benefits are identical. With that, he solemnly handed a shiny honorary elder badge to Su Zhou. Jiang Xie's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue as she pondered. She knew that no organization would easily assign a significant role to a young member who had just returned. However, Su Gongjing cleverly used the pretext of testing Su Zhou's limits, allowing the relatives present to witness Su Zhou's strength firsthand, thereby gaining their deep psychological approval. Now, with Su Gongjing bestowing the title of honorary elder upon Su Zhou, none of the core members of the Mechanic Guild dared to voice any objections. Jiang Xie even suspected that this was all part of Su Gongjing's meticulously planned scheme to legitimately elevate Su Zhou's status. Of course, all of this hinged on Su Zhou's own formidable abilities. As Su Zhou took the badge, he could feel a significant enhancement in his various attributes within the guild. Keep this amethyst card, Su Gongjing said, pulling out an orange-eared card from his pocket and handing it to Su Zhou. He explained in a low voice, it contains 100 billion amethyst coins. This is for me personally and has nothing to do with the guild. The crowd gasped at the mention of such a staggering amount. Even large enterprises wouldn't squander funds so lavishly. Clearly, this substantial sum was purely a gift from an elder to a younger family member. I think you'll need this ring, Su Gongjing said, carefully removing a ring from his finger and placing it in Su Zhou's hand. The relatives' eyes widened with surprise and envy at the sight of the item. This was one of the guild's top-tier pieces of equipment, boasting a legendary mythical quality. Each mythical piece of equipment was unique and extremely rare. Many relatives realized that Su Gongjing genuinely intended to groom Su Zhou as the successor of the Mechanic Guild. Su Zhou understood the significance of this gift. He silently examined the ring's attributes. Paradox Ring, Maxwell's Demon. Type, Accessory. Level, no level requirement. Quality, Mythical. Effect, removes all negative effects. Instantly restores both physical and mental states to perfection. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description, a mystical Maxwell's Demon resides within. When you find its other 3 companions, this equipment will undergo new transformations. Su Zhou was deeply shaken. With this ring, combined with his existing abilities, he could now unleash his awakening skill 3 times in succession. More importantly, Maxwell's Demon could instantly restore his mental energy. This meant that if he had enough mental energy to use his awakening skill twice, the ring would allow him to use it 4 times in total without relying on other items. This was undoubtedly an ultimate artifact that would grow stronger over time, truly deserving of its mythical designation. Suzhou noted the mention of other three companions in the equipment's description and understood. They must refer to the other three mythical beasts of physics: Zeno's tortoise, Laplace's beast, and Schrödinger's cat. The value of this equipment spoke volumes about Su Gongjing's extraordinary capabilities. Prior to this, Su Gongjing was already one of the only 10 individuals in the world to possess a null-level requirement mythical piece of equipment. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to ask. The guild will do its best to assist you, Su Gongjing said, gently patting Su Zhou's shoulder with a tone full of affection. This gift was given not only because Su Zhou was his grandson, but also because Su Zhou was a candidate for the Mechanic Ascender. The strongest equipment should be paired with the top-tier profession. In battles between world-class powerhouses, the clash of various causal concepts was crucial. However, the energy consumption for top-tier powerhouses to wield causal concepts was enormous, making frequent use impractical. Apart from the Celestial Battle Tower, there were no potions on Blue Star that could instantly restore one's state. Therefore, the all-state recovery ability of the Maxwell's Demon Paradox Ring was comparable to the world's only sustainable Senzabine. Su Zhou silently pondered. In the distant future, he might have the ability to collect the other three Paradox Rings. Got it, Su Zhou responded quietly, already planning. If he encountered a situation that required the guild's help, he wouldn't hesitate to ask. But for matters he could handle on his own, he preferred not to burden the guild. Su Zhou realized that this homecoming had granted him a significant boost. The null-level requirement Mythical Paradox Ring was undoubtedly an unexpected top-tier piece of extraordinary equipment. Now, Su Zhou had become a powerhouse capable of unleashing his awakening skill 3 times in a row. The Guild of Mechanics. The City of Mechanical Engine Research. Su Zhou walked straight out from the highest hall, heading towards the Jiang family's direction. On his way, other younger relatives saw him, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Cousin Su Zhou? What happened in the hall? How come you came out with an honorary elder badge? A younger cousin couldn't help but ask, his eyes sparkling with envy. An honorary elder gets the same guild benefits as a full elder, another younger cousin exclaimed. I don't even have a steward position yet. My dad says that even though he's a protector, I have to earn my way up on my own. It's so tough. Cousin, can I touch your badge? A younger cousin, who was a bit younger, reached out his hand, eyes full of curiosity. The young members of the Su and Jiang families were all very excited. Many of them dreamed of becoming honorary elders, but their families wouldn't allow it. Su Zhou looked around at the excited young faces and asked, what level exactly is an honorary elder in the guild? It feels a bit like a mascot. An honorary elder is like a vice elder, with a high chance of becoming permanent, a brother explained from the side. It's like rocketing up in rank. I see. Su Zhou mused, already calculating the materials he would need for his second job change task. He thought perhaps he could use his elder status to access the guild's material library. Just then, Su Ziyue couldn't help but shout. How come cousin Su Zhou gets to be an honorary elder as soon as he comes home and even gets to go to the highest hall? I've never been there once in my life. Her tone was full of dissatisfaction, clearly feeling that the elders were biased towards Su Zhou. Ziyue, what are you saying? Su Changming frowned and scolded, then subconsciously glanced at Su Zhou to see his reaction. Other younger members echoed, Changming, we don't understand either. Why does Su Zhou get so many benefits as soon as he returns? Even if we want to become honorary elders, it would take us at least another 20 or 30 years of effort. When I tried to open the highest hall's door as a kid, my dad almost broke my hand. But cousin can just walk in as soon as he comes back. It's so unfair. We have to work steadily to get promoted in the guild, but some people just soar as soon as they return. Many young members grumbled, feeling very unfair. They considered themselves geniuses among their peers, but still couldn't become elders right away. Some even said that if Su Zhou could become an honorary elder because of the hardships he faced while away, they'd rather leave home and endure hardships too, just to come back and comfortably become elders. Su Changming tried to calm the crowd. What are you all saying? Cousin Su Zhou must have earned this badge for a reason. However, his words only made the younger members feel more disgruntled. I get it, a younger member said with dissatisfaction. It's just because Uncle used to be the guild master, and now that he's retired, the family wants to compensate cousin. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Su Changming cautiously called out, Cousin Su Zhou, what do you think? Su Zhou looked at everyone and calmly asked, so you all feel it's unfair that I got the honorary elder badge as soon as I came back? No, I just think the family is too biased, only favoring you, a cousin said, turning his head away, not daring to look Su Zhou in the eyes. Su Zhou walked up to a cousin who seemed particularly unhappy with him and asked, do you feel it's unfair? So what if I do? Su Ziyue responded defiantly. As a 4th-tier job changer, she hadn't even been given a hall master position. Yet Su Zhou, with his 3rd-year gear, was made an elder. At this point, Su Chaming seemed to think of something and suggested, Cousin Suzhou, why don't you pick a few of us to mentor and show your strength? That way, everyone won't feel the elders are biased. Suzhou replied calmly, there aren't any safety measures here. If I, as your elder brother, hurt you while mentoring, it wouldn't be good. He only had awakening skills, which would be too much if he used them. He was here to visit family, not to wipe out the clan. If we don't compare, how will we know Cousin Suzhou's strength? Many younger members looked puzzled. Su Chaming thought for a moment and proposed, how about we choose a representative to compete with Cousin Suzhou in combat skills or something else? Suzhou stepped forward proudly. Cousin Suzhou, if you can beat me, I'll apologize for my disrespect earlier. Her appearance made many people step back. Su Ziyu's reputation was already close to that of the guild's female prodigy, Jiang Linglong. Suzhou asked with interest, what do you want to compete in? He secretly activated his Eye of Revelation to quickly assess her information. Shooting, Suzhou said confidently, puffing out her chest. As a wanderer with the most varied gun skills, she was confident in her marksmanship. Shooting? Suzhou was slightly surprised. Suzhou pulled out a handgun, full of confidence. I have a professional bonus, so I won't make it too hard for you. We'll go to the shooting range, and you just need to get half my score. Suzhou smiled lightly, playing along. All right, if you beat me, this honorary elder badge will be my gift to you. This statement shocked everyone present. If Su Ziyue won, Suzhou would give up his honorary elder position to her. This proposal came from Suzhou himself, so even the family couldn't object. Fine, I won't let you lose out either, Su Ziyue said excitedly. If you can beat me, I'll agree to whatever you ask. She was already convinced of her victory. Let's go, Suzhou said, his expression amused. Inside, he felt a wave of nostalgia, as if he was back in those long 5 years. My foolish sister, Suzhou thought to himself. I've fired more bullets than you've eaten salt. The ultimate training ground, the most luxurious training facility in the country, stood before them. In a world where skill is king, marksmanship had become a lost art, rarely appreciated. However, for professions like the wandering gunslinger and the gun saint, who rely on enchanting bullets, precision remains crucial. Especially for the Su family, known for their gunslinger lineage within the Mechanized City Guild, such a training ground is essential for honing sharpshooters. Standing at the shooting range, Su Ziyue turned to Suzhou and suggested, Cousin, let's do the advanced balloon shooting mode. The so-called advanced balloon shooting is a highly challenging marksmanship training mode. In the training ground, special fields interfere with the shooter's aim, forcing them to use the most primitive reloading firearms. At a distance of a kilometer, ping-pong ball-sized balloons float around, made of special materials that only burst when hit on a delicate red spot. To make it even harder, the balloons drift unpredictably with the wind. Suzhou glanced at the weapons on the table and remarked, I'm fine with anything. It had been a long time since he had handled these old friends. Su Ziyue then explained the rules. Let me explain the rules. You get 1 point for each balloon hit. Whoever bursts the most balloons in 5 minutes wins. Basically, just burst more balloons than the other person, right? Suzhou interrupted. He recalled that to achieve his goal of 10 billion, he could have used a Gatling gun or other weapons to reach it faster. But he chose to spend an extra 2.5 years perfecting his marksmanship. Su Ziyue nodded, observing Suzhou closely. She was surprised to see that the moment he picked up the gun, he seemed like a different person. The younger members whispered among themselves. Do you think Suzhou can burst even half the balloons Ziyue can? My parents say he's really strong, but in a pure skill contest, even a gunslinger can't beat a wandering gunslinger, right? Isn't he just making it harder for himself by agreeing to this challenge? No sharpshooter can match a wandering gunslinger. By the way, I heard that Suzhou just graduated this year. He graduated this year? What was he doing for the past 5 years? As the crowd speculated, the competition began. A kilometer away, machines released numerous balloons. Su Ziyue swiftly raised her Mauser and started shooting. Bang! 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 Each shot was spot-on, and balloons burst one after another. The score on the board rapidly increased, showcasing her as a sharpshooting prodigy. Ziyue's marksmanship is incredible. This is the skill of a wandering gunslinger. As a heavy gunner, I can't compare. Hitting every target, this must be the pinnacle of marksmanship. The crowd was amazed. Some noticed that Suzhou hadn't started shooting yet. He had just finished loading his gun. Suddenly, rat-a-tat-a-tat, Suzhou, holding a MAC-10 in one hand, unleashed a flurry of bullets. Ping-pong ball-sized balloons exploded continuously, and the score on the board soared every second. Are you not even aiming? Su Ziyue exclaimed. She realized that while her accuracy came from meticulously aiming at each target, Suzhou's shooting seemed instinctual, beyond any technique. Are we sure Suzhou is a gunslinger and not some kind of pistol master? He's shooting so many targets so accurately. Who can compete with that? I remember now, Suzhou took 5 years to train his marksmanship before graduating. Really? Is that true? Yesterday, I heard from people at Jiangchuan High that Suzhou pretended to practice shooting every day to avoid becoming a job changer. I didn't believe it at the time. He's not afraid of death. They should see how incredible his marksmanship is now. Suzhou was misunderstood for 5 whole years. The younger cousin's eyes welled up with tears, realizing the misunderstanding Suzhou had endured. Bang! The last bullet was fired, and the final balloon burst on the training ground. Everyone looked at the scores. Suzhou, 237. Suzhou, 17,436. The outcome was clear. If hitting every target makes someone a master marksman, then Suzhou was undoubtedly a god of guns. I lost. Suzhou lowered her proud head, completely convinced by her cousin's prowess. He's really strong? Everyone felt a sense of awe. This challenge seemed to play to Suzhou's strengths, but in reality, it revealed much more. A man who dedicates himself to perfecting marksmanship with such persistence is unlikely to be weak in other areas. Coupled with their parents' constant advice, it was clear that Suzhou was a peerless genius. His marksmanship was just the tip of the iceberg, one of his least noticeable talents. Look at the wall of the training ground, a cousin exclaimed. Everyone turned to see that the bullet holes on the wall formed a half-body family portrait, depicting Suzhou and the cousins present. Suzhou put down his smoking gun and said calmly, I didn't prepare any gifts for my return, so consider this bullet portrait my gift to all of you. He recalled that he had also created a bullet portrait for Qin Kursin upon graduation. The younger cousins lowered their heads in shame. They had only thought about Suzhou's special treatment, not realizing that he had not only overlooked their grievances, but also presented a gift in such a unique way. The difference in their levels of thought and perspective was vast. We're convinced, Suzhou. We completely respect you now. Bro, you're invincible. You're so strong. Now I understand why my parents hold you in such high regard. If anyone objects to Suzhou becoming an elder, I'll stand up to them. Everyone was completely convinced. With a family portrait made from bullet holes, how could they not be? Susan pulled Suzhou to a quiet corner, her eyes glistening, her fair skin glowing with a healthy blush. Big brother, come with me. Since I lost as per our agreement, you can ask me anything. Suzhou stroked his chin. He indeed had an important task for her. You're collecting the 10 relic core fragments? Suzhou asked in surprise, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Suzhou glanced sideways, answering calmly. Yes, is that too difficult for you? Suzhou bit her red lips lightly, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. She had expected her cousin to assign her a more demanding task, but it turned out to be just collecting core fragments. It's manageable, she replied softly. The Mechanics Guild has 7 types of elemental core fragments. The remaining water, fire, and wind fragments are only needed by the Forbidden Magic Society. With my connections, obtaining those 3 shouldn't be too hard. Hearing this, Suzhou also felt relieved. He just needed someone to collect the core fragments, and free labor was always welcome. Afterward, Suzhou asked everyone for specific locations and instructed them to prepare for individual departures. At that moment, someone curiously asked, Hey, besides asking where Grandpa lives, Suzhou also inquired about Linglong's situation. Have they known each other for a long time? By the way, does Linglong have something going on today? It's rare for our cousin to come back, and she's not here. She advanced to the 5th tier yesterday and is probably busy consolidating her strength, someone explained. With her personality, she definitely completed the promotion task alone. She's our idol among female job changers. No, she didn't, another voice chimed in. This time, she teamed up with someone. I was at her place last night. Even so, she probably just wanted to challenge herself and casually picked a good friend to team up with, someone insisted. Linglong would never rely on someone else. It's always others relying on her. The crowd buzzed with conversation, all proud of Jiang Linglong's breakthrough to the 5th tier. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Jiang Linglong was secretly observing everything. It's a good thing I didn't show up today, she thought. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to handle it. Since Suzhou entered the Mechanics Guild, she had been watching from the shadows. She hadn't revealed herself because she wasn't mentally prepared. The shock of her idol turning out to be her cousin was too much. Just then, Jiang Linglong noticed Suzhou leaving their grandfather Jiang Wanyao's house. Their meeting had been surprisingly brief, lasting less than 10 minutes. To her astonishment, Suzhou seemed to sense something and glanced toward the rooftop corner. Her heart raced, and she quickly hid behind the eaves. Should I go say hello? Jiang Linglong hesitated. If he spots me, calling him cousin wouldn't hurt. She took a deep breath, ready to reveal herself, only to find that Suzhou had already vanished. By this time, Suzhou was on his way to the Sinful Forest dungeon. He planned to complete his 3rd transition task first. By the time he finished, Suzhou should have gathered most of the materials. With the 3rd transition, his power would significantly increase. Along the way, Su Zhou recalled his grandfather's words. The Demon King's Abyss Party invitation in my bracelet was originally given to my mom by a mysterious person. According to Jiang Wanyao, a strange figure had intercepted his parents and left the invitation. After encountering this odd event, his parents mentioned it to his grandfather, who then kept the invitation until now. Su Zhou pondered. In the demon realm, celestial realm, and void god realm, one can obtain all sorts of rare items, even mythic-level equipment. More importantly, there's a chance to acquire fragments of game history. What secrets could this invitation be hiding? The history of the game chronicles how it merged with Blue Star. Su Zhou recalled his grandfather Jiang Wanyao's instructions, and a sense of anticipation welled up within him. After his 5th class change, he would head to the Abyssal Party in the Demon Realm to collect fragments of game history. This not only fulfilled his grandfather's wish, but also could unravel the mystery of his own mechanical ascension. Su Zhou narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. The strength of the Demon Realm, Celestial Realm, and Virtual God Realm far surpassed that of the real world. He knew his skills were powerful enough to easily shatter the secret realms constructed by the high-ranking elders of the Mechanical Guild. But within the Tower of Heroic Shadows, the impact of 2 awakening skills barely made a dent. It was clear that the strength of the Demon Realm and Celestial Realm would not be much different. Being tough is a good thing, Su Zhou thought with a flash of excitement in his eyes. After the 5th class change, going to the Abyssal Party in the Demon Realm means I can unleash my awakening skills without restraint, he calculated silently. With the paradox ring of Maxwell's demon, the frequency of his awakening skills would only increase, and their power would continue to grow as his level rose. The Abyssal Party organized by the Demon King was famed for its endless revelry. Su Zhou clenched his fist, thinking to himself, it wouldn't be too much to throw in a few awakening skills to liven up the party, right? His greatest desire now was to level up quickly. Reaching the 4th class change today and the 5th in a couple of days was no problem. With the 5th class change, a whole new world would open up for him. On his way to the Forest of Sin, Su Zhou opened his skill panel, ready for a comprehensive upgrade. Thanks to the 100 billion purple crystal card from his grandfather, money was no longer an issue. His gaze first locked onto the nanobody skill. Nanobody K3000. Let's see how far I can enhance this, Su Zhou murmured to himself, then proceeded to upgrade the nanobody skill tree. The system notification sounded. You spent 1 billion purple crystals to upgrade Nanobody K3000. Nanobody K5000. Effect, Nanosplit. You can convert your mental power into nanoparticles, with each point of mental power splitting into 100,000 nanoparticles. Su Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This way, I don't have to rely on nanobugs to increase the number of nanoparticles. I can quickly gain more nanoparticles by directly consuming mental power. He then proceeded to further enhance the nanobody skill. You spent 1 billion purple crystals to upgrade Nanobody K5000. Nanobody K7000. Effect, Vibranium Body. Your nanobody particle's defense is nearly as indestructible as the strongest material in the universe, vibranium. Su Zhou took a deep breath. Simple and effective. Once I activate nanobody mode, even top-tier shield bearers can't match my defense. This is what true physical sanctification means. Feeling immensely rewarded, Su Zhou decided to perform one final enhancement. You spent 1 billion purple crystals to upgrade Nanobody K7000. Nanobody K9000. Effect, Elemental Essence. Your nanoparticles can now possess the fundamental elemental properties of Blue Star. Su Zhou's face lit up with realization. Possess fundamental elements? Now I can truly create entire armies out of thin air. He quickly understood that after the game and reality merged, any basic element like gold, silver, copper, iron, or sulfur had been enhanced. Previously, he could only turn excess nanoparticles into tanks, but the bullets fired were still made of nanoparticles, lacking extensive destructive power. Now, with the nanobody K9000's feature, he could genuinely create objects out of nothing. Thousands of Black Hawk jets and Apocalypse tanks could now fire authentic bullets and shells. Coupled with Su Zhou's wing slaughtered effect, which granted all bullet attacks 100 penetration, the jets and tanks he created would not only deal true damage, but could also cause massive explosions with just a snap of his fingers. Excitement gleamed in Su Zhou's eyes as he eagerly anticipated testing his newly acquired powers. The Forest of Sin, a vast lake spanning 100,000 square meters, has a surface that reflects an eerie purple-black hue. The lake mirrors the scene of a silent, dark forest, which is particularly unsettling given that no trees grow around it. This isn't merely a reflection. On the other side of the water exists a real, endless black forest. Hundreds of men and women have gathered here, all powerful individuals aiming to complete their job transition quests. The weakest among them are fifth-tier job holders. They stand in midair, nervously observing the water below. In the eerie reflection, each person can see the monsters they once defeated, now clawing and snarling for revenge. Even after witnessing this many times, the sight still sends chills down their spines. According to fragments of the game's history, the Forest of Sin is an exceptionally unique place. All slain monsters return here in the form of ghostly spirits. Once job holders enter, they generate a personal secret realm filled with all the bosses and elite monsters they have ever killed, each significantly more powerful than before. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have killed so many monsters in the past. Now, just seeing so many makes my head hurt, complained a newly arrived job holder. Hey man, how long do you need to stay in the Forest of Sin for your quest? Someone nearby asked. 8 minutes. My best record is 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I couldn't take it anymore and had to exit to save my life. 8 minutes is doable. I need to stay in the Forest of Sin for 10 minutes, another 6th-tier job holder said with a wry smile. I don't even know how many monsters I've killed. Lasting 7 minutes would already be a miracle for me. I really want to give up, but if I do, the next job transition quest will definitely be even more brutal. Everyone lamented, regretting that they had killed too many monsters, making it difficult to complete this job transition quest now. What would happen if someone killed all the monsters in the Forest of Sin? A voice suddenly spoke up from behind the group. The question drew mixed reactions, with some people laughing incredulously. Kill all the monsters in the Forest of Sin? Are you kidding me? Every boss and elite monster you've ever killed appears here. Surviving for a few minutes is already impressive. Bro, is this your first time in the Forest of Sin? The monsters here are all enhanced, at least at your level. Yeah, the monsters we barely managed to kill before come back even stronger and in greater numbers. No one can clear this place. I've never heard of anyone clearing the Forest of Sin. Job holders just try to survive for the required time. The person who asked the question was Su Zhou, hands in his pockets, with a faint smile on his face. He realized that his job transition quest was, once again, extraordinary. Regular job holders only needed to survive for the stipulated time, but his quest required him to clear the dungeon by eliminating all past bosses and elite monsters. However, Su Zhou wasn't worried. Knowing his profession was even more unreasonable. At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly blew, and a massive, crimson gore descended from the sky. A man dressed in a celestial robe stepped into the air and loudly declared, "Today, I will complete the Forest of Sin quest." Isn't that Yuan Shu? I heard he broke through to the 5th tier last year, and he's been stuck at the Forest of Sin ever since. He's only 26, right? No wonder he's one of the top candidates for the future Celestial Master. Yuan Shu, a genius talisman master from the Lingnan sect, had to stay in the Forest of Sin for 10 minutes for his job transition quest. His latest record was 8 minutes and 47 seconds. He raised his hand and drew talismans in the air, each with different functions, showcasing the power of his profession. Yuan Shu will likely break through to the 6th tier this year. That's the pace of a true genius, something I can never hope to match. Yuan Shu faced the Forest of Sin at the 5th tier, while I encountered it at the 7th. His future is incredibly promising. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. The faster one progresses, the greater their potential. Yuan Shu's early encounter with the Forest of Sin further demonstrated the strength of his profession. Suddenly, the clear sky turned dark as clouds gathered and the wind howled. A horde of stitched beasts, assembled from various monster parts, descended from the sky. Leading them was a man riding a colossal undead dragon, exuding an intimidating aura. Holy crap, is that a necromancer from Yubei? Is he here for his job transition quest too? He came 3 days ago, but you weren't here then. Oh, I remember now. This necromancer lasted 9 minutes on his first attempt in the Forest of Sin. His strength is terrifying. I wonder where such a prodigy came from. The profession of the corpse stitcher is renowned for its unique abilities. They can sew together the body parts of slain monsters with other remnants to create incredibly powerful pets. This capability makes corpse stitchers far superior to ordinary beast tamers. There are even rumors that they can graft human limbs onto fierce beasts, though this is yet to be confirmed. Above the lake, a group of young job changers gazed at the decaying dragon corpse hovering in midair. These new generation inheritors of family professions displayed formidable strength. Anyone who could last a few minutes in the Forest of Sin without being eliminated was already considered a prodigy. Su Zhou silently mused. So, what should someone like me who plans to clear the challenge be called? A cheater? It seems quite fitting. Everyone stood on thin air, floating above the lake, waiting for the previous batch of challengers to return from the Forest of Sin. Only when the current challengers had all exited would the forest open a new entrance for the next group of brave souls. Suddenly, the calm lake surface rippled violently, accompanied by a buzzing sound. A portal to the secret realm appeared on the water, and a series of job changers emerged from it in a disheveled state. Damn it, I was only 3 minutes away from completing my job change task. One challenger shouted in frustration. I took an arrow to the knee. Is there any priest willing to heal me? Another challenger excitedly shared. That was awesome. To be honest, I once encountered a seductive succubus. I was young and foolish then, and I killed her. Now I regret it. Every time in the forest of sin, I let that succubus lady take her revenge on me. Whoa, are you coming to the forest of sin even without job change tasks just for that? Someone nearby asked in astonishment. The last eliminated job changer sighed deeply. Why do I always fall just short of lasting long enough? I've been stuck here for 3 years. As everyone was lamenting, the new entrance to the Forest of Sin's secret realm opened. It's our turn. The prepared job changers chuckled softly and rushed into the entrance. Once the number of entrants reached 100, the entrance quickly disappeared. The secret realm would now create a new monster-infested world for the new job changers. Inside the Forest of Sin, the sky was overcast, and a thin mist enveloped the area. Dead trees and chaotic graves in the distance continuously spewed blood, while hoarse wails and cries for vengeance echoed around, sending chills down the spine. Suzhou, however, showed no fear and leisurely stretched his body. They say practice makes perfect, and while you might be perfect on your first try, there's no big deal. This is the perfect chance for everyone to get to know me again, he said confidently. In the dungeon of the sinister forest, eerie winds howled and ghostly shadows loomed. As Suzhou stepped into this uncanny forest, he immediately felt a powerful aura rushing towards him from its depths. Suddenly, 3 pairs of formidable lords joined forces to exert their oppressive power, like invisible chains restraining Suzhou's abilities. The combined might of the mechanical Krang and the undead skeleton suppressed 30 of his constitution. The Goblin King and the corrupted dragon weakened his strength by 30, and the Thunder Ape King Kong and the tainted dragon curtailed his agility by 30. Each suppression had reached its maximum limit. Confronted with this situation, Suzhou remained undaunted. He chuckled inwardly. Do these lords really think they can defeat me by teaming up? He continued to advance deeper into the forest, the paradox ring in his hand glowing with mysterious power, holding the strength of 3 awakening skills. Not to mention, he also mastered the cost-free winged slaughter and could activate his nanite body using only mental energy. As Suzhou pondered, the monsters in the forest suddenly launched an attack. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. These creatures dare to retaliate instead of surrendering? Just as the battle was about to erupt, a crimson umbrella descended from the sky, gracefully hovering in midair. Beneath it, a young girl dressed in black Lolita attire with snow-white skin appeared out of thin air. Following her, various elite monsters of different sizes emerged, as if part of a meticulously arranged stage play. The umbrella Lolita spoke first, her voice tinged with mockery. We meet again. She covered her lips with her pale fingers, letting out a wild laugh. These monsters in the sinister forest were at the same level as the intruder, but they clearly harbored a deep grudge against Suzhou. The umbrella Lolita continued. This wicked human once insulted my feet, calling them stinky. Today, his foul mouth will serve as my foot bath. Suzhou swept his cold gaze over the elite monsters he had once defeated, a smirk of disdain forming on his lips. Is your boss too scared to show up? With that, he activated the split mode of his nanite body. A slender black tornado rose from beneath his feet, soaring into the sky as if to tear the heavens apart. The bee lady, witnessing this, flashed a look of fanaticism in her eyes. She raised her tail high, saying excitedly, Everyone, try to restrain this human and make him our breeding machine. This way, we might have a chance to live a second life. Her words were filled with mad ambition, hoping to use Suzhou's power to create powerful human-bee hybrids and break free from the constraints of the sinister forest. All the elite monsters present ignited with the flames of revenge. They had once been obliterated by Suzhou's skills, and now with their enemy before them, they only thought of how to torment him. The umbrella Lolita was the first to attack. She closed her red umbrella and fired a powerful purple nether blast from it, Nether Rift Wave. The purple energy instantly struck Suzhou, causing his body to disintegrate into countless particles. The umbrella Lolita's eyes flashed with disbelief, unable to fathom that she had grown so powerful. However, the bee lady immediately recognized the threat of these black particles. She shouted in panic, It's those particles again! Everyone, fall back and continuously generate defensive shields to counter the particle erosion. Do not let the black particles breach your shields. The other monsters looked bewildered, never having seen a human transform into such black particles. One monster couldn't help but exclaim, A human can turn into these black particles? Who's the real monster here? With Suzhou's nanite body evolved to its peak, he only needed to expend 1 point of mental energy to create 100,000 nanites. In an instant, a nanite storm of billions rose, forming a bridge connecting heaven and earth. The dense fog in the forest was swept into the storm, massive dead trees uprooted, and the elite monsters who couldn't react in time were ground to dust. The Umbrella Lolita, while swiftly retreating and activating her protective shield, exclaimed, "I haven't been dead for long, but how has this human grown so powerful?" She stared in disbelief at the ever-expanding nanostorm. The sight was awe-inspiring, with black particles surging forward like a tsunami, consuming everything in their path. All kings attack. Destroy this man-made storm completely. The elite monsters who had escaped the storm shouted in unison, their voices filled with fear and rage. They believed that if all the lords combined their powers, they could definitely crush this colossal tornado. Clang! Boom! Buzz! From the depths of the forest of sin, an overwhelming fury erupted. Countless lords unleashed their skills simultaneously, summoning an army of minions. The number of monsters multiplied by the thousands every second, spreading like a boiling ocean. From the Goblin King to the lava beast of Black Rock Volcano, the Necromancer's Skull, the corrupted dragon of the Witch's Forest, the mechanical Krung of the MO City border, the High Lords of the Tower of Calamity, the 10 ferocious beasts of Storm Canyon, and even the Queen Bee of the northwestern frontier, all the lords gave their all. Is that human a god? The umbrella lowly trembled, gazing at the distant sky. At the center of the storm, countless black nanoparticles converged into form. Suzhou hovered in the air, glowing like a deity, continuously absorbing the endless black particles. He opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the distance to lock onto all the fierce beasts in the deepest part of the forest. Suddenly, everything fell silent. Suzhou, like a maestro, extended his hands, and the nanostorm quickly subsided. The monsters watched in astonishment, unaware that an even greater disaster was about to unfold. With a regal gesture, Suzhou waved his hand, and billions of nanoparticles instantly formed into black warplanes that filled half the sky. Annihilate! He drew a graceful arc with one hand, and all the warplanes launched in unison. Bullets and shells rained down like an unprecedented storm, piercing through the bodies of the monsters with 100 penetration. In the name of truth, surpass the past. Suzhou, true to his essence, unleashed his first awakened skill destruction ray. 18 singularities imbued with destructive energy shot down from the sky, transforming into massive energy columns that crashed to the ground. The earth shattered under this apocalyptic force, the 18 rays moving in a circular motion and expanding, as if heralding the end of the world. Finally, Suzhou, like wearing the infinity gauntlet, snapped his fingers. In that moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the final judgment. On the outskirts of the Forest of Sin, portals frequently appeared on the calm surface of the lake. One after another, job changers were ejected from the small world beneath the lake. They had chosen to exit the dungeon themselves, unable to withstand the monster onslaught in the Forest of Sin. Just a bit more. I was only 30 seconds away from staying in the Forest of Sin for a full 8 minutes. One recently teleported job changer said, frustrated. We've been in this wretched secret realm for too long. Normally, a fight would be decided in 2 or 3 minutes. Another person chimed in. Brother, you're not foolish enough to fight the monsters in the Forest of Sin, are you? This secret realm is about escape skills, isn't it? An experienced job changer reminded. Thank goodness the Forest of Sin has an exit function, or some monsters would trap me in there forever to get their revenge, a survivor said gratefully. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to a figure. Is Lingnan's genius exorcist just coming out now? He lasted 10 seconds longer than last time, someone exclaimed. Everyone stole glances at Yuan Shu, the talisman master who had just flown out of the secret realm. He had entered full of confidence, but now appeared utterly exhausted. Despite this, it was evident to all that he had lasted a full 10 seconds longer in the Forest of Sin this time. That corpse stitcher is out too. Someone with sharp eyes noticed another prodigy emerging from the Forest of Sin. The corpse stitcher was covered in bits of unknown flesh, with a rotten parrot perched on his shoulder. However, none of his other stitch summons had made it out alive. This might be the person who lasted the longest, an observer commented. I remember this corpse stitcher lasted 9 minutes the first time he came to the secret realm. Why did he come out even faster this time? Another person wondered. Now that you mention it, I recall he brought different summoned corpses the first time he entered the Forest of Sin. Job changers who had exited at the same time exchanged information. How unlucky, the young corpse stitcher spat before raising his hand. Several six-pointed star arrays appeared around him. New monster corpses, some grotesquely stitched with human limbs, emerged from the arrays. The corpse stitcher actually stitched human and beast parts together. Many present expressed their displeasure, anger rising within them. How can he do this to fellow humans? Is he even human himself? If you have any objections, say it to my face instead of gossiping behind my back. The young corpse stitcher, already furious from his failure in the forest of sin, glared at the crowd, using them as a vent for his anger. Then I'll say it to your face. Your profession can clearly stitch only monster corpses. What's the meaning of stitching human limbs? A seven-turn powerhouse stepped forward, disgusted by such selfish behavior. Do you even have the right to discuss this? The corpse stitcher sneered. Every one of you here at the Forest of Sin has slaughtered countless creatures. So what if I stitch together a few human parts to test the overall strength of my monsters? We only kill monstrous beasts. How can you compare us to yourself? Someone shouted, angered by the corpse stitcher's disregard for human life. All life is equal. Are monster lives not lives? The corpse stitcher retorted, rolling his eyes. Confident in his family's protection, he feared no one's wrath. Sooner or later, a true powerhouse will teach you a lesson, the seven-turn powerhouse said, clenching his fists. As the argument continued, the lake's surface suddenly changed. The calm, Vilethud water erupted with dazzling light, and a massive energy surged through the portal from the secret realm. Whoosh! The entire lake of the Forest of Sin transformed into a gateway. A figure, ethereal and clad in white, shot into the sky. Did something just fly out? Everyone wondered, staring in shock at the sky. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted from within the Forest of Sin. Oh no! Someone shouted in alarm. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions followed, one after another. The Forest of Sin seemed almost sentient, absorbing most of Su Zhou's skill's power and releasing the undigested energy as shockwaves into the real world. The transferees were caught off guard, nearly blasted into space by the powerful gusts. The elite corpses meticulously crafted by the Stitcher were severely damaged, torn to pieces by the shockwaves. My elite army of corpses, the Stitcher cried out in agony, seething with rage. He had spent an enormous amount of time and effort stitching together the limbs of various animals and powerful humans into horrifying creatures, only for them to be obliterated by this sudden shockwave before they could even be deployed. Unaware of the destruction he had caused, Su Zhou emerged from the Forest of Sin, musing to himself, this Forest of Sin is really something. My skills couldn't even blast through it. Anyone hearing this would be infuriated, given that the Forest of Sin, an enormous secret realm housing post-mortem monsters, would defy logic if it were as fragile as other realms. Su Zhou opened his family chat group and dialed Su Ziyue. Hey little cousin, how's the collection of those crystal shards going? He had already cleared the Forest of Sin and was just waiting for the mission to collect the 10 crystal shards to be completed so he could advance to the 4th transition stage. On the other end of the line, Su Ziyue's anxious voice came through. Su Zhou, I'm almost. The background noise suggested a chaotic environment. Su Zhou frowned slightly. Where are you? He had a hunch that she might be in trouble. Su Ziyue briefly explained her location, the crystal mine of the Forbidden Magic Book Society. Su Zhou then remembered that she had mentioned before that most of the crystals he needed were in the Mechanical Guild, but the wood crystal and similar ones were in the Forbidden Magic Book Society. Got it, Su Zhou said, hanging up the phone and quickly heading toward the Forbidden Magic Book Society. He was worried that his little cousin had run into trouble because of his request. Meanwhile, at the Forbidden Magic Book Society's crystal mine, Su Ziyue was in a heated dispute with the society members. A beautiful woman in a starry robe and a witch's hat stood nearby, observing with her arms crossed. A black forbidden book fluttered around her like a butterfly, speaking in an eerie, ancient voice. Ha 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 ha, the forbidden book laughed. Jiahui, you were wondering how to find Su Zhou, and here he comes on his own. Good thing I was cautious today and found it suspicious that someone from the Mechanical Guild came here asking questions. I've slept for countless millennia, and now a new child of the version has appeared. I must see this for myself. The woman clearly Jia-huendered and asked, Forbidden book? What do you mean by mechanical ascension and omniban curse? And what exactly do you mean by last version? Near the crystal core veins of the Forbidden Magic Book Society, there are numerous ancient mining sanctuaries, large and small. These sanctuaries not only contain a small amount of amethyst, but also precious relic crystal core fragments, essential materials for various forging items. 3 members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society were blocking the entrance to the mining area, aggressively confronting a young woman. This woman was Su Ziyue from the Mechanical City Guild, who came seeking a wooden crystal core for her cousin. Aren't you Mechanical City Guild folks supposed to be quite capable? You took over the iron and gold crystal core veins for your mecha research. Now, why are you after wooden crystal core fragments? Trying to follow in Liu Ban's footsteps and become carpenters, are you? One member mocked. Su Ziyue's face flushed with anger, but she restrained herself and said, I only need 1 wooden crystal core, but you want a ton of iron crystal cores in exchange. You're just making it impossible, aren't you? The members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society, feeling triumphant, continued to make things difficult for her. Supply and demand, wooden crystal cores are rarely seen on the market. They were clearly exploiting her urgent need. Feeling helpless, Su Ziyue brought up past favors. Although the top guilds have different philosophies, we are all part of the Dragon Nation guilds. When the Forbidden Magic Book Society needed help before, we didn't make it this hard for you. The members glanced involuntarily towards a beautiful woman on the mountain Feng Jiahui, the newly acclaimed genius mage of the Forbidden Magic Book Society. She had secretly instructed them to make things difficult for Su Ziyue, but they couldn't reveal that. We're not making it hard for you, one member said with a sly grin. The entrance to that sanctuary is full of wooden crystal cores. If you have the ability, go ahead and mine them. Su Ziyue was so angry she almost fainted. That sanctuary has never been mined. The ancient fossils outside require at least an 8th rank strength to break through. At that moment, a faint black mist appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was composed of countless nanoscopic particles. The mist silently passed through the defenses and hovered above the mining area. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Ziyue, are you in troubles? All the particles instantly gathered, forming a handsome man Su Zhou. This sudden appearance stunned everyone present. Feng Jiahui, on the mountain, had her pupils contract sharply, as if she had seen something terrifying. This was, after all, the headquarters of the Forbidden Magic Book Society, where any unauthorized outsiders would have their flight, teleportation, and other movement abilities nullified. Yet Su Zhou had effortlessly bypassed these restrictions. At that moment, a black forbidden book floated in the air, laughing maniacally. The new version's chosen one is easy to spot. It exuded a strong interest in Su Zhou. Feng Jiahui, puzzled, asked, what are you seeing? I can't see anything unusual. She used a detection spell on Su Zhou, but all she saw was the unknown. The black forbidden book laughed deeply. Exactly, because I can't see anything either. It had moved from 99% suspicion to being 100% certain that Su Zhou was a mechanical ascendant. Only the new version's chosen ones, existing beyond all data, could evade all detection. Feng Jiahui eagerly asked, now that Su Zhou is here, can you finally tell me about this mechanical ascension you've been talking about? The Black Forbidden Book slowly explained. It's a long story, but I'll simplify it using your planet's history. In the Jurassic period, the Tyrannosaurus rex was the most aggressive dinosaur. Other dinosaurs had their strengths, but none matched the Trek's in sheer destructive power, making it the version's answer of that era. In the pre-fusion old era, humans were the strongest version's answer. You could destroy any species if you wished. Su Zhou's profession is mechanical ascension, making him akin to the only human capable of using all technology in this world. Compared to him, others are like lions and tigers. I can give you the chance to evolve from a lion or tiger into the strongest Treks of the previous era, which I call the ultimate forbidden curse. But now, there's a new version's answer technology. Su Zhou suddenly appeared at the headquarters of the Forbidden Magic Book Society, startling the 3 members present. They were shocked to see a mass of black, lead-like nanoparticles rapidly coalesce in a Su Zhou's form. This mysterious entrance made them wonder how even the city's elder had failed to detect his arrival. When Su Ziyue warmly called out, cousin, the 3 members realized she had summoned him earlier. Su Zhou's cold gaze swept across the room, bringing an air of chill with it. Excited, Su Ziyue ran up to Su Zhou, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She was finally witnessing the incredible power her parents had spoken off her cousin's ability to enter and exit the Forbidden Magic Book Society's headquarters effortlessly, surpassing even the elder-level figures. The 3 members quickly recognized Su Zhou. You're the prince who just returned from the Mechanical City Guild. They had heard rumors of today's big news from the Mechanical City Guild, but they didn't expect the main character to be standing right in front of them. Su Ziyue grumbled on the side, complaining that these people had previously demanded a ton of iron crystal cores for a single wood crystal core, something that shouldn't have required her cousin's personal intervention. Su Zhou indifferently questioned the 3 about this matter. His calm tone exerted immense pressure on them. As the prince of the Mechanical City Guild, Su Zhou's words carried significant weight. Without any backing, they dared not speak lightly. At that moment, a fragrant breeze swept in as Feng Jiahui, dressed in a luxurious mage's robe, descended gracefully. Her arrival caught Su Ziyue's attention because Feng Jiahui was a rising star in the Forbidden Magic Book Society, considered a candidate for the next president. Seeing Feng Jiahui, the members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society felt reassured. With the guild's Fatsi backing them, they were no longer as fearful of Su Zhou from the Mechanical Guild. Su Zhou nervously tugged at Su Zhou's sleeve, whispering, cousin, this new Fatsi's divine spell is incredibly powerful, capable of annihilating entire areas in an instant. Su Zhou squinted slightly, recalling seeing the nickname Fatsi in the virtual God Realm's Tower of Battle Shadows. The male mage who nearly cleared the first level was called Fatsi. Seeing her cousin frown, Su Ziyue explained. Fatsi is a title given to the strongest young member of the Forbidden Magic Book Society. Feng Jiahui recently earned this title by defeating the previous Fatsi, Lu Yun, with a single divine spell. Su Zhou found it intriguing that nicknames could be inherited. Su Ziyue further elaborated that the title Fatsi had existed since the founding of the Forbidden Magic Book Society as a form of reward. In the arena and the virtual god realm, nicknames could be traded, much like rare license plates in the real world, symbolizing special status and prestige. With the arrival of their pillar, the members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society grew more confident. One member stepped forward, claiming they had no intention of targeting the Mechanical Guild, but the wood crystal core in the Eastern Secret Realm was simply out of reach for the Mechanical Guild. Feng Jiahui elegantly extended her hand to Su Zhou, smiling as she introduced herself. Hello, I'm Feng Jiahui. The earlier conflict must have been a misunderstanding. Su Zhou, he replied curtly, his gaze scrutinizing the newly appointed Fatsi. Su Zhou held Feng Jiahui's soft, fair hand. At that moment, a memory flashed through his mind. His little cousin had once mentioned that this mage could wipe out a large area with a single spell. This familiar, yet subtle feeling made his heart tighten. The members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society wore bitter expressions. They had initially thought that FAZ was stepping in to teach the Mechanical Guild a lesson, but the current situation was far beyond their expectations. Could it be that FAZ had taken a liking to Su Zhou? This thought left them with mixed emotions. Su Zhou decided to get straight to the point. He said, since this was all just a misunderstanding, please hand over the wood crystal core. We will exchange it with a core of equivalent value. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the black magic book in the other's arms. The book emitted faint energy waves, seemingly directed at him. Feng Jiahui responded with a pointed look. You can have the core, but as we said, you need to retrieve it yourselves. She secretly hoped to use this opportunity to test the supposed ultimate profession mentioned in the Forbidden Book. The other members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society chimed in, asserting that they would never back down to the Mechanical Guild. Their words moved the three members to tears. Su Ziyue, with her Nodia-developed chest puffed out, angrily said, the wood crystal core is deep within the ancient, hard-as-steel mountain veins. It would take us at least a few months to retrieve it. Do you expect us to work for free? She had initially thought FAZ seemed kind, but it turned out they were all the same. Su Zhou stopped his cousin and calmly asked, no problem. You said, as much as we can get ourselves, right? The members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society suppressed their laughter and replied, haha, yes, you have 2 hours. Get as much as you can. They thought to themselves. These two from the Mechanical Guild would probably exhaust themselves before even finding one core. If the cores were that easy to obtain, the trading market wouldn't be devoid of them. It won't take that long, Su Zhou said calmly. He then instructed his cousin to wait while he ventured into the secret realm alone. 2 hours? 30 seconds will suffice. Su Zhou's words left the members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society visibly taken aback. Even if he was a prince of the Mechanical Guild, could his level really surpass that of their elders? One member noticed that Feng Jiahui's expression had turned serious. Unlike the others, who were waiting to see a joke unfold, she seemed tense, which made them uneasy. Su Ziyue watched her cousin's departing figure, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. For some reason, she felt as though he was determined to empty the entire mountain. This feeling left her both excited and apprehensive, unsure of what would happen next. What's the level of the prince who just returned from the Mechanical City Guild? This question stirred a slight ripple in the air of the mining area. A few members of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild were gathered together, whispering about the recently entered Mechanical City Guild member. I tried using my detection spell earlier, but I couldn't see his information, a tall, skinny mage said mysteriously, his eyes twinkling with cunning. He's only at the 3rd tier. Can't you tell from his equipment? Another round-faced mage burst into laughter, his voice full of mockery. 3rd tier seems unlikely. An older member shook his head and frowned in thought. He probably wore low-level equipment to confuse us. A prince-level figure should at least be at the 5th tier. Yeah, a mage with a small mustache agreed. He's likely to switch to 5th tier gear once inside the secret realm. The discussion was lively, with everyone trying to guess the mysterious prince's true strength. However, a calm voice interrupted their speculation. But even if he wants to confuse us, it won't work. The hardness of the crystal mine can't be handled without elder-level strength. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the group's enthusiasm. The Magic Forbidden Book Guild members' smiles gradually relaxed, and confidence gleamed in their eyes. The other side entering the secret realm will only end up struggling in vain. They'll just be making it easier for us, one member said smugly, his tone full of contempt. The conversation soon shifted to their own strength. By the way, our Master FA should have the power to mine some crystals, right? a young mage asked expectantly. Mechanical Guild Suzhou won't really be able to mine anything, will he? What are you thinking? Another member immediately retorted, his tone full of pride. Our guild values strength. Unlike the Mechanical Guild, where second-generation members can get positions easily, Master Fa earned his place in our guild through his own power. The group then shifted their focus to Feng Jiahui, their eyes filled with admiration. Our current Master Fa surpasses any previous ones. The Mechanical Guild's prince can't compare to Master Fa at all. At that moment, a clear, cold voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. What do you mean by such baseless slander? Su Zue stood nearby, her eyes flashing with anger and disdain. The strongest in the Dragon Nation's mechanics and gunnery are the Su and Jiang families. That's why their core members are all from their own families, she continued, her voice filled with pride. If their guild relied solely on connections, they wouldn't be one of the top guilds in the country. Su Zhou wouldn't have become an honorary elder if he didn't deserve it. Facing Su Ziyue's rebuttal, the Forbidden Book guild members didn't seem flustered. All right, we'll see the truth soon enough, one member said calmly, his tone full of confidence. No one understands how hard it is to mine these crystals better than we do. Just as the argument was about to escalate, a commanding voice interrupted them. Enough, stop arguing, Feng Jiahui said coldly, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Although she hadn't officially taken her position as the candidate for the ultimate forbidden spell wielder of the previous version, her words still carried undeniable authority. Suddenly, a playful, crazed voice echoed in the young woman's mind. Jiahui, you're really willing to use an entire crystal mine to test the strength of the mechanical ascender. The Black Forbidden Book communicated with Feng Jiahui through thought, its tone tinged with teasing. Every crystal core is an important material for crafting magical artifacts. Even the guild leader would agree. We can't just directly fight the mechanical ascender to test his strength, Feng Jiahui responded firmly in her mind. She crossed her arms, her eyes fixed on the entrance to the secret realm, filled with both anticipation and vigilance. Master Fa is quite formidable. The members present instantly quieted down, their voices tinged with a hint of reverence. Of course, their words had another layer of meaning. Feng Jiahui's impressive figure made her the ideal partner in the eyes of the male mages in their guild. In terms of physique, our Master Fa also outshines the girls from the Mechanical Guild, a Forbidden Book guild member muttered quietly, his eyes gleaming with pride and admiration. The Mechanical City Guild dared to look down on them, but they would surpass their rivals in every aspect. Zing! Su Ziyue's eyes seemed to flash with deadly red light as she glared at them, filled with killing intent. If it weren't for her cousin, she wouldn't have come to such a place. Every member of the Forbidden Book Guild annoyed her, including the bear-like Master Fa. Just as the tension was about to boil over, a sudden tremor interrupted everyone's thoughts. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the entire mining area began to shake violently. Massive energy fluctuations emanated from the Eastern Secret Realm. The tremor was so intense that everyone in the Forbidden Book Guild headquarters felt it. The mages' faces turned pale, not understanding what was happening. The energy fluctuation is coming from the Crystal Core mine. The Guardian Elder opened his cloudy eyes and looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through everything, spotting Su Ziyue, Master Fa, and the others in the mountains. Elder Fa Xing, you've become quite negligent. Someone's been in our headquarters for so long, and you didn't even notice. The guild leader's voice traveled from thousands of meters away, tinged with a hint of reproach. An outsider has intruded? But I didn't sense anyone triggering the defense barrier. Elder Fa Xing frowned, puzzled. He knew about the Mechanical City's young girl entering and reporting, but no other outsiders have been detected. Go check the mine, and make sure to handle the situation properly, the guild leader's stern voice echoed, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. If Elder Fa Xing's sensing ability covered the major entrances and boundaries of the Forbidden Book Guild, the guild leader's spiritual power encompassed the entire headquarters. As one of the top guilds, he had initially observed Suzhou without much concern to assess the mechanical ascender's strength. But now, with such a commotion, it was necessary to have the responsible elder handle it. I understand, Elder Fa Xing exhaled slowly. He used a spell to follow his thoughts, instantly teleporting to the location. In the mining area, mages transporting and collecting crystal cores felt the intense tremors. Despite working there for decades, it was the first time they had experienced an earthquake at the headquarters. What's going on? A crystal mine collapse wouldn't cause such a big commotion, a young mage said in fear, nearly dropping his tools. What's happening these days? I heard on the news that the Mechanical City Guild had a level 2 earthquake. Another mage chimed in, his voice full of unease. Are we going to see earthquake mages now? Everyone present felt a growing sense of anxiety. The unknown cause of the earthquake was the most terrifying thing. The epicenter, The spatial fluctuation of the epicenter is from the secret realm that Su Zhou entered, a forbidden book guild member said, his mouth agape in disbelief. Did the prince from the mechanical guild stash 10 hydrogen bombs in his storage ring? At that moment, Elder Fa Xing appeared before them. Who just entered the secret realm? His stern gaze swept over everyone, his tone filled with authority. He wanted to see who dared to cause such a commotion on the Forbidden Book Guild's territory. Elder, please follow me. Feng Jiahui stepped forward, her expression serious. There were things better discussed in private, so she led him to a secluded spot. What happened? Elder Fa Xing raised his hand and cast a spell to create a soundproof space. Seeing Master Fa's grave expression, he knew the matter was significant. The commotion was caused by Su Zhou. The black forbidden book floated in the air, its tone calm but filled with incredulity. Respected forbidden book, is this Su Zhou the mechanical ascender you predicted last time? Elder Fa Xing's usually composed expression revealed surprise. As the guardian elder of the Forbidden Book Guild, he was privy to some of its secrets. We'll soon be able to make an initial judgment on the strength of this era's mechanical ascender, the Black Forbidden Book said slowly, filled with anticipation for the top profession of the current version. The respected one has their own arrangements. Elder Fa Xing showed utmost reverence to the Black Forbidden Book. The name of their guild, the Forbidden Book Guild, wasn't chosen randomly. The guild's name originated from this very Black Forbidden Book. The book contained records of some forbidden spells from the previous era of the game. Time rewinds to the day when Su Zhou activated his profession at the shooting range. In the highest hall of the Magic Forbidden Book Society's headquarters in the imperial capital, an emergency meeting was underway. The society's president stood in the center of the hall, with a peculiar black, forbidden magic book floating beside him. This was a super mythical item he had discovered years ago while searching for fragments of gaming history. Elders arrived one after another, their eyes widening in astonishment at the scene. They knew this book held great secrets, but they had never seen it in person, nor did they know that the text on it did not belong to any language on Blue Star. Amid their shock, the book suddenly seemed to come alive. Its pages flipped wildly, accompanied by a maniacal laugh. Haha, finally made it to the new version, woo! Endless black energy poured out from the book, swirling around the hall, its pressure far surpassing that of a 12th-tier master. The Forbidden Book is alive! The elders gasped in horror, drawing sharp breaths. Elder Faxing, suppressing his inner turmoil, asked, President, what on earth is going on? The president took a deep breath and explained as calmly as possible. Do you all remember the strongest professions from the first two versions mentioned in the fragments of gaming history? This black book is related to the strongest profession of the previous version, Omni Curse. Hearing this, the elders' faces flushed with excitement. They began to discuss eagerly, convinced that the mage profession was about to enter an era of invincibility. However, the president shook his head slightly, interrupting their fantasies. It's not that simple. 7 days ago, I sensed a faint consciousness emerging from the book. Before it fully awakened, I managed to communicate with it briefly. According to the book, it gained awareness because the new version's answer is about to activate. Moreover, this book only contains 1/4 of the Omni Curse spells. To fully inherit the Omni Curse profession, we need to find the remaining 3 forbidden books. The elders frowned upon hearing this. Finding one forbidden book was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. If the other 3 fell into foreign hands, the consequences would be dire. The president gestured for the book to speak for itself. The black book fluttered like a butterfly in the hall, emanating pure magical energy. It spoke in a voice that was both childish and elderly. At the end of the last version, the holder of the Omni Curse, through studying gaming history, foresaw that a new version answer would emerge after his death. To ensure the mage profession remained the eternal answer, he deconstructed his profession and divided it into 4 forbidden books. The spells recorded in me are 1/4 of the Omni Curse spells. Only by gathering all 4 books can one obtain the complete Omni Curse profession. The hall fell silent as everyone absorbed this astonishing information. One elder, struck by a sudden thought, asked, since the Omni Curse can be split into books, does the earliest version answer, Heavenly Saint's Resurrection, have a similar situation? The black book seemed pleased with the question and replied joyfully, Haha, that's a good question. Let me explain. The Heavenly Saint's Resurrection profession is a sacred class, a top-tier profession that involves becoming a saint in the flesh, mastering healing arts and physical techniques. The possessor of the Heavenly Saint Revival class once aspired to make his profession eternal. To achieve this, he split the class into 5 bones, each corresponding to a limb or the torso of a human. Only by gathering all 5 bones can one obtain the complete Heavenly Saint Revival class. The Black Forbidden Book suddenly let out a sinister laugh, as if recalling some amusing past event. It continued, Indeed, The Heavenly Saint revival left behind its class legacy. The elders present gasped in shock. It felt as though their hearts were struck by a heavy chisel. From the Forbidden Book's words, they deduced another astonishing fact. The class possessors from other planets were also humanoid beings. The elders then raised a new question. Has the new inheritor of the Heavenly Saint revival class ever faced off against the all-encompassing curse? They were eager to know how these two top-tier classes compared in strength in the second game version. The Black Forbidden Book laughed again. Ha! These two top-tier classes have never truly clashed. The possessor of the all-encompassing curse is particularly cautious. Upon learning that the Heavenly Saint revival had left behind its legacy, he immediately sought out the possessor, who had collected 3 bones and suppressed him, nipping this potential thread in the bud. Naturally, the incomplete Heavenly Saint revival with only 3 bones couldn't compete with the all-encompassing curse. The Forbidden Book's laughter carried a hint of arrogance. As a being derived from the all-encompassing curse, it vividly remembered that battle. Even with just 3 bones, the power of the Heavenly Saint revival was astonishingly formidable. The elders felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. They were eager to know whether the top-tier physical or magical class was superior. Someone sighed. The original possessor of the all-encompassing curse was perhaps too cautious. According to the game's historical fragments, the top-tier classes in the new version should be getting stronger. The Black Forbidden Book slowly explained. The battle between an incomplete and a complete class doesn't hold much significance. Normally, each version brings forth a new god-tier class. However, each class possessor leaves behind measures to counter the next generation's class. Although the chances of success may be slim, it's better than being unprepared. At this point, the Black Forbidden Book abruptly ceased its narration and flew back into the hands of the Magic Guild's president. The other elders wanted to learn more about the game's history, but the book was unwilling to speak further, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Finally, the Black Forbidden Book spoke. You can now search for individuals who have not yet fully activated their mage class. I will choose the most suitable candidate and activate their class as a candidate for the all-encompassing curse. The so-called candidate would be the new generation's incomplete possessor of the all-encompassing curse class. The president of the Magic Guild immediately issued an order. First, select the young members with the cleanest backgrounds as candidates. Additionally, expedite the excavation of game history fragments and make every effort to find new forbidden books. The recollection ends. At the crystal mine of the Forbidden Magic Book Guild, Suziyue excitedly waved at Suzhou, who was approaching from afar. Brother Suzhou, she shouted joyfully. Suzhou emerged from the secret realm with a relaxed expression, casually tossing a wooden crystal core in his hand. 3 members of the Forbidden Magic Book Guild stood in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. They couldn't fathom how someone younger than them had accomplished such a feat. Elder Faxing and Feng Jiahui arrived at the scene simultaneously. Suzhou, unfazed, summoned a majestic golden lion mount. He said calmly, "We won't disturb you any longer," and pulled his little cousin onto the lion's back. The guild members urgently questioned, "How did you do it? This mine has even given the elders a headache. Yet you obtained the genuine wooden crystal core in mere seconds." One member even speculated, "No way, did you stash a giant nuke in your storage ring?" Ignoring them, Suzhou left with Suziyue in tow. Suziyue was secretly surprised that Elder Faxing didn't stop her cousin, and her admiration for him grew even stronger. Elder Faxing instructed the 3 members to stay behind while he and Feng Jiahui entered the secret realm to investigate. The sight before them was astonishing. Ancient ores were shattered all over, and crystal cores were scattered everywhere. The once 100-meter mountain was entirely gone, leaving only a massive crater. The whole mountain is gone? Elder Faxing couldn't believe his eyes. This place was filled with ancient ores. The Black Forbidden Book floated in the air, exclaiming, "Wow, truly worthy of being the strongest profession of this era. Once fully grown, they might even be able to destroy planets." Feng Jiahui picked up a piece of broken stone, watching it turn to dust in her hand, unable to contain her inner shock. Suzhou escorted Suziyue back to the Mechanical Maze Guild's villa. Along the way, Suziyue handed over all the other crystal cores she had collected to Suzhou. "Once I get to the profession hall, I can directly break through to the 4th tier," Suzhou thought happily, recalling the legendary dwarf artisan summoning token left by his mother. Suziyue dismounted, grumbling. "Brother, you only gave the Forbidden Magic Book Guild a single crystal shard? That's too generous. Who said I only gave them one?" Suzhou smiled, waving his hand. The storage ring glowed, and suddenly, a torrent of wooden crystal cores poured out, covering the ground in green crystals. "Oh my!" Suziyue was stunned, exclaiming repeatedly. There were at least 10 tons of wooden crystal cores, worth a fortune. Suzhou generously said, "You can keep these crystals here. Use them as you need. Overjoyed, Su Ziyue kissed her cousin on the cheek. Thank you, brother. Half jokingly, Su Zhou said, if I need to collect more materials later, I'll need you to help me out. Anytime. Su Ziyue replied sweetly. After bidding his little cousin farewell, Su Zhou used Quantum Moon Step to head to the nearby profession hall. He was about to face new career choices and awakening skills, further solidifying his mechanical ascension. Watching her cousin's departing figure and the courtyard filled with crystal cores, Su Ziyue marveled. Brother Su Zhou is truly incredible. No wonder our parents always said he was strong without telling us the specifics. At the Imperial Capital's profession hall, Su Zhou smoothly submitted his profession change task. The career selection panel appeared again. Congratulations on completing your profession change task. You have 2 career paths to choose from. Option 1. Doomsday Gunner. Description. Your career's future direction, developing more powerful firearms and awakening skills based on the Doomsday Gunner. Option 2. Super God Gunner. Description. Your career's future direction, comprehensively enhancing existing skills and learning dimensional technology, awakening skills. Su Zhou stood before the Hall of Advancement, contemplating his choices, Apocalypse Gunner or Divine Gunner. He stroked his chin, recalling his current class, Doomsday Gunner. If he chose Apocalypse Gunner, he envisioned wielding even more powerful firearms in the future, like a nuclear railgun upgrade. Each advancement in the mechanical ascension path offered 2 distinct routes, each representing a major direction for class development. Su Zhou understood that regardless of his choice, the corresponding skill tree would grow significantly. More importantly, his awakening skills were closely tied to the skill tree. The name Apocalypse Gunner certainly had a cool ring to it, evoking the image of a legendary figure in a post-apocalyptic world. However, at the last moment, Su Zhou chose Divine Gunner. As the selection was made, a dazzling starlight enveloped Su Zhou. The system's prompt sounded. Congratulations on advancing to Divine Gunner. Your level has increased to 220. You have received 3,000 attribute points, automatically allocated according to the Gunner class. Su Zhou felt a surge of power within him, like soaking in a hot spring during winter, warmth spreading throughout his body. He exhaled deeply, relishing the sensation of breaking through. Unlike the breakthroughs in fantasy dramas, there were no strange side effects here, just pure enhancement of strength. The system interface updated Su Zhou's personal information. Name, Su Zhou. Class, Divine Gunner. Level, 220. Constitution, 12,824. Strength, 25,083. Spirit, 15,355. Agility, 18,236. Title Peerless. Awakening Skills, Destruction Ray, Wing Slaughter, Cyber Guanine Mech, Quantum Moon Step, Nano Body K9000. A confident smile appeared on Su Zhou's face. Choosing Divine Gunner had been a well-thought-out decision. He realized that auxiliary skills like Bullet Time and Eye of Apocalypse, though not directly offensive, could be incredibly effective when used in combination with other skills. Furthermore, he hoped to enhance the capabilities of Eye of Apocalypse to uncover all secrets, including those of his grandfather Su Gongjin and his maternal grandfather Jiang Wanyao. Now I can wear 4th-tier equipment and finally use the summoning token, Su Zhou thought with a hint of excitement. He remembered the legendary dwarf artisan's summoning token left by his mother, which could only be unlocked after reaching the 4th tier. The idea of wielding a custom-made weapon made his heart race. After leaving the Hall of Advancement, Su Zhou headed to the Mecha City Guild Service Hall. He approached the front desk and politely asked, "Hello, does the guild have an assigned residence for me? Where is it located?" The short-haired girl at the front desk, dressed in a white one-piece combat suit that highlighted her graceful curves, looked up. This suit was a piece of armor developed by the Mecha City Guild, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. When she saw Su Zhou's badge, her eyes widened. "Elder," she exclaimed in surprise. "Are you the newly promoted Elder Su Zhou?" Su Zhou nodded in confirmation. The short-haired girl immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Yes, Elder. This is your first time in our Mecha City Guild, right? I can show you around." Su Zhou gladly agreed. They boarded a circular flying device that gently ascended. Along the way, Su Zhou marveled at the technological wonders of the guild. Various flying machines zipped by, and advanced defensive structures stood at the edges. They passed by the combat laboratory, magnetic energy tower, laser UFO, mech armory, and the transdimensional barracks. Transparent crystal pipelines, like dragons, snaked around, continuously transporting various components. "The power of science is truly remarkable," the short-haired girl remarked, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Elder Su is about my age and already an elder, and he's so handsome too." She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her fluttering heart. She was well aware that the other party was not just an elder, but also a prince-like figure within the guild. In the Mechanical Guild, becoming an elder required recognition from other elders based on one's strength or potential. Elder Su's strength had likely reached the level of a sixth-tier or higher powerhouse. The aircraft slowly descended over the residential area. Below were rows of ultra-intelligent villas and estates, including a few vacant elder residences. The short-haired girl looked a bit troubled, unsure which one would be most suitable for Suzhou. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she thought of the perfect place. How about I take you to the former residence of Elder Su Xiaoqing, she suggested. Su Xiaoqing was Su Zhou's father, the eldest son of Su Gongjin, the president of the Mechanical City Guild, and a top elder in the council. Su Zhou smiled and nodded. That sounds perfect. He admitted that he had been so focused on upgrading that he had forgotten to visit his parents' former home. This was the perfect opportunity. The short-haired girl accelerated the aircraft. Soon, a sprawling estate covering about 7,000 square meters came into view. The scale of this estate even surpassed Su Zhou's memories of the mansion built by the world's richest man, Bill Gates, which took 7 years to complete. Flanking the largest villa were two massive combat mechs, one black and one white, controlled by intelligent AI, with defenses surpassing any fortification. We're here! The short-haired girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a junior member of the guild, she usually couldn't get close to this area. They gently landed in front of the largest villa. The short-haired girl remarked, "It's been over 20 years since Elder Su and Elder Jiang left the guild, and no one has lived here since." She looked around, deeply impressed by the technological elements surrounding them. The technological allure of the elder's residence was more captivating than any tourist attraction. At that moment, the villa's door slowly opened. A white inflatable robot appeared before them, resembling Baymax from the movie Big Hero 6. The robot's electronic eyes emitted an invisible beam, scanning the two of them. Then, an underscore expression appeared on the robot's face. T00001 Housekeeper Robot, at your service, the robot said in a gentle electronic voice. Welcome home, dear young master. The presence of Butler T01 left everyone stunned. The short-haired girl covered her red lips in surprise, recalling the scene when she first joined the guild last year. At that time, the old steward had led new members on a tour of the mechanical maze city and mentioned that Elder Su Xiaoqing had a cute inflatable robot butler named T01 at his residence. No one believed it then, but seeing it with their own eyes now was truly enviable. The T01 inflatable robot was completely white, with a soft and full body. Su Zhou activated the Eye of Apocalypse to check its information. Name, T00001. Level, 666. Butler Mode Attack, 100. Physical Defense, 1 million. Magic Defense, 1 million. Skills, Universal Healing, Warm Companion, Massage, Cleaning. Description: the first inflatable robot of the Celestial Realm, with almost no combat ability in Butler Mode. Su Zhou exclaimed, "Are you a robot made by the Mechanical Maze Guilds?" A robot over level 600 being just a butler, and the description hinting at a stronger form, made him question the guild's technological prowess. T01 responded modestly, "I was brought back to Blue Star by my master from the Celestial Realm. It turned out that it originated from a tech-savvy world." The short-haired girl gathered her courage to request a photo, and T01 gladly agreed. The camera clicked, capturing the precious moment. The girl thanked T01 with satisfaction, marveling at her luck today. T01 gestured invitingly. "Young master, please come in," since its master left. It had been diligently cleaning the house. Su Zhou turned to the short-haired girl. "Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" If she hadn't suggested it, he wouldn't have returned to his parents' old home so soon. Blushing, the short-haired girl declined politely. "Tool pass for now. I still have work to do." Though eager to explore the elder's mansion, her duties came first. Su Zhou understood and respected the guild's rules and individual responsibilities. He asked T01 if it had any other names, and upon learning it didn't, he decided to call it Big White, inspired by a robot movie. Big White happily accepted the new name. The short-haired girl watched them enter the villa, feeling a sense of longing. Inside the villa, Su Zhou took out a tool left by his mother, the legendary dwarf craftsman summoning token. He pondered what kind of weapon to forge and decided to summon the craftsman first. Golden light gathered to form a 1.3-meter-tall dwarf with a yellow beard. His information displayed. Name, Magni. Level, 899 max level for dwarves. Description: the greatest legendary craftsman in dwarf history. Magni asked Su Zhou with a commanding presence what kind of weapon he wanted to forge. Just then, Big White politely asked him to step aside to clean the floor. Su Zhou sought Magni's advice, but the proud dwarf refused. He then turned to Big White, who suggested forging a nano-weapon capable of transforming into various forms, a top-tier item even in the Celestial Realm. Su Zhou's eyes lit up, realizing this meant having countless weapons in one. Magni's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Here comes the ruthless capitalist." The young master was contemplating what kind of equipment to create when the big white robot timely brought over 2 steaming cups of tea. Through the tea mist, a faint glow could be seen, and drinking it would restore extra energy for an hour. Suzhou pondered for a moment, and felt that merely changing the weapon's form wasn't enough to match Master Magni's status. He shook his head slightly and tactfully said, I think this doesn't quite befit the master's status. Hearing this, Magni's hand froze midair, and he was stunned. As the greatest craftsman of the dwarf race, he had lived for millennia and forged weapons for countless royal figures. He never expected to be so squeezed by a young man today. Seeing this, Suzhou hurriedly helped Magni to the sofa and handed him the tea. Magni took the cup with a look of confusion, feeling a bit apprehensive inside. Master, let me explain my idea for the equipment in detail. The requirements are actually not many, Suzhou said with a gentle smile. Firstly, I want equipment that can change into any weapon form. If it transforms into firearms, it should have unlimited ammo. Adding a vampiric ability would be good too, and the quality should be at least mythic tier. That's all really. I don't want to tire you out, considering your age. Magni rubbed his eyes, as if seeing double of Suzhou. He thought, this is called not many requirements? Suzhou sat beside Magni, still smiling. Master, can you forge such equipment? Magni took a sip of tea and after a moment of silence replied, I can forge a growing weapon that you can cultivate to mythic quality. But only gods can create non-class specific mythic equipment. That I can't do. A gleam flashed in Suzhou's eyes. A growing weapon works too. Can you meet the other requirements? Magni nodded affirmatively. Yes, I can. Excited, Suzhou said he would immediately go find the materials. But Magni threw cold water on his enthusiasm. Don't get too excited. I can forge it. But are you sure you can gather all the materials? Suzhou smiled. Tell me what they are first. Maybe I can manage. Magni explained that the celestial nanocore needed for changing into any weapon had long been extinct and was impossible to obtain. Suzhou whispered, is that so? Then, a pitch-black box appeared out of thin air on his palm, surrounded by shadows. Magni recognized the shadow box with surprise and noticed the non-class specific mythic ring on Suzhou's finger, made of pure divine power Maxwell's demon. Suzhou instructed Magni to silently think of the most needed item. As the shadow box opened, 9-colored divine light burst forth, shooting into the sky, painting the firmament in a dazzling array of colors. All darkness seemed to be sucked into the box, leaving a world of brilliant light. The interior of the house suddenly transformed into a chaotic space, with turbulent, untamed energy swirling around. Within this maelstrom, one figure after another appeared. These were the historical champions Suzhou had defeated in the Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower. The first to emerge was Yuan Lin, the puppet master. His figure cut through the chaotic space, charging towards the other side. There lay the vast and boundless divine wave domain, where an extraordinarily grand cathedral stood in the icy void. At the center of the cathedral, a celestial nanocore was solemnly enshrined. The large robot was the first to react. This is the celestial realm. Magni didn't deceive the young master. It quickly analyzed. The developed areas indeed lack rare materials, but this is an unexplored region by Blue Star adventurers. Suddenly, the shadow chest forcibly broke through the boundary. Yuan Lin's shadow instantly split into tens of thousands of puppets, rushing towards the core. The mechanical creatures guarding the core immediately issued a blinding red alert, and thousands of technological beams erupted, annihilating the invading shadow puppets. Yuan Lin's shadow completely dissipated. Next, the second-tier battle shadow that Suzhou had defeated charged out. The technological beams erupted again, and the second-tier battle shadow also fell. The third-tier gunner, the fourth-tier beast tamer, and the fifth-tier sword saint appeared one after another, but none could escape their doom. Layer after layer, the battle shadows kept emerging, until the 35th-tier chess master and the 36th-tier shapeshifter. The shapeshifter transformed into a dragon, pushing through the intense firepower to within just 10 steps of the core, but ultimately fell short. Suzhou watched these battle shadows fall one after another, and suddenly realized, so, the battle shadows I defeated have all been copied into the shadow chest. Unfortunately, their strength is the same as when I fought them. If they were at their peak, they would be much harder to deal with. He finally understood the true meaning of the shadow chest description of producing what you desire. The strength of the 100 Tianjiao battle shadows he had defeated was the level the shadow chest could help him reach. This realization gave Suzhou a whole new understanding of the chest's potential. What the heck is going on? Why has the sky above our mechanics guild turned into a rainbow of colors? A pillar of 9-colored light shot up into the sky, leaving the guild members utterly speechless. Someone recognized that the phenomenon was coming from the area where Elder Su and Elder Jiang used to live, prompting speculation about their possible return. Are they developing some kind of new technology? This is incredible, one member exclaimed. Technology? This seems more like some kind of mystical phenomenon, another chimed in. Suddenly, someone remembered an old story. I recall the card guild created by the legendary genius Su Xinghe also experienced this strange phenomenon. And now, it's happening here in our guild. Shocked, the members of the Mechanics Guild quickly sprang into action. No matter what it is, we should report this to the elders immediately. The spectacle was too astonishing, and they needed to relay the situation up the chain of command without delay. Meanwhile, in the chaotic space within the building, the 55th level of the elite battle shadow had been activated. Alarms blared throughout the celestial realm as a multitude of powerful mechanical beings arrived to guard the core. Every creature here was mechanized, including the newly emerged 12-winged angel, crafted from a mysterious metal. At that moment, numerous inflatable robots flooded into the celestial realm. Suzhou's eyes narrowed in surprise. Isn't that Defy? He turned to look at the Defy beside him and realized that the inflatable robots protecting the treasure bore the same appearance as T-01 Defy. However, these robots were clad in red armor and exuded an aura of intense ferocity. Bang! 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 A swarm of type inflatable robots activated their combat mode, moving so fast they left after images. Their punches distorted the air. Defy's tone grew somber, as if recalling unpleasant memories. Suzhou walked up to Defy and asked, "Do you want to go home?" He thought that if Defy was homesick, he could take him back when he received an invitation to the celestial realm. Defy shook his head. In the celestial realm, I'm just a machine. Here I'm a person. His tone was low because he was reminiscing about the cold existence he had in the celestial realm. Though he had an invitation to return, he chose not to. The celestial civilization he belonged to wasn't dangerous, but all its inhabitants were obsessed with the god of machines. The celestial realm was like a massive religious gathering, fervently devoted to technology. Suzhou smiled and said, "Then just consider this your home from now on." He didn't want Defy to leave either. Elsewhere, the 71st level of the elite battle shadow was nearing the celestial nanocore. However, in the process of retrieving the item, it was obliterated by the overwhelming technological light. The strength of the celestial mechanical beings was extraordinary, making Suzhou realize the uniqueness of this region. What he had seen so far might only be a fraction of the celestial realm. Despite the countless mechanical beings guarding the celestial nanocore, many legendary battle shadows had fallen. A giant bronze-plated robot lord arrived to protect the core. Its powerful supercharged punch tore through space. Boom! The sheer force of a single punch was catastrophic. The 71st level of the elite battle shadow failed again. The next level of the battle shadow immediately flew into the celestial realm to retrieve the item. Cyberus robot? Suzhou's expression was one of surprise. Could the celestial realm really have summoned a creature similar to his awakening skill? He had many awakening skills yet to learn, and one of the icons looked almost identical to this giant robot. However, the robot on his skill icon had slight differences. No, this is a cyber robot, not Cyberus. Suzhou activated his eye of revelation to analyze the creature. He realized that the giant robot in the celestial realm wasn't exactly like his awakening skill. If I were to learn the skill to summon Cyberus robots now, it should be stronger than this celestial one, Suzhou mused, stroking his chin. He hadn't learned too many skills since their powers were similar. This cyber robot was slightly weaker than his destruction ray. Swish! 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 Another wave of celestial beings arrived to protect the nanocore. Spatial fluctuations revealed square portals, through which a large number of white robots emerged. Is this the second stage awakening skill? Transdimensional army? But why are there only a few thousand of them? Suzhou recognized the new yet familiar mechanical beings. Among his many second stage awakening skills, transdimensional army was one he hadn't learned. However, his skill could summon an army of 100,000. This few thousand could only be called a transdimensional battalion. Are you speaking human language? Magni the blacksmith slowly typed a question mark. As a dwarf, his attributes were only useful in forging. While he was terrified by the grand battle scene, this human was recognizing friends and relatives, or rather, his skills. What kind of skill could summon these powerful celestial beings? Boom! 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 The transdimensional battalion self-destructed, causing massive explosions. The elite battle shadow tried to dodge at the last moment. Once again, the heavenly realm faced an unexpected assault. On the other side of the space-time turbulence barrier, an unprecedented large-scale theft was taking place. The nano-core of the heavenly realm was in grave danger, and if not for the timely intervention of the newly arrived powerful mechanical beings, it would have already been stolen. This event made Suzhou acutely aware of the power of mechanical ascension. In the heavenly realm, even first and second-tier awakening skills could elevate their users to the ranks of High Lords. Witnessing the tenacious resistance of the heavenly realm creatures, Suzhou became even more determined to pursue the path of mechanical ascension. The heavenly realm was a place of advanced technology. Suzhou mused to himself whether he could visit the heavenly realm one day after attending the abyssal party in the demon realm. He even felt a bit eager to show these heavenly realm beings what cutting-edge technology truly looked like. The battle raged on. Talented battle shadows continuously emerged, attempting to seize the nano core. The monsters guarding the core were overwhelmed, their indicator lights flashing incessantly, and their spirits nearly broken. They couldn't comprehend why. After defeating one powerful human enemy, an even stronger genius battle shadow would appear the next moment. 92nd Tier Battle Shadow Emperor of Fengdu. 93rd Tier Battle Shadow Necromancer. 94th Tier Battle Shadow Dragon Shepherd of the 10,000 Nests. When the Dragon Shepherd of the 10,000 Nests appeared at the 94th tier, the situation completely reversed. With a wave of his hand, a myriad of giant dragons answered his call. The 5 guardian dragons, the Emerald Dragon, the Magic Dragon, the Destruction Dragon, and others descended onto the battlefield. Among them, the Destruction Dragon was particularly striking, with its jet black body coursing with molten lava. The Destruction Dragon flapped its wings, unleashing a cataclysm. In an instant, scorching flames engulfed the entire area. Seizing the opportunity, the Dragon Shepherd of the 10,000 Nests dashed forward and successfully seized the nano core. As soon as he obtained the core, he transformed into a shadow and swiftly retreated into the shadow treasure chest. Thus, with just the 94th tier Dragon Shepherd of the 10,000 Nests, the nano core of the heavenly realm was successfully retrieved. These genius shadows, despite being only in the 100+ levels, demonstrated a destructive power second only to mechanical ascension. The mission was completed perfectly without even needing the 100th tier mythical card master to step in. Suzhou couldn't help but marvel at the number of experts in the world. It was said that the top-tier job changer in Xingqi Nation, Hawking, also mastered an ultimate skill like the black hole explosion. Looking at the treasure chest in his hand, he smiled and said, "This treasure chest is truly magical. It promised to produce the item I needed, and it really did." Beside him, Magni was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "This is just too hard." Suzhou carefully placed the celestial nano core into his storage wristband, mentally calculating what other materials he still needed to collect. Standing nearby, Magni's eyes gleamed with the pride unique to legendary dwarven craftsmen. Taking a deep breath, he rattled off a list of over 30 required materials: 3 units of fusion essence, 12 purified beads, 100 contradiction crystals, 1 balanced slate, 1 blank slate of the new moon. As he finished speaking, the mouth of the large white robot slowly opened, spitting out a detailed paper list. Suzhou glanced at it and couldn't help but remark, "Having a helper like this is really convenient. Saves me the trouble of remembering everything." Following Magni's instructions, Suzhou logged into the trading market to check for items he could directly purchase. He quickly discovered that materials like fusion essence were unavailable for purchase, while purified beads were sold at exorbitant prices, about 800 million amethyst coins each, totaling 9.6 billion for 12. Magni added, "Besides these auxiliary materials, the infinite crystal core and the blood condensing orb are especially crucial. They can grant your weapon unlimited ammo and a lifesteal effect." Suzhou immediately accessed the Transfer Federation's official website to locate these key materials. The information showed that the blood condensing orb was hidden deep within the dark reincarnation labyrinth, while the infinite crystal core could be found in the virtual divine realm. According to online resources, the dark reincarnation labyrinth is a vast and ever-changing dungeon, filled with unknown dangers and opportunities. Without a guide, escaping the labyrinth could be a significant challenge. Suzhou weighed his options and decided to tackle the labyrinth first, aiming to find the blood condensing orb while leveling up. For the other auxiliary materials, Suzhou planned to leverage his status as the guild prince to enlist the help of guild members in gathering them. He silently thanked his fortunate position. Next, Suzhou turned his attention to obtaining the infinite crystal core. The virtual divine realm featured a game called Evil Spirit Battle, where players randomly become either evil spirits or humans, earning points through mutual combat. This reminded Suzhou of a zombie mode game he had played in a previous life, prompting a chuckle. The white robot added, "The infinite crystal core is the highest grade energy core, capable of generating multiple basic energies. Acquiring it requires not only a high score, but also defeating the final, powerful game spirit. Even the mechanical guild rarely possesses one." Suzhou replied nonchalantly, "Evil spirits? I've killed plenty." He wasn't worried about the final challenge. Instead, he noted a curious connection between the evil spirits and the virtual divine realm. The earliest shadow treasure chests required defeating evil spirits to unlock, and the game Virtual Divine Realm is no exception. Magni instructed Suzhou. Call me once you've gathered all the materials. As soon as he finished speaking, his body transformed into a myriad of dazzling golden light particles, converging like a meteor shower into Suzhou's hands, ultimately forming a token. This token would disappear entirely once Magni completed the weapon forging. Turning to the room's smart assistant, defy, Suzhou said, I'm heading out for a bit. He was filled with excitement. Once he collected all the materials, he would possess a weapon that could evolve into a mythic-level exclusive item. As he opened the door, Suzhou was surprised to find his grandfather, Su Gongjin, and his maternal grandfather, Jiang Wanyao, standing outside. Grandpa Jiang, why are you here? He asked, quickly realizing the reason. Su Gongjin, ever perceptive, asked, did you just open a shadow treasure chest in virtual divine realm? As an experienced guild leader, he knew that a nine-colored phenomenon indicated a rare reward from the top floor of the virtual divine realm's Tower of Pride. Concerned that his grandson might be in trouble, he had rushed over to check. Zhang Wanyao also voiced his concern. We sensed a temporal disturbance in your room earlier. Was that caused by the shadow treasure chest? If Su Gongjin hadn't mentioned it, he would have barged in to investigate. Su Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, the anomaly was indeed caused by me opening the shadow treasure chest. He then explained the entire situation to his two elders, including the need to gather auxiliary materials. Su Gongjin immediately offered his support. A weapon that can evolve to mythic quality is worth the effort. He'll arrange for someone to collect those auxiliary materials. We can have it done by today. He understood the tremendous boost such a weapon could provide and was determined to gather the precious materials as soon as possible. Zhang Wanyao then pulled Suzhou aside. Earlier, while chatting with Su Gongjin outside, he learned that the old man had already given his grandson a New Year's gift, making Zhang feel a bit left out, as if he had neglected his own grandson. Originally, he planned to give Suzhou his New Year's gift during the family gathering that evening. This is to make up for the New Year's gifts I missed giving you before, Zhang Wanyao said, pulling out a red envelope and stuffing it into Suzhou's pocket. Since Su Gongjin had already given his gift, Zhang didn't want to wait until the evening. Suzhou quickly declined. Grandpa Jiang, you really shouldn't. He wasn't the type to eagerly accept gifts from his elders. Just take it. There's no need to be polite with your grandpa, Zhang Wanyao said with a relaxed smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. His tone was firm, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. Suzhou hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out to accept the red envelope. Thank you, Grandpa, he said softly. Though a bit embarrassed, he didn't want to refuse his grandpa's kind gesture. Su Gongjin looked at him with concern and asked, are you planning to get the 10,000 blood coagulation pearl and the infinite crystal core next? If you run into any trouble, feel free to let us know. He added, our mechanical guild doesn't have those items. Suzhou nodded, a determined look flashing in his eyes. I can get the 10,000 blood coagulation pearl myself. It's not hard to obtain. But the infinite crystal core will be more challenging, he explained. The Void God realm is purely a game world. Many things there don't depend on a player's level or strength, but rather on their class's power and combat skills. Yes, I'll handle these on my own, Suzhou reaffirmed. He didn't want to trouble his elders with his tasks. Su Gongjin and Jiang Wanyao then took their leave. Despite the mechanical guild's vast resources, many auxiliary materials were scarce and needed to be collected in advance. After the two elders left, Suzhou curiously opened the red envelope. When he saw the familiar 100 billion purple crystal card, he couldn't help but gasp. Whoa, did my family buy out Pinduoduo or something? 100 billion subsidies just like that. He quickly did the math. Including what his grandpa had given him before and his remaining balance, his total wealth had now accumulated to a staggering 210 billion. Suzhou's heart raced with excitement. Is this what it feels like to be truly rich? I love it. With this much money, enhancing my key awakening skills shouldn't be a problem. As a god-tier gunner, one of Suzhou's class features was the ability to comprehensively enhance existing skills, though at a significant cost. He began upgrading his skills one by one. First, he upgraded the Eye of Revelation, spending 50 billion purple crystal coins to evolve it into the Eye of Laws. This skill could now see through any illusion or charm and survey any corner of the universe, even those involving deities. Next was Winged Slaughter, which also cost 50 billion purple crystal coins to upgrade in a final slaughter. This passive skill not only retained its 100 armor penetration, but also enchanted each bullet, allowing it to hit enemies in any dimension. Quantum Moonwalk evolved into Quantum Moon God, retaining its rapid movement and teleportation abilities while adding the capability to create shadow clones and even grant brief attack immunity. Lastly, Suzhou enhanced his first awakening skill Destruction, Ray, evolving it into Dimensional Ray. This new skill not only doubled in power, but could be fired from any angle, with a diameter adjustable from 1 centimeter to 100 meters. Looking at these powerful new skills, Suzhou couldn't help but feel that he was getting closer to the realm of mechanical ascension. He raised his hands, already sensing the immense power at his fingertips. Whether he posed like Ultraman or mimicked Orochi from King of Fighters, the dimensional ray could be effortlessly unleashed. At that moment, Suzhou felt that his strength had made a qualitative leap. The labyrinth of dark reincarnation, a projection of the abyssal demon realm into the real world. Suzhou stood at the entrance of the labyrinth, his phone screen flashing with information about this mysterious realm. Demonic creatures had appeared in the labyrinth due to spatial rifts, and legend spoke of a special passage to the demon realm hidden somewhere within. Just moments ago, Suzhou had tried to use the Eye of Law to examine the realm, but was thwarted by a mysterious force. This only piqued his curiosity further. As one of the three largest alternate dimensions beyond Blue Star's reality, the abyssal demon realm had always been an enigma. This journey was the perfect opportunity to uncover its secrets. Suzhou considered his own strength. His 4 awakening skills had just been upgraded, leaving him with 10 billion purple crystal coins. Though the Mechanical City Guild was financially robust, that was the corporation's money, unlike the personal wealth given to him by Su Gongjin and Jiang Wanyao. Currently, he could use his awakening skills 5 times, twice supported by his mental power, twice supplemented by the Maxwell Demon Ring, and once passively provided by the Armory of All Nations. Including the infinite holy fruit obtained from the Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower, he could use his skills up to 7 times. The marketplace at the southwestern city gate was bustling with activity. Vendors shouted their wares, and pedestrians weaved between stalls, inquiring about fresh items brought from the labyrinth. Eternal soul essence for permanent mental recovery. Open to negotiation or trade. Monster materials from the dark reincarnation labyrinth on sale, perfect for forging or quests. The most popular spot was the treasure-seeking mouse shop. These special adventurers never got lost in any labyrinth and could detect treasures. Even in the ever-changing dark reincarnation labyrinth, they could find a way out. What's the price for your best treasure-seeking mouse? A deep, magnetic voice asked. The shop attendant looked up to see a man dressed in a white gunslinger robe with a flowing wave gear emblem on his chest. Our best is the treasure-seeking mouse king, available for rent at 1 million per 24 hours. They have a track record of helping clients find items worth over 10 billion each. The attendant warmly invited Suzhou to sit. Suzhou browsed the information on his tablet. Renting the treasure-seeking mouse king usually required the strength of an 8th-tier expert and a 10 billion deposit. But as an honorary elder of the Mechanical Guild, these requirements were waived for him. I've made my choice. Bring my guide over, Suzhou said after completing the payment. He was eager to explore the unknowns of the dark reincarnation labyrinth. Based on the description of the business event, he chose an experienced treasure-seeking rat king as the guide. The service staff quickly called a colleague to fetch the treasure-seeking Rat King transfer, feeling secretly excited, realizing that completing this order would ensure they met their performance target for the month. Before long, a grumbling voice came from the back door. A chubby young man with a mouse nose and ears complained, "Is this client reliable? Last week, that transfer didn't listen to my advice and insisted on going to the Griffin's Den in the labyrinth. If I hadn't dug a tunnel to escape, he would have been a goner." He rubbed his tired eyes, clearly indicating that the high-paying job was also quite dangerous. The staff beside him quickly whispered, "Brother Peng Yuan, keep it down. This client is from a top guild, so safety is guaranteed." The two walked to the shop's main hall, where Suzhou, who was leisurely drinking tea, immediately caught Peng Yuan's attention. An elder of the Mechanical Guild? So young. Peng Yuan hurried over, surprised to find that the person in front of him looked a few years younger and was even more handsome. Suzhou elegantly set down his teacup, stood up, and shook hands with him while discreetly activating the Eye of Law to check his information. "Hello, I'm Suzhou. I'll be relying on you from now on." Peng Yuan, excitedly shaking his hand, thought that guiding a powerful client would ensure his own safety. "I'm Peng Yuan. It's an honor to work with an elder of the Mechanical Guild." The information Suzhou scan showed. Name, Peng Yuan. Level, 279. Profession, treasure-seeking Rat King. Constitution, 11,873. Strength, 10,834. Spirit, 30,997. Agility, 13,832. Skills, advanced treasure-seeking, advanced perception, digging. Peng Yuan chuckled and teased, "Boss, with your looks rivaling mine, you didn't pick a female treasure-seeking rat?" Many male transfers prefer female guides because mixed-gender teams are less tiring. But you, with both looks and strength, chose me. The shop staff couldn't help but be amused by the looks rivaling mine comment. In their eyes, the Mechanical Guild elder was clearly much more handsome than Peng Yuan. Suzhou smiled and replied, "Women would only slow me down. I chose you because of your skills." He recalled his previous experience teaming up with Zhang Linglong to storm the Tianjiao Shadow Tower and decisively selling out his teammate to climb the tower alone. If a woman's skills weren't exceptional, a male transfer would indeed be more efficient. Hearing this, Pang Yuan's confidence soared. Boss, you're straightforward. Since you have such faith in me, today's treasure hunt in the labyrinth will not disappoint you. I'm very good at treasure seeking. 20 miles outside the city, the entrance to the dark reincarnation labyrinth loomed before them. The towering gateway, resembling a slowly rotating black vortex, exuded an aura of mystery and danger. Many adventurers had gathered around, seeking treasure mice to guide them. Standing next to Suzhou, Pang Yuan whispered, Boss, there are strict rules inside the labyrinth. No flying above 100 meters, and teleportation is prohibited. Once we enter, we'll be randomly transported to the labyrinth's outskirts. If I sense the blood pearl, I'll notify you immediately. He paused, his expression serious. If you want to explore deeper, you must let me know in advance. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets. At least let me sense the enemies first. Suzhou nodded in understanding. All right, let's go in. With that, they stepped through the vortex entrance. A flash of light and a violent spatial distortion later, they found themselves inside the dark reincarnation labyrinth. It was a world of eternal night, with two massive white moons hanging in the sky, casting a silver glow over everything. They stood at the center of a mysterious path, surrounded by countless branching routes. The path was lined with 100 maternal walls of pulsating flesh, as if alive. Pang Yuan looked around, his face suddenly pale. What the hell? The hungry ghost realm? How do we end up here right away? Suzhou frowned. What's wrong? He felt as if something was watching them from the shadows. Pang Yuan explained, the labyrinth has 6 major areas. The human realm, animal realm, hungry ghost realm, hell realm, Azura realm, and heaven realm. Normally, we should have been transported to the outermost human realm, but we're in the deep hungry ghost realm, close to even more dangerous areas. The creatures here can threaten even elder-level figures. Suzhou patted Pang Yuan's shoulder. This is a good thing. The deeper we go, the rarer the treasures. Saves us the trouble of traveling. Tears welled up in Pang Yuan's eyes. Boss, you've got to protect me. Even if you can handle it, I might not. With me here, no creature can harm you, Suzhou said calmly, though he remained vigilant. Being transported to the labyrinth's depths might not be a coincidence. It could even be a deliberate setup. But he couldn't understand why he was targeted before even venturing into the abyssal demon realm. Pang Yuan felt reassured by Suzhou's promise and began using his advanced sensing skills, creating ripples that spread out to detect nearby entities. There's an energy signature of a rare item to the southeast, Pang Yuan reported, but there's also a powerful creature there, likely as strong as a ninth-turn adventurer. Lead the way, Suzhou replied curtly. They set off on their treasure hunt. As they passed a junction, the ground trembled, and the surrounding terrain shifted dramatically. This was the labyrinth's random transformation mechanism, but it posed no problem for the treasure-seeking mouse. Midway through, Suzhou touched the fleshy wall. Pang Yuan, if I punch through this wall, could we take a shortcut? Pang Yuan quickly dissuaded him. Boss, don't joke around. These walls have defenses comparable to legendary equipment and can self-repair. There's no way to take shortcuts. Just then, a desperate cry for help echoed from a distance. Help! Please help me! A heavily wounded martial artist stumbled towards them, looking at them as if they were his saviors. Suzhou activated his law eye to check the newcomer's information, his expression changing subtly. Did you encounter a monster? Where's your treasure mouse? Pang Yuan asked in surprise. The martial artist replied sorrowfully. The treasure mouse is dead. I barely escaped. He pointed towards where his comrades had fallen, the same direction they were heading. In that moment of distraction, the martial artist's eyes turned vicious. A tiger shadow appeared behind him as he launched a punch at Pang Yuan's chest. Having anticipated trouble, Suzhou swiftly pushed Pang Yuan aside and drew his void rend rifle, unleashing a hail of bullets at the martial artist. The already injured man was torn apart by the barrage. Pang Yuan, still shaken, couldn't understand the sudden attack. The truth soon emerged. A strange black insect crawled out of the martial artist's corpse. This parasite could control its host, and the real martial artist had been dead for some time, his body manipulated by the insect to deceive them. The moment the black insect appeared, Suzhou raised his hand and fired a burst of bullets, eliminating it instantly. He had already known from the information he gathered that it wasn't human. What the hell? It's a monster! Pang Yuan felt a chill down his spine and his stomach churned. He was terrified of encountering such disgusting creatures. Suzhou quickly stepped forward, signaling Pang Yuan to follow. Let's check out what's going on. They followed the trail of blood left by a fighter, searching for signs of the monster. Boss, you have to protect me. I'm really fragile, Pang Yuan said anxiously, calculating in his mind to quit by the end of the year and then pamper 10 gold-digging beauties on a vacation. Did you forget what I told you before? Su Zhou replied calmly, sensing that the monster was just around the corner. No monster can harm me. Peng Yuan looked at Su Zhou's handsome profile, his face slightly flushed. He thought to himself, a normal person might hesitate, but this guy has shown no fear from the beginning. Is this the charm of a true leader? If he were a girl, he'd probably fall for him. Soon, they arrived at the scene. In front of them was a massive crossroads spanning kilometers, with hundreds of oval-shaped structures resembling spider nests in the center, where black insect larvae resided. Su Zhou quickly scanned the monster information. Grotesque broodmother. Level 535. Attack 1,623,890. Physical defense 449,927. Magic defense 618,349. Skills: bewildering light, mental shock, transform into grotesque. Description: the weakest and most obscure brood mother in the abyssal demon realm. Grotesque elite insect. Level 300. Attack 320,854. Physical defense 159,730. Magic defense 225,600. Skills: fatal parasite, host manipulation, black scales. Description: larvae of the grotesque brood mother, destined to eventually establish their own tribes. A 10-meter-long black brood mother emitted a radiant light from its mouth, casting an illusion spell. Scattered in front of the brood mother were several human corpses, with 7 more transferees standing motionless. Small black insects crawled all over their bodies, gnawing at them in an attempt to break through their defenses. Some had high defense, preventing the insects from penetrating, while others had already been burrowed into halfway. Holy crap, so these things controlled the fighter earlier. Peng Yuan speculated that the fighter might have been one of their companions, but he seemed to have resisted and was the first to be invaded by the black insects. Scree! The black brood mother, noticing the new intruders, screeched loudly. It spat out a dazzling light, enveloping Su Zhou and Peng Yuan instantly. In a flash, the light engulfed them. In an instant, they were plunged into the most peaceful moments of their lives. Peng Yuan immediately fell into a daze, completely immersed in the illusion. Su Zhou saw the space around him distort, with skyscrapers replacing the flesh walls. It felt like he was back in his student days, living a carefree life. His spirit began to wane, wanting to stay in this paradise. But he quickly closed his eyes and activated his Eye of Law. When he reopened them, his powerful spirit burned away the illusions like invisible flames. Reality reappeared before his eyes, and everyone snapped out of the illusion. Ah, there are insects! A female priest screamed as she pulled a black insect from her head and smashed it to the ground. The insect had burrowed halfway into her head, but thanks to the divine light's protection, she hadn't been completely controlled. We just saw that black brood mother and were immediately controlled, the other transferees said in horror as they brushed off the black insects. That's the terror of the dark reincarnation labyrinth's monsters. They can trap you in a dream without you realizing it. Quickly, get rid of these damn insects. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense bullets rained down, striking all the black insects. The sheer volume of the bullets was terrifying. Who's that? The awakened transferees looked up to see a man in white robes, dual-wielding guns, spinning like a whirlwind in the air. Each spin unleashed a rain of bullets, and the falling shell casings made a crisp sound as they hit the ground. Boss is amazing. Boss is invincible. Peng Yuan cheered for Su Zhou as soon as he woke up. Although he was just a guide, the boss was carrying them all. Is your boss's aim accurate? We don't dare to move, the rescued transferee said gratefully, but cautiously, surrounded by the dense bullets. Seeing Peng Yuan's demeanor, they realized he was just a treasure-seeking mouse. So, it was the treasure-seeking rat's boss who helped them break the illusion. The black mother insect, riddled with bullet holes, let out a piercing wail. Its massive body gradually turned semi-transparent, like a wisp of smoke quickly retreating. All the larvae seemed to heed its call and followed. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm of black insects dissolved into the air, vanishing from the illusionary space. During the battle, these creatures seemed to realize something terrifying. They understood that the human before them was far more formidable than an ordinary job changer. This realization plunged them into unprecedented panic. The surviving job changers, witnessing this scene, didn't dare linger and fled the battlefield. The monstrous insect's final, sorrowful wail echoed in the air, and everyone clearly heard this despairing cry. The monstrous insect is becoming intangible. Physical attacks can't hit it, one job changer shouted in terror. In the distance, a female priestess, with tears in her eyes, said, "Run, just run. I never want to see that monstrous insect again." Her voice was filled with sadness and relief. Among their group of over a dozen, several companions had already been lost. Though they couldn't avenge the dead, at least they had survived. The leading warrior Jawchanger turned to Peng Yuan, eyes filled with confusion. Brother, who exactly is that boss you mentioned? The other survivors also looked to Peng Yuan, eager to know the answer. Peng Yuan took a deep breath and slowly said, he's an elder of the Mechanical Maze Guild, a man whose looks rival mine. As he spoke, he clearly felt the immense sense of security that boss provided. So, he's a high-ranking figure in the Mechanical Maze and so young too. The crowd gazed at the figure in the sky with utmost reverence. Even ordinary members of the Mechanical Maze Guild commanded respect, let alone an elder. Suzhou slowly holstered his dual guns, calmly watching the direction in which the swarm of black insects fled. He knew that each of those insects carried his bullets. Their escape route was merely a path to their doom. Stop staring and find a place to hide, Suzhou said calmly to the people below. The crowd looked puzzled and asked, why should we hide? Haven't those monstrous insects run far away? Suzhou slowly made a snapping gesture, his movement graceful and mesmerizing. He said indifferently, because if you look any longer, they'll explode. Because if I look any longer, it'll explode, Suzhou said calmly, snapping his fingers. The crisp sound echoed through the air, like a signal. In the distance, a massive swarm of grotesque insects suddenly erupted in a blinding light. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions followed one after another, sending a gigantic mushroom cloud of fire into the sky. The powerful shockwaves swept through, obliterating the towering flesh walls on either side of the path. The other monsters within the dark reincarnation labyrinth felt the final wail of the grotesque mother bug and received warnings from their fallen comrades, trembling in fear. The transferees on the scene were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. It really exploded, just because we looked at it a bit longer? Shocked, they quickly realized the imminent danger. Start digging. Peng Yuan and the last remaining treasure-hunting mouse in the other team quickly activated their digging skills. They led the other transferees underground, barely escaping the disaster. Even underground, the transferees could feel the violent tremors from the surface. The once indestructible flesh walls had been annihilated, showcasing a power far beyond their understanding of the Elder. I initially thought he looked young, and driving away the grotesque bugs was already impressive. I didn't realize it was me who was naive, a female priest in the team murmured, recalling Suzhou's combat prowess and feeling mesmerized. To her, Suzhou was the brightest light in the dark labyrinth. Peng Yuan, your boss is strong, but a little heads up would have been nice. I almost wet myself. A female treasure-hunting mouse who knew Peng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Peng Yuan suddenly understood. The boss said no monster could hurt me. His expression turned wry. Turns out the real meaning is this. No monster can harm me, but the boss can. Others can't hurt you, but your boss can bully you. Oh my! The female treasure-hunting mouse covered her blushing face, glancing at the smitten female priest, her mind wandering. Peng Yuan quickly clarified, stop fantasizing, will you? My boss and I both love big-breasted girls. We have a very pure, monetary relationship. He stopped himself, knowing this girl had a tendency to overthink. The transferees chatted idly underground, waiting for the aftermath of the explosions to completely dissipate before emerging. Meanwhile, Suzhou received a system notification. You have killed a level 300 grotesque bug, gaining 801,274 experience points. You have killed a level 305 grotesque bug, gaining 812,732 experience points. You have killed a level 307 grotesque bug, gaining 842,837 experience points. You have killed a level 310 grotesque bug, gaining 860,820 experience points. You have killed a level 535 grotesque mother bug, gaining 6,420,678 experience points. Congratulations! You have reached level 252. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunslinger class. Congratulations! You have reached level 253. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the gunslinger class. Suzhou arrived at the site of the explosion and collected all the treasures. He thought to himself, is it because of my level? Wiping out a group of high-level monsters isn't enough to max out my level anymore. The max level for the fourth job change was 279, and he only gained a few levels after defeating the grotesque bugs. However, this was just a warm-up. Reaching max level in the dark reincarnation labyrinth today was still within reach. The system continued to notify. You have obtained an epic item, Grotesque Fong. You have obtained an epic equipment, Illusion Cloak. You have obtained a legendary item, Grotesque Motherbug Skull. You have obtained a heroic equipment, grotesque motherbug necklace. Suzhou stored all the monster drops in his storage bracelet. As an honorary elder of the guild, most of the drops he received were of at least epic quality. Suddenly, Suzhou noticed something strange. These flesh walls are growing back. The walls that had been obliterated were regenerating at a visible rate. Even with immense power, these walls could still recover. When Suzhou returned to his original location, the destroyed flesh walls had fully regrown to a height of 100 meters. The transferees who had resurfaced looked at Suzhou with reverence. After expressing their gratitude, they prepared to exit the Hungry Ghost Path labyrinth. The abilities of the demon realm monsters far exceeded those of other secret realms, and they decided to return only when they had become stronger. Lead the way, straight to the deepest part, Suzhou instructed Peng Yuan, recalling the mention of the Hell Path labyrinth and the Azura Path labyrinth. Yes, boss, no problem. Having witnessed Suzhou's power, Peng Yuan was even more enthusiastic. He thought to himself, with this powerhouse around, today's earnings would match a year's worth. The two quickly set off for the deeper parts of the labyrinth. Passing through the Hungry Ghost Path, Suzhou and Peng Yuan arrived at the Hell Path. The maze walls on either side of the path here aren't made of flesh, but of solidified lava. The intense flames flicker, casting Suzhou's shadow onto the walls, making him appear like a twisted monster. Each step he takes lands on the hard ground, with his footsteps echoing through the silent maze as if he were treading on a monster's heart. Surprisingly, Suzhou didn't encounter any more monsters along the way. When he reached the location sensed by the treasure-seeking mouse, even the monsters guarding the treasure were nowhere to be found. Magical blue stone! Peng Yuan suddenly shouted in excitement. This thing can fetch 4 billion on the market. He waved his arms in delight, thinking about how this would add a remarkable achievement to his record. Before long, Peng Yuan discovered several more valuable items. He was overjoyed, calculating that the total value of the treasures found for his boss in such a short time had exceeded 30 billion. What astonished him even more was that ever since they defeated the bizarre mother bug, their path had been unobstructed, as if all the monsters had vanished. Where did all the monsters go? Suzhou wondered aloud while pocketing another treasure. It's one thing not to find the blood-condensing pearl, but I can't even find a few monsters to level up. Peng Yuan chuckled and explained. Some of the Lord monsters in the Dark Reincarnation maze can sense each other. Maybe they know how powerful you are, boss, and are hiding. He secretly felt relieved, as the absence of monsters allowed him to focus on treasure hunting without any mental burden. Suzhou pondered. By the way, shouldn't there be major lords in this maze too? Why haven't we encountered any? Major lord monsters shouldn't be this afraid of me. Peng Yuan nodded in agreement. Of course there are. For example, the Hungry Ghost Path has the Hungry Ghost Lord, and in this Hell Path, we should encounter the Hell Lord. But you're right, it's odd that we haven't come across any maze lords. Just then, a strange sound came from the ground. Crack, 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 crack. They turned to see a pitch-black, square treasure chest, wobbling towards them with a large tongue sticking out. Monster information immediately appeared before their eyes. Name: Maze Treasure Chest Monster. Level: 400. Attack 1. Physical Defense 1. Magic Defense 1. Evasion 99. Skills: Treasure Spit for survival, Spendthrift, Space Teleportation. Description: a unique treasure chest monster of the Dark Reincarnation Maze. Hitting it will cause it to spit out treasures, and completely defeating it yields unexpected rewards. Holy crap, a treasure chest monster! Peng Yuan exclaimed. Boss, catch it quick. These maze treasure chest monsters are full of treasures. Before he finished speaking, Suzhou had already drawn his dual pistols and started firing wildly. The gun barrels spewed dense flames, and bullets rained down on the treasure chest monster. However, the chest kept using space teleportation to deftly dodge every bullet. After successfully catching their attention, it quickly turned and started to flee. Chase it, hurry! Peng Yuan shouted urgently. Encountering a treasure chest monster is like winning the lottery. Boss, with your incredible luck, letting it escape would be a huge loss. Don't worry, it won't get away. Suzhou replied calmly, holstering his pistols and leading the chase. He didn't fire again, but stayed close behind the treasure chest monster. Suzhou remained vigilant. He knew his luck wasn't particularly good. The treasure chest monster appearing so brazenly before him, only to flee, was definitely suspicious. But even if it was a bait, Suzhou decided to pursue it. He wasn't afraid of how strong the monster's trap might be. He only worried that the ambushing monsters wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Meanwhile, in the celestial palace of the Dark Reincarnation Maze, the lords of the 6 mazes were observing Suzhou's pursuit of the treasure chest monster through a mirror. These lords, resembling skeletons and draped in prayer robes, seemed to be worshipping some powerful entity. The mechanical ascendant should leave after getting what he wants, right? One lord speculated. I'd love to face the mechanical ascendant, but alas, the master forbids it, another lord lamented. Why does the master favor a mere human so much? Even sending a maze treasure chest monster to him, a third lord questioned in confusion. Who knows how this mechanical ascendant compares to the master? What are you talking about? A lord interrupted. This mechanical ascendant doesn't even wield the power of laws yet. How can he compare to the master? I know this human can't compare to the master, the questioning lord explained. I meant, once this human fully transitions to his sixth profession. The lords of the reincarnation, Maze continued observing the mirror and discussing among themselves. Their purpose in sending the treasure chest monster was to make Suzhou believe he had struck it lucky. The chest monster's true mission was to aid Suzhou in his rapid growth. As the master had instructed them, Suzhou's mechanical ascension speed is still not fast enough. Not fast enough. In the labyrinthine temple of the heavenly path, the six ghosts of the samsara cycle gathered. Observing Suzhou through illusions, their expressions varied. Under their master's command, they decided to send a mimic to hasten Suzhou's mechanical ascension. A subordinate demon, a muscular figure with purple-black skin and trembling horns, clenched its fists in discontent. It looked like a darkened version of Piccolo. Remembering how its race faced near extinction for devouring human transferees, it couldn't fathom why their master favored an outsider so much. Why should a human get a mimic so easily? It muttered under its breath. There's a lot of rare items in that mimic. It should help him grow faster, explained the hungry ghost. Who knows when he'll come to the abyssal realm? We should have stuffed an invitation in there. You really want an outsider in the abyssal realm? Heaven Path questioned. I just want to progress and surprise our master, the hungry ghost defended. Human transferees will eventually come here, unless they don't want to level up. The ghosts whispered among themselves as the flickering candlelight cast twisted and terrifying shadows on the walls. Meanwhile, the muscular demon quietly left the room, unable to tolerate the preferential treatment towards a human. Azura Path glanced at its departing figure, silently consenting to its actions. In the dark labyrinth, Suzhou was steadily chasing the fleeing mimic. Pang Yuan was struggling to keep up. Boss, it's a dead end ahead. Pang Yuan shouted excitedly, sensing no escape route. That's perfect, Suzhou replied calmly, more convinced that this was a carefully orchestrated event. The mimic soon reached the dead end. Suzhou raised his hands, and twin guns unleashed a barrage of bullets. In the absolute onslaught, the mimic couldn't escape and vanished in a flash of white light, spewing out an array of treasures and purple crystals. It exploded. Everything's out. Pang Yuan was stunned, witnessing a mimic's full loot drop for the first time. Rare items glittered with various hues. Blood condensation beads, dragon sky-piercing aperture, necromancer's beads. Pang Yuan's eyes sparkled, knowing these treasures were worth billions, enough to make him the top treasure hunter in the country. Just as Suzhou was about to collect the spoils, a sinister wind blew through. The purple crystals and treasures vanished instantly. A purple-black shadow appeared, devouring all the loot like a ravenous beast. Gulp, the muscular demon didn't hide its actions, swallowing everything in front of them. Burp, it let out a loud belch. What the hell? You just ate my billion-dollar haul. Pang Yuan cursed, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart. Got a problem? The muscular demon bared its fangs, roaring at Pang Yuan, ready to devour him whole. No, sir. Pang Yuan turned pale, having just seen through his detection skill that the demon was a level 590 Azura Path leader. Despair filled him. Suzhou slowly drew his twin guns, aiming them at the demon. You ate my stuff. Are you ready to become a part of it? Try shooting if you dare, the demon sneered. Without hesitation, Suzhou pulled the trigger, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets. Child's play. The demon waved its hand, a gust of wind deflecting all the bullets away. Damn, boss's attack didn't work. Pang Yuan's heart pounded, knowing the power of Suzhou's bullets, yet they were easily nullified. Is that all your pathetic guns can do? The demon grinned menacingly, losing interest in the insect. I'm afraid if I use other tricks, you won't handle it. Suzhou holstered his guns. Boss, don't fall for his provocation. Pang Yuan stomped anxiously. You're a gunslinger. How can you fight without guns? Who said a gunslinger can't fight without guns? Suzhou said calmly, as energy fluctuations of dimensional rays appeared at his fingertips. It's perfectly reasonable for a gunslinger to know a bit of magic, right? The celestial beam from the fourth civilization of the universe collided with the pinnacle technology of the fifth civilization. Suzhou's fingers twitched slightly, and a dazzling white light burst forth instantly. This wasn't ordinary magic, but advanced technology beyond human imagination. The words of the samsara, heavenly Tao, left the other five present in silence. They had thought that Suzhou's power at most defied the heavens at the 10th transformation, but they never imagined his true strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. The levels of universal civilization are divided into 7 tiers, with the fourth tier being a galactic civilization, long detached from the constraints of the physical body. In comparison, Blue Star, before the fusion of reality and game, had a comprehensive technological civilization strength that didn't even reach level 1. The Samsara Six Paths sighed softly, acknowledging the master's exceptional insight. In the scene, the devilish muscle man's pupils contracted suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. The beam contained enough power to obliterate all life. Suzhou softly murmured Bayu, as a colossal celestial beam burst from his fingertip. The intense celestial laser engulfed the devilish muscle man's body, instantly illuminating the entire dark samsara labyrinth. The light pierced through the secret realm space, shooting diagonally from the black hole entrance to the sky, breaking through the atmosphere and shattering the meteors in space. Boom! The secret realm space was perforated, causing the entire labyrinth to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. All the job changers panicked, shouting for their lives. Someone exclaimed that the labyrinth had been breached and the Naflight rule had been broken. The celestial beam's light gradually faded after a long while. Peng Yuan was dumbfounded, his mind in turmoil. He began to suspect that his boss might be a rare dual-class job changer, because that magic beam was far more powerful than any firearm. Su Zhou stood still, feeling an unprecedented surge in experience points. Killing the strongest cadre lord of the Azura Path had directly boosted him to the maximum level of 279. The system prompted him to complete the fourth transformation quest to continue leveling up. Su Zhou sighed, storing the items dropped by the devilish muscle man into his storage bracelet, including the treasure chest monster tools previously swallowed. The heavenly Tao spoke calmly, instructing the Azura Path to repair the secret realm. The breach in the dark samsara labyrinth soon healed, the shaking subsided, and the Naflight rule was reinstated. Su Zhou checked the blood condensation pearl in his storage bracelet, satisfied that this operation had not been in vain. Peng Yuan was thrilled, calculating the hefty bonus he was about to receive. Su Zhou mentioned wanting to visit the Heavenly Tao Palace, as he had yet to see the Lord of the Samsara Labyrinth. At that moment, the void twisted, and a 2-meter-tall purple skeleton draped in a black robe slowly descended from the sky. Its hollow eyes seemed to contain miniature black holes, accompanied by eerie string symphonies. The monster information indicated that this was a manifestation of the Heavenly Tao, level 700, possessing multiple powerful skills like the power of the Heavenly Tao and labyrinth rule manipulation. The description labeled it as the strongest Heavenly Tao creature in the dark Samsara Labyrinth, the lawmaker of the labyrinth. However, the true description revealed it was merely an avatar of the true form from the Abyss Demon Realm. Su Zhou's heartstrings trembled. It was the first time he discovered a monster could provide false descriptions. Peng Yuan was so frightened he sat paralyzed on the ground, only able to see its name and level, with all other information marked as question marks. The Heavenly Tao's gaze fixed on Su Zhou, and it spoke slowly. "Stand down, human." "Stop, human." The voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed like an ancient reverberation, slowly spreading through the labyrinth. Su Zhou ignored it, his eyes focused with a technological glow. In an instant, a brilliant white light sliced through the darkness of the maze, illuminating every corner. Suddenly, blood-red light burst from the skeletal eye sockets of the Heavenly Tao. It opened its massive jaw, forming a small black hole vortex within. Su Zhou's dimensional ray was absorbed by the black hole, as if transported to the depths of the universe, disappearing completely. This was the power of a level 700 lord. Su Zhou locked eyes with the Heavenly Tao, inwardly amazed. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable creature, and the first time he had seen a being capable of withstanding his dimensional ray attack. "You can't hurt me. You're too weak." The Heavenly Tao spat out a puff of white gas, its voice filled with disdain. In this dark labyrinth of reincarnation, it was invincible. Even if it were truly hit, it wouldn't perish. Peng Yuan turned to Su Zhou, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Boss, do you have any tricks left?" "No," Su Zhou replied bluntly. His strongest attack method was the dimensional ray. If he were to fight, he would have to activate his full nanomorph form. While that would ensure his own safety, Peng Yuan would likely not survive. Peng Yuan's face twisted into a grimace worse than crying. "Boss, you must be joking." A level 700 super monster was right in front of them. Without a trump card, they were as good as dead. The Heavenly Tao slowly descended to the ground, spreading its hands slightly. Its bony fingers were adorned with an array of ornate magical rings, each exuding a terrifying aura akin to forbidden artifacts. "Leave the labyrinth. You've already gotten what you came for, haven't you?" Peng Yuan's worldview was instantly shattered. "It's not here to kill us?" "Makes sense. With the boss's power, he could probably destroy the maze." So even a lord-level monster could show mercy. Suzhou's eyes flickered as he deduced the cause and effect. So that treasure chest monster was from you? It seemed the treasure chest monster was not a dangerous trap, but a gift from this lord. Yes, the heavenly Tao whispered in response. Pang Yuan clutched his head in disbelief, his worldview collapsing completely. What the heck? A lord giving a human a treasure chest monster. Although some alien races did cooperate with humans, this was the ruler of the labyrinth of reincarnation. And it wasn't cooperation, it was a gift. He couldn't help but wonder if his boss had some sort of charm that made everyone show him respect. Let's go, Su Zhou said, turning to leave. Having met the heavenly Tao, there was no reason to stay. All right, let's go, Pang Yuan eagerly agreed, leading the way for his boss, desperate to leave this eerie place. At that moment, the heavenly Tao tossed an invitation to an abyssal party, which fluttered like a butterfly before landing in Su Zhou's hand. Take this invitation. You're welcome at the abyssal party. Su Zhou, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted it. Thanks. He then took out another abyssal party invitation from his storage ring. I already have one, but I don't mind having another. This action made the heavenly Tao recoil in shock. Using the labyrinth's laws, it viewed the time memory on the invitation Su Zhou had taken out. The scene unfolded in the heavenly Tao's mind, rewinding to 23 years ago. In the vision, a pregnant Zhang Yuexin and Su Shaoqing were walking along a road. A shadowy figure blocked their path and handed them an invitation. This is a gift for Su Zhou, a birth present. Please keep it safe. Su Zhou? Who's that? Zhang Yuexin asked, puzzled. In contrast, Su Shaoqing's expression was one of disbelief. He had a secret he hadn't shared with his wife. If they had a daughter, she would be named Su Yi. If a son, Su Zhou. But how did the shadow know? Please accept it, the shadow said before vanishing. Even using high-level detection techniques, the couple couldn't trace the figure. Su Shaoqing picked up the floating invitation and was shocked by its contents. It was an invitation to a Demon King-level abyssal party, the highest level pass to the demon realm. As the time memory faded, the heavenly Tao trembled and uttered, "This is the master." Before it could finish speaking, a nine-color divine lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking straight down. Boom! Divine thunder struck, tearing the sky in two. In the blinding white light, the essence of the celestial Tao was utterly annihilated. The cycle of reincarnation was reduced to nothingness under this world-destroying force, and the labyrinth's immortality laws were obliterated like fragile spider webs. The life flame of the celestial Tao was completely extinguished. Suddenly, a crisp ding-dong sound echoed, almost mocking the calamity that had just unfolded. Luxurious equipment descended from the sky, with a sacred artifact gleaming enticingly on the ground. He's dead. The level 700 lord is dead. Pang Yuan collapsed to the ground, eyes wide and lips trembling. His body convulsed uncontrollably, as if on the verge of breaking down. The fact that a lord as powerful as the celestial Tao was killed in the blink of an eye nearly shattered his sanity. Su Zhou looked down at the demon abyss party invitation in his hand, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This was the first time he truly realized the terrifying power contained in the item his mother had left him. The celestial Tao of the level 700 abyssal realm, capable of easily overpowering hundreds of level 700 lords and even evil spirits in the real world, was annihilated just like that. Pang Yuan continued to mutter to himself, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him. This kind of power overturned his understanding of the world, akin to the complete overthrow of old-era physical laws, driving people to madness. Stop shouting, Su Zhou said calmly. The celestial Tao was a dignified entity. We shouldn't waste what he left behind. He carefully stored the invitation into his storage bracelet before stepping forward to collect the sacred artifact on the ground. The item information appeared before Su Zhou. Name: Celestial Tao Consciousness. Quality: Sacred Artifact. Description: Universal use. Universal use. These four simple words encapsulated the artifact's immense power. Su Zhou's face lit up with joy. This unexpected gain greatly lifted his spirits. Although the slain Celestial Tao was merely an avatar, as a genuine level 700 lord, the sacred artifact it left behind was undoubtedly priceless. Boss, are you human or ghost? Pang Yuan cried like a 200-pound baby, his voice filled with fear and reverence. To him, the Celestial Tao's annihilation was entirely due to Su Zhou's strange invitation. At this moment, Su Zhou's image in his mind was 100 times more terrifying than the leader of the world's top guild. The Demon Lord is the supreme ruler of the abyssal realm, worshipped by all its inhabitants. Its power surpasses human imagination. There was once a strong warrior from Blue Star who wreaked havoc in the abyssal realm, only to be completely erased from existence by the Demon Lord. With just a thought, the Demon Lord could wipe out all the world's strongest beings on Blue Star. Even if all the gods from human history Pengu, God, Brahma, Gaia, Zeus were combined, the Demon Lord could effortlessly erase these so-called deities from existence. The Demon Lord controls all causal laws and conceptual rules in the universe. It transcends the concept of gods, reigning above all deities. Its body has become a philosophical concept universe, the Great Expanse. This news once caused unprecedented upheaval across Blue Star nations, as humanity feared the Demon Lord might threaten their existence. However, contrary to expectations, the Demon Lord showed no interest in conquering Blue Star, assuring humans they had nothing to fear. At its level of power, ruling the universe held no appeal, and plundering was unnecessary. All resources and things on Blue Star were insignificant in the eyes of the Demon Lord. It harbored no hostility towards humanity, and this was not an ancient tale of defeating a demon king. It even opened the abyssal realm, hoping for friendly communication between the two worlds. Such a powerful being had only one concern in this lifetime. The Demon Lord held a strong obsession with Suzhou. It often murmured in the depths of the abyss, "Not fast enough, faster. You need to ascend faster." Mechanical ascension, mountain and water trading company. Pang Yuan embarked on his journey home, his emotions in turmoil. This world was teeming with powerful beings, far beyond what a mere treasure-seeking mouse like him could fathom. The experience of following Boss Su today made him deeply realize that there are always greater talents and higher heavens, which undoubtedly became one of the most valuable lessons in his life. When Su Zhou calculated that the total value of the items Pang Yuan had acquired today amounted to a staggering 100 billion, Pang Yuan was instantly brought back to reality, elated by the remarkable achievement he had made. Notably, the drop of the sacred grade item was not included in this total, as Su Zhou had specifically instructed not to mention it. Pang Yuan wholeheartedly agreed, as witnessing the instant annihilation of a heaven-level monster was truly terrifying. If word got out, it could trigger global chaos. After bidding Pang Yuan farewell, Su Zhou left the trading company and checked his storage bracelet once again on the way. His gaze fell on the heavens-well crystal lying quietly within, stirring his emotions. He now possessed a sacred grade item. However, he still couldn't understand why flaunting a demon abyss party invitation to Heavens had resulted in divine lightning striking him. Su Zhou didn't dwell on these perplexing questions for too long, as pondering them in a state of confusion seemed futile. He decided to liquidate other items first to enhance the strength of his awakening skills. Arriving at a tavern, Su Zhou casually ordered a drink and prepared to sell the items and equipment he had obtained in the dark reincarnation labyrinth and from defeating the bizarre insects. He kept the blood condensation pearl and Heavenswell crystal, intending to ask the legendary dwarf blacksmith if it was possible to fuse Heavenswell into them once he had the necessary materials. Soon messages from the trading market came flooding in. Your listed bizarre mother insect skull has been sold, earning 1 billion purple crystal coins. Your listed bizarre mother insect necklace has been sold, earning 5 billion purple crystal coins. Your listed strange dragon celestial aperture has been sold, earning 27 billion purple crystal coins. Your listed necromancer's beads have been sold, earning 19 billion purple crystal coins. Many of the equipment and items were highly sought after in the trading market, getting snapped up by merchants the moment they were listed. As a large number of items were sold, Su Zhou's purple crystal coin balance quickly accumulated, soon reaching over 130 billion. Su Zhou calculated silently, realizing that this massive sum was enough to enhance two skills. After some thought, he decided to upgrade his Cyber Guanyin and Mecha Buddha abilities. System notifications promptly appeared. You have spent 50 billion purple crystal coins to upgrade thousand-handed Cyber Guanyin. Cyber Guanyin has evolved into Golden Cyber Guanyin. You have spent 50 billion purple crystal coins to upgrade Mecha Tathagata. Mecha Tathagata has evolved into Golden Mecha Tathagata. Seeing the new names for his awakening skills, Su Zhou was somewhat taken aback. It seemed like the 100 billion purple crystal coins had gilded his skills. According to Buddhist scriptures, these two skills now seem to be on the path to becoming true Buddhas. The introduction of Golden Cyber Guanyin stirred Su Zhou's heart. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure uranium bullets. 1 breath, 3,600 rounds, great compassion saves the world. And the introduction of Golden Mecha Tathagata excited him even more. Ring the great bell once, push the lever, activate the piston and pump. Ring the great bell twice, press the button, ignite the engine, light the turbine, infuse life. Ring the great bell thrice, sing in unison, praise the god of machines. After a brief rest, Su Zhou decided to find a local jar merchant to buy a virtual realm entry ticket. He only needed the infinite crystal core from the virtual realm to gather all the materials required for crafting an upgradable weapon. In the corner of the city where the jar merchants were, Suzhou heard a familiar hoarse voice. Looking to buy a virtual realm entry ticket? 2 million purple crystal coins each. The lid of a dark gray earthen jar slightly lifted. I'll take one. Suzhou paid the 2 million purple crystal coins without hesitation. A slender, shadowy hand emerged from the jar, handing Suzhou a virtual realm entry ticket. He examined the ticket's effect. It allowed the user to enter the virtual realm and teleport to any location they desired. Without hesitation, he crushed the ticket, and in a flash of light, Suzhou was transported into the virtual realm game. In the game realm of Su Xinjia, a fantastical world enveloped in swirling mists and divine radiance. It feels like a heavenly palace from mythology, brimming with splendor. In the distance, a towering purple-gold tree glimmers, and under the pink sky, the golden clouds appear even more dazzling. This time, Suzhou came to Su Xinjia not to fully immerse himself in the Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower, but to gather information about the location of the evil spirits battle while doing some sightseeing. He was amazed by the breathtaking beauty of the place, recalling the online sayings that Su Xinjia is the most romantic dating spot for couples. Soon, Suzhou learned that the challenge location for the evil spirits battle was in the game Celestial Palace of Su Xinjia. He immediately flew towards the destination alone, delving deeper into understanding the game's rules along the way. The evil spirits battle can accommodate up to 100 participants. Upon entering the game, all players' levels are temporarily adjusted to 10 transformations. There is no real death in the game, but 10 players will randomly turn into evil spirits, with 2 of them becoming evil spirit kings. Evil spirits can infect other players through attacks, converting them to their side. Players can also purchase specific roles to gain advantages, such as the Flying Tiger Squad and Runners for the human faction, or the Green Giant and Krang for the evil spirits faction. When only 2 uninfected players remain, they can transform into evil spirit Terminators. After hearing the rules, Suzhou couldn't help but remark, isn't this just a Terminator zombie mode? But on second thought, it seemed quite reasonable. The game blends reality, incorporating elements from Blue Star's popular games, providing players with a richer experience. As a 10-year veteran, a confident smile appeared on Suzhou's face. He thought to himself that with his profession, summoning the Gatling Cyber Guanyin, his firepower output would surely rack up points. What pleased him even more was that this game had no kick-out feature, allowing everyone to perform to their fullest. Before long, Suzhou arrived at the game Celestial Palacea, floating island in the sky with 999 palaces, each representing a different game. He quickly found the palace for the evil spirits battle. Outside the palace, thousands of job changers were fervently discussing the recently concluded game. I'm so unlucky. Out of 10 rounds, I was a regular evil spirit 6 times and got chased around. I always end up as a regular evil spirit too. Can't withstand all the magic, bullets, arrows, and spells. Long-range attack professions have such an advantage. My Qi Gong Master's attacks are too limited. I was the evil spirit king twice. It was awesome. High defense, lots of health, practically unkillable. Being an evil spirit Terminator is the best. I just got a magic crystal core, almost got the infinite core. I'm a thief, just playing with agility. The evil spirits can't catch me, it's so fun. While Suzhou was listening to these discussions, a pleasant female voice suddenly called out, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Suzhou turned around and saw his cousin, Su Ziyue. He was a bit surprised, not understanding why this girl, who didn't seem like a gamer, was here. Su Ziyue guessed, "Are you here because the elders in the family asked you to collect things too?" "Collect things?" Suzhou showed a puzzled expression. Su Ziyue explained that the family elders required many of the younger generation to collect some precious materials today, but didn't reveal the specific purpose. She needed to collect the ultra-rare infinite crystal core, but due to her lack of skill, her father empathized and said it was enough to show her effort. Su Ziyue came to Su Xinjie to participate in the evil spirits battle, but as a newbie, she was matched with highly skilled players because of her high-intensity profession, getting repeatedly defeated. She came out for a breather and was hoping to find a handsome guy to tease, only to run into her cousin. After hearing this, Suzhou started to speculate on the reason behind these collection tasks. He realized that the items he had asked his grandfather and grandfather-in-law to collect might have been subcontracted to other relatives. Su Ziyue listed some of the items needed: 6 fusion essences, 24 refined beads, about 300 contradiction crystals. For example, cousin Su Changming needs to collect 50 contradiction crystals. 300 contradiction crystals? Suzhou's eyes widened in shock. He clearly remembered that Magni the blacksmith only asked for 3 fusion essences and 100 contradiction crystals. By this calculation, it was obvious that some relatives were taking a cut. Suddenly realizing something, Su Ziyue exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Suzhou, are these things for you?" Suzhou reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. "Whoa, no way!" Su Ziyue exclaimed in shock. Suzhou was contemplating whether to take a break or form a team when his little cousin, Su Ziyue, cheerfully grabbed his arm and suggested excitedly, "Cousin, since we're here, we should definitely team up." She secretly thought to herself that this battle against the evil spirits was a perfect opportunity to witness her cousin's prowess. Suzhou nodded in agreement, mentioning that it was his first time playing this game and that he needed to purchase a character first. Su Ziyue immediately volunteered, saying, "I'll take care of it for you." She remembered her cousin's generosity in entrusting her with managing the wood crystal core and saw this as a chance to repay him. The two of them approached the vending machine in the game hall, where the screen displayed dozens of game characters and types of evil spirits. Without hesitation, Su Ziyue bought all the characters for Suzhou with a rental period of 10 years, costing a whopping 2 million purple crystal coins. The system notifications rang out one after another. Ding! You have acquired the game character Runner. Ding! You have acquired the game character Flying Tiger Squad. Ding! You have acquired the evil spirit character Kernge. Ding! You have acquired the evil spirit character Shadow Umbrella Lowly. Seeing that even female characters and evil spirits could be purchased, Suzhou couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of the virtual Divine Realm game. When Su Ziyue wanted to buy an anti-evil suit as well, Suzhou politely declined, explaining there's no need for an anti-evil suit. He elaborated that with Quantum Moon God on his side, such attire would only hinder his movements. After completing the purchases, Suzhou set his default human faction character to Flying Tiger Squad, and the two of them entered a game room to start matchmaking. However, the matchmaking process turned out to be unexpectedly long. During the wait, Su Ziyue suddenly realized something shocking. She pulled up the panel to check the team interface and discovered that Suzhou's in-game nickname was Zhou Shu. This name was legendary in the virtual Divine Realm, renowned for its glorious achievements in conquering the Celestial Battle Tower. Just as Su Ziyue was still immersed in her shock, the system notification chimed. Match found. Game. Battle of the Evil Spirits. Enjoy your game. A flash of light transported the two of them to the game map, a massively enlarged evil spirit pyramid. All players appeared on the respawn platform as the game countdown began. Su Ziyue quickly brought up the scoreboard and saw it was filled with well-known elites, evidently due to Suzhou's influence, placing them directly into a king-tier ladder match. With 30 seconds remaining on the countdown, Suzhou soared into the air to survey the terrain. After considering various strategies, he ultimately decided to head into the dungeon. Su Ziyue followed closely behind, excitedly sitting next to Suzhou. However, when other players saw someone choosing to guard the dungeon, they burst into laughter. Someone mocked, "Haha, did I stumble into a low-tier match? Someone's actually guarding the dungeon at this level?" Just then, a player who checked the scoreboard realized Suzhou's true identity and exclaimed repeatedly, "Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Zhou Shu, damn. Isn't he the god who cleared the Celestial Battle Tower?" The entire game lobby descended into chaos. A skilled player lit a cigarette with trembling hands, muttering, "This is a high-tier match." Other players quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, with some even starting to sing, "Someone's about to start packing up their bags." Demonic Pyramid. Each player moved to their designated positions, trying to maintain distance from others before the game began. They all readied their ranged weapons. Even those specializing in close combat prepared chi energy blasts and other ranged attacks. The rules in this demonic showdown were clear. Demons killed by close-range weapons couldn't revive, but those killed by ranged attacks would come back to life. However, most players were in no rush to kill the demons. They knew that an unkillable demon was essentially a mobile point generator. Naturally, the demons didn't want to be used this way and would try their best to infect players. Poor performance wouldn't just affect the season's rewards, but would also lower their rewards in other games within the virtual Divine Realm, potentially even affecting next year's season rewards. The game entered the final 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With a hum, the countdown ended. In an instant, 10 players transformed into demons, 2 of whom ascended to become Demon Kings. Souza let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "Thank goodness my cousin and I didn't turn into demons this time." She suddenly realized the dungeon's layout was dangerous. If they had become demons, they might have been trapped at the dungeon entrance. But then she thought if her cousin became a demon, he would probably find a way out regardless. After all, her cousin was a top-tier player who had conquered the Tower of Celestial Talents. If he became a demon, the real slaughter would begin. Thump, thump, thump. The rapid footsteps of 10 demons echoed as they made their first move to attack players in the dungeon. The 2 demon kings, with bodies glowing red like ancient demonic gods, roared, "Catch the 2 in the dungeon first." They soared into the air, speeding towards the dungeon. The other demons, transformed into characters like green giants and eerie umbrella girls, followed closely, eyes burning with excitement as they charged forward. A human player, seeing this, pulled out a golden longbow to attack the demons. However, another player immediately stopped him. Don't shoot. Let them catch the dungeon players first, and then we'll trap them all inside and take them down. Others agreed, thinking it was a brilliant strategy. Someone asked, puzzled, the guy in the dungeon looks like a newbie. These demons seem experienced. Why are they stupidly rushing into the dungeon? A nearby player explained, the guy in the dungeon is probably the great DU, pretending to be a newbie. These demons aren't aiming for first place. They want the fame of infecting DU. Wow. Everyone's hiding their true intentions. The human players on the scene tacitly refrained from attacking. The demons aimed to gain fame by infecting DU, while the humans sought the glory of killing the demon-transformed DU. ZZ. The Hell Demon King landed at the dungeon entrance, conjuring a red energy orb the size of a round table, and charged into the dungeon. They're attacking, Suzy US screamed, quickly drawing her dual pistols to counterattack. At this critical moment, Suzhou's eyes snapped open, and beams of celestial light shot from his pupils. The powerful rays shattered the energy orb and pierced through the Hell Demon King. Boom! The Hell Demon King was instantly killed and reappeared at the respawn point. The system notification buzzed in Suzhou's ear. You have killed the Demon King, points 100,000. Holy, an instant kill? Everyone was stunned. Despite the Demon King's high health and defense, he was instantly killed by a single skill from the great player. The Iron Demon King shouted, rush in, don't give him a chance to breathe. All the demons hunched over and scrambled to enter the dungeon. Let's fight! Suzhou shouted to his little cousin, then grabbed his dual Void Dragon guns and unleashed a barrage of shots at the invading demons. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! The muzzle of the Void Dragon guns spewed bright flames, and bullets rained down on the demons. Suziue joined the fray with her dual pistols, and their points skyrocketed instantly. Despite activating all their shields, the demons at the dungeon entrance found them useless. They cried out in terror, damn it, stop pushing me. Can we stop crowding the dungeon entrance? This firepower is insane. Why is my health dropping so fast? Damn, all my shields are failing. What kind of skill does DU have that breaks through everything? We can't hold on. We have no defense against DU. It's like we're charging naked into the dungeon. Even if we get in, it's a death trap. Retreat! The demons finally realized how terrifying DU was, and their plan to storm the dungeon failed completely. Suzhou continued his relentless barrage, thinking, if the game merges with reality, we should play it to the fullest. He kept hearing the score notifications for killing evil spirits in his ear. You've killed a regular evil spirit. Points 10,000. The notifications continued until a louder one announced. You've killed the evil spirit king. Points 100,000. In just a few minutes, all 9 evil spirits fell and were teleported to the respawn point. At the respawn point, the regular evil spirit players anxiously asked the evil spirit king, Boss, are we still going to raid the dungeon? They knew that acting alone would only lead to humiliation. The evil spirit king's eyes flashed with determination as he replied in a deep voice, infect everyone else. With over 90 of us attacking together, I refuse to believe we can't kill the god. This rare opportunity to match against the top player in the virtual world, Zhou Shu, was not to be missed. The other evil spirits nodded silently and dispersed to other areas of the map to begin their infection plan. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Su Ziyue, feeling a bit unsatisfied, remarked, I was just getting warmed up. Why did the evil spirits stop attacking? She savored the points she had earned from killing the evil spirits, gradually falling in love with this new gaming experience. However, the sudden disappearance of the evil spirits left her feeling a bit disappointed. Zhou Shu squinted, looking out through the dungeon's chains, a slight smile on his lips. Let them fatten up before killing them. The joy will be 100 times greater then. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Taking down over 90 of them will be the real fun. If they don't dare to come, I don't mind going on the offensive. Suzu thoughtfully repeated, let them fatten up before killing them. Suddenly, she noticed the various sounds of battle and explosions coming from outside the dungeon, her pupils narrowing slightly. Wait, this game is really a battle of gods. The battle outside had reached its peak. 2 evil spirit kings led their minions toward the sky bridge on the map, while human players displayed incredible abilities. An octopus warrior wielded 6 long swords, slicing through the air. A summoner called forth hordes of magical minions to confront them. A formation master set up multiple defensive arrays, including lava, sword energy, and laser arrays. The evil spirits were not to be outdone. The Hell Evil Spirit King instantly fired 7 or 8 powerful energy blasts, converting the human players who couldn't dodge in time into evil spirits. These newly turned evil spirits not only gained the evil spirit bodies, but also retained their original skills, perfectly merging with the evil spirit traits. A player who was originally a rubber man transformed into an evil spirit Hulk, his arms extending 1,000 meters to easily capture distant human players. On the battlefield, more and more humans were being infected and turned into evil spirits. A former summoner, now infected, immediately summoned evil spirit minions to launch fierce attacks on the uninfected humans. Zhou Shu smacked his lips, watching the intense battle with great interest. He lightly remarked, "Tisk TSK, TSK. If this were a computer game, it would be a contest of who has the better hacks." Zheng, 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 buzz, 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 boom, boom, boom. Various magical arrows and bullets lit up the sky, and the intensity of the battle against the evil spirits far surpassed everyone's imagination. On the battlefield, the number of infected human players kept increasing, and the evil spirit factions surged like a tide. Over time, new evil spirit kings emerged, and ordinary evil spirits evolved into more powerful elite ones, displaying all sorts of strange and unique abilities. Insan Loli became the new favorite among the players. As she threw her dark umbrella, her body instantly teleported to its location, a skill rivaling the Void Evil Spirit King, leaving everyone in awe. "The Dark Umbrella is here. Destroy it quickly," the players shouted upon spotting the flying black umbrella. But it was too late. The umbrella spun rapidly, and the Insan Loli player had already teleported into position. She pointed the tip of her umbrella at several players, and another skywave instantly infected one human. The newly turned evil spirit immediately grabbed at its companions, quickly racking up points. Suziue watched this scene, her delicate hand nervously placed on her chest. These evil spirits aren't planning to infect everyone else and then come for us, are they? She noticed some evil spirits would glance in her direction after infecting a player, as if saying, "Your turn is coming." Su Zhou, however, remained calm and composed as he surveyed the vast space of the dungeon. "That would be perfect. I won't have to go out again." His cyber-guanine golden body still had capacity. 6 pure uranium bullets, 3,600 rounds per breath. If we hit the evil spirits with this, our score will skyrocket. Suziue glanced at the scoreboard. Their score from the 10 monsters they had defeated in the dungeon lagged far behind the players fighting outside. She couldn't help but worry. "I wonder how many points Cousin and the others can get while being surrounded by all these evil spirits." On the battlefield, a middle-aged man in a yellow striped outfit and sunglasses wore a troubled expression. As one of the few surviving players, he had become a prime target for the evil spirits. Capture this light-class player. The Void Evil Spirit King, wielding a sharp blade, unleashed a purple sword energy. Other evil spirit players used their abilities, aiming for the man in sunglasses. Blinding light rain. The man in sunglasses leaped back, suspended in midair, and with a wave of his hand, a torrent of light-based energy rained down like a storm. Many evil spirits fell, and his score soared. However, the nimble evil spirits dodged the light rain and continued their assault. The man's leg shone with golden light as he kicked down an approaching evil spirit player. Seeing this, the Void Evil Spirit King immediately called for reinforcements. "Steel, hell, thunder, let's go together." The 4 evil spirit kings charged at the light class player, and the continuous explosions echoed through the battlefield. Ultimately, the man in sunglasses was infected by the Hell Evil Spirit King's energy bomb and became an evil spirit. A rogue player showcased his agility, surrounded by floating knives, moving swiftly. Whenever an evil spirit approached, he would release a flurry of knives and then make a quick escape. "Come on, you think you can catch me?" he taunted arrogantly. The number of pursuing evil spirits grew, their hatred for the elusive human player intensifying. "We have to catch this guy today," they snarled through gritted teeth. The rogue player activated his invisibility, his body becoming increasingly transparent and harder to detect. "Try to keep up with me, suckers," he laughed triumphantly. However, the evil spirit king, having dealt with other players outside, activated a tracking skill, locking onto the rogue player's position. The Void Evil Spirit King teleported directly beside him, launching an earth-shattering sword array. Thousands of purple sword energies filled the area, cutting down everything in their path. The rogue player couldn't escape his fate and was infected, becoming an evil spirit. With his fall, only Su Zhou and Su Zue remained in the game, trapped in the dungeon. The 6 evil spirit kings stood in the air, surrounded by divine light. The Hell Evil Spirit King, Steel Evil Spirit King, Alien Evil Spirit King, and Void Evil Spirit King. Around them were various bizarre and terrifying evil spirit armies. "Now, whoever can slay the god, do it with all your might," declared the evil spirit kings. The eyes of the surrounding evil spirits glowed red with deathly intent, eager for battle. They had evolved into their complete forms, possessing not only the powerful attributes of evil spirits but also skills fused with their own. "Slay the god, Daytree god." The evil spirits chanted in unison. The evil spirit summoner continuously summoned small evil spirits, preparing for the upcoming battle. With her skills fused with the evil spirits, she could summon an army of evil minions. By now, she had summoned 1,000-strong army of evil minions. Deity's god cleared the 100 floors of the celestial tower. He's terrifying, the man in sunglasses said, though his hands were already gathering dark energy. All the players, now turned evil spirits, were eager to become even stronger. With the roar of the evil spirit king players, it was as if the gates of hell had opened, and the evil spirits charged towards the dungeon with ferocious intensity. Ah, all the evil spirits are coming! Suzy screamed, overwhelmed by the spectacular sight. Just in time, Su Zhou clapped his hands, and the dungeon was flooded with golden light. A cyber guanyin, radiating golden brilliance and with 1,000 arms, appeared. In its hands, it held a massive golden Gatling gun, aiming at the entrance of the dungeon. Su Zhou's voice boomed like a great bell, issuing a command to the cyber guanyin. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure uranium bullets. 3,600 rounds per breath. Great compassion to save all beings. Su Zhou's voice boomed like thunder as he commanded the cyber guanyin. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, with pure uranium bullets. At 3,600 revolutions per breath, save the world with great compassion. The golden, 1,000-armed cyber guanyin sprang into action, wielding a massive golden Gatling gun. Its electronic eyes flickered with dazzling red light, and a golden halo rose above its head, continuously channeling quantum merit to fully charge the Gatling gun in an instant. At that moment, hordes of alien demons roared as they advanced from a distance. Their eyes gleamed with malice, and they let out sharp cries as they leaped towards the dungeon entrance. The leading demon's pupils suddenly shrank as it exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Before them stood a colossal golden guanyin, blocking the dungeon entrance with a golden Gatling gun. A demon player resembling a green giant crawled towards the dungeon entrance, extending a thick green rubber arm to grab hold. The cyber guanyin swiftly intercepted, pinning the rubber arm down. The green giant demon appeared bewildered, only to see the Gatling gun's barrels begin to rotate. Seeing this, the other demons surged forward, determined to break through. At this critical moment, the Gatling gun erupted with a deafening roar. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle spewed long tongues of fire, and blue quantum merit bullets showered down like rain. Pure uranium bullets, 3,600 revolutions per breath. The demons at the entrance were instantly vanquished by the merit bullets, their health bars plummeting to 0 in the blink of an eye. The spent casings fell to the ground with a crisp sound, then transformed into blue light points and returned to the halo above the cyber guanyin's head. Chaos erupted among the demon ranks. Someone shouted, "Hold the front line, brothers. I'll push from behind. We need someone to take the hit first to increase our chances of breaking through." "Stop shooting, you godly being. Your shots are hitting every time. This firepower is insane. Who the hell is pushing me? I don't want to be a meat shield." The frontline demons, their health bars depleted, were sent back to the respawn point. Furious, the revived demons began shoving those in front, making them endure the same onslaught. A mass of demons clogged the entrance, desperately trying to breach the formidable firepower. However, the relentless barrage from the Gatling gun was not something numbers alone could overcome. "My life is over," the Steel Demon King shouted in terror. Despite being the most heavily armored, even it couldn't withstand the 3,600 revolutions per breath firepower. System notifications rang out in quick succession. "You've killed a full-form demon, score 30,000. You've killed a full-form demon, score 30,000. You've killed the Steel Demon King, score 100,000. You've killed the Thunder Demon King, score 100,000. As the notifications continued, Su Zhou's rank skyrocketed, quickly reaching the top of the leaderboard. Leaderboard 1. Zhou Shu, 673,000. 2. Nichikawa Oka, 325,000. 3. Dancing on Coffins, 287,000. And Su Zhou's score kept climbing. The Cyber Guanyin's overwhelming firepower was a nightmare for those with firepower inadequacy fears. Su Ziyue's eyes sparkled with admiration. "This is my cousin's true strength. No wonder he took all the crystal cores in the Tianjing mine's secret realm." She watched closely, noting that every bullet fired by the summoned Guanyin mech was extraordinary. The Void Demon King shouted from the perimeter, "Brothers, we need a new strategy. Switch to Plan B." He relayed the second attack plan to each demon through whispers. Realizing they couldn't infect Zhou Shu this way, the demons scattered. If they couldn't equally share the chance to infect Zhou Shu, they would first try to infect each other to become new targets. Suzy Ue felt her scalp tingle. "I don't even dare turn into the Demon Slayer with this crowd." In the game, The last two players could transform into powerful melee, weapon-wielding demon slayers, but even they would struggle against such a frenzied onslaught. The Demon Kings began directing their followers. Shield Group, go first. Firepower Group, get ready. Led by the Steel Demon King, the Shield Demons blocked the entrance, while the Hell Demon King and his Firepower Demons charged up energy blasts. We can't hold them. The Shield Group lasted only 8 breaths before they were wiped out. The Hell Demon King roared, 3,600 revolutions per breath. 28,800 revolutions in 5 breaths. We must destroy that mech, Bodhisattva. He launched a red energy cannon at the dungeon entrance, followed by other demons unleashing their ultimate moves. Netherworld Sky-Splitting Wave. Demon Blacklight Rain. Dark Shark, 1,000 Waves. The multicolored demon energy attacks, brimming with destructive power, surged towards the dungeon entrance. At this critical moment, the Cyber Guanine's other hands moved swiftly. A radiant wall with the Buddhist swastika symbol appeared at the dungeon entrance, absorbing the full brunt of the demonic attacks. The entire dungeon shook violently from the impact. After the explosion's flames subsided, the swastika symbol at the dungeon's entrance slowly rotated, while the Buddhist light wall remained unmoved. The fire squad's evil spirits were dumbfounded, inwardly marveling at the mech's formidable defensive skills. However, before they could fully grasp the situation, Cyber Guanine deactivated the swastika light wall and extended a Gatling gun barrel from the dungeon. The barrel's rotation quickly sped up, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets that wiped out the fire squad's evil spirits. Seeing this, the Void Evil Spirit King excitedly telepathized to the stealth squad. Cyber Guanine has fallen into our trap. Now's our chance. Immediately, the remaining 30-something evil spirits turned semi-transparent, with one even shrinking its body using magic. They bolted into the dungeon at lightning speed, leaving Cyber Guanine no time to retract the Gatling gun. Suzu urgently shouted, "The evil spirits are coming in." Suzhou, however, chuckled lightly, showing approval. Cyber Guanine decisively abandoned the golden Gatling gun, which instantly transformed into countless quantum merits and merged into the Dharma wheel. The shrunken, semi-transparent evil spirits cackled as they leapt to the ceiling, baring their fangs and claws, aiming to infect the two. Suddenly, Cyber Guanine's golden body extended hundreds of arms at lightning speed, capturing each invading evil spirit. Bound by the swastika Buddha seal, the evil spirits reverted to their original forms, unable to move. A green giant evil spirit player struggled desperately, only to find his strength rapidly draining, transforming into quantum merits absorbed by the Guanine Dharma wheel. With a serene smile, Cyber Guanine slowly brought the green giant to its mouth. The giant, terrified, looked at the enormous Guanine head, feeling like an ant. A crunch sound echoed as the green giant was bitten in half, green blood splattering, and was instantly sent back to the respawn point. Witnessing this scene, the other players were nearly scared out of their wits. They watched the golden Cyber Guanine, its face stained with green blood, and inwardly lamented that this was more terrifying than the actual evil spirits. Cyber Guanine continued to consume the captured evil spirits as if they were snacks, eliminating them one by one. System notifications chimed repeatedly. You have killed a fully formed evil spirit, points 30,000. You have killed a fully formed evil spirit, points 30,000. You have killed the Void Evil Spirit King, points 100,000. After their demise, the evil spirits were teleported back to the respawn point, unwillingly regrouping around the dungeon. They were determined to launch one final assault to slay the god. Suzu marveled at the evil spirits' resolve. Cousin, they haven't given up. They're really persistent just to make a name for themselves? Suzhou calmly ordered, destroy them quickly. Cyber Guanine's electronic eyes glimmered with battle intent, announcing, the Gatling gun was just a warm-up. The real power lies in the 6 pure uranium bombs. It clapped its hands together, producing a thunderous sound, followed by the successive claps of its other 998 hands. Each clap generated a floating weapon high above the dungeon's perimeter. The evil spirits finally noticed the anomaly overhead. Looking up, they saw 500 quantum merit uranium bombs, each as large as an airship, suspended in the air. The evil spirits were instantly struck with terror, shouting, "What the? Open the mic, so we can talk." Boom! The deafening explosions echoed throughout the entire pyramid. Cyber Guanine's golden palm kept generating depleted uranium shells. The constant explosions made it seem like the whole scene was trapped in an endless bombardment. A radiant swastika barrier emerged from Cyber Guanine, isolating the blast from the outside world. You have slain the Thunder Evil Spirit King, 100,000 points. You have slain the Alien Evil Spirit King, 100,000 points. You have slain the Void Evil Spirit King, 100,000 points. The system notifications kept ringing, and Suzhou's points skyrocketed once again. In competitions of this level, even top players found it hard to score 500,000 points in a single match. Yet, Suzhou's points had already surged to 3.15 million. Suzhou stared in shock at the dungeon world engulfed in explosions. She had thought she had seen her cousin's peak performance, but it turned out to be just the beginning. What stunned her even more was that this was just the power of one of his skills. The explosions continued until the game timer ran out. All the evil spirits were left dazed and disoriented. They finally realized that even with their evil spirit attributes, they were no match for this super player who had cleared the 100-tier heavenly tower. The second round began quickly. The countdown started. 30, 29, 28. Suzhou prepared to enter the dungeon again, following his routine from the last round, but noticed a large group of job changers following him. "Why are you all coming to the dungeon?" Suzhou asked, frowning in confusion. "Master, I don't want to get bombarded again," one job changer said with a tearful face. "I was just riddled with bullets from your Gatling gun, sob sob." The job changers looked at him with pleading eyes. They knew they couldn't defeat Suzhou, so they chose to join his team instead. Suzhou watched as the players crowded around her cousin, feeling a bit helpless. Although she was considered quite attractive, no one paid her any attention at the moment. "You're making this difficult for me," Suzhou said, leaning against the wall. To get unlimited crystal cores, he needed 10 million points, but if these people stayed around him, earning points would become challenging. "Master, you're so strong. Camping at the respawn point to farm evil spirits should be more than enough." One knowledgeable job changer quickly suggested a solution. "Human players camping at the respawn point would definitely get infected and die. But the reason you're a master is that you can take different paths." Suzhou agreed with the plan and looked at the crowd. "Sending evil spirits to the afterlife by camping at the respawn point is indeed a good idea. But we won't steal kills. We won't steal kills. We just want to avoid getting bombarded," the job changers said with bitter expressions. They were all traumatized by the master's firepower. "Since everyone is so polite, I'll try to go easy on you," Suzhou said with a smile. Earning points easily was something he was happy to do. The job changers looked at the guns on the master's waist and fell silent collectively. Someone muttered softly, "Can the master make bullets softer or something? How do you go easy with a submachine gun? Please don't make me an evil spirit. Please don't make me an evil spirit. I don't want to get bombarded again. Don't randomly pick me as an evil spirit. If I become an evil spirit, Master Zhou, please don't show mercy just because I'm a delicate flower." The job changers all put their hands together in prayer. Whoever became an evil spirit would have to endure being riddled by the master's bullets. Even though the game could reduce pain, no one wanted to be hit by a million bullets, except maybe a masochist. The game entered the final 10 seconds of the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With a series of clangs, 10 job changers randomly became evil spirits. Purple energy surged, and Suzhou transformed into the Void Evil Spirit King. A majestic purple cloak appeared behind him, and his arms morphed into 2 purple double blades. As the Evil Spirit King, his personal stats turned into monster stats. His level reached the peak of 10 transformations, and he gained powerful attributes. Even his skills mutated. Personal information. Name, Zhou Shu. Level, 649, peak of 10 transformations, temporary. Class, Void Evil Spirit King. Status, infected. Attack, 1 million. Physical defense, 1 million. Magic defense, 1 million. Evil Spirit active skills, Void Slash, Space Rift, Extreme Fury. Mutated skills, Evil Spirit Beam, Black Gold Cyber Guanyin, Black Gold Mecha Buddha. The scene fell into a dead silence. All the players were stunned. They hadn't expected such an extreme situation. "Sorry, I turned into the Evil Spirit King," Suzhou said with a smile, looking at the crowd. He swung his double blades, creating a rift in the void. This was the power of the Evil Spirit King. Even basic attacks could affect the intangible state. "Oh my god!" All the job changers froze. They had only one thought: run. The players who had turned into evil spirits instinctively fled the dungeon. They completely forgot that they were now on the same team as Zhou Shu. Whoosh! 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 A large number of players fled the dungeon as if they had gone mad. They were terrified of experiencing another round of the Master's torment. Suzhou walked out of the dungeon unhurriedly, letting the others run. Purple-black nanobots floated around him, quickly replicating the Evil Spirit King's form. "Run, run. The more you struggle, the more excited I get," Suzhou murmured, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Inside the pyramid of malevolent spirits, nearly half of the job changers had gathered in the large pit behind the overpass. They huddled together, backs against each other, hoping the narrow space would give them a tactical advantage to survive. "This is one of the few good spots," one of them whispered. Depleted uranium rounds won't be as effective in these tight quarters. We need to use swarm tactics, another suggested. After becoming the Spirit King, Joshu can't use dual pistols. We might still have a chance. Everyone nodded in agreement, setting up defensive barriers and casting various buffs on themselves. The pyramid's map was vast, with spacious dungeons and tunnels, but they chose to cram together to avoid being picked off easily by the Spirit King. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded in the sky. One job changer widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Holy crap, 1,000. No, 10,000 Joshu." Everyone looked up to see countless figures of Su Zhou floating densely in the sky. As the Spirit King, his transformation even had special effects, with purple-black nanomaterials swirling upwards like spiraling currents, forming countless avatars of the Void Spirit King. Swarm tactics? Who the heck suggested swarm tactics? One job changer's composure broke. There were barely 90 of them alive, while Su Zhou had multiplied into thousands. "I'm done with this game." Su Zhou's voice echoed through the air, brimming with unrestrained pleasure. In the Battle of Malevolent Spirits, each job changer's level was temporarily boosted to 10 turn. After the game, their stats would return to normal. However, the Malevolent Spirit's mental strength and recovery rate far exceeded that of humans. The ones encountered in reality already had sky-high attributes. As the 10-turn Spirit King, Su Zhou not only had significantly enhanced attributes, but also mutated skills. With just his mental power, he could unleash 100 awakening skills. Hiding in the corner, Su Ziyue's eyes, clear as autumn water, trembled slightly. She recalled the time she had stubbornly competed with Su Zhou in shooting accuracy, now realizing that her cousin truly treated her like a little sister. If it were a real competition, she would probably be utterly defeated. Su Zhou hovered in midair with all his nano-avatars, his gaze sweeping over the job changers in the large pit. His voice was deep and magnetic. "You are surrounded." Before he finished speaking, he spread his hands, mimicking the signature move of Orochi from the King of Fighters. The dimensional ray at his chest mutated into a malevolent spirit beam, more intense than Ultraman's laser. Boom! The beam swept across, effortlessly breaking through the job changer's defensive skills. Over 80 job changers in the pit were instantly turned into malevolent spirits, without any suspense. System notifications popped up one after another. "You infected, Constantine must quit smoking. 50,000 points. You infected, punching the South Mountain Nursing Home. 50,000 points. You infected, why is it so hard to pick a name? 50,000 points." Su Zhou's points skyrocketed again. In just the second round of the game, his score had already surpassed 7 million. The Battle of Malevolent Spirits consisted of 10 rounds to determine the victor. Once a player's score exceeded 10 million after 10 rounds, they could enter the final game space to challenge the true Malevolent Spirit. Defeating the true spirit would grant unlimited Crystal Core rewards. Su Zhou slowly turned, his gaze falling on the remaining human players. "Now it's your turn." The few remaining human players felt as if a bright red danger sign had appeared above their heads. Someone shouted in panic, "Stay away from us." Meanwhile, in the outer halls of the virtual divine realm, a large crowd of players gathered around the million-point leaderboard. Not long ago, Joshu's ID had suddenly appeared on the list, causing a huge commotion. The Battle of Malevolent Spirits seasonal leaderboard was settled annually. Most players on the current leaderboard had barely surpassed 1,000,000 points in a single match. However, as time passed, Joshu's points had broken through the seasonal leaderboard, directly climbing onto the all-time points leaderboard. The all-time leaderboard recorded the highest scores in history, with the top scorer having a staggering 3 million points. Joshu's points had already reached an astonishing 18 million. Joshu is playing the Battle of Malevolent Spirits in the virtual divine realm. Who are the players he's matched with? With his skills, he must be matched with the top players. "I'm so jealous of those who get to play with him." Not necessarily. Meeting him in game might just mean getting crushed into smithereens. The players chatted animatedly, both envious and relieved that they hadn't encountered this formidable opponent. Joshu's points skyrocketed like a rocket, breaking through the 32 million mark in the blink of an eye and firmly securing the top spot on the leaderboard. The transferees present watched the leaderboard intently, observing Joshu's name climb past the previous leader, eliciting a wave of exclamations. "It's still going up," someone exclaimed. "Is he going to break the point system?" Many transferees felt a chill run down their spines. For them, achieving 1,000,000 points in the game was already a rare accomplishment. Yet Joshu was constantly pushing the limits of the leaderboard. His score soared, eventually freezing at an astronomical 37 million. Seasoned players knew that Joshu must be challenging the ultimate infinite crystal core. As the most precious reward item in the game, the only way to obtain the infinite crystal core was to face the ultimate challenge of the real evil spirits. Successful challengers would not only receive the infinite crystal core, but also gain an extra 10 million points. However, the cost of failure was severe. A reset to 0 points and the potential for real-life death. Because of this immense risk, many players dared not attempt to farm points lightly. In the game, after 10 matches, all players except Su Zhou were transported back to the game hall. A large selection box suddenly appeared in front of Su Zhou with the words, "Would you like to challenge for the highest reward, the infinite crystal core?" Below the selection box were several notes. Note 1. You will face all evil spirit kings. Defeat all evil spirit kings within 120 minutes to clear the challenge. Note 2. Death within the countdown will result in real-life death. If the player survives the countdown but fails to defeat all evil spirit kings, the challenge is considered failed, points are reset to 0, and the player is transported out. Note 3. The evil spirit kings you will face include Thunder Evil Spirit King, Alien Evil Spirit King, Void Evil Spirit King, Queen Evil Spirit King, Hell Evil Spirit King, Tyrant Evil Spirit King, Steel Evil Spirit King, and Armored Evil Spirit King. Su Zhou gazed at the selection box, filled with temptation and danger, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Defeating the 8 great evil kings? Su Zhou chuckled softly, a glint of confidence in his eyes. His mission was clear: acquire the infinite crystal core. As the 6th game began, Su Zhou's score soared, and his name started to shine on the leaderboard. System notifications kept coming in. Your score currently ranks 10th on the leaderboard. You've received the Green Shroud Giant Evil Spirit Transformation card. Your score currently ranks 9th on the leaderboard. You've received the Dark Umbrella Girl Evil Spirit Transformation card. Your score currently ranks 9th on the leaderboard. You've received the Black and White Twins Evil Spirit Transformation card. Your score currently ranks 2nd on the leaderboard. You've received the Yellow Robed Lord Evil Spirit Transformation card. Your score currently ranks 1st on the leaderboard. You've received the All-Form Evil Spirit King Transformation card. Each time he climbed the leaderboard, he was rewarded with a new 10-turn Evil Spirit Transformation card. These rewards marked Su Zhou's achievements, surpassing all previous players in history. However, these precious items would only be granted after the game ended. If he failed the challenge, everything would be in vain. Su Zhou recalled his experience playing as an ordinary evil spirit in the first 10 games. A 10-turn ordinary evil spirit could use its awakening skill 10 times, while a 10-turn evil spirit king could use it 100 times. This vast difference made him even more eager to succeed. Evil spirits, I've killed plenty, Su Zhou muttered to himself, a cold glint in his eyes. As the mechanical prompt sounded, the surrounding space began to warp and change. An endless divine chord appeared before him, with data glitches forming into 8 distinct evil spirit kings. They spread out in a fan shape, roaring thunderously at Su Zhou. Unfazed, Su Zhou raised his hand, summoning 2 colossal rift-core railguns that towered like skyscrapers. The exquisite curves outlined a nearly perfect flower of death, blooming silently in the sky. The railguns descended slowly, targeting the area where the 8 evil spirit kings stood. The Maxwell Demon No-Class ring activated, instantly replenishing Su Zhou's mental energy. He raised his hand, firing a dimensional ray from his palm, precisely striking the 2 railguns. In an instant, an unprecedentedly brilliant white light blossomed, and a deafening explosion warped the space violently. The terrifying combination of the dimensional ray and the rift core railguns annihilated the 8 great evil kings in an instant. The system notification immediately followed. You have eliminated the 8 great evil kings. Challenge successful. Congratulations, you have earned 10 million points. Congratulations, you have received the infinite crystal core. Outside the game hall, the leaderboard area erupted in excitement. 47 million. Zhou Shu Deshun's score has skyrocketed to 47 million. Does this mean Deshun has completed the final Evil Spirit Challenge? It took just about 3 minutes. After all, this is someone who cleared the 100th-floor Tianjiao Battle Tower. 47 million is probably not even Deshun's limit. It's just that the game's cap is around there. Reaching the game's scoring limit this quickly is insane. I was matched with Deshun in the last game. His class is just... Wow, I need a moment. Let's all sing in praise of Zhou Shu Deshun. Outside, Zhou Shu's fans cheered enthusiastically, witnessing yet another historic moment. Suzy Yue's heart pounded as she finally understood everything. If there were ever a vote for the new guild leader, she would definitely vote for her cousin. After all, the renowned Zhou Shu of the virtual god realm was her own cousin. In the game space, as the 8 great evil kings vanished, large fireworks blossomed in the sky. A fist-sized infinite crystal core and 10 evil spirit cards floated in midair. Su Zhou gathered all the rewards into his storage bracelet, planning out his equipment forging strategy. The system notification sounded again. Your score currently ranks first on the leaderboard. You have received all leaderboard rewards. Congratulations, you have cleared Evil Spirit Battle and earned the title, Evil Spirit Terminator. Evil Spirit Terminator attribute 6666. Suzhou was indifferent to this title. Compared to the peerless title from the Tianjiao Battle Tower, this attribute boost was negligible. The final system notification made Suzhou frown slightly. Detected that you have cleared the game and ranked first on the leaderboard. Currently, no players can match your level. To protect new players, you will be unable to participate in game matches for 10 years. Not allowed to play anymore? A 10-year ban? Suzhou shook his head, wondering which game company's policy the Virtual God Realm AI had learned from. Suzhou stood at the exit of the Virtual Divine Realm, feeling a bit down. He had just secured first place in the game, but his overwhelming strength made it hard to find suitable opponents. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, knowing there were still countless games waiting for him to explore in the Virtual Divine Realm. After logging out, Suzhou returned to the real world, near the merchants selling entry tickets. As the sun set and twilight deepened, the day was coming to an end. He took out his phone to check with his family on the progress of gathering the items he needed. On the other end, a senior family member informed him that all the materials were ready except for 4 spirit beads and a piece of void stone. Younger members of the family were in contact with sellers and expected to gather the remaining items by tonight. At that moment, his aunt Jiang Xie took over the call. She reminded Suzhou about an 8 p.m. gathering at the Sky Island in the imperial capital, hosted by the 3 major guilds. Since she had other commitments, she hoped Suzhou could attend on her behalf. Suzhou reluctantly agreed. Jiang Xie emphasized that not only would the high-ranking members of the Magic Forbidden Book Club and the Martial Extreme Void Alliance be present, but part of the reason for the gathering was to celebrate Suzhou's return. She urged him not to be late before hanging up. Just as Suzhou was about to use the remaining time to buy equipment, a mysterious voice only he could hear suddenly whispered in his ear, "Not fast enough, still not fast enough." The voice startled him, causing a brief moment of disorientation. Meanwhile, in the Mechanical Maze Guild, Jiang Xie returned to her room and turned on her computer. The screen displayed 2 photos, one of Suzhou and Jiang Xie together, and another that had been painstakingly restored by AI over a long period. As the second photo gradually became clearer, Jiang Xie was shocked to see that it was a picture of Suzhou and her from their university days. This discovery plunged her into deep thought, her eyes filled with confusion. Why? How could you travel to a past time point? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.